Chapter 1. Territory Ruined Magic Tower. Due to unforeseen cataclysmic events, the world has been annihilated. Congratulations on acquiring eligibility for the Lord Era game. You have been assigned to server 9527, the Magical Continent. The total number of lords on this server is 1,000. You have obtained a bound item, a territory stone. Please note, expedite the use of the territory stone to acquire territory. Lord Era will semidatamine you and generate a territory. Failure to do so may result in encounters with wild monster attacks in the wilderness. Please note, the deployment of the territory stone in different regions, terrains, and external factors will yield different initial resources, such as buildings and units. Please note, failure to use the territory stone within 1 hour will result in the revocation of your game eligibility. Chimai opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and the purple rhomboid stone in his hand, overwhelmed with a sense of lament. My life as a burgeoning success story has been cut short before it even had a chance to flourish. What did I do to deserve this? Couldn't you have waited a couple of days? At least let me find a partner before whisking me away. Chimai swiftly recalibrated his mindset. Since he couldn't alter the world, he had no choice but to adapt to it. He scrutinized his surroundings. The initial setup was quite promising, with mountains, water, and plains. More importantly, he discovered a dilapidated ruin not far away. It appeared to be some kind of tower-like structure with 2.5 stories. The third story was only half intact, seemingly having been struck by something. I find myself in the magical realm of server 9527. Could this tower-like structure be a mage's tower? Judging by the surroundings, the location of this seemingly mage's tower is far from arbitrary. The environment is quite favorable, boasting a water source and a vast plain, with a mountain range providing a sturdy backdrop. At least in terms of resources, there is no cause for concern. From Chim Yui's perspective, it is difficult to imagine a better spot. While it would be feasible to choose another location, time is of the essence. He has only an hour at his disposal, and as the minutes dwindle, he is loath to gamble on the consequences of losing his eligibility in this game. Thus, he resolutely makes his way toward the suspected mage's tower. He proceeds at a brisk pace, striving to maintain a steady breath. Having devoted himself to diligent study, he rarely engages in physical exercise. He is acutely aware of his poor stamina and knows he must advance at a consistent speed, neither too fast nor too slow. Though the mage's tower appears close at hand, the adage "the mountain is far, yet the horse runs out of breath" rings true. Coupled with his own physical condition, he finds himself running for a full 15 minutes. While he is not gasping for breath, the exertion is certainly not without discomfort. Fortunately, the path is clear, devoid of any obstructing foliage. He is apprehensive about encountering a wild creature. Unexpectedly, such an encounter would spell disaster for him. Upon reaching the entrance of the dilapidated mage's tower, he observed that the grand door is reduced to mere halves, seemingly cleaved by some sharp blade. Chimai steps through the doorway, only to be met with a heavy layer of dust. A closer inspection reveals a stark emptiness, save for a few scattered tables and chairs. The lighting is rather pleasant, avoiding any semblance of gloom. What a hidden gem! This ground floor must be at least 1,000 square meters, Chimai remarked, his curiosity piqued. The first floor appeared to be a grand hall, and he ascended the staircase to the second level, which housed numerous rooms, though most were in a state of severe disrepair. There was little of value to be found, save for 2 incomprehensible books he stumbled upon, their text resembling a form of cryptic script that left him somewhat dizzy. Casting a glance at the countdown timer, 32 minutes remained. He felt no urgency and decided to continue searching for any worthwhile items. Upon entering, he deduced from the scattered, damaged equipment that this was likely a mage's tower. He pondered the implications of deploying his territory. What if the tower were to reset after he did so? Hence, he resolved to scour the area first, hoping to exploit any potential glitches. With ample time, remaining half an hour, refused to squander it. However, after a thorough exploration, he was left with only 2 books, a disappointing outcome. Would you like to establish your territory here? Yes, no, yes. Chimai decisively chose yes as the text materialized before him. Establishing your territory. Detected that you are in a mage's tower dilapidated upon establishment. Your initial resources will be designated as related resources, and certain structures will be inherited. data processing, and awakening of lordly talents in progress. Chimai watched this unfolding scene, his expression brimming with excitement. Awakening the Lord's talents? I comprehend this concept, the hundredfold amplification, textual prompts, and upgraded units. This is precisely what I favor. As the territory stone melded into the earth, an intangible radiance unfurled, forming a protective barrier. Territory expansion complete, semidatification finalized. Welcome to the era of lords. You have obtained 7 days of novice protection during this period. Neither other lords nor wild creatures can initiate attacks or pursue you or your territory. Remaining time: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. You have acquired 30 days of adaptation period. For 30 days. Wild creatures will not actively assault the territory, and you are granted 30 days of basic reconnaissance. Remaining time: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Basic reconnaissance enables the exploration of enemy information not exceeding your own tier. So that barrier serves as protection. With both a novice phase and an adaptation period, it appears this world is fraught with peril. Chimai first accessed his territory panel to examine the distinctive features of his Mage Tower territory. Territory: Mage Tower dilapidated. Tier 1. Repair: 1,000 units of mineral materials, 1,000 units of timber. Notice: the Mage Tower is in a dilapidated state and cannot be upgraded until repaired. Buildings: Resource Warehouse LV1. Designed for the storage of various materials. Expansion: 10 units of mineral materials, 10 units of timber. Magic Pool dried up. The energy core of the Mage Tower repair: 1 each of Earth Element Core, Water Element Core, Fire Element Core, Wind Element Core. 10,000 units of ore, 10,000 units of wood, 100 units of gem, 100 units of crystal, 100 units of sulfur, 100 units of mercury. Chimai gazed at the building section, particularly at the extensive list of materials required to restore the withered magic pool. He felt somewhat bewildered. Aside from the 4 elemental cores, the remaining materials seemed rather familiar. From the basic reconnaissance spell, I can tell that this resembles Heroes of Might and Magic, Chimai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The magic pool was currently unable to be upgraded, likely akin to his territorial Mage Tower, which also required restoration first. However, he estimated that the difficulty of the task would not be trivial, marking it as a modest surprise that justified his extensive journey. Common resources: food, 100 ore, 100 wood, 100 special resources: gem, 0 crystal, 0 sulfur, 0 mercury, 0. Alright, it seems that everyone begins with the same initial resources. The next step should be the construction. He mused as he turned his attention to his inventory, which contained 2 blueprints, presumably related to the Mage Tower. Farmland Blueprint allows the construction of farmland. Upon learning, requires 10 units of food. Sprite Workshop Blueprint allows the construction of Sprite Workshop. Upon learning, requires 50 units of or 50 units of wood. This seems somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Chimai gazed at the 2 blueprints, feeling as though he had become one of those extras who enthusiastically praised the big shots. With 666. Chapter 2. Ordinary Characters. 2 architectural blueprints, a skill book, and a tome on troop enhancement lay before Chimai. Surveying his backpack, he noted that in addition to the blueprints for farmland and the peculiar workshop, he possessed 2 volumes, one titled Elementary Sorcery and the other a manual on peculiar creature experiments. These 2 tomes were treasures he had discovered on the 2nd floor of the Mage's Tower. Elementary Sorcery. Learning requirements: Knowledge 10. Increases attack magic damage by 5. At first glance, it seemed to be a commendable skill book, particularly since it was categorized as elementary, indicating the potential for growth. Indeed, it felt akin to a heroic saga. Subsequently, Chimai accessed his personal attributes. A mere 10 points in knowledge, thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, wasn't insignificant. He certainly possessed at least 5 points. Lord LV1, 1000. Territory: Mage Tower, dilapidated. Health: 100. Magic: 0. Attack power: 0. The Lord's attack power can augment 10 of the attack power of the troops he commands. Defense power: 0. The Lord's defense power can augment 10 of the defense power of the troops he commands. Knowledge: 0. Knowledge influences the Lord's maximum magic value, with 1 point of knowledge corresponding to 10 points of magic value. Lord Talent. Learning ability: Increases experience gained by an additional 50. Lord skill. Elementary reconnaissance. Temporary. Gazing at his attributes, Mai found himself utterly bewildered. Apart from his health being at a full 100, all other stats were a disheartening 0. The sensation was quite overwhelming, and the divine talents he had envisioned were conspicuously absent. Merely a 50 increase in experience, which appeared beneficial from the early to late stages, yet ultimately felt like a hollow advantage. I have greatly overestimated myself. Although Mai was somewhat astonished by his attributes, he did not dwell on it too long. For such matters are not to be resolved by lamentation. Since his initial magic was of no use, perhaps the remaining manual of spirit creatures would surprise him. He understood that his starting troop type was spirit creatures, and if he himself proved inadequate, he would not mind if the troops excelled. Monster Experiment Manual. Research requirement. Level 2 territory, related buildings such as Magic Guild's Mage Towers. Upon completion, one will acquire research technologies that enhance monster attack power, defense, and health. It is quite commendable, albeit the requirements are somewhat stringent, necessitating a level 2 territory. As for the subsequent building requirements, Mai is entirely unconcerned. His territory is the Mage Tower, which explains why the units in the Novice Gift Pack are designated as monsters. First, he must establish the Monster Workshop, after which he will be able to lead troops into battle. Mai promptly chose to commence the construction of the Monster Workshop on the 2nd floor. Constructing Monster Workshop. Current expenditure, 50 units of mineral materials, 50 units of wood. Required time, 1 hour. As he observed the ethereal lights manifesting, Mai felt a surge of excitement. However, he had not anticipated that construction would require time. He had assumed it would materialize instantaneously. With 100 units of food, consisting of 50 units of white bread and 50 units of clean water, it suggests that the daily consumption for units is indeed food. However, it dawned on him that, aside from his units, he too requires sustenance. Despite being digitized, he still needs food to sustain himself. Thus, while food may appear to be a singular resource type, its complexity is undoubtedly greater. In that moment, Mai comprehended the significance of food. He first ventured to the supply warehouse, a structure inherent to his territory, located on the underground 1st floor of the Mage Tower. Within, not only was there a supply warehouse, but also a desiccated mana pool established in this very place. Mai cast a glance around, observing that the supplies were arranged with meticulous precision. Everything was clearly visible at a single glance, consisting only of bread, fresh water, timber, and minerals. Currently, the resources were somewhat limited, but it would suffice for the time being. He contemplated the notion of expanding the storage facility in the future to accommodate separate food reserves. Presently, he estimated that he could still store approximately 5,000 additional units of timber or minerals, while the food supply was relatively abundant. Water was not a concern, given that his Mage Tower was situated by a river. What he truly needed was staple food. It would be splendid if he could exchange 50 units of fresh water for white bread. However, unlike timber and minerals, white bread posed a different dilemma. Mai had counted that 50 units of white bread equated to 50 loaves, which was somewhat disappointing. Fortunately, he had farmland, and he needed to act quickly. Just as Mai was preparing to establish the farmland, a sudden realization struck him. While farmland could indeed produce crops, there was a critical issue: he lacked seeds. Thus, the foremost challenge he faced was the issue of food. He hoped the farmland would possess a miraculous quality akin to that in Lord's era, which did not require seeds. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to resort to fishing. It became apparent to him that his situation was akin to starting from scratch. His only hope now rested on the efficacy of the peculiar creature unit, yet since his arrival, there had been no encouraging news. In a typical narrative, the Lord would already be leading his troops into battle, while he remained preoccupied with the question of sustenance. Mai sighed, feeling somewhat resigned. His beginning seemed rather ordinary, perhaps not particularly remarkable. Upon departing from the Mage Tower, Mai discovered that the protective barrier was quite formidable. It not only enveloped the entire tower but also expanded outward, roughly extending a radius of about 1,000 meters, likely representing the initial territorial range. Indeed, it was vast, with numerous resources scattered across the ground, all shrouded within its confines. Constructing farmland. Current consumption, 10 units of food. Required time, 10 minutes. Mai glanced at the food category in the resource panel and noted that the scarcity was not of white bread, but rather of clean water. This revelation allowed him to exhale in relief. It was a sign of intelligence. If white bread had been lacking, his frustration would have been immeasurable. The farmland was not as expansive as the peculiar creature workshop, measuring only about 5 square meters. Chinmai decided to proceed with the construction and observe the results. After all, it was not a one-time endeavor. He had already studied the blueprint, and as long as sufficient resources were available, he could construct as many as he desired. Furthermore, he was not in want of water, as a river flowed not far from the Mage Tower. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to gather resources within the territorial range, opting to forego venturing outside, where encountering wild creatures could prove fatal. Muttering softly to himself, Chinmai began to take action. Chapter 3. Level 1 Unit. Peculiar creatures calm down, remain composed. My attributes and talents at the outset are already hellish enough. Although the unit type may be somewhat lacking, it is still superior to my own. It would be unwise to allow my emotions to lead me to destroy this peculiar creature workshop. Chinmai forcibly reassured himself, striving to maintain his sanity. Upon the completion of the creature workshop, he promptly went to inspect it. Although he did not recruit any creatures at that moment, he was able to observe the attributes and descriptions of these beings through the workshop. Unit name, creature, unit rank, tier 1, health points, 5-5, magic points, 10-10, attack power, 0, defense power, 1 skills, lucky garden, luck 1, magic physique, defense power 1, magical acumen, magic points 10, loyal taming, morale never falters. Description, creatures are, in essence, the products of magical experiments conducted on captured garden sprites. However, they are more intelligent and docile than their counterparts, serving as the most loyal servants in the wizard's tower. From the perspective of skills, the offerings are indeed lavish. Yet, the initial attack and defense power both stand at 0. Were it not for the enhancement provided by the magic physique, which elevates their defense to 1, they would have been entirely ineffectual, akin to himself. As for the magic points, they seem even more superfluous, as the creature possesses no magical abilities, rendering the magic points merely ornamental. Nevertheless, it is still superior to him, and even these 4 skills could easily surpass his own capabilities. Chinmai quickly regained his composure and chose to recruit all 10 creatures from the workshop. Recruiting 10 creatures cost 300 gold coins. Chinmai felt a pang of regret. Each creature cost 30 gold coins, and with only 1,000 coins to his name, he had just relinquished 30 of his total wealth. Silver and gold exchanged hands, and 10 peculiar creatures suddenly appeared before Chinmai, yet he felt no joy. The resemblance to goblins was striking. Clad in gray robes, their emerald green skin and pointed ears inherited from elves were marred by the deformities of magical experiments, rendering them grotesque and diminutive. They appeared as frail as children, and Chinmai wagered that their height barely reached 50 centimeters. Was this not a goblin, merely dressed better and renamed as a peculiar creature? Did they think him a fool? At this moment, Chinmai's patience was truly tested. Great Master, why do you compare us to the despicable goblin species? We are your creations, birthed from the most cherished elves of the natural garden through the supreme magic of our master, utterly incomparable to those mindless goblins. One of the creatures spoke up. Chinmai could not help but change his expression. You possess intelligence? Indeed, Great Master. Our wisdom has been bestowed upon us through your magic, another creature replied. At this juncture, Chinmai took a closer look at these peculiar beings. They were indeed different from the goblins he remembered, resembling instead a civilized breed of gremlins, their demeanor polished as if they had undergone formal training. However, their combat abilities were likely lacking. Very well, I understand. I shall entrust you with the task ahead, Chinmai conceded, albeit begrudgingly. While they might fall short, they were undoubtedly superior to himself. Then he departed with 10 ethereal creatures, heading towards a wooden treasure chest he had previously discovered while awaiting the construction of the ethereal creature workshop. This wooden chest was guarded by 3 wolves, and after casting a distant glance, he hesitated to approach. He was not merely weak, he was utterly powerless, and approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Within the confines of his territory, he had gathered all available resources, which were rather meager, merely 1 unit of wood, 3 units of minerals, and 2 units of food. Thus, to acquire more, he would need to step beyond his comfort zone. Activating his basic reconnaissance skill, Chinmai swiftly obtained data on the 3 wolves. Unit name, Wolf. Unit rank, level 1 health, 10-10, attack, 5, defense, 3, skills, bite, 10 chance to inflict bleeding status when using sharp teeth, lacking any notable skills. Yet their health and attack defense attributes seemed rather outrageous. Qin Mai felt somewhat bewildered. A single bite could potentially eliminate one of his ethereal creatures. While their attributes were indeed formidable, their soul skill was underwhelming compared to those of the ethereal creatures, possessing only a probabilistic bite that did not guarantee a bleeding effect. He pondered whether they could prevail, especially since he had 10 ethereal creatures against a mere 3 wolves. Surely, they could overwhelm the adversary in a flurry of attacks. Though lacking in confidence, the allure of the wooden treasure chest was too tempting to resist. Let us slay the wolves for experience and the treasure, Qin Mai commanded. And without hesitation, the ethereal creatures charged forward, undeterred by the imposing size of the 3 wolves. As the battle was about to commence, the 3 wolves charged forward. The anticipation was delightful, yet the reality was starkly disappointing. In the initial confrontation, one of the wolves struck the leading creature with a powerful paw, sending it sprawling and leaving it with but a sliver of health. Are you jesting with me? One strike and it's down. Retreat, retreat. Unfortunately, his warnings came too late. 2 more creatures were assaulted, although one managed to evade the attack, while the other sustained minor injuries, losing merely 1 point of health. It was a dismal defeat, yielding nothing in return. One creature lay gravely wounded, supported by 2 others, appearing to be on the brink of death, fortunate to cling to a single point of health. Otherwise, it would have been lost. With an attack power of 0, I can't even breach their defenses, Qin Mai remarked, his expression tinged with frustration. The subsequent 2 creatures had indeed launched an attack on one of the wolves, but with an attack power of 0 against the opponent's defense of 3. They failed to inflict any damage. The first gravely wounded creature bore the full brunt of the wolf's assault. Thankfully, the magical constitution provided 1 point of defense, mitigating 1 point of damage. Had it not been for that, it would have faced instant demise instead of merely retaining 1 point of health. The other creature, though slightly late to dodge, only suffered a wound to its arm, losing just 1 point of health, a fortunate escape considering the true frailty of these beings. Chapter 4. The world is indeed a tangible reality. Today's harvest was rather modest: 15 units of ore, 7 units of timber, and an additional 21 units of sustenance. The most delightful surprise was the discovery of a single gem. One might consider this a relatively fruitful bounty. As for battling monsters, I have yet to engage in a single encounter. I utilized a temporary basic reconnaissance spell for observation, and in terms of attributes, each wild creature would easily overpower my minions. The weakest among them is likely the skeleton soldier, boasting an attack power of 2 and a defense power of 1. Yet, even in such a state, my minions remain no match. Their attack power stands at a mere 0, rendering them incapable of breaching defenses. Unless one were to stumble upon a wild creature with 0 defense, which could present a gamble. Regrettably, after a thorough exploration, I found none. More critically, this skeleton soldier possesses 3 skills, rivaling even the lavish abilities of my minions, all of which are combat-oriented, leaving Qin Mai somewhat perplexed. As it stands, my minions are indeed ineffectual. Aside from their cleverness, they are largely reliant on luck. I have contemplated arming them with stones and sticks, yet the innate disparity in attributes is insurmountable. Firstly, in terms of stamina and strength, they cannot wield overly heavy sticks, as prolonged use would lead to exhaustion. Secondly, even throwing stones from a distance yields minimal range and negligible damage. The wild creatures in this realm are not conventional beings. They resemble fantastical entities. Take, for instance, the wolf that nearly dispatched Qin Mai. Its physique was at least the size of a calf. Upon returning to my territory, I distributed food to all my minions and instructed them to help themselves when hunger struck. Each minion consumes approximately 3 units of bread daily, amounting to 30 units per day. Fresh water is of little concern. He then glanced at the creature, which was left with merely 1 point of health, now resting on the floor of the first level of the mage tower. Its vitality had not restored, appearing as fragile as a wisp of smoke, teetering on the brink of death. In stark contrast, another creature that had lost only 1 point of health had fully recovered after consuming white bread and clear water. At that moment, Qin Mai seemed to grasp an important truth. Even though the Lord's epic defied certain conventions, it could not alter the fundamental realities of this world. He sat on the dilapidated 3rd level of the mage tower, gazing at the moon in the sky, as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Qin Mai understood that he had been equilibrated. Not just he, but even the creatures had undergone a similar balance. The 4 skills of the creatures, if bestowed upon certain powerful units, would be utterly extraordinary, especially for magic-type units. The skill Garden Fortune augmented a hidden attribute of luck by 1 point. A boon necessary for all units. Magic Physique enhanced defense by 1 point, allowing fragile units to mitigate damage, while Magic Wisdom provided magical energy, an unprecedented attribute for first-tier units. None of the wild creatures he had encountered possessed magical energy. Finally, Loyal Taming ensured that losses were not incurred, an effect he had only witnessed on skeletal soldiers of the undead, akin to a unit that fearlessly fought without the need for a contract. Thus, it was rendered to a state of mere 5 points of health and 0 attack and defense. No, that could not be the sole explanation. It was impossible for balance to be achieved to such an extent solely by that means, indicating that the creatures surely harbored potential yet unexploited. The peculiar beings are even inferior to the skeletal soldiers. How could this be possible? If this were the case, why would he continue to engage in Lord's Epic? He might as well embrace death. I should not confine myself solely to semi-data-driven concepts and Lord's Epic, for the game offers every Lord an equal opportunity, whereas the world does not. The resources surrounding each individual's place of arrival vary, illustrating that the world does not cater to the Lords. This world is authentic. Chiang Mai grasped this epiphany. He realized he had been overly presumptuous, naively believing that a game is merely a game, and entangling himself in the strategies reminiscent of his previous life in Heroes of Might and Magic. With determination, he produced a skill book titled Elementary Magic. Should my speculation prove true, then perhaps my talent will be the foundation for my ascent. As he opened this skill book, the original obscure characters had been translated into comprehensible text after becoming a lord in a semi-datafied realm. Elemental Meditation Method. Upon seeing these 7 characters on the title page, Chiang Mai felt a surge of vitality and whispered, "I was right. The world is the world, and the game is the game." Since he could not tread the righteous path within Lord's Epic, he had no choice but to embrace a more unconventional approach. As long as he could survive, he cared not how he grew stronger. Using the moonlight as his illumination, Chiang Mai devoted himself to studying this book, now translated by Lord's Epic into Elementary Magic. As the night deepened, he closed the relatively thin book. He had learned, talent and skills should not merely be assessed by their additional attributes and effects. Rather, one must consider their essence. In this way, I have finally grasped the formidable nature of both the spirit creatures and myself. Were it not for the Lord's talent of learning ability, he could not have memorized such a tome in such a brief span of time, let alone mastered it. This learning ability has magnified his capacity to learn by at least 5 to 10 times, a truly comprehensive enhancement that is remarkably powerful. Reflecting on the 4 skills of the spirit creatures, one realizes that beyond the supplementary effects and attributes, they are indeed terrifying, especially the skill of taming loyalty, which signifies that the morale of these troops will never falter, and it attests to their unwavering allegiance to him. Consequently, if morale does decline, does it imply the potential for rebellion among the troops? The mere thought sent a chill down Chiang Mai's spine. It was utterly daunting. If a certain lord were to treat their subordinates harshly, lacking this foundational ability, they might very well perish at the hands of their own troops. I wonder if anyone else has discerned this alternative gameplay within Lord's Epic. Regardless, I shall not dwell on them. My priority is to concentrate on harnessing magical power to become a mage. At this moment, I can afford no distractions. My own well-being must come first. Chapter 5. All began with a scholar as dawn broke with a muted light. After studying throughout the night and attempting to absorb elemental energy through meditation to transform it into magical power, Chiang Mai remained remarkably composed amidst the life and death crisis. Fortunately, his enhanced learning ability endowed him with a formidable capacity for assimilation, allowing him to extract his first wisp of magical energy despite the difficulties encountered along the way. Congratulations! You have acquired 1 point of magical value in a unique manner. Your class transition is now underway. You do not possess any class transition certificates. Would you like to proceed with a special class transition? Yes, no. Chiang Mai gazed at the prompt that emerged from Lord's era, feeling somewhat peculiar. However, he decisively chose yes and soon uncovered further information, such as the ability to obtain a profession. Initially, he assumed that his profession would be a lord, but to his surprise, there were additional options available. Could it be that lord is merely a foundational role? Detected a special class transition triggered through magical means. All ordinary magical professions are now accessible to you. Please select a magical profession. Mage, Lord's talent, magical affinity, all magical consumption reduced by 10. Lord Skills, basic magic power, increases magical attack damage by 5. Basic Mysticism, restores 10 of magical value daily. Magic, randomly selected first level magic 3. Elementalist, Lord's Talent, elemental manipulation, increases elemental magic effects by 10. Lord Skills, basic understanding of fire, earth, water, air, choose 1. This element's magic power 1. Magic value consumption -1. Basic magic power, increases magical attack damage by 5. Magic, randomly selected corresponding elemental magic 2. The first option presented was the mage, which left Qin Mai momentarily mesmerized. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and continued to scroll through the list. In addition to the mage, there were elementalists, alchemists, necromancers, and various other magical professions. Yet he understood, to a certain extent, that this was by no means solely his accomplishment, but rather a testament to his capacity for learning. Having identified his singular talent, he ought to cultivate and enhance it, rather than being swayed by fleeting interests. Otherwise, what significance would it hold, even if he were to become a mage? In Lord's Epic, he found himself devoid of advantages. Thus, survival necessitated the creation of his own. After thoroughly perusing the contents, he swiftly pinpointed a profession. Scholar, Lord's Talent, academic research, knowledge 1 per level. Lord's Skills, basic enlightenment, grants an additional 5 experience when gaining experience. Basic scholarship, facilitates mutual learning of magic. Influenced by wisdom, allowing for the exchange of 1 to 2 level spells. This profession appeared to be a purely supportive one, seemingly designed specifically for leveling and enhancing magical prowess. However, at this juncture, Qin Mai had transcended mere efficacy, stepping beyond the confines of Lord's Epic. This role was in perfect harmony with his learning aptitude. A different individual would undoubtedly have shunned it. The additional 5 experience from basic enlightenment seemed rather trivial, and while basic scholarship offered some utility in exchanging spells, it was also contingent upon the presence of corresponding levels of wisdom. Resolutely, Qin Mai opted for the scholar profession. You have taken up the scholar profession. Please note, your profession slots are now full. Qin Mai contemplated this final advisory. Was his profession slot truly full? Did this imply the existence of alternative means to expand his professional capacity? Yet, now was not the time for such reflections. These considerations could wait for another day. Lord Scholar LV1, 0-1000. Territory, Mage Tower, Ruined. Health, 100. Mana, 1111. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Strength, 0. Knowledge, 1. Lord Talent, Learning Ability. Academic Research, Lord Skills, Basic Enlightenment, Basic Scholarship, Basic Reconnaissance, Temporary. Magic, none. Although the scholar profession does not grant inherent magical abilities, it has bestowed upon Qin Mai an additional point of knowledge. It is evident that the academic research talent has taken effect, contributing 1 point of knowledge per level. As he is currently at LV1, he has naturally received this increment. More intriguingly, his mana is recorded at 11 points, whereas the standard should be 10. This surplus point of mana is a result of my meditation practice, indicating that, apart from relying on the Lord era, I can also enhance my magical prowess through self-cultivation. Qin Mai can distinctly perceive the growth of magic within him. Fortunately, he did not opt for the mage or elementalist paths. For while he would be unable to acquire their unique talents, he can still master magic and Lord skills through self-education, rendering the distinction between professions rather negligible. Moreover, it appears that the professions share a unified experience level, rather than calculating the experience for the Lord and Scholar separately. This suggests that the profession serves more as a stepping stone for acquiring skills, with the Lord being the true essence. Qin Mai feels that his cognitive processes have become notably swifter. What was once a haze is now vividly clear. He speculated that this might be one of the abilities bestowed upon him by academic research, rather than merely an incremental increase of 1 point in knowledge at each level. Master, shall we venture out today in search of resources? A little sprite cautiously ascended to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, nervously inquiring. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had already broken. Can you manage on your own? Qin Mai pondered, recognizing the intelligence of these sprites, and felt compelled to ask. As the Lord, he could directly gather resources from the wild into his inventory, whereas the sprites, being mere units, lacked such capability. Furthermore, safety on the road was paramount. Should they encounter any danger, they should abandon their supplies and flee. To this end, Qin Mai offered a word of caution. As he had more pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to squander time collecting resources, Yes, great master. You are truly the most benevolent mage I have ever encountered. We shall dedicate our lives to you, the sprite replied, its face alight with gratitude at Chiang Mai's words. Very well, off you go, and take care along the way. After imparting his final words of advice, the sprite hastily descended the stairs. Soon, Chiang Mai observed 6 sprites splitting into 2 teams as they departed the territory, heading in opposite directions. It seemed that life for the sprites within the mage tower was not as idyllic as he had imagined. With a sigh, Chiang Mai retrieved the book titled Elementary Elemental Meditation Techniques, intending to reinforce his knowledge with the newfound lordly talent and skills. Yet, the true focus lay on the Sprite Experiment Manual. Chapter 6. The fortuitous gap of 1 o'clock as dusk descended, Chiang Mai opened his eyes, casually nourishing himself with a piece of bread and a cup of clear water. Glancing at the meager provisions, he realized that after tomorrow, he would likely face a shortage of supplies. Today, apart from revisiting the Elementary Elemental Meditation method, he had devoted his time to perusing a tome titled Manual of Sprite Experiments. It must be said that with the combination of his 2 significant talents, alongside the rudimentary enlightenment and elementary scholarship, as well as the augmentation from a single point of knowledge, his learning progress had surged remarkably. If yesterday he was merely acquiring knowledge, today was different. He was comprehending. The distinction was akin to the difference between rote memorization of the multiplication table and a flexible grasp of multiplication itself. Regrettably, he possessed only the Elementary Elemental Meditation method, leaving him devoid of broader knowledge related to sorcery. Chiang Mai felt a twinge of disappointment. This was merely a meditation technique and did not encompass any spells or other skills. The insights gained from this meditation method were scant, and its intrinsic value was not particularly high, allowing him to master it completely within an hour. The remainder of his time was spent studying and understanding the Manual of Sprite Experiments. At this juncture, he comprehended why the structure for recruiting sprites was termed the Sprite Workshop. This book was, in essence, a poignant chronicle of the trials and tribulations of garden sprites and sprites. The first half detailed the process of transforming garden sprites into sprites through magical experimentation. Thus, should Chiang Mai be presented with a garden sprite, he held a 70% confidence in his ability to metamorphose it into a sprite loyal to him. The reason for the 70% certainty lay in his possession of only theoretical knowledge. To ensure absolute success, practical application was imperative. The latter half of the text is dedicated to the magical experiments concerning the mystical creatures. Indeed, these are magical experiments, rather than mere transformations. The majority of the trials have ended in failure, with only a scant few achieving success. The successful cases have revealed 3 remarkable attributes of the mystical beings: their inherent magical constitution, their keen magical intellect, and their loyalty and docility. After a day of study, Chiang Mai finally grasped the underlying principles, which are inextricably linked to the mage's magical power. In other words, he could independently modify the mystical creatures to enhance their abilities, particularly since they possess the magical constitution and keen intellect, yielding a success rate of approximately 50%. With more practice, this rate could rise to about 80%. Thus, he required the assistance of the mystical creatures to hone his skills. At that moment, Chiang Mai realized that dusk had stealthily descended upon him. Stretching his limbs, he recalled that he had indulged in a brief nap of half an hour in the afternoon, followed by a 15-minute meditation to rejuvenate himself. Unfortunately, it did not augment his magical power. Typically, a mere 15 minutes of meditation suffices for a day. Prolonged meditation can adversely affect one's mental state. Perhaps in the future, he could adopt a more effective meditation technique for improvement. Great Master, we have discovered 2 treasures along the way: a magical scroll, a bag of wheat seeds, a bag of grape seeds, and 3 bags of corn seeds, one mystical creature respectfully announced. Chiang Mai recognized this creature as the one that had inquired about him that very morning. Gazing at their bounty, he felt a pang of existential doubt, pondering how they had managed to procure such items. Could it possibly be that one point of luck? Chiang Mai suddenly realized, the extraordinary latent power is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder that it has been rendered devoid of any offensive or defensive capabilities. Yesterday, his most treasured possession was merely a single unit of gemstones, yet the creature's strike yielded not only treasures, but also a magical scroll. His gaze fell upon 2 artifacts, a cerulean headband and a standard armor, both categorized as novice treasures. Cerulean headband, level, novice, attributes, knowledge 1, magical value 10. Standard armor, level, Novice, Attributes, Defense 2. The creature is not a lord, but merely a type of soldier, thus lacking an inventory to store items. Therefore, the squad of creatures that acquired the standard armor had limited spoils. Aside from the armor, they only collected a pouch of corn seeds. In contrast, the cerulean headband and the remaining items were claimed by another group of creatures. This magical scroll contains a record of a level 1 spell, Eye of Power. Magic Scroll, Eye of Power, Magic Level 1 effect, Vision 1 for 10 minutes. This news is promising for Qin Mai, as he may perhaps learn the Eye of Power skill through this scroll. He has no recollection of the Eye of Power skill. It seems vaguely absent from the game Heroes of Might and Magic. However, it is of little consequence, for this is a tangible world, not a mere game. Moreover, it appears that this magical scroll is not a skill book, but rather a consumable item that vanishes upon use. Having accomplished this, he decided to take advantage of the twilight to plant the corn seeds, planning to fetch water from the river if needed. Upon finishing his words, Qin Mai suddenly realized that he lacked a vessel to hold water. He then turned his gaze towards the standard armor and remarked, "Let us utilize this standard armor. We can seal one end and enlist a few more spirits to assist in transporting." After donning the azure headband, he also took the magical scroll, Eye of Magic, and stored the remaining seeds in the resource warehouse. The 6 spirits awaited their instructions, shouldering the standard armor and carrying the corn seeds as they exited. The arrival of this standard armor was indeed fortuitous. Not only could it serve as a water container, but it could also double as a cooking pot. Regrettably, it was not a helmet. Had it been one, it would have greatly alleviated some burdens. He then cast his gaze upon a severely injured spirit, reduced to a mere 1 point of health. You are undoubtedly aware that such grievous injuries cannot heal on their own, and we possess no means to mend your wounds. Thus, I offer you a 50% chance to heal you and enhance your strength. However, should I fail, it would result in your demise. Are you willing to take this gamble? A glimmer of hope flickered in the spirit's eyes as it weakly replied, "I am willing, my master. Even death is preferable to wasting food on me. Your willingness is appreciated. Now, the next step is to ensure you are well fed, consuming enough sustenance to provide your body with the necessary nourishment." Qin Mai produced white bread, fresh water, and several pieces of smoked meat he had collected the previous day, feeding them into the spirit's mouth. Chapter 7. Magical Transformation. Tier 1 Champion Creature. On the following morning, Qin Mai rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. It marked the 3rd day since he had entered the realm of Lord's Epic, indicating that half of the 7-day novice protection period had elapsed. The previous night, he had engaged in magical transformation on a creature, expending 41 points of his magical energy. With his own 11 points of magical energy, supplemented by 1 point from the azure headband and an additional 10 points from the daily recovery at midnight, he barely completed the transformation. Only after the commotion of skeletal growth and flesh regeneration in the makeshift operating room subsided did he feel a sense of closure. He remained uncertain whether the transformation had succeeded. After all, it was beyond his control. Factors such as insufficient magical energy and the inexperience of the initial procedure contributed to the uncertainty of success, with half relying on his efforts and the other half dependent on the creature itself. Fortunately, prior to the operation, he had fed it a substantial amount of food, ensuring it received adequate nutrition. One of your creatures has evolved into a champion level. The sudden notification jolted Qin Mai from his daze. Had he succeeded? This message brought him further insights. Even among the same type of units, distinctions existed. For instance, the type he previously possessed was a standard unit. If it survived numerous battles or trained extensively, it could evolve into an elite within the 1st tier, akin to seasoned veterans. Achieving champion status, however, required not only extensive combat and training, but also sufficient resources and various internal and external factors to enhance the likelihood of such an evolution. It signifies unparalleled bravery. A towering figure emerged from the makeshift operating room. "Master, I have survived." Unit type, Spirit Beast. Unit rank, Champion Level 1. Health points, 1515. Magic points, 2020. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 10 skills. Lucky Garden, Luck 1. Magical physique, Attack power 10. Defense power 5. Health points 5. Arcane wisdom, Magic points 20. Loyal taming. Morale never falters. Bloodbath, for every point of health lost. Attack power increases by 1. Magic backlash. Daily health point limit decreases by 5. Introduction. A formidable spirit beast reborn from death. possessing the ability to grow stronger with each battle through its magical prowess. Were it not for the limitation of surviving only 3 days, it would transcend to a champion level 2 unit. Qin Mai gazed at the imposing spirit beast, reminiscent of an orc, his expression one of astonishment. Both its attributes and skills had undergone a remarkable transformation. Regrettably, though I have succeeded, I have also failed. Qin Mai sighed. The spirit beast's ascension to champion level was partly due to his own efforts, namely the magical enhancement, and partly attributable to the spirit beast's own determination, luck, and other indispensable factors. Regrettably, all efforts have culminated in failure. Qin Mai deduced the reason behind this, likely due to the opponent's prior grievous injuries. It is this indomitable will to survive that has elevated him to a champion level, granting him the prowess of a blood-soaked battle. The more blood he sheds, the greater his offensive power. However, this inevitably leads to a backlash, stemming from the inability of his body to withstand the repercussions of such magical alterations. The vitality of this spirit creature is waning, with a maximum lifespan of merely 3 days remaining, and the diminished life force will not trigger the blood-soaked battle skill. The explanation is straightforward. There is a distinction between maximum life points and current life points. The former, once reduced, does not recover, while the latter is capable of regeneration. No, my master, you have succeeded. Perhaps I have but 3 days left, yet in this brief span, I shall eliminate all adversaries, commencing with those 3 wolves. The spirit creature's tone was imbued with joy, seemingly untroubled by the impending loss of life. From the moment of their inception, spirit creatures exist solely to serve their wizard masters. Qin Mai suppressed his sense of helplessness and replied, "Very well, gather provisions for a day. We require a slaughter to invigorate our spirits. Mourning the spring and lamenting the autumn serves no purpose. It is far more prudent to utilize this time for swift advancement. I have already squandered 2 days. As for the matter of 3 days hence, we shall address it then, with a single day of study and research yielding such results. Perhaps in the remaining 3 days, I may devise a means to counteract your magical backlash." Indeed, my illustrious master, the champion-level creature possessed a formidable physique. Towering at least 2 meters tall, with robust limbs and a commanding presence that set it apart from ordinary beings. However, Qin Mai speculated that this transformation might not solely be a consequence of its champion status. Rather, it was likely the result of magical modifications rather than mere evolutionary advancement among combat types. Descending to the first floor of the Mage Tower with the champion-level creature, a throng of lesser beings gazed in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. They were well aware of the identity of this formidable entity. Yet witnessing such a drastic change overnight was nothing short of astonishing. Let us venture forth with 3 of the creatures for hunting, while the remaining 6 shall remain in our territory to cultivate the land. I will construct 10 more fields, and you are to sow all the seeds. Once the planting is complete, you may rest. Qin Mai succinctly organized the tasks at hand. Lacking proficiency in management and leadership, he could only delegate the agricultural duties for now. It is worth noting that, despite their inability to engage in combat, these creatures proved to be quite adept in daily life. Unfortunately, Qin Mai's immediate need was for those capable of battle. Bringing along 3 creatures served as a precaution for his own safety. Even without offensive capabilities, they offered a modicum of defense. A better alternative than relying solely on his scholarly attributes. He set aside the standard armor to be used as a water-carrying apparatus for the creatures, as he found it too cumbersome to wear himself. It was indeed heavy, likely only manageable by the champion-level creature. Yet, the champion-level being had no need for such armor. Its robust defense of 10 was more than sufficient to withstand any first-tier combatant. Even those 3 wolves would struggle to breach its defenses, and with a single strike, they would be vanquished. Thus, it was far more beneficial for it to remain and tend the fields in exchange for sustenance. "Yes, master." The 6 creatures responded without any dissent. The remaining 3 creatures naturally followed Qin Mai and the champion-level creature as they departed from their territory, fearless of potential falls. They were safeguarded from all sides by the creatures, ensuring their security during the journey. This time, it was the creatures leading the way, hoping to harness a touch of their luck. Chapter 8. A crushing victory. A towering figure stood before the 3 wolves guarding the wooden treasure chest. A sinister grin adorned the champion-level creature's face, radiating an aura of ferocity unlike that of the smaller creatures. It was evident at a glance that this was a being of ruthless nature. The 3 wolves appeared momentarily daunted, yet they soon regained their composure and lunged towards the champion-level creature. However, the present was not akin to the past. He was no longer the feeble being easily vanquished. With a swift motion, he seized one of the attacking wolves, wielding it as a weapon to sweep away its companions. The two wolves, taken completely by surprise, were sent flying. The disparity in attributes between the wolves and the champion-level creature was staggering. The wolf that had been captured was brutally decapitated, its spine yanked out in the process. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the remaining two wolves whimpered and turned to flee, their morale evidently shattered. Yet, their desire to escape was futile. The champion-level creature would not permit their retreat. It promptly pursued one, grasping its tail and delivering a powerful blow that struck the other fleeing wolf. In due course, the creature dispatched the remaining wolves with ease, crushing their skulls without hesitation. A resounding victory has bestowed upon you an experience of 46. 5,301,515. After scouring the surroundings, you have acquired the following: common resources, 5 units of wood, 5 units of ore, and 5 units of grain. Special resource, 1 unit of mercury, 30 gold coins. Chinmai gazed at the rewards, reflecting that a single wolf yields 10 experience points, thus 3 wolves would amount to 30 points. Adding the personal experience bonus, he secured an additional 16, 5 points, which he deemed satisfactory. However, the fractional experience calculation made Chinmai feel that this era of lords was rather pedantic. The rewards were indeed commendable, yet the crux of the matter lay in the wooden treasure chest. Upon opening the wooden chest, he discovered 100 gold coins, a blueprint for a lumber mill, a standard longsword, and 5 units of sulfur. The haul from the chest was quite gratifying, particularly as it was not Chinmai who had opened it, but rather a champion-level creature he had instructed to do so, for the simple reason that the creature possessed 1 point of luck, whereas he did not. The lumber mill blueprint allows for its construction upon learning, requiring 10 units of ore and 50 units of wood. The standard longsword, classified as a novice-level weapon, boasts an attack power of 2. Chinmai casually tossed the standard longsword to the champion-level creature, who, upon grasping it, naturally saw an increase of 2 points in attack power on their attribute panel. The standard longsword was not particularly astonishing. The true marvel lay in the lumber mill, for with this structure, perhaps he could begin to produce wood independently. Let us proceed to vanquish the monsters, striving to eradicate all wild creatures today, while also keeping an eye out for any architectural blueprints that may come our way. Chinmai has directly studied the blueprint for the lumberyard, having no intention of conducting any research on it. Currently, his focus does not allow for such pursuits, unless it pertains to the blueprint for the spirit workshop, which he has unfortunately already utilized. However, opportunities are not entirely absent. The spirit workshop blueprint merely pertains to a tier 1 unit and is not particularly rare, so future chances may arise. He has now adopted the spirit creatures as his developmental path. While their strength is lacking, their potential is remarkable. Yes, master, replied the champion-level spirit creature, brandishing a standard longsword as it forged ahead. At this moment, Chinmai was engrossed in contemplating the spell known as the Eye of Magic. His current magical energy is limited, primarily cultivated through meditation during his travels, specifically to handle the magical scrolls. He has already gleaned considerable insights, yet he feels that something essential is missing, such as a medium for casting. This recollection brings to mind the spellbook from the game Heroes of Might and Magic. This world bears numerous similarities to that game, especially concerning skills. Suddenly, the troop came to a halt, with 3 spirit creatures encircling Chinmai. Noticing this movement, Chinmai glanced up to see the champion-level spirit creature, which had been leading the way, charging into a horde of approximately 10 skeleton soldiers. With a sweeping motion of its longsword, the creature dispatched the advancing skeletons with ease, their heads exploding upon impact, and the 10 skeletons stood no chance of resistance, meeting their complete demise. A resounding victory has granted you 155 experience points. Upon rummaging through the spoils, you discovered resources that were not worth your attention, merely first-tier wild creatures yielding basic resources and gold. Each first-tier creature grants approximately 10 experience points, 10 gold, and 5 units of fundamental resources, with little variation, though occasionally, unique resources are unearthed. Nevertheless, these gains are substantial compared to the stagnation of merely existing in your territory. Had it not been for the modified champion-level creature, which possesses a mere 3-day lifespan, it would undoubtedly qualify as a second-tier champion unit. Although classified as a first-tier combatant, Its attributes genuinely reflect those of a solid second-tier champion. After just 2 battles, Chiang Mai's experience bar has surged by 20%, suggesting an impending upgrade. He is filled with excitement, eager to witness the transformations that accompany his advancement. With the champion-level creature by his side, he has swept through the landscape with ease. And having previously explored many regions inhabited by wild creatures, he has wasted little time. As the experience bar reaches its zenith, Chiang Mai ascends to level 2. Your level has increased to LV2. You have acquired 1 free attribute point. You may select 1 skill from the following 3 options. 1. Intermediate Enlightenment. Grants an additional 15 experience when gained. 2. Basic Offensive Technique. Increases melee attack damage by 10. 3. Basic Pathfinding. Reduces terrain's impact on mobility by 10. Is there any doubt in the choice? The selection is clear. Intermediate Enlightenment. Subsequently, he allocated a point of his free attribute to knowledge. Having resolved to harness his strengths, it was only natural that he would not invest in other attributes. Unfortunately, enlightenment cannot be stacked. Chiang Mai initially believed there would be both primary and intermediate enlightenment skills, which would provide him with a 20 experience boost. Alas, the intermediate enlightenment directly superseded the primary, resulting in a loss of 5 experience enhancement. Master, there appears to be a tree ahead, suddenly remarked the champion-level spirit. A tree? It's not as if I have never seen one. What could possibly be so remarkable? Nevertheless, Chiang Mai raised his gaze and, to his surprise, found it indeed worthy of admiration. This tree was not only grand, but also bore a faint resemblance to a human face. How intriguing. It seems your fortune has played a part here. This reminds me of a certain adventure. Chiang Mai narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling something significant. Chapter 9. The Quest of the Wisdom Tree. You have approached the Wisdom Tree. As Chiang Mai drew near, Lord's Era suddenly issued this notification. He recalled that this could potentially allow visitors to gain a level. At that moment, the Wisdom Tree opened its eyes, revealing a curious expression, a robust spirit that, had it not been afflicted by magical corruption, would have been a Tier 2 soldier. What a pity. Chiang Mai disregarded the prompt from Lord's Era and directly inquired, "Is there any way to save him?" "Save him? It is quite perplexing that a mage would wish to rescue a spirit," the Wisdom Tree responded, its tone filled with even greater curiosity than when it regarded the champion-level spirit, as though it had encountered an extraordinary anomaly. The sage pondered, what is there to comprehend? He is loyal to me, and thus I must devise a path for his survival. Chiang Mai spoke calmly, sensing a glimmer of hope. The 4 fortunate spirits might indeed counteract the magic backlash of a champion-level creature. Ha ha ha, you are the most intriguing mage I have encountered. Surely, a means of salvation exists. If he were not of champion caliber, perhaps there would be no solution. However, the fact that you have managed to cultivate him to that level signifies the possession of heroic potential. All that is required is to harness this potential and elevate him to the status of a hero to evade the magical backlash. The might of a champion surpasses your wildest imagination. I possess a warrior class transfer certificate. Once bestowed upon him, he shall be recognized as a warrior. And due to his champion level potential, he may very well ascend to a rare profession within the warrior class. Regrettably, due to the constraints of the laws, I cannot directly gift it to you. Do you understand, O Lord of Providence? The words of the Wisdom Tree momentarily stunned Chiang Mai. He had not anticipated that the Wisdom Tree was aware of the Lord's epic. However, he quickly composed himself and nodded, saying, I understand. If there are instructions for me to follow, or items you require, please speak plainly. Chiang Mai fixed his gaze upon the Wisdom Tree, not at its face upon the trunk, but at the roots intertwined with the earth. Indeed, to the north lies a necromancer's tomb. If you can eliminate all the awakened spirits within, I shall grant you this warrior class transfer certificate. You have received a cleansing mission, the necromancer's tomb. Objective: purge a necromancer's tomb located to the north. Reward: warrior class transfer certificate, 1,000 experience points. Will you accept? Yes, no. As I pondered the distance to the north, I refrained from immediately accepting the task and instead inquired, how far is it exactly? The wise tree seemed somewhat unnerved under my gaze, and after a moment, it replied, approximately 11 kilometers, young mage. It appears rather inappropriate for you to be fixating on the ankles of an elderly figure. The use of kilometers felt peculiar. I hoped it referred to the conventional measure from my past life, rather than some strange unit of distance. With that in mind, I decided to embark on this journey and promised, I shall return with good news, wise one. With that, I bid farewell to the spirit and set off. Master, can we truly trust that wise tree? The champion-level spirit inquired, a hint of uncertainty in its voice. Understanding its concerns, I offered a brief explanation. It may not be entirely trustworthy, but the Lord's epic is reliable. By accepting the mission, I was aware of the underlying truth. In truth, I was quite curious about the potential repercussions should the wise tree deceive me regarding the rewards. From its words, it seemed this magical realm, designated as 9527, was aware of a group of lords who had descended, referred to as the gifted lords. More importantly, it appeared that this entity was constrained by the rules of the Lord's epic and could not directly bestow gifts upon me. However, I suspect that the entity's motives lean more towards testing rather than mere curiosity. He believed that discovering the wisdom tree was indeed a stroke of luck granted by the mystical beings. However, he found it hard to accept that the quest or the task of rescuing a creature would yield him a mission and a class transfer certificate. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chimai understood that the Lord's arrow was far from child's play. Although he had experienced a tranquil 3 days, it was solely due to his lack of engagement with any factions or other lords. Otherwise, how could there be a 7-day novice period and a 30-day adaptation period? This clearly indicated the harsh reality of this world. Once the novice period concluded, perhaps the true nature of the challenges would manifest. The novice period was predicated on their development, while the adaptation period was likely designed to acclimatize them to the brutal environment. Those who failed to adapt, of course, would meet their demise. And then there were the heroes, beings above mere troops. Was this world not rife with invincible heroes and modified powers? For a moment, Chinmai's mind was in disarray. Yet, he swiftly banished these chaotic thoughts and returned to his focus on studying the magic of the Eye of Mana. Unfortunately, the process of research proved to be quite arduous. Lacking sufficient knowledge of the arcane arts made learning a considerable challenge. Even with talents and skills related to learning, mastering the fundamentals was essential, and self-education from scratch was undeniably difficult. Along the way, he had gathered a fair amount of resources, but it seemed that his luck had run dry, as he had not encountered any more treasure chests. With the path cleared by the champion-level mystical beings, he had also vanquished numerous wild creatures. However, he required 2,000 experience points to ascend from level 2 to level 3, which is roughly equivalent to vanquishing 200 first-tier wild creatures. Even for a champion-grade elite, this task would not be easily accomplished, especially considering that he had already dispatched around 100 earlier to achieve his prior level up. They traversed 11 kilometers in approximately an hour and a half, primarily hindered by the need to eliminate wild creatures and gather resources along the way. The necropolis before them was surprisingly sincere. Chinmai gazed at this necropolis, bemused. Should not a typical burial site be situated underground? Instead, it was conspicuously constructed on the surface, though it appeared to lead to subterranean depths, indicating a considerable number of undead within. One-time dungeon, Necropolis No. 961, Skeleton Training Ground, First Tier Low Level, First Tier Common Unit Quantity, 90, First Tier Elite Unit Quantity, 10. One chance to encounter hero units, First Tier Champion units. Enter dungeon? Yes, no. It was astonishing to discover the existence of a dungeon. Upon encountering the necropolis, Chinmai was genuinely astonished that even dungeons had been replicated. Chapter 10, Skeleton Warrior, First Tier Elite, Dungeon Task. Eliminate all undead units within the training ground. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Upon entering this one-time dungeon titled Necropolis, Skeleton Training Ground number 961, the dungeon task was immediately refreshed. The initial reward was quite commendable. To earn 1,000 points, one would need to defeat 100 first-tier units, making the completion of this task essentially a generous gift. Chinmai's fortune was rather lackluster. He had failed to summon a mere one-hero unit or a champion-grade soldier. It was evident that these two belonged to the realm of boss-level units. And given that this was a first-tier low-level dungeon, it was clearly designed for novices. Such formidable beings could hardly be expected to manifest here unless sheer luck intervened. Upon entering the dungeon, Chinmai, accompanied by his singular champion-grade creature, was teleported into the bone training grounds. The surroundings were expansive, with 3 squads of skeletons engaged in training. At the forefront were 3 elite skeleton warriors clad in leather armor and wielding long swords, while the ordinary skeletons donned tattered rags and brandished rusted blades, starkly contrasting the distinction between the destitute and the regular army. However, as all were first-tier units. His rudimentary reconnaissance ability could easily discern their attributes. Unit name, Skeleton Warrior. Unit tier, first-tier elite. Health, 10-10. Attack power, 3. Defense, 2. Skills, Undead, Poisonous Toxin. Mind Magic, Fear, cannot be healed or resurrected. Indifferent, lacks morale, Void Form, possesses a chance to evade ranged attacks. Elite Warrior, Attack Power 1. Defense 1. Qin Mai noted with intrigue that this elite skeleton soldier had been transformed into a skeleton warrior, now possessing an additional elite warrior skill. Typically, a standard skeleton soldier would possess only 3 skills and exhibit attack and defense values of 2 and 1, respectively, with the first 3 skills mirroring those of the non-elite skeletons. This sparked a perplexing thought in him. Why, despite his creature attaining champion status, was it still referred to as a creature, while the skeleton soldiers underwent a name change? Was it due to the fact that his creature's evolution was not influenced by the Lord's epic, but rather transformed by Qin Mai? Upon discovering Qin Mai and the champion-level creature, 3 skeleton warriors immediately charged forward with 27 skeleton soldiers, totaling 30, quite a considerable number. Observing this scene, Qin Mai decisively turned to flee. "It's all in your hands. I have faith in you," he called out while making his escape. The champion-level creature displayed a fierce grin, assuring, "Rest easy, my master. They are merely a handful of bone frames." With that, it brandished its standard longsword and advanced. Had it been first-tier champion-level skeleton soldiers, he might have exercised caution, but these 3 elite skeleton warriors were, to him, naught but weaklings, with a formidable defense of 10 points. Even a combined assault from 30 skeleton soldiers would fail to breach it, and with an attack power of 15 points, any contact would render the skeleton soldiers limbless. The long sword swung down with precision, severing the waist of the 3 elite skeleton warriors charging forth. However, as undead beings, they did not perish from this strike. Instead, they struggled, dragging half of their bodies towards the champion-level creature. Witnessing this, the champion-level creature did not hesitate to stomp down, shattering the skull, causing the soul fire within to scatter, thus ensuring their complete demise. Observing the performance of the skeletal warriors, Qin Mai comprehended that these undead soldiers were devoid of any emotions, functioning purely as relentless machines of slaughter, their potential rivaling that of the enigmatic creatures. Fearless in the face of death, their only vulnerability lay within the soul fire contained in their skulls. Even if severed, as long as the soul fire remained alight, they would not cease their combat. As 3 elite skeletal warriors met their demise under crushing blows to their skulls, the champion-level creature posed no further threat. Although dispatching them required some precision, it was undeniably a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, Qin Mai realized that 5 skeletal soldiers were advancing towards him, leaving him in a state of exasperation. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled, engaging in combat with these skeletal soldiers. Possessing an attack of 2 and defense of 1 was not a venture he deemed prudent given his own lack of offensive and defensive capabilities. The champion-level creature also noticed Qin Mai being pursued, and a flicker of fierce intent flashed in its eyes. Seizing a skeletal soldier, it hurled it at the 5 pursuing skeletal soldiers with tremendous force, shattering them into fragments. Observing this, Qin Mai mustered his courage and approached. Inspecting one of the scattered skulls, despite its disintegration, it still seemed eager to bite him. The essence resided within the skull. Once the other body parts could no longer connect through the skeletal structure, they would lose their control over the skeletal soldiers. This was indeed intriguing. Decapitate all the skeletal soldiers, and then we shall proceed to eliminate them one by one, Qin Mai instructed. "Yes, master." The champion-level creature responded promptly, ready to obey. Previously, he had encountered a group of skeletal soldiers, but there were only 10, and since it was in the wilderness, he had not taken the time to study them closely. Now, seizing this opportunity, he delved into his research. It seemed prudent to establish a structure for recruiting skeletal soldiers, as they are exceptional laborers. Undead creatures, particularly those devoid of discernible intelligence, such as skeletal soldiers, are remarkably suited for various forms of arduous labor. For instance, they could assist in resource gathering during excursions or engage in agricultural tasks, timber cutting, and mining in the future. These inexpensive undead beings not only require no remuneration, but also appear to exhibit no signs of fatigue, although they might have certain survival needs, such as a demand for death energy. The skeletal training ground was shrouded in an eerie chill, reminiscent of a graveyard. Well, it was indeed a graveyard. As the last attacking skeletal soldier met its demise at the hands of the champion-grade creature, he gradually approached, stating, "Master, the area has been thoroughly cleared." The implication was clear. Only the skeletal head in Qin Mai's possession remained. There was no rush to eliminate it. Instead, he suggested exploring the skeletal training ground to uncover any further treasures. Qin Mai casually tossed the skeletal head to the champion-grade creature, which caught it effortlessly and promptly subdued the head that attempted to bite. He surmised that if the skeletal training ground was not cleared promptly, the difficulty level could potentially escalate from the initial tier. Should he delay his visit by several days, the number of elite skeletal warriors might increase. And it was even conceivable that the skeletal warriors could ascend to the second tier. After all, this is a genuine world, not merely a game. Chapter 11. It is truly unfortunate that such a grand tree could not be uprooted. With a resounding victory, you have gained 544, 5 experience points. You have scavenged and obtained common resources, 45 units of timber, 45 units of minerals, 45 units of food. Special resources, 5 units of mercury, 5 units of sulfur, 5 units of gems, 5 units of crystals. Gold coins, 330. Blueprint, training ground. Basic treasure, skull helmet. You have completed the dungeon quest and earned 1650 experience points. Your level has increased to LV3. After wandering around extensively, Qin Mai discovered that there was little of value in the skeleton training ground, prompting him to leave the dungeon. The experience gained from defeating monsters, combined with the quest experience, propelled him directly from LV2 to LV3, still facing the choice of 3 skills. 1. Intermediate Academia, influenced by wisdom, allows for the mutual study of levels 1 to 3 magic. 2. Basic Logistics, increases land mobility by 10. 3. Basic Navigation, increases maritime mobility by 50. There was no doubt in his mind. Intermediate Academia was the clear choice. The remaining 2 attributes appeared quite appealing, particularly navigation, which offered a substantial increase. However, the dilemma remained that he was situated inland. When would he ever have the opportunity to venture onto the sea? He had already defined his role as a researcher focused on inland affairs, intending to delegate tasks to his subordinates without the necessity of personally engaging in battle. The white bone helmet is rather commendable, providing an additional point of defense. Naturally, Qin Mai bestowed it upon the champion-level creature. As he himself does not engage in the fray, his priority is simply to ensure his escape. Currently, in these early stages, wild creatures do not initiate attacks, thus posing minimal danger. After this sweep, the resources amassed are quite substantial. However, the distance to repair the Mage Tower remains considerable. Once the task related to the Wisdom Tree is completed, he plans to establish several more creature workshops, striving to increase the number of creatures under his command to over 1,000. As for the training grounds, it appears to be more complex than anticipated, capable of allowing troop evolution from ordinary to elite, yet champion-level transformations seem beyond reach. After acquiring the knowledge, Qin Mai, escorted by the champion-level creatures, ventured forth in search of the Wisdom Tree. Had he relied on the Lord's era, he could have learned it directly. However, Qin Mai is self-taught. Fortunately, his talents and skills have been entirely dedicated to learning. Otherwise, mastering such knowledge in a day, let alone a month, would have been improbable. The return journey proved significantly swifter than the outbound trip, as the champion-level creatures had previously cleared a path through the wild creatures, collecting a large quantity of resources along the way, which had considerably slowed their earlier pace. With an impressive attack of 15 and a defense of 10, a single blow could potentially obliterate Qin Mai, rendering their speed naturally superior to his own. Otherwise, how could they be classified as second-tier champions? To think, little mage. You have proven so swift. Very well, this shall be your reward, stated the Wisdom Tree, devoid of any emotion. Having completed the cleansing task, Qin Mai obtained a warrior job transfer certificate along with 1650 experience points. He glanced at his inventory and indeed found an additional job transfer certificate, resembling a manual. The specifics would have to wait until he perused it. Why not utilize it immediately? The form of the Wisdom Tree was dimming. Seemingly eager to witness the job transfer process, it appeared that the sage was not the original entity, but merely a projection. Qin Mai's tone bore a hint of regret, acknowledging that the Wisdom Tree must be an elite unit, yet was constrained in this form of division. Clearly, this projection of the Wisdom Tree had developed a different intention after observing Qin Mai cultivate a champion-level spirit, thus bestowing upon him a job transfer certificate. However, Chiang Mai was not inclined to remain passive. Faced with the specter of death, he pushed himself beyond his limits, relentlessly studying the art of subterfuge. Lacking strength, he resorted to cunning. From the outset, he and the wisdom tree had been testing one another. He wished to observe the consequences of a breach of contract by the wisdom tree, while it sought to discern how these so-called divinely appointed lords could forge heroes. Regrettably, fate did not align with their aspirations, and neither witnessed the outcomes they desired. Projections, or rather, dissipated projections held no value for Chiang Mai. I have only 4 days left of invincibility. Thereafter, life shall become arduous, and following the 30-day adaptation period, I will likely confront the indigenous populace. He understood that the Lord's adversaries extended beyond mere wild creatures, encompassing the native inhabitants as well, specifically, the forces associated with the mage tower to which he belonged and those aligned with the wisdom tree. Now they should be isolated from the indigenous people of the magical continent, which is why Chiang Mai has not encountered them. This serves as the source of the 7-day novice period. I wonder how many of these 1,000 individuals will survive, given there is no chat channel, no trading posts, and certainly no forums. This directly renders all the lords incapable of communication. In Chiang Mai's perspective, these lords are natural allies, as they all originate from the same world and are under the same faction, making them inherently closer than the natives. On his way back, Chiang Mai successfully learned the magical spell known as the Eye of Magic. You have learned Level 1 Source Magic, Eye of Magic, Level 1 Magic, Source Magic, Eye of Magic, Vision 1 for 10 minutes, Consumption, 1 point of magic power. Finally, he succeeded. While the cost of 1 magic point for 10 minutes is not exorbitant, regrettably, it can only be imparted to hero units, not even to champion-level creatures. After acquiring the spell, Chiang Mai immediately attempted to teach it to a champion-level creature, but unfortunately, he failed. Level 12 magic does not require the wisdom skill. Only the learning of level 3 magic necessitates it. Chapter 12, Job Transfer Certificate Frenzied Blood Warrior Training Manual. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, Chiang Mai, seizing the daylight, constructed 20 fields and 5 creature workshops. Despite defeating numerous wild monsters, the total yield of the 3 basic resources amounted to just over 1,500 units, equivalent to losing half of both wood and ore. He initially intended to build 10 creature workshops, but alas, he must wait a little longer. Once the agricultural fields were completed, Chiang Mai distributed all the grain seeds for the spirits to cultivate. Along his journey, he had gathered a considerable amount of seeds. Otherwise, relying solely on hunting wild creatures would not suffice to sustain a large army. While the current number of troops was manageable, concerns arose about the future if their ranks were to swell. Food was of paramount importance, thus agriculture needed to progress in tandem. More significantly, these seeds were not merely one-time use. During harvest, not only would they yield grain, but they would also produce corresponding seeds, fostering a virtuous cycle that would lead to an ever-increasing supply. Next, Chiang Mai set about constructing a lumber mill. Initially perceived as a mundane structure, he soon realized it was as crucial as the agricultural fields. Lumber mill. For each station unit, 10 units of wood can be obtained daily. Limit, 0-10. Expansion, 100 units of wood. Any special resource 10 units. By deploying 10 spirits to the lumber mill, he could effortlessly accrue 100 units of wood each day, a remarkable profit indeed. Following this, the training ground was the next endeavor. The construction required 100 units of stone and 50 units of wood, which he fortunately possessed. Training ground. Ordinary troops can train here and evolve into elite troops after 1 week. Current capacity for ordinary troops, 0-100. Heroes, 0-1. Expansion, 1,000 units of stone. This training ground was undoubtedly a pivotal structure for the later stages, or rather, the more fundamental the building, the greater its significance. While a week may appear lengthy to transform into elite troops, especially considering the novice phase lasts only 7 days, the true essence lay in the heroes taking residence. Much like the skeletal training ground previously purged by Chiang Mai, this particular arena likely belonged to a warrior class hero, which would account for the evolution of the skeletal soldiers into skeletal warriors. Conversely, had it been an archer or a mage hero, they would have transformed into skeletal archers or skeletal mages, respectively. Naturally, in the absence of a resident hero, these beings would probably remain as their original classes, akin to the champion tier monstrosities associated with Chiang Mai, merely augmented with the designation of elite rank. The Manual of Berserk Warriors is the title of this warrior promotion certificate, which Chinmai began to peruse. This tome is divided into 2 sections. The majority outlines the conventional training methods for warriors, primarily focusing on the generation and application of magical energy. Indeed, warriors also harness magic, as do heroes such as archers and knights. Otherwise, how could this realm be referred to as the magical continent? The initial portion adheres to standard protocols, representing the most prevalent training methods. However, the crux lies in the inclusion of a secret technique known as blood fury, which temporarily enhances strength through the combustion of one's blood. Hence, the term Berserk Warrior is derived, and this training manual delineates 2 distinct paths to heroism, the first being the conventional training, while the latter involves attaining the rare class of Berserk Warrior through the blood fury technique. It appears the wisdom tree has gathered considerable intelligence on the various lords. Chinmai reflected. He understood that he must not underestimate anyone, while other lords might have opted to utilize such information immediately. Chinmai chose to tread a less conventional path. The wisdom tree's affirmation that a champion-level monster would evolve into a rare profession, the Blood Warrior, is not solely attributable to the fact that this job transfer certificate, when combined with the champion-level monster, would yield a rare profession. Rather, it is also due to the synergy between the champion-level monster's skills in blood-soaked battles and its inherent ferocity. Thus, this job transfer certificate has undoubtedly been meticulously selected by the other party, rather than being randomly generated. Chinmai was unaware of the wisdom tree's ulterior motives. As long as it did not adversely affect him, he remained indifferent. He understood that merely clearing a skeletal training ground could never yield such substantial rewards. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Regrettably, the lifespan of champion-level monsters is finite. Otherwise, Chinmai could have attempted to bypass this warrior job transfer certificate and transform from a soldier to a hero through sheer ferocity. This brings to mind the Eye of Magic, a spell that, when cast in a lordly manner, indeed only enhances one's vision by a mere point. More importantly, it can be sustained continuously, consuming only 1 point of magic after an hour, leaving a substantial profit margin for intermediaries. This world is not limited to the 4 elemental magics of earth, air, fire, and water. It also encompasses life, death, darkness, and source energy. For instance, his meditation technique and the Eye of Magic, while the former originates from the standard 4 elements, transforms into source energy magic, sharing a commonality with the Eye of Magic. With the acquisition of the Eye of Arcana, Chinmai's endeavors in the magical transformation of extraordinary creatures will proceed with greater ease. Had he possessed this magical eye during his initial attempts to transform a champion-level creature, he would have confidently elevated it to a second-tier entity devoid of adverse effects, rather than being relegated to a first tier due to magical backlash. After all, he had only obtained a meditation technique and a singular spell, lacking a comprehensive lineage of wizardry. For instance, the Berserker Training Manual embodies a complete legacy, encompassing training regimens, breathing exercises, dietary guidelines, as well as magical disciplines, combat techniques, and equipment. Even if one does not ascend to the status of a berserker, the manual provides a methodology for training as an ordinary warrior. This epitomizes a true lineage. Whereas Chinmai, whether as a scholar or a wizard, finds himself bereft of any corresponding heritage, rendering him but a dilettante. Other lords, even if they have similarly transitioned into their roles, are likely in the same predicament. Without self-directed study, they can only rely on the Epic of Lords. Closing the Berserker Training Manual, Chinmai had committed all of its contents to memory. Subsequently, he aimed to harness the potential of this warrior class transfer certificate, transforming the champion-level creature into an elite unit. Chapter 13, Bloodbath Warrior. Blood Magic Creature. Your champion-level creature has successfully ascended to an elite unit using the warrior class transfer certificate, acquiring the rare profession, Bloodbath Warrior, and is officially renamed Blood Magic Creature. As the warrior class transfer certificate merged with the champion-level creature, a radiant white light enveloped it, followed by the eagerly awaited notification. Once the light dissipated, the champion-level creature had transformed into the elite blood magic creature. Master, I am grateful for the gift of rebirth you have bestowed upon me, yet it appears that my powers have diminished considerably, spoke the blood of magic, a hint of perplexity in its tone. This is entirely natural. Your original strength was derived from the backlash of magic. Thus, the absence of such backlash will inevitably lead to a decline in power. However, fret not, for this is a favorable development. After all, your potential has now been liberated, granting you access to a far greater capacity. Qin Mai observed the magical reactions within the blood of magic through the eye of arcana. The chaotic backlash of magic had been thoroughly dispelled, which was indeed a positive sign. Subsequently, he examined the attributes of the blood of magic. Despite its claims of diminished strength, it appeared far more extravagant than Qin Mai himself. Hero, Blood Mage Spirit Level 1, 1000. Class, Blood Warrior. Loyalty, 100 Constant. Health, 100. Magic, 10 Attack Power, 12. Defense Power, 8. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 0. Heroic Talents. Garden Luck, Luck 1. Bloodthirsty Combat. For every 1 decrease in health. Personal Attack Power increases by 1. Magical Physique. Increases attack power, defense power, and strength by 5 points each level. Arcane Wisdom. Increases magic points by 10 each level. Skills. Basic Offensive Technique. Basic Magic. Level 1 Magic. Fire Magic. Bloodthirsty Art. Increases attack of selected allied troops by 3 points. Effect lasts for 15 minutes. Cost. 5 magic points. Fire Magic. Arcane Arrow. Deals. Strength 10, 10 damage. Cost. 5 magic points. Treasures, Standard Longsword. Attack Power 2, Bone Helmet. Defense Power 1, Standard Armor. Defense Power 2, with 4 talents, 2 skills, and an additional spell. This hero presents an extraordinary combination. It appears that the focus is predominantly on offense, particularly with the talent Bloodthirsty Combat, which enhances combat effectiveness as health diminishes. Coupled with the Bloodthirsty Art for area enhancement and Arcane Arrow for targeted damage, the character embodies a warrior archetype, yet in a realm governed by magic. The essence of sorcery is evidently paramount. From the perspective of the attribute panel, the demonic blood has transformed all skills during the spirit creature period into formidable powers. For instance, the skill of loyal taming, which does not diminish morale, has evolved into a constant loyalty level. Moreover, the magic physique and magical wisdom have shifted from fixed values to progressive numbers, and even the original blood exchange has been converted into a percentage. Initially, this may appear weaker, but as levels increase, the potential becomes significantly substantial. The only constant appears to be the Garden of Fortune. My master, from this point forward, I shall be able to lead independently. Upon becoming a hero, I have inherited a portion of your divine abilities, spoke the demonic blood. Very well, I shall rely on you henceforth. With your fortune, the resources you acquire will surely surpass my own, Qin Mai acknowledged. Realizing that he could now retreat into the shadows to diligently study magic and devise ways to produce more heroic units, he understood why it was termed the Epoch of the Lord, as it genuinely empowers one to be a lord rather than merely charging into battle. The attributes of a single heroic unit can overshadow those of a lord. However, the demonic blood likely stands out due to its champion-level foundation and its rare class, transforming even the original bloodthirsty warrior into a bloodbath warrior. It is also possible that Qin Mai's approach to lordship differs significantly from that of other lords. You have imparted to me the level 1 source magic of blood magic, Eye of Arcana, from the blood magic entity. I have acquired the level 1 fire magic, bloodthirsty sorcery, and arcane arrow. Unfortunately, the magic learned through scholarly means cannot be independently researched. It resembles a set of rules. Moreover, the duration of the bloodthirsty sorcery is merely 10 minutes, in contrast to the 15 minutes granted by the blood entity. Clearly, this is indicative of a power enhancement. Qin Mai's strength is 0, thus he experiences the fundamental duration of 10 minutes, whereas the blood entity, with a strength of 5, naturally enjoys an additional 5 minutes. The arcane arrow follows suit. He can only unleash 10 points, while the blood entity can wield 60 points. The disparity here is significant. A level 1 wild creature struck by an arcane arrow would likely perish on the spot. He feels fortunate that the skeletal training ground did not trigger that one chance. Otherwise, even the champion-level blood entity might struggle against a hero. Wait a moment. Did you acquire any combat techniques or training skills? Qin Mai suddenly recalled that the Frenzied Blood Warrior training manual contains an abundance of techniques and a particular ability known as Blood Fury. While the blood entity's blood-soaked combat bears some resemblance to Blood Fury, the similarity is superficial. The former lacks after effects and is passive, whereas the latter is a technique akin to an active skill. I have not, the entity replied. I merely sense a slight decline in my strength and have mastered magic, skills, and blood-soaked combat, but I have not acquired any techniques. After the Blood Mage ascended to the rank of hero, the talents, skills, and magic acquired were etched into his very essence, devoid of the attributes described by Qin Mai. Casting a glance at the night sky, which marked the third night, the Blood Mage was preparing to venture forth into the darkness with the ethereal beings to hunt and gather resources. With his newfound status as a hero, he possessed an inventory capable of storing various resources. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. I intend to impart some skills to you. Qin Mai had always believed that the art of scholarship encompassed more than mere simplicity. It was not solely about teaching magic. The current Blood Mage, though endowed with talent, skills, and magic as a battle-hardened warrior, lacked the corresponding techniques and abilities. He aspired to impart the techniques and capabilities of a berserker to the Blood Mage, thereby validating the power of scholarship. Yes, great master, please bestow your teachings upon me. The Blood Mage eagerly acquiesced, for this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. In the eyes of the ethereal beings, the master was perpetually the most erudite and formidable, a truth reflected in the unwavering loyalty of a constant 100. Morale and loyalty, two attributes intrinsically linked to the troops and heroes, could lead to dire consequences if a tyrannical lord emerged without the strength to maintain control. Firstly, the technique I shall teach you is called Blood Frenzy, which may synergize with your talent for blood-soaked combat to yield a dual enhancement of your offensive capabilities. Secondly, we must address the professional techniques that a warrior ought to possess, an area in which you are sorely lacking. Given that you ascended to hero through a promotion certificate rather than relying on the training and combat experience of the indigenous. Chapter 14. The Fourth Day? On this fourth day, Magic Blood departed from the Mage Tower accompanied by 3 peculiar creatures for a scavenging expedition. After an extensive night of instruction, although Magic Blood's attribute panel remained unchanged, he had already mastered Bloodthirsty Frenzy along with numerous combat techniques. It is anticipated that by nightfall, he will fully grasp all the skills delineated in the Blood Warrior Training Manual. This illustrates that intermediate academics not only facilitate mutual teaching and learning of magic, but also impart skills beyond the Lord's era, significantly accelerating the learning process of the recipient. I hope today's endeavors yield satisfactory results. Ideally, I would acquire a job transfer certificate or a magical scroll, and it would be even better if I could obtain blueprints for foundational structures. After establishing 5 creature workshops, Qin Mai naturally recruited all 50 creatures, investing a total of 1,500 gold coins, which was undoubtedly worthwhile. He assigned 10 creatures to work in the lumberyard, while the remaining 39 were tasked with farming and water collection. He too had his own responsibilities, focusing on the research of the remaining creature. He chose to make the peculiar beings the core of his military forces, and based on Magic Blood's feedback, this investment proved to be entirely justified. The Eye of Magic continuously observed the flow of magical energy within the creatures, further referencing the Creature Experiment Manual and the Blood Warrior Manual for in-depth research. Qin Mai's thoughts were quite straightforward. He aimed to enhance the ability of Blood Fury. This ability relied on the combustion of blood to temporarily amplify one's strength. However, he pondered whether it would be feasible to substitute blood with magical energy for combustion. While he was uncertain about the innate talents that a berserker might possess, he had the Blood Mage as a reference. Last night, Qin Mai not only imparted techniques to the Blood Mage, but also meticulously scrutinized the latter's condition through the Eye of Magic. Alas, I require paper and pen to document the data. Presently, sustenance is not a concern. What I lack are resources, be it timber, stone, or other rare materials. More crucially, without a suitable medium to record Qin Mai's experimental data, he felt rather helpless. A sharp memory cannot rival a mediocre pen. Relying solely on recollection could lead to errors and omissions. Although the current research is relatively rudimentary, the absence of proper documentation could prove disastrous in the future. Though the presence of the Blood Mage alleviated 90% of his burden, the remaining 10% was still a considerable weight for him to bear. While the Blood Mage was a significant asset, one could not traverse a path with only one leg. Progress would be laborious and fraught with the risk of stumbling. For now, Qin Mai planned to secure logistical support to expedite the acquisition of resources. As for venturing out to scavenge for materials himself, that would be reckless. He lacked tactical knowledge, command skills, and even the ability to observe the wilderness effectively. Should he embark on such a scavenging expedition, even with his bloodthirsty techniques and magical arrows, the experience would likely be quite arduous. He currently possesses 72 points of magical power, with an additional 2 points acquired through his own meditation. With such a modest reserve of magic, he could at most engage in 3 to 5 skirmishes against wild creatures. It seems a waste of time when he could be conducting research within the safety of the Mage Tower. Not only is this approach secure, but it also spares him from the burdens of magical fatigue. As dusk gradually descends, another day slips away unnoticed. This particular day has been the most comfortable for Chiang Mai, as he need not venture into perilous adventures. He can simply remain within the confines of the Mage Tower. His skills have also seen notable advancement. His basic offensive technique has evolved into an intermediate one, and he has acquired a new elementary tactic, evidently chosen by himself. Intermediate offensive technique increases melee attack damage by 20. Elementary tactic, marching speed 10, command effectiveness 10, both skills are commendable. And should they be elevated to higher levels, the strength of his troops would likewise be enhanced. The benefits of the offensive technique extend beyond the melee attacks of magical creatures, also augmenting the capabilities of his forces. If one were to elaborate, these skills and spells could be aptly termed legion skills and strategic magic, particularly in the context of the Era of Lords. This venture has yielded substantial gains in magical resources, totaling nearly 3,000 units. It is evident that he has discovered a dungeon, although Chiang Mai has refrained from inquiring about its specific nature. Additionally, the collection of special resources approaches 100, far surpassing his previous efficiency. Following this, he was pleasantly surprised to find architectural blueprints, one for a quarry and another for a gold mine. The effects are akin to that of a lumberyard. Both serve as fundamental structures. The former requires 1 unit of troops and 10 units of mineral resources, while the latter necessitates 1 troop and 100 gold coins, with a maximum capacity of 10 troop types for both. Seizing the opportunity, Chiang Mai promptly constructed 2 quarries, 2 gold mines, and 1 lumberyard, alongside 4 workshops for the magical creatures. Consequently, out of 100 magical creatures, 60 were allocated to the lumberyard, quarry, and gold mine, while the remaining 35 were assigned to agriculture. Of the last 5, 1 was a blood mage accompanied by a trio of magical creature companions, and another remained by Chiang Mai's side as an observer and servant. Furthermore, he obtained 3 pieces of rudimentary treasure, a spell book, a standard helmet, and a ring. Fire Apprentice Spellbook, Level, Beginner, Attributes, contains 2 Level 1 fire spells. Bloodthirsty Technique, Curse of Malediction, decreases the enemy troops' attack power by 3 points for 10 minutes. Cost, 5 points of mana. The spells documented within the spellbook cannot be enhanced by strength and lack growth potential, appearing rather unimpressive, likely suitable only for initial use. However, for Chiang Mai, it proved extraordinarily beneficial, as it was indeed a spellbook containing the Bloodthirsty Technique and the Curse of Malediction, written in text, allowing for self-study. Once mastered, he could impart the knowledge to the Blood Mage, effectively circumventing limitations and transforming what was initially a static, underwhelming ability into a skill capable of growth. The standard helmet and the skull helmet both offer an increase of 1 point in defense. As for the ring, it is known as the Eye of Insight, which, when worn, enhances one's field of vision by 1 point. When combined with the Eye of Magic, the total vision can reach 2 points, which is quite impressive. Consequently, Chiang Mai retained the Fire Magic Apprentice's Tome, leaving the standard helmet for the farming spirits to use as a vessel for transporting water, while the Eye of Insight was bestowed upon the Blood Mage. Aside from these acquisitions, there were a few provisions and seeds for fruit, but nothing else of significance. With another day to spare, he would likely gather the necessary wood and minerals to repair the Mage Tower. Chapter 15, Repairing the Mage Tower Day 5. You have learned Level 1 Fire Magic, Malediction. It was a success, although he was merely an apprentice mage. The material at his disposal far surpassed that found in magical scrolls. Chiang Mai not only acquired Malediction, but also learned the Bloodthirsty Technique. However, the latter had previously been obtained through intermediate studies from the Blood Mage, so no additional notification was provided. His understanding diverged from the conventional learning of magical skills. It was not merely about casting spells as a lord, but rather liberating himself from that identity to unleash them. The effects were largely similar. Malediction is a negative-type magic that disrupts bodily functions through the manipulation of magical power, while the Bloodthirsty Technique targets the mental realm, provoking a frenzy to enhance aggression. How should one articulate it? For Chiang Mai, it merely feels like a trivial matter, lacking the stunning allure that the Eye of Magic imparts. More significantly, it has transitioned from a strategic spell to an ordinary one, whereby the greater the number of individuals affected, the more magical energy is consumed. This leads to a firm conclusion. The Lord's magic may not be as straightforward as it appears, aligning closely with the rules of the game. The notion of expending 5 points of magical energy to bestow the bloodthirsty technique upon an army seems utterly fantastical to the indigenous people. I require a comprehensive and blank spellbook. However, such treasures are likely not easily obtainable. Chinmai has also discerned the formidable advantages of this fire spellbook. When employing it to cast fire magic, the potency increases by 10%, while the consumption decreases by the same margin. Of course, this pertains to his own casting, rather than using the strategic magic of the Lord's era. Yet, despite the augmentation of power and the reduction in consumption, it remains inferior to the strategic magic governed by rules. Even when his magical energy is entirely depleted, he finds himself incapable of applying the bloodthirsty technique to several troop types. In contrast, the Lord's method requires merely 5 points of magical energy. Therein lies the distinction. He understands that it is likely these legion skills and strategic magic that bridge the gap between the Lord and the indigenous populace. From his analysis, it appears that this world is predominantly one of individual prowess, rather than a nurturing game akin to that of the Lord's. In addition to this, more magic is required. Along with a pen, he is not lacking in paper, as the tome of Fire Apprentice Magic is at hand. This book contains inscriptions on the first 2 pages, while the remainder is essentially blank, perfectly suited for his notes. Although this may seem a tad wasteful of a treasure, it matters little. The greatest value lies in the 2 spells, which Chinmai has already mastered. He cannot simply traverse without confronting monsters. I shall gather stones and fell trees. My lord, your mage tower requires an upgrade. If we rely solely on defeating monsters, it seems unlikely we shall amass sufficient resources today. Moreover, the nearby wild creatures have nearly been eradicated, and the resources dropped by monsters are far less advantageous than those obtained through gathering, explained Mo Shui. Very well, I understand, Chinmai replied, refraining from inquiring about the origins of the tools for quarrying and lumbering, which were likely borrowed from the lumberyard and quarry. Besides wood and stone, he collected numerous plant seeds, and among his finds was a wooden treasure chest. Inside, along with various resources, he discovered a blueprint for a water wheel. As Mo Shui spoke, he presented the blueprint to Chinmai, who promptly learned it. Water wheel, for every station unit. Crop yield from irrigated fields increases by 10 per day. Multiple water wheels do not stack. Limit, 0-1. Expansion, 100 units of wood. 10 units of any special resource. Constructing this requires 50 units of wood, which is not excessive. However, the 10 yield cannot be stacked. Otherwise, Chinmai could establish 100 of them, resulting in a staggering 1,000 increase in crop yield. However, it could be considered a delightful surprise. With the advent of this water wheel, it can now interact with the farmland, alleviating the hassle for the sprites when it comes to fetching water, thus saving a considerable amount of effort. The farmland is not merely an ordinary crop. It significantly reduces the maturation time. For instance, corn typically takes 3 to 4 months to mature, but within the farmland, it requires merely 3 days. However, it does come with its own challenges, as the troops must remain attentive to its care. Food is of paramount importance. Lord's Epic is evidently a game focused on troop deployment, and without sustenance, one loses their resolve. I understand now. Please hold on a moment. I will repair the mage tower first, and then complete the frenzied warrior training manual that I failed to fully impart last night. Chinmai glanced at the resources. Food, 3,137. Minerals, 2,130. Wood, 2,217. Warning, resource warehouse is at full capacity. Upon witnessing this scene, Chinmai couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The food quantity was manageable, albeit much of it consisted of water. However, the minerals and wood were impressively abundant, soaring to over 2,000, considering that just yesterday the figures were in the mere double digits. Subsequently, he decisively proceeded to repair the mage tower. You have repaired the mage tower, consuming 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of minerals. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted, and the previously dilapidated mage tower was instantaneously restored. Even the 3rd level, which had only been half intact, was fully completed. Territory, Mage Tower, Level, 1 Advancement, 10,000 gold coins, 1,000 units of ore, 1,000 units of wood, 100 units of gems, 100 units of crystals, 100 units of sulfur, 100 units of mercury. Requirement: Lord must reach level 10. Chiang Mai gazed at the prerequisites for advancing the Mage Tower. The gold, basic resources, and special materials posed no significant challenge. The true dilemma lay in the necessity for the Lord to attain level 10, which was rather awkward. He had initially intended to refrain from venturing out to level up, yet he had not anticipated that upgrading the territory would necessitate the Lord's level. At first glance, it seemed he had fallen behind. After some contemplation, he promptly expanded the resource warehouse. You have expanded the resource warehouse. Cost: 10 units of wood. 10 units of ore. You have expanded the resource warehouse. Cost: 100 units of wood. 100 units of ore. You have expanded the resource warehouse. Cost: 1,000 units of wood. 1,000 units of ore. Insufficient resources. Expansion failed. What? Is it really that much? Chiang Mai pressed the button 3 times in disbelief. Material warehouse LV4. Used for storing various materials. Expansion: 10,000 units of ore. 10,000 units of wood. Observing the meager 107 units of wood and a mere 20 units of ore left, Chiang Mai found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure. Upon inspection, the transformation was indeed worthwhile, as the once diminutive warehouse had morphed into a grand arena, seemingly employing spatial technology, rendering its vastness imperceptible from the outside. Chapter 16. The Dwarven Caravan. More at Copperbeard on the 6th day, after spending 2 days in seclusion. Chiang Mai ventured out with the Blood Mage to confront monsters. However, it was not so much a battle as a mere accompaniment to the mage's endeavors. This time, he brought along 10 exquisite creatures, specifically summoned to safeguard him. These beings benefited from the enhancements provided by the Blood Mage's attributes. With a level 3 Blood Mage and equipped gear, the creatures boasted an attack power of 22 and a defense of 18. Under a 10 attribute boost, they gained an additional 2 points in both attack and defense, thus becoming suitable as expendable allies should any danger arise. Although their attack power was merely 2, they were further augmented by the Blood Mage's intermediate offensive techniques and basic tactics, ensuring that any non-elite unit within the first tier could deliver a substantial blow. However, Chiang Mai did not expect these creatures to engage in battle. The task of slaying monsters was best left to the Blood Mage, who was significantly more formidable than during his champion days. Notably, last night, he acquired an unusual skill, one that did not resemble the offensive or tactical abilities typically imparted to units, but rather resembled an active magical skill. Bloodthirsty Fury. Upon activation, it reduces life by 1 per minute while increasing attack power by 2, lasting for 15 minutes. The duration resets when life is reduced. This ability, characteristic of a blood warrior, synergized perfectly with the art of bloody battle, allowing for the exchange of 1 of life for a 3 increase in attack power. In this regard, Chiang Mai has come to understand that the skills contained within these job transfer certificates can indeed be transformed into heroic abilities. He could learn them himself. However, he believes that with an attack power of 0, even a 2 increase would still result in nothing, let alone a 200 boost. At present, whether through blood-soaked battles or fierce rage, the exchange of blood for power is evident, yet it is constrained by a ceiling capping at a maximum of 300. Should one truly achieve such a threshold, the price would be the life of the magic blood itself. Thus, it is generally advisable to maintain an attack bonus of around 150, reserving an additional 50 of health. Unfortunately, treasures of this nature are not easily found. Most of the spoils acquired thus far predominantly enhance attack and defense, with those augmenting knowledge and magical power being notably scarce. In a crushing victory, you have gained 82. 5 experience points. You have scoured the area and obtained. The magic blood has vanquished 10 goblins. As the experience is shared equally between him and the magic blood, he receives 50 experience points, while the magic blood also gains 50. However, due to his intermediate enlightenment and learning capabilities, he additionally acquires 32. 5 experience points. As for resources, they consist merely of basic materials, lacking any extraordinary findings. The journey has been somewhat tedious. Were it not for the necessity to meet the requirements for upgrading his territory, he would have preferred to remain indoors, as it felt akin to a mere outing. "Master, it seems there is a caravan ahead," the magic blood suddenly remarked. At this, Chiang Mai perked up, gazing into the distance, and indeed, he spotted the caravan. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of doubt, uncertain whether it was a mere projection or an avatar akin to that of the wise tree. "Let us make contact," Chiang Mai remarked decisively. While approaching a group of indigenous people might pose certain risks, it also presented an opportunity. As he received the notification, he observed that the caravan had come to a halt, seemingly aware of his presence. A dwarf squinted at him before leaping down from the wagon. "Let me see. A lord favored by the heavens. What do you require?" The dwarf spoke forthwith. "Morik Copperbeard. Profession? Talent. Attributes. Skills. Magic." Upon utilizing the reconnaissance skill, Chiang Mai was met with an array of question marks. Save for the name itself, he pondered the necessity of swiftly transforming his temporary reconnaissance into a formal one and upgrading it, for without it, he could not glean information beyond his current tier. It was evident that this dwarf, Morik Copperbeard, possessed strength surpassing his own, having attained the second tier. Such behavior is rather impolite. As this is our first meeting, I shall overlook your indiscretion, Morik stated, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Chiang Mai smiled in response. "I apologize. This is my first encounter with a dwarf, especially one of heroic stature." Morik's ability to utilize reconnaissance to unveil his name was notable, particularly since the wise tree had previously resembled a mere stone, rendering the reconnaissance skill ineffective. "Very well, old Morik must attend to other matters. These infernal regulations, let us see what you require. Simply prepare the requisite gold." Morik's tone softened slightly, though his demeanor remained somewhat stern, revealing glimpses of the indigenous people's circumstances, such as their constraints by the rules. "Do you possess architectural blueprints for a creature workshop, along with pertinent knowledge on renovations and magical arts?" Without glancing at the so-called merchant interface, Chiang Mai inquired directly. This caught Morlik somewhat off guard. Yet he candidly replied, "The architectural blueprint for the creature workshop is priced at 1,000 gold coins, while the blueprint for the creature manufacturing plant is 5,000 gold coins. Additionally, I shall provide you with a complimentary manual on creature magical energy. There is also a comprehensive guide for elemental mage apprentices, but that will cost you 10,000 gold coins. This includes all foundational magic, specifically the first-tier spells of earth, fire, water, and wind, as you refer to them. As for higher-level spells, you cannot afford them." Morlik's tone carried a hint of irritation, clearly displeased with the time Chiang Mai was consuming. "Very well. I shall purchase the blueprints for the creature workshop and the creature manufacturing plant. However, I must admit that I cannot afford the magical manual. Might I inquire when you will next pass through this area, esteemed Morlik?" Chiang Mai proceeded to execute the transaction in the interface, parting with 6,000 gold coins. He had not anticipated the steep price of the architectural blueprints. There were indeed numerous enticing blueprints within his reach, yet regrettably, he could only afford these two items. "You have expended 6,000 gold coins to acquire the architectural blueprints for the enchantment workshop and the enchantment manufacturing plant. You have received a prestigious Advanced Enchantment Experiment Manual gifted by Morik Copperbeard. Advanced Enchantment Experiment Manual. Research requirements. Level 2 territory. 1 related building such as a magical guild or mage tower. Upon usage, you will gain 3 research technologies: enchantment magic, luck, enchantment spirit, revitalization, and enchantment constitution, magical power. In light of this, I shall eagerly await the esteemed return of Lord Morik," Chiang Mai remarked as he stepped back and closed the shop interface. Chapter 17, Manuals. Blueprints, and filling the gaps as the day drew to a close, Chiang Mai and Mo Shui had not made significant progress, unless they ventured further afield. The surrounding wild creatures and resources had long been depleted by Mo Shui, for no one could rest easy in one's own domain. These resources and creatures could not respawn, and due to the constraints of the novice phase, they were essentially immobile, confined to a single location. Consequently, this led to a considerable scarcity of resources, meaning that the novice resources available to all lords were inherently limited within a certain range. However, it would be inaccurate to claim there were no gains. At the very least, they had thoroughly scoured a 10-kilometer radius, recovering some lost resources and overlooked remnants. They even opened a wooden treasure chest, which yielded various materials totaling 500 units. What truly astonished him was the discovery of a blueprint for a refinery capable of producing the rare resource, mercury, requiring 100 units of wood, 100 units of minerals, along with 10 units each of 4 special resources for construction. Refinery, each stationed unit can obtain 1 unit of mercury daily, with a maximum limit of 0.10. Expansion, 100 units of timber, 100 units of minerals, 10 units of mercury, 10 units of gemstones, 10 units of sulfur, 10 units of crystals, As for the resources required for expansion, it is of little concern at the moment, and the production capacity is rather low. A lumberyard and a quarry can each yield 10 units, yet at the refinery it dwindles to just 1 unit. However, considering the rarity of such resources, this is quite normal. Upon returning, 2 refineries were constructed, and after assigning 10 sprites to them, he merely awaited the harvest the following day. There remained the construction of buildings for obtaining gemstones, crystals, and sulfur. Chinmai understood that acquiring the blueprints for these 3 resource buildings would likely pose a formidable challenge. As there were few resources left in his vicinity, his territory lacked a multitude of essentials, and the sprites were not adept in combat. His strength was still insufficient. With a sigh, Chinmai retrieved the blueprint for the sprite workshop. Though he already possessed this structure, learning it anew was of little consequence. The crux lay in the knowledge contained within the blueprint. For instance, the transformation of garden sprites into sprites through magical enhancement. While he had grasped the general concept from the sprite experiment manual, without corresponding magical data, many aspects could only be surmised. With the blueprint for the sprite workshop, Chinmai could rectify the deficiency in data, and if feasible, he might even construct the sprite workshop himself. At present, the essence of the creature workshop lies in the transformation of magical energy. Through a predetermined process, garden fairies are altered using their innate magic, a technique that lacks sophistication and is considered among the most rudimentary forms of magecraft, seemingly on the verge of obsolescence. With the blueprints for the creature workshop and the assistance of the creature experiment manual, Chinmai has gained an in-depth understanding and solid theoretical expertise in this domain. His endeavor essentially serves to fill the gaps in knowledge. While these creatures are merely low-level creations of mages, Chinmai has discovered in another tome, the Advanced Creature Experiment Manual, a plethora of more exotic beast-like constructs. The extent of the mage's relentless pursuit of creation exceeds Chinmai's imagination. Examples include centaurs, minotaurs, and harpies, which are typically employed as servants, playthings, or guardians by mages. However, it is crucial to note that these references are drawn from authentic monsters. And there exists a fundamental distinction. The primary essence of these beast-like creations is predominantly based on fairies, the unfortunate souls of the process. More formidable creations include the Titan Golem and the Rakshasa King, the former representing colossal puppetry, while the latter epitomizes peak combat prowess among beast-like beings. The evolution of mages is steeped in the tragic histories of various races, particularly the elves, whose innate affinity for nature and elements renders them exceptional subjects. Chinmai has also traced the lineage of these creatures back to a low-level fire elemental known as the fire sprite, which excels in repair and construction. Mages have emulated its structure to forge loyal creatures, and although they lack the fire attribute, they possess enhanced intelligence and dexterous appendages. In sacrificing their innate combat prowess for the acquisition of more refined life skills, a creature of enchantment can, with sufficient training, evolve into an adept assistant to a mage, swiftly acclimatizing to various traits. In essence, these beings resemble mere life-type soldiers, akin to farmers. Through the Advanced Enchantment Experiment Manual and the plethora of knowledge within the creature manufacturing facility, Chinmai has become aware of a more evolved form of these beings, known as the Greater Enchantment. This transformation allows their originally diminutive stature to match that of an ordinary human, thereby enhancing their ability to serve mages more effectively. The Greater Enchantment produced by the facility does not alter in skill set, yet their attributes see a substantial elevation, with attack and defense metrics shifting from 0 to 3 and 2 respectively. Although they remain a first-tier unit, their attributes far surpass those of the standard enchanting beings. However, Chinmai harbors no intentions of establishing a creature manufacturing plant. While it may appear appealing, he finds it ultimately inconsequential, questioning the necessity of the additional 3 attack and 2 defense. Instead, he aspires to further amplify the potential of these beings and realize their true capabilities. For instance, could he elevate their tier? With the knowledge gleaned from the experimental manual and 2 architectural blueprints, he could independently create greater enchantments. His initial endeavor to heal the blood demon was a rudimentary and unstable technique for crafting greater enchantments, a fortunate mishap that led to a champion-level outcome due to his limited knowledge. The sophisticated and stable evolution technology of these creatures is encapsulated in the Greater Enchantment. Magic serves as the cornerstone for these beings. If feasible, could it be further intertwined with their essence? Chiang Mai comprehended that the potential of the spirits lay within the magical energy contained in their beings, specifically the attributes of magical constitution and magical intelligence. Thus, in his quest to further explore the spirit's potential, he could not bypass the significance of magical power. For instance, a more comprehensive infusion of magic could indeed take cues from the spirit's original forms, particularly the fire spirits, which are embodiments of the fire element, while other mages might find it challenging to delve deeper into this research. Considering that the study of spirits might seem less advantageous than that of creatures like the snake woman or gargoyle, Chiang Mai's approach was markedly different. The spirits under his command originated from the Lord's epic, resembling constructs of the void rather than mere transformations of garden sprites. Is it not more beneficial to have a garden sprite transformed into a more formidable beast human than to possess a feeble spirit? Consequently, Chiang Mai concluded that spirits might have already been rendered obsolete by mages. Chapter 18. The Magical Spirit Transformation Project 1. 0 Yawn. Lately, I have been quite overworked. Thankfully, I can substitute meditation for sleep, or else I would surely meet an untimely demise. Today marks the 7th morning, and after a languid yawn, Chiang Mai concluded his meditation session. Although his magical power remained stagnant, he had restored himself to full capacity through meditation. Last night, he had dedicated himself to an all-nighter, diligently researching the subject of spirits, yielding fruitful results. This achievement could be attributed to his innate talent as a lord, his academic prowess, and undoubtedly, his intermediate enlightenment and scholarly pursuits, as well as his 6 points in knowledge attributes. All these factors endowed him with an extraordinary capacity for learning and comprehension. A brand new plan for the transformation of the peculiar workshop has been meticulously devised by him, achieving an efficiency that is akin to a cheat. This further solidifies his belief in the adage that one should specialize in their craft. He need only focus on acquiring knowledge and reaping the benefits of that learning, without the necessity for conflict. The pursuit of strength can wait until his own power is established, at which point the natural progression will yield its own rewards. When that time comes, he shall engage in leveling up, surrounded by a multitude of formidable heroes and troops, while he quietly absorbs experience behind layers of protection. Now, it is time to validate my conjecture. Chiang Mai cast his gaze towards the workshop beside him. Today marks the 7th day. Under normal circumstances, the peculiar beings within the workshop will be refreshed tomorrow. Thus he intends to seize this moment to effectuate the transformation of the workshop. This marks his inaugural endeavor to manipulate the structures within the Lord's epic. Should this endeavor prove successful, subsequent modifications would be rendered significantly easier. Regrettably, he lacks a pen. Otherwise, he would be able to document these findings. With a sigh, Chiang Mai stepped into the peculiar workshop. As for the grand peculiar beings and the peculiar manufacturing plant, he had long since abandoned those notions. If his transformation succeeds, the cost-effectiveness will far surpass that of the grand peculiar beings and the manufacturing plant. The Magic Energy Peculiar Transformation Plan 1.0 has commenced, beginning with the conversion device, the core mechanism that requires manual adjustments. Chiang Mai gazed at the enchanting workshop, where a structure reminiscent of a magical circle lay before him. This domain encompassed the intricacies of magical energy conversion, mental transformation, and the imprinting of thoughts, technologies he had gleaned from experimental manuals and architectural blueprints, thus possessing an understanding of what should be altered and what should remain untouched. Fortunately, endowed with 72 units of magical energy, he found himself adequately equipped for the task at hand. Activating his Eye of Magic, the flow of magical energy within the workshop unfolded vividly before his eyes. An abundance of data streamed into his consciousness, pushing his brain into a state of hyperactivity, causing his blood to surge and his skin to radiate with the brilliance of magic. Eureka! Please note, a subtle change has occurred within your enchanting workshop. It can be transformed. It appears I have grasped a glimmer of hope. After a fleeting glance at this notification, Chiang Mai redirected his focus toward the core transformation apparatus. He was acutely aware that the adaptation phase would not be as comfortable as the novice period. Thus, he needed to elevate his territory promptly. The process of personal enhancement is a gradual endeavor, yet when it comes to heroes and units, the situation diverges significantly. As moments ticked away, beads of perspiration accumulated upon Chiang Mai's brow, not due to the difficulty of the task, but rather from the anxiety that coursed through him. After all, this was an intricate magical device. A single misstep could lead to its ruin, and the intermittent notifications only heightened his trepidation. When the final trace of magical energy was inscribed, The anticipated notification arrived without delay. A transformation has occurred within your peculiar workshop, enhancing the attributes and skills of the mystical creatures produced. Please assign names to this unit and its corresponding type. You have acquired a brand new structure, the unnamed creature building. Qin Mai wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a smile. It's completed. Let us rename it and examine its attributes. The peculiar workshop is now dubbed the Arcane Energy Workshop, and the creatures are renamed Arcane Energy Creatures. Unit name, Arcane Energy Creature. Unit rank, Level 1. Health points, 2020. Magic points, 2020. Attack power, 7. Defense power, 7. Skills, Fortune Garden, Luck 1. Arcane Physique, Attack power 5. Defense power 5. Magical Intelligence, Magic points 20. Magical Resistance, reduces magical damage taken by 5. Elemental Resonance, for every 1 point of health lost. Gains an additional 1 point of elemental damage boost when attacking. Loyal Taming. Morale never falters. Description. This creature, born from an experimental transformation by the Lord of Divine Gifts, possesses attributes and skills that are entirely inconsistent with its diminutive and fragile nature. More intriguingly, it appears that this Lord of Divine Gifts harbors further intentions. Ah, what a remarkable ascent. The magical resistance arises from the counteraction of arcane power, yet it is the elemental resonance that truly astonishes. It has been derived from a modified form of bloodthirsty fury, allowing the creature to ignite its internal elemental magic upon injury to amplify its own strength. However, the outcome has exceeded all expectations. Upon reviewing the recruitment requirements for the magical creatures, the cost has escalated from 30 gold coins to 100. It is noteworthy that such a price is comparable to that of the grand magical creatures. However, can these magical creatures truly measure up? The next step entails transforming the remaining 5 creature workshops into workshops dedicated to magical creatures. Furthermore, the other creatures must also evolve into magical ones. This is undoubtedly feasible, but it necessitates that these creatures be brought to the magical creature workshops. Additionally, I have modified the input and output ports of the core device, allowing for an increased production of magical creatures. If my calculations are correct, tomorrow I should be able to recruit at least tenfold the usual amount of magical creatures. I am uncertain whether Lord's Arrow will acknowledge this. If it does, then tomorrow may yield as many as 600 magical creatures, potentially overwhelming even the hero units. Having completed the transformation of another creature workshop, I am poised to convert it into a magical creature workshop. Each magical creature workshop consumes 10 points of magical energy, and after transforming 6 creature workshops, I will still have 72 points remaining. I have a strong feeling that significant changes may transpire after midnight. Thus, I must prepare swiftly. I initially started 3 days behind the other lords. If I do not seize this opportunity, each subsequent step may lead to further delays. To survive, and indeed to thrive, I must exert myself. While I may falter in management, combat, and resource gathering, I cannot afford to be complacent in areas where I excel. Otherwise, even the mightiest of beings would struggle to keep pace. Chapter 19. The territory lacking everything, it became evident that Qin Mai had acted hastily. Transforming 6 creature workshops into magical energy creature workshops was not an insurmountable challenge. The true dilemma lay in his lack of funds. Initially, he required 70 gold coins to convert 49 creatures into magical energy creatures. After tallying the coins accrued over the past 2 days, he found himself with a mere 5,000 gold coins, of which 430 were needed solely for the existing creatures within the Mage Tower territory. Furthermore, with the addition of the 10 creatures led by the Blood Mage, the total expenditure amounted to 130 gold coins. Even with the anticipated yield of 2,000 gold coins from 2 mines the following day, he could recruit, at most, 20 magical energy creatures. Thus, even if the output of the magical energy creature workshop were to escalate from 10 to 100, he would still lack the requisite gold coins for recruitment. This predicament left Qin Mai somewhat perplexed. He had devoted himself to research, initially believing that he would be hindered by a scarcity of special resources, only to discover that it was, in fact, the gold coins that impeded his progress. In truth, during these days, gold had seemed the most futile of fundamental resources to him. Indeed, a single coin can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. With a sigh, Qin Mai acknowledged the absurdity of the situation. Yet, he chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, for he believed that solutions would present themselves in due time. Although belatedly aware of the significance of gold coins, he now understood that research also necessitated funding. The magical energy creatures could still undergo further enhancement in contemporary fantastical terms. These magical energy creatures were approximately at the mid-stage of the first tier, with the potential to advance to the latter stage of the first tier. However, it is imperative for Chiang Mai to engage in more profound study and research. In his estimation, he anticipates elevating his offensive and defensive attributes to a commendable 10 points, alongside acquiring an additional relevant skill. Should he manage to incorporate 2 further research endeavors, the outcome would indeed be quite promising. Moreover, he would subsequently have the opportunity to enter the training grounds, transforming his forces into elite units. Yet, he is beset by a scarcity of funds, resources, materials, and heroes. Presently, he is reliant on a solitary demon blood, which hardly instills a sense of security in Chiang Mai, especially since today marks the 7th day, the final day of the novice period. After today, the only benefit remaining will be that wild monsters will no longer proactively assault his territory. This implies that for the next 23 days, he must contend not only with the incursions of other lords, but also the animosity of the indigenous populace. Indeed, in Chiang Mai's perspective, the natives are concealed adversaries rather than collaborators. From the demeanor of Morik Copperbeard, it is evident that the indigenous people are constrained by the rules of Lord's epic, and they are true beings. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. For instance, during a previous encounter, the reluctance displayed by the other party when selling him goods was palpable. Yet, bound by the rules, they had no choice but to comply. However, the constraints of these regulations do not preclude the possibility of targeting the natives. This world is not solely governed by the grace of these lords. It is entirely feasible to exploit them. More critically, time is a pressing concern. Chiang Mai is acutely aware of his circumstances. His combat prowess is negligible, as evidenced by his inability to fend off even a goose, and his hesitance to slay a mere chicken. Were it not for his aptitude for learning and academic research, which endows him with a particular skill, he would indeed be rendered utterly ineffectual. The mere thought of future battles brings forth a considerable burden, for not only must he contend with the lords, but also with the indigenous peoples. He harbors no illusions that the natives would accept them. The displeasure etched upon the face of Morik is evident, while the seemingly amiable demeanor of the wisdom tree conceals a sharpness beneath, suggesting that the Lord of Heaven's gift is viewed more as a means to an end, rather than a welcome ally. Thus, Chiang Mai speculates that they are likely perceived as invaders, as there would be little cause for such treatment otherwise. His actions could be likened to seeking sustenance in the east while resting in the west. As a hero unit, he acutely senses the transformative power of the magical energy and elemental forces coursing through the magical creatures. However, he refrains from probing too deeply, opting instead to meet Chiang Mai and report the findings. The fruits of their labor are indeed substantial, especially considering it encompasses the yield of a day and a night. Relative to their previous endeavors, it appears quite plentiful. Chiang Mai takes stock of the items himself, allowing the magical blood to rest and recuperate. As its level has risen to 4, just barely sufficient for the tasks ahead. Following today's events, it will undoubtedly be in high demand, necessitating a period of rest. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 magical creatures have been assigned to transform into magical energy entities, costing an additional 700 gold coins, thereby diminishing Chiang Mai's treasury further. Among the spoils are 3 pieces of primary treasures, 2 level 1 magical scrolls, and 1 architectural blueprint, which indeed amounts to a considerable haul. As for the basic and special resources, Chiang Mai chose not to tally them. The former totals a mere 3,000, averaging around 1,000 per type, while the latter does not even breach 3 digits. Standard shield, level, beginner, attributes, defense 2, a shield that left Chiang Mai with a wry smile. What use is the demonic blood to him? He could simply equip it himself without needing his assistance. Apprentice robe, level, beginner, attributes, knowledge 1, defense 1. The sight of this apprentice robe brought immense joy to Chiang Mai. At last, he had something he could wear. While he could don standard armor, the issue lay in its weight, suitable for brief periods, yet intolerable for an entire day. Delighted, he adorned himself with it, as its defensive capability of 1 represented an unprecedented breakthrough. Apprentice staff, level, beginner, attributes, strength 2. He initially thought this object was merely a firewood stick, only to discover it was indeed a staff. With a strength boost of 2, it was quite commendable, especially since his strength was still at 0. After equipping it, Both his magical damage and effects saw a significant increase, particularly the spell Magic Arrow, which escalated from 10 points to 30 points, surpassing even his arduous training. Additionally, he possessed 2 magic scrolls, a level 1 water magic scroll for healing and a level 1 air magic scroll for attack acceleration. If only he had a spell book, learning would be much simpler. Magic scrolls are somewhat challenging to master, particularly those of the water and air elements. Nevertheless, mastery of one magic leads to the understanding of many. He resolved to learn the healing spell first and hoped to grasp it by nightfall. If one were to acquire the healing spell, a level 1 water magic, both the vitality of the magic blood and the survival capacity of the magical creatures under one's command would significantly improve. Magic Scroll, Healing, Magic Level 1 Effect, restores 10 health points to allied forces. Magic Scroll, Acceleration, Magic Level 1 Effect, increases the speed of selected allied forces by 3 points. Lasting for 10 minutes, Chapter 20, the conclusion of the novice period, an absurd leaderboard. The 7-day novice period has concluded, and the update for Era of Lords has been completed, as follows. 1. Removal of all scattered resources, treasure chests, and other supplies. 2. Elimination of the rule allowing wild monsters to remain stationary. 3. Increased difficulty for dungeons, wild monsters, and other challenges. 4. Heightened probability of encountering native inhabitants. Please note, the Divine Lord leaderboard and the weekly events are now active. As Chinmai surveyed the brief update and noted the absence of a protective barrier around his Mage Tower territory, he realized that the harsh reality had officially commenced. They would either adapt or perish, thus rendering the remaining 27 days as a period of adaptation. The first point resulted in the inability to acquire fundamental resources, scattered supplies, and various treasures through mere collection, placing all Divine Lords in a more precarious situation. They could only rely on resource buildings or gather and strive for their sustenance. As for the second point, although wild monsters no longer remain foolishly stationary, now able to wander freely, the end of the novice period made them more susceptible to attacks from these creatures. During the adaptation period, the wild creatures would not actively assault the Lord's territory. However, it was not stated that they would refrain from attacking Lords who ventured forth for hunting and gathering. This further solidified Chinmai's resolve to remain within the safety of his domain whenever possible. This notion is interconnected with the third point, yet in Chinmai's perspective, the gravest threat lies in the fourth point. This signifies that the Lords are poised to engage in deeper interactions with the indigenous inhabitants of this magical continent. While this represents an opportunity, it simultaneously poses a substantial peril. Humanity possesses both virtue and vice. Who can predict the nature of the first indigenous person one might encounter? The remaining factors include an unexpected leaderboard and weekly events, intertwining the realms of gaming and reality, leaving Chinmai with a sense of disorientation. Subsequently, he opened the Lord's leaderboard to discern the current standings. The Lord has opened the leaderboard for the first time. Please input the Lord's code. Quite user-friendly. He mused with a smile, contemplating for a moment before decisively entering the 3 asterisks. Indeed, it was the 3 characters that had been harmonized into stars. Rank 1, True Dragon's Son, Domain, Holy Dragon's Nest, Overall Strength, 2nd Tier Champion. Rank 2, Demon Slayer, Domain, Temple of Sin, Overall Strength, 2nd Tier Champion. Rank 3, Fallen Monarch, Domain, Underworld Shrine, Overall Strength, 2nd Tier Champion. Rank 267, Domain, Mage Tower, Overall Strength, 1st Tier Elite. Rank 561, Wong Sandog, Domain, Small Village, Ruined, Overall Strength, 0th Tier. Goodness, this is rather astonishing. Chinmai gazed at the top 3 positions on the Lord's leaderboard. Is such power achievable by an ordinary individual? The top 100 are all at least 2nd tier, while the subsequent 100 to 200 have become 1st tier champions, and by the time one reaches Chinmai's rank, it has dwindled to merely 1st tier elite, with those beyond rank 400 plummeting to 0th tier. The most absurd aspect is the grandeur of their domains, each more illustrious than the last, while his humble Mage Tower is utterly outmatched. Nevertheless, out of a total of 1,000 individuals, only 561 remain, and despite the 7-day novice protection period, there is still an alarming mortality rate of nearly 50. Had Chinmai not taken an alternative path, he would either have become one of the 439 deceased Lords or languished at the very bottom of the rankings. To recount, prior to arriving in this epoch of Lords, He had already traversed dimensions once, having journeyed to an ancient world where he had successfully passed the imperial examination. He was on the brink of a life of affluence with multiple wives when a meteor struck, bringing him to this realm. From these names, it is evident that not only he, but also all the ancient individuals from his world have been summoned, for such names are steeped in an antiquated charm. To my astonishment, a mere time traveler like myself is being bested by a multitude of ancient figures. Indeed, one must never underestimate the prowess of others. Although he possesses the heroic trait of demonic blood, the initial forces of these lords are undoubtedly far more formidable than his own mystical creatures. With their early advantages coupled with commendable abilities, they are destined for rapid ascendance. More crucially, his talent offers no significant enhancement to his domain, combat, or management skills, leading him to falter at every step. The ancients are no fools. Their capabilities rival those of modern individuals. Upon closing the leaderboard, Chimai felt an intensifying pressure bearing down on him. Subsequently, he opened the weekly events, and upon reviewing them, his heart sank further. This week's event, Monster Siege. Every day at noon, a wave of wild creatures will assault the city. Defeating these creatures will yield generous rewards and points. Time remaining for today's siege, 11:56. Please note, the strength of the wild creatures will gradually increase with each subsequent attack. The stronger the creatures, the more substantial the rewards. Points can be exchanged in the points shop for resources, building blueprints, treasures, job change certificates, and more. This Monster Siege has also initiated a kill speed competition, calculating the average speed over 7 kills. First place, 100,000 of 3 basic resources, 10,000 of 4 special resources, 1 advanced treasure, and 1 rare building blueprint. Second place, 100,000 of 3 basic resources, 10,000 of 4 special resources, and 1 advanced treasure. Third place, 100,000 of 3 basic resources, 10,000 of 4 special resources, and 1 intermediate treasure. 410th place, 100,000 of 3 basic resources, and 10,000 of 4 special resources. Ultimately, it would be wiser to simply peruse the shop. Treasures and building blueprints may be out of reach. Chimai understood that these items were not within his grasp. Those ahead of him were far too formidable. His total resources paled in comparison to the rewards on offer. For those lords vying for rankings, resources were secondary. The treasures and building blueprints were of paramount importance. Thus, for Chimai, the shop represented the tangible reality before him, rather than the elusive rewards of ranking. Upon opening the shop, he was immediately greeted by the sight of building blueprints, and he quickly located the items he required. Architectural Blueprint, Crystal Field, 1,000 points. Architectural Blueprint, Gem House, 1,000 points. Architectural Blueprint, Sulfur Field, 1,000 points. These 3 represent structures for the production of special resources. Additionally, there are other essential blueprints, such as for the market and blacksmith shop, which are less costly, requiring only 500 points. Beyond these, there are even more extravagant blueprints. However, they are mere illusions for Chimai, who must first acquire the fundamental structures. As for treasures, units, and other elements, he has also perused them. Once he manages to purchase the 3 special resource production buildings along with some ordinary structures he deems necessary, he will acquire the class change certificate to expedite the emergence of new heroes from the magical beings. Yet, he remains uncertain about how the points are calculated, and he hopes to withstand the upcoming Monster Siege this afternoon. Chapter 21. Weekly events and the bountiful rewards of the Monster Siege time swiftly passed to noon. Chimai had braved a sleepless night, resolutely mastering the healing spell, which he subsequently imparted to the Blood Mage. Water Magic. Healing restores 10 life points at the cost of 5 magic points. This spell enables the magical beings to fully restore their life points, exemplifying the adage that while 1,000 troops may be easily gathered, a single general is hard to find. Units led by heroes are of an entirely different caliber than those without. The level 4 Blood Mage not only upgraded basic magic to intermediate, but also exhibited a significant enhancement in attributes. Hero, Blood Magic Spirit LV4, 1230-4600. Class, Blood Warrior. Loyalty, 100 constant. Health, 100. Mana, 50. Attack Power, 27. Defense Power, 24. Strength, 20. Knowledge, 0, even with just a 10 enhancement. The attributes conferred upon the Blood Magic Spirit yield a notable increase of 2 points in both attack and defense, elevating its originally modest stats of 7 to a commendable 9. coupled with the 3 points of attack power from the bloodthirsty technique. The total attack power of the blood magic spirit escalates to 12. In contrast, Chinmai, still at level 3, appears utterly insignificant. His attributes pale in comparison to the blood magic, rendering him akin to a mere shadow of potential. Thus, he finds himself relegated to a supporting role, primarily tasked with remaining concealed within the confines of the Mage Tower, ensuring he does not hinder the progress of his allies. His lack of combat prowess is inconsequential, as his primary objective is to cultivate stronger heroes and units. In the future, he hopes to utilize treasures, magic, and skills to bolster his capabilities. When faced with adversaries, Chinmai's strategy is straightforward. Flee if possible, and if escape is not an option, allow his subordinates to engage them, subsequently employing various resources to vanquish foes. He adopts a lavish approach, believing that despite his current financial constraints, prosperity is on the horizon. While he may lack confidence in himself, he possesses faith in his innate talents and chosen profession. Although he has contemplated harnessing immense power for himself, he recognizes the conditions are not yet ripe, and the benefits of nurturing himself do not rival those of developing the blood magic. The two differ by merely one level, yet their attributes and skills are worlds apart. Truly, it is a testament to the rarity of the profession. Chinmai's scholar is merely an ordinary class, and being more inclined towards support rather than combat or management, such a discrepancy is entirely reasonable. However, for Chinmai, it proves to be remarkably fitting and extraordinary. Without the scholar profession, the emergence of magic blood and magical energy creatures would have been impossible, all of which are products of his research. Concealed within the wizard's tower, Chinmai gazed through the window at the nearby magic blood and the 82 magical energy creatures, with the additional 23 being those he had recruited, depleting his gold reserves in the process. In the magical energy creature workshop, there remain 577 magical energy creatures yet to be recruited. Alas, he finds himself eager yet constrained by his limited gold. As the clock struck 12, a regiment of skeletal warriors appeared in perfect formation from the distance. Wave 1. Your overall strength, level 1 elite. This wave of monsters, 100 level 1 elite skeleton warriors. I was quite startled. Skeletal warriors. Yet, it matters not. The skeletal warrior is merely the elite version of the skeleton soldier, a familiar presence from the bone training grounds, with only 100 to contend with. I have no fear. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, I employed the reconnaissance skill. The skills remained unchanged, yet their attributes had risen. Their attack increased from 3 to 6, defense from 2 to 4, and health points doubled from 10 to 20. Fortunately, his magical energy creatures boast an attack and defense of 9 each, and with the bloodthirsty technique, he could dispatch one in just 2 strikes. With a significant attribute advantage and the presence of magic blood, this encounter posed no significant challenge. Upon witnessing the emergence of the skeletal warriors, the blood mage immediately invoked the bloodthirsty sorcery upon his own forces while casting a malevolent curse upon the adversaries. A sanguine radiance erupted from the magical beings on his side, their eyes aglow with a crimson hue. Conversely, the opposing warriors were ensnared by a faintly flickering scarlet aura. The two factions clashed violently, engaging in fierce combat. The ferocity of the blood mage's onslaught was astonishing. He charged into the ranks of the skeletal warriors as though a tiger had invaded a flock of sheep. With a sweeping motion of his standard longsword, he shattered the skulls of the surrounding skeletal warriors, extinguishing their soul flames, rendering them motionless thereafter. The blood mage was no stranger to combating skeletal foes, having learned that striking the head was far more effective than any other approach, resulting in an instant kill. In a mere 3 minutes, 100 skeletal warriors had been vanquished entirely. An overwhelming victory. You have gained 1650 experience points. After a thorough search, you have obtained common resources, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of ore, 1,000 units of grain. Special resources, 100 units of mercury, 100 units of gems, 100 units of crystals, 100 units of sulfur. Gold, 10,000. Points, 1,000. What a bountiful haul. Chinmai was utterly astonished. This was merely a first-tier elite creature. Imagine the rewards if he were to confront a first-tier champion or a creature of second-tier or higher. From the previous hints, it is evident that the strength of the wild monsters is contingent upon the overall prowess of their lord, as he is a Tier 1 elite. The dispatched forces are also Tier 1 elites. Moreover, the rewards are undoubtedly correlated with the strength of the wild monsters. Has the leaderboard for the Monster Siege been updated so swiftly? First place, True Dragon Sun, average speed, 0.1 seconds. Second place, Demon Slayer, average speed, 0.12 seconds. Third place, Fallen Noble, average speed, 0.13 seconds. Is everyone certain they are from the same realm? Chiang Mai gazed at the astonishing speeds achieved in this initial wave, considering they were up against Tier 2 wild monsters, with each speed more outrageous than the last. Never mind, they are not on the same level. There is no need to overthink it. Chiang Mai glanced at his own experience points and those of the Blood Demon, noting a significant disparity. Lord Scholar LV3, 2935 3200. Hero, Blood Demon. Fiery Creature LV4, 2230 4600. He needed just over 200 experience points to level up. The Blood Demon still had half to go. Tomorrow should see an upgrade, but today seemed unlikely. After a brief contemplation, Chiang Mai turned his attention to the 3 types of special resource-producing structures in the points shop, pondering whether to purchase crystals, gems, or sulfur. Furthermore, had he amassed enough resources for his mage tower? Observing his resource inventory, he realized that this reward perfectly complemented the requirements for the mage tower's resources. Thus, Chiang Mai currently faces 2 dilemmas, the first being the expansion of his construction to better acquire resources, and the second being the retention of resources to elevate the mage tower's level. As soon as it reaches level 10, he can directly upgrade it. Chapter 22, Level 2 Resource Production Buildings. After exchanging 1,000 points for the blueprint of the gem house, Chiang Mai constructed 2 of them. Subsequently, he expanded all 5 types of resource buildings once, opting not to reserve resources to upgrade the mage tower to level 2. The rationale behind this decision is quite straightforward. Should he elevate it to level 2, he might be classified as a level 1 champion or directly promoted to a level 2 comprehensive strength. Although this would potentially yield more generous rewards from tomorrow's Monster Siege, he was uncertain if he could withstand it. Ever since he saw the leaderboard and found himself ranked at 267, he realized a crucial truth. He was not one of those protagonists who could effortlessly dominate the realm. Rather, he was merely a supporting character, an inconspicuous figure, not a formidable player. Therefore, it was wise to refrain from greed. Lumberyard Level 2. Each station unit yields 20 units of wood daily. Limit, 1020. Quarry Level 2. Each. Gold Mine Level 2. Each stationed unit yields 200 gold coins daily. Limit, 020. Refinery Level 2. Each stationed unit yields 2 units of mercury daily. Limit, 1020. Gem House Level 2. The consumption is quite substantial, particularly for the refinery and gem house. The expansion of these 4 structures alone has consumed 400 of each basic resource and 40 of each special resource, effectively claiming nearly half of his rewards this time. Had it not been for some reserves he had accumulated previously, he would have found it impossible to upgrade the remaining 3 buildings due to resource scarcity. Nevertheless, the harvest is remarkably rewarding. Once all units are stationed, the yield of wood and stone skyrockets from 200 to 800 daily, a 4-fold increase, while all produced resources see an 8-fold surge. This is no trivial sum for Chiang Mai. Were it not for the 0 added to the resource requirements for further expansions, he would have eagerly sought to upgrade once more. Alas, desire is hindered by inadequate resources. With an additional 10,000 gold coins, Chiang Mai enlisted 100 magical creatures, successfully populating 1 magical creature workshop, yet he still has 477 magical creatures remaining. To fully recruit them all, he would need 47,700 gold coins, and it remains uncertain whether he can amass such a sum. 18 magical creatures were allocated, with 100 designated for resource buildings. If there are no troops among them, resource production will cease by tomorrow. According to Chiang Mai's observations, at least 8 hours of labor is required before sufficient resources can be generated the following day. Otherwise, a decline will ensue. The remaining 82 creatures were assigned 60 for farming, while 11 accompanied the Blood Demon to continue their rampage, striving to elevate the Blood Demon by 1 level today. As for the last one, it was retained by Chiang Mai's side as a bodyguard. However, there is little cause for concern, as 60 magical creatures are diligently farming outside, and 100 are laboring within the resource buildings. Unless wild monsters or other lords manage to eliminate the 160 magical creatures, they cannot breach the mage tower. If all the magical creatures were to be vanquished, the solitary creature would serve little purpose. Chiang Mai would merely await his fate without excessive worry. Magical creatures possess intelligence. unlike the lowly skeletons or wolves that lack sufficient discernment. He speculated that these creatures might be among the most capable of all first-tier troops, as capable implies an ability to perform various tasks. As for whether they are the most intelligent, that remains uncertain. Chiang Mai indeed wished to venture out to gain experience, but the benefits of leveling up were exceedingly meager for him. Gaining a level only provided 1 point of knowledge and 1 point of freedom attribute. In contrast, the Blood Demon, upon leveling up, received 5 points each in attack, defense, and strength, along with 10 points of magical energy. While he too possesses 10 points of magical energy, it is merely a byproduct of knowledge, unlike the direct rewards bestowed upon the Blood Demon. However, he harbored doubts regarding the inadequacy of his knowledge, suspecting that the response of the demonic blood to external stimuli might be significantly lacking, manifesting in recklessness or an inability to effectively discern the enemy's schemes, among other issues. Therefore, while the demonic blood could serve as a valiant vanguard in battle, leading an entire army might very well be a liability. It could be aptly described as a formidable warrior rather than a capable commander. Nevertheless, what he sought was not merely tactical prowess, but also administrative acumen. Upon completing his study of the first-level air magic, Accelerated Attack, which enhances the speed of selected allied units by 3 points for a duration of 12 minutes at a cost of 5 magic points, he delved into the research of magical beings, contemplating the creation of an artificial champion-level entity. He had set his sights on a profession within the point shop known as Noble, which boasted impressive attributes, mastery, and diplomacy, along with innate skills in both diplomatic and financial management. If he were to nurture a champion-level magical entity and facilitate its advancement into this noble profession, he would effectively secure a capable steward for both internal and external affairs. This would allow him to assume the role of a hands-off manager. Additionally, he had an interest in the transition certificates for both knights and mages. The former could be utilized to develop cavalry, while the latter would help compensate for his own deficiencies in arcane legacy and enable the cultivation of a magic-oriented hero. Regrettably, he found himself lacking in resources. None of these were considered rare professions, and each would require a hefty sum of 1,000 points for exchange. However, if the intensity of monster sieges persisted at the current rate for the next 6 days, it was indeed plausible that he could amass the necessary points. Each day, 1,000 points are accrued. In the initial 3 days, one can exchange them for special resource structures, followed by 3 days dedicated to acquiring 3 professional certificates, culminating on the final day when one must decide whether to exchange for architectural blueprints or professional certificates to be determined in due course. Thus, theoretically, it is imperative to first artificially create a champion-level magical creature, enabling the transformation of a regular class into a rare class upon advancement to hero status. Without this, they remain merely ordinary classes. While the points shop does offer rare class transfer certificates, their cost is prohibitive, the minimum being 10,000 points, which may remain unattainable by the conclusion of the event. Elite units are veterans, who can attain their status through ample training and combat experience. However, the path to champion status diverges significantly. Should I choose to forego reliance on the Epic of Lords and instead pursue self-modification? It would delve into realms of will and belief, which are beyond measurement. Chiang Mai has also discovered pertinent records within the Advanced Magical Creature Experimental Manual, revealing that elevating to champion status without employing the scientifically implausible methods of the Epic of Lords poses considerable challenges. In this magical realm, champion status is referred to as quasi-hero, indicating the possession of certain abilities characteristic of hero units, with the potential to ascend to full hero status with further progress. While the difficulty may increase for other unit types, there appears to be promise with these magical creatures, provided their convictions are resolutely reinforced. The Manual of Advanced Creatures fails to document any instances of creatures attaining champion status. After all, elevating such a rudimentary species to champion level necessitates not only extensive knowledge, but also the assistance of the Epic of Lords. Otherwise, Chiang Mai would not have succeeded. One could only attribute his success to sheer fortune, as he possessed the requisite conditions. Without these, even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Chapter 23. The traces of the undead Chiang Mai tirelessly refined his plans for the further development of magical energy creatures, as dusk gradually descended upon the land. While he had garnered much, relying solely on the available data to create a champion-level magical energy creature or to advance the existing ones was utterly implausible. This endeavor was not a fleeting task, but rather a long-term commitment, requiring the formulation of a reliable artificial champion and the elevation of magical energy creatures from level 1 to level 2, an undertaking fraught with challenges. This predicament caused Chinmai to furrow his brow. The undead race warranted early vigilance. If this were indeed the case, the skeletal warriors attacking the city today were not mere random spawns, but rather dispatched by the indigenous undead. He resolved to observe again tomorrow, should the undead reappear. He would meticulously search for their traces following the monster siege. Chinmai was no fool. He keenly sensed that this monster siege was far from the simplicity he had imagined. It was highly probable that the Epic of Lords had begun to relax its regulations, targeting the indigenous populace of the magical continent. Moreover, this serves as a trial for the indigenous inhabitants of the magical continent towards the bestowed lords. Those who failed this trial were utterly annihilated, while those who succeeded naturally met their demise. Upon examining the leaderboard, the count has plummeted from 561 to 497. Most of the territories belonging to the deceased lords lie in ruins, with only a small fraction, like his, remaining at the first tier. From the analysis at hand, if their downfall indeed occurred, the reason is rather straightforward: an inadequate combat capability against external forces. It is indeed a case of the survival of the fittest. Chinmai could not help but reflect internally. However, a more pressing matter looms before him. There may be a necromantic force lurking nearby. It is no wonder that when he intercepted Morik Copperbeard, the latter exhibited such impatience. After all, the undead are the adversaries of all living beings. To engage in conflict over trivial matters while encountering the undead, even against a formidable trading convoy, would inevitably bring misfortune. Furthermore, it is often better to avoid conflict than to seek it. Not everyone is a warrior at heart. Even the blood mages yearn for a tranquil existence. Yet such peace remains elusive, compelling them to engage in daily purges. This time, the spoils were modest, as resources no longer lay scattered along the route, and treasure chests had vanished. Consequently, the majority of what the blood mage acquired stemmed from defeating wild creatures. Fortunately, this endeavor primarily focused on purging and leveling up, rather than resource gathering. Regrettably, he still fell short of the necessary experience to upgrade. Unlike Chinmai, the blood mage lacks the skill and talent enhancements that would grant him an additional 65 experience, rendering his leveling efficiency significantly inferior. Yes, master. After the response from the blood of demons, there was a moment of hesitation before he spoke. Master, I wish to allocate 100 magical energy creatures to the training grounds to expedite the development of an elite force. Upon hearing this, Chinmai found merit in the suggestion. Yet he understood the necessity of assessing the situation realistically. Firstly, it must be noted that most magical energy creatures had already endured a day of labor. Their energy levels were hardly suitable for training. Furthermore, time was of the essence, and immediate training was simply not feasible. Your idea is commendable. But can the other magical energy creatures truly endure such a strain? It is not that I am unwilling, but the workload is overwhelming. Chinmai desired to push them to their limits, yet he recognized that magical energy creatures were not mechanical beings. Even if they bore no complaints, he was reluctant to deplete their vitality. Master, I am aware of your compassion, yet compassion alone cannot safeguard our territory. Tomorrow's siege by monsters will be even more ferocious, and we are under the watchful eyes of the undead race. If we do not swiftly assemble a formidable elite force, the consequences could be dire. Blood of Demons reiterated. This statement left Chinmai in considerable doubt. Indeed, life was paramount, but continuous exertion could lead to calamity. While it may not be evident after one or two instances, the need for a continuous training regime over the course of 7 days to transform them into an elite unit was no trivial task, especially considering the necessity of working during the day and training at night. Ultimately, if they managed to train to the end, would they possess sufficient vigor to face the challenges ahead? Rest assured, my master, with the healing magic at our disposal, no significant issues will arise. Should any complications occur, I shall be able to remedy them promptly. Furthermore, the training method you imparted to me requires merely 3 hours each day, rendering the notion of 8 hours unnecessary. Upon observing Chinmai's hesitance, Magic Blood recognized the opportune moment to press forward. Ultimately, after 3 hours of dedicated training and the application of a level 1 water-based healing spell, Chinmai acquiesced. Very well, they should have completed their rest by now. Proceed to summon 100 magical creatures into the training grounds for their training. I shall take charge of the healing aspect. Conserve your magical energy for tomorrow, as my own limited power can be of use in this endeavor. Chiang Mai's concession brought a sigh of relief to Magic Blood. Yes, my master, rest assured. Within 3 days, I shall elevate these 100 magical creatures to elite status. 3 days? 3 hours a day? Is this not rather swift? I wonder if there will be any after effects. Chiang Mai expressed his concerns. This confidence is owed to your guidance through the Frenzied Blood Warrior Training Manual, coupled with the training grounds, which emboldens my assurance. Otherwise, I would not dare to make such bold claims, Magic Blood asserted fervently. Given Magic Blood's confidence, Chiang Mai resolved to allow him the freedom to proceed, offering assistance only in the realm of healing magic. Naturally, he could observe Magic Blood's training methods, perhaps gaining valuable experience in the process. While his practical skills may be lacking, his theoretical knowledge remains robust, especially considering that he had taught Magic Blood the Frenzied Blood Warrior Training Manual himself. Then let us proceed as you suggested, shall we? Chiang Mai inquired. Presently, the first and second floors of the Mage Tower served as the dwellings for the magical beings and blood spirits, while the third floor was exclusively Chiang Mai's abode, a small privilege indeed. As the final day's points approached, he contemplated whether to switch residences. After all, it would not be ideal for the magical beings to be crammed together. Perhaps he would decide later. Initially, he had a penchant for the marketplace, as the structure allowed for trade and attracted caravans, which was essential for establishing a thriving territorial system. Solely relying on monster hunting would not suffice. Chapter 24. 1/3 Progress of Elite Training. This training ground is truly remarkable, akin to a systematic enhancement. If it weren't for my lack of corresponding knowledge, I would be inclined to delve deeper into it. Chiang Mai mused in amazement. If training had a progress bar, the current 100 magical beings would have completed 1/3 of their elite training, though their power had not yet increased. Chiang Mai could perceive a subtle yet palpable aura of lethal intent developing among them. This was akin to the transformation from a novice recruit to a seasoned veteran. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that a single overwhelming victory could elevate a rookie to the status of an experienced fighter. In reality, today's encounter was not merely about the strong overpowering the weak. It involved a group assault that left no defenses shattered. Not even a single magical being sustained injuries, let alone lost any vitality. If any were to become wounded, Chiang Mai would need to investigate whether there was an issue with that particular magical being's intellect. In the present day, the training ground has effectively condensed this process, transforming a group of recruits into seasoned veterans. While they may not yet be battle-hardened warriors, they have certainly begun to take shape. After all, this is merely the first day of training, which is already quite remarkable. Perhaps it is due to their origins from the realm of Lord's Epic, Chiang Mai speculated. Soon, the training concluded, and it was likely around 8 or 9 in the evening. The exact time eluded Chiang Mai, as he lacked a reliable measure of time and could only rely on his instincts. Master, today's training has been successfully completed, reported Mo Shui, accompanied by 100 magical creatures emerging from the training grounds. Without hesitation, Chiang Mai employed his healing magic. He had utilized it 5 times during the session. Although all the magical creatures were at full health, he still chose to replenish them, for his magical reserves were abundant. His magic points regenerated at a fixed rate of 10 per minute, but he could also meditate to restore his energy, rendering magic points a non-scarce resource for him. In contrast, Mo Shui was different. He could only recover 10 points per day. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from using magic, including the Eye of Magic, which cost 5 points. With only 50 points in total, such expenditure was unsustainable. Very well, go rest. Tomorrow morning, a brief reconnaissance of the undead tribe will suffice. There is no need for a full sweep, Chiang Mai advised. After all, a monster siege was imminent the following noon, and it was prudent to conserve their energy, as venturing out for a sweep seemed increasingly futile. Moreover, one cannot truly spend this day merely walking. Furthermore, the endeavor of hunting wild creatures now relies heavily on luck. The area spanning several dozen miles has long been cleared of magical creatures by the blood of demons infused with magical energy. It would be more pragmatic to investigate the circumstances surrounding the undead race. One cannot allow others to slumber peacefully while danger looms nearby. Should the strength of this undead faction prove feeble, Chiang Mai harbors intentions of annihilation. What purpose does their presence serve? However, if they are formidable, then further observation is warranted. It is unwise to charge recklessly into a battle one cannot hope to win. Why squander time when one could simply end it all now? Even at night, magical creatures are on guard, with shifts of 2 hours, each comprising 10 magical beings, monitored by those not engaged in training. Times have changed. Previously, there was an invincible shield during the novice period, offering no threats within the territory. Now, one can only guard against wild creatures, unable to even protect against the indigenous beings, thereby necessitating the presence of sentinels. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. What purpose does it serve to invite danger upon oneself? It is a frivolous endeavor. Alas, I feel as though I might soon be losing my hair. Jean Mai sighed. Since discovering that meditation could substitute for sleep, he has not truly rested in quite some time. This, in fact, is a blessing, allowing him to work for 23 hours and 45 minutes each day. Particularly after reviewing the rankings today, his pressure has intensified. At his age, sleep is a luxury he cannot afford. He must strive relentlessly. Nonetheless, losing hair is not a concern, provided it does not lead to a balding pate. He could accept baldness. Before being drawn into the Lord's era, he indeed cared for his appearance. However, now, things have changed. He would trade his looks for strength without a moment's hesitation, even if it meant becoming disfigured. Lying idle might seem an option, but it would likely lead to death. He is uncertain of the vastness of the magical continent, yet he is acutely aware of the local inhabitants' aversion to the bestowed lords. He cannot even guarantee that other lords, who should be natural allies, harbor no ill will towards him. A well-rounded game cannot merely consist of PvP elements are undoubtedly present, albeit not yet revealed. Therefore, to survive and thrive, he must relentlessly grow stronger, whether through his territory, troops, or heroes, as long as it ensures the achievement of his goals. He will embrace changes that maximize his benefits, even if it means prioritizing heroes and troops over his own development. While it is true that one must be strong to forge iron, he currently finds himself in a position where even wielding a hammer is a struggle. Thus, he must allow the iron to forge itself, perhaps even transforming it into the armor of Iron Man to shield him during this vulnerable phase. Moreover, he seems to have grasped a crucial truth. The essence of Lord's era lies not solely in individual strength, but in the synergy of territory, heroes, and troops, allowing them to cultivate a power from the ground up. It is not necessary for one individual to dominate an entire faction. Rather, it is possible for the faction to grow stronger and, in turn, empower him. This is the path that Jean Mai has chosen to tread. Had he chosen the path of a mage or an elemental sorcerer, he might have garnered the allegiance of powerful forces to elevate his own might. However, such a choice would have contradicted the essence of Lord's epic, which fundamentally revolves around the title of Lord. While martial prowess is undeniably significant, it need not solely manifest within oneself. It can equally be reflected in the loyalty of one's subordinates. Thus, he resolutely chose to cultivate the relatively feeble breed of spirits. In hindsight, this decision has proven to be immensely rewarding. The spirits possess an unwavering trait of loyalty, with the heroes born from them exhibiting an almost foolishly steadfast loyalty of 100, rendering them nearly perfect subordinates, despite their lack of strength. Yet, this deficiency is inconsequential for Jean Mai, as the Lord exists to compensate for such shortcomings. Chapter 25, Skeleton Infantry, Skeleton Archers. At dawn the following day, Imo Shui set forth with a small contingent to seek traces of the nearby undead. These creatures were all of the undead variety, further solidifying Jean Mai's conviction regarding their presence in the vicinity. It was hardly plausible that their emergence was mere happenstance, especially not exclusively of the undead kind. However, this was not the time for such contemplations, as the monster siege was on the brink of commencing. Wave 2. Your comprehensive strength, Tier 1 Elite. This wave of monsters consists of 400 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Infantry and 100 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Archers. Has there been a change in class? This seems rather excessive. Just yesterday, there were merely 100 Skeleton Warriors, and now there are infantry and archers totaling 500. As Jean Mai beheld the distant throng of skeletal soldiers advancing in perfect formation, he noted the 400 armored skeleton infantrymen wielding swords and shields at the forefront, followed closely by skeletal archers equipped with longbows and short blades. In terms of discipline, this legion of skeletons indeed surpassed the mana creatures. Even the mana creatures, which had undergone an entire night of training, paled in comparison. It resembled a disorganized mob confronting a well-trained army. However, should a conflict arise, the outcome remained uncertain. When one delves deeper, the distinctions among the three elite types of skeletal troops, infantry, archers, and warriors, are minimal, with their attributes closely aligned. For instance, the skeleton infantry boasts equal attack and defense ratings of 5, while the archers possess 8 in attack and 2 in defense. and the skeleton warriors exhibit 6 in attack and 4 in defense. Each type totals 10 points in attributes, and their skills are identical, showing no variance. The true differentiation lies in their coordination. The skeleton infantry advanced steadily toward their territory, despite their number being a mere 400. From Chiang Mai's vantage point atop the Mage Tower, they appeared as a formidable mass. In contrast, his own forces comprised only 182 mana creatures along with a handful of magical blood. He promptly cast a malevolent curse upon the skeletal archers, enhancing their attacks to breach defenses. Observing the archers drawing their bows, Chiang Mai swiftly informed the magical blood of the impending threat. Although bolstered by 2 points of defense from the magical blood, prudence was paramount. Subsequently, he unleashed the bloodthirsty sorcery to accelerate his attack through 2 spells. At this juncture, the mana creatures would need to engage in a 1-on-2 confrontation, yet this clash would not unfold as effortlessly as their previous encounter with the skeletal warriors. The skeletal foot soldiers, equipped with shields, instinctively raised their defenses at the first sign of confrontation. This exemplifies the disparity in their preparedness. The magical creatures under Chiang Mai's command were bereft of weapons and armor, leading them to charge recklessly into battle. They scattered the skeletal foot soldiers upon first contact. Yet the casualties were minimal, with injuries limited to mere fractures. Subsequently, arrows rained down from the sky, striking the magical creatures with a clinking sound. Thanks to the enhancement of a defense value of 9, coupled with the skeletal archers being cursed to reduce their attack power by 3, the remaining 5 points of damage failed to breach the defenses. Chiang Mai, sheltered within the Mage Tower, breathed a sigh of relief. No defenses were breached, which was a fortunate outcome. After all, the odds were heavily stacked against him, with only 182 against 500, devoid of any numerical advantage. Not to mention the enemy's equipment and ranged capabilities. He had contemplated acquiring the equipment from the wild creatures, but alas, they vanished upon death, taking their gear with them. Such was the plight of a thrifty individual like Chiang Mai, who would certainly not overlook such valuable items if circumstances permitted. As it stands, the situation remained stable, with the magical blood creatures leading the charge, cleaving through the ranks of skeletal foot soldiers like a sharp sword. The attack power of the magical creatures proved insufficient to breach the shields, necessitating a decisive strike to eliminate them. However, the skeletal foot soldiers displayed a clear proficiency, exhibiting disciplined maneuvers, particularly in their shield techniques, adeptly deflecting the magical creatures' assaults. Nonetheless, their capacity for defense was finite. As the onslaught continued, cracks began to form on the shields, and at times, the magical creatures would land a blow, shattering a skull with a single punch. The situation on the side of the demonic blood was considerably more straightforward. Armed with a standard longsword and possessing sufficient offensive power, even shields could not withstand his might. With a single downward strike, he could shatter even the skeleton soldiers wielding shields. His objective was quite clear: to eliminate the ranged attackers first. As the defending force, the absence of ranged units was a severe disadvantage. Even an outsider like Chiang Mai could discern that today's battle was significantly more arduous than yesterday's. The disadvantages in equipment and numbers, despite the slight edge in attributes and skills, could only be barely mitigated. It was evident that some of the magical energy creatures had begun to lose health, which could be seen as a positive development, as the skill of elemental resonance was taking effect. Exchanging 1 point of health for 1 point of attack power intensified their assaults. Furthermore, the 100 magical energy creatures trained the previous night had accumulated considerable experience, prompting them to consciously inflict wounds upon themselves to boost their offensive capabilities. They realized that the front line was gradually being pushed back. Although these skeleton infantrymen were inferior in both offense and defense, they advanced steadily, methodically eroding their position. Fortunately, the demonic blood had engaged the skeleton archers at the rear, or their situation would have been even more precarious. The disparity in combat experience suggested that the augmented attributes associated with elite status were merely embellishments. True strength stemmed from the experience and quality that aligned with the elite designation. Chiang Mai grasped the distinction between the elite and the ordinary. The previously encountered skeletal warriors could be likened to wandering heroes, relying solely on their courage. Nonetheless, there was solace in one fact: their defenses remained unbreached. Certainly, this is not absolute. If subjected to excessive attacks, damage will inevitably occur. Thus, the magical creatures possess the subjective awareness to enhance their attack power by sacrificing their own vitality. When the final skeletal soldier was obliterated by a single blow from the magical creature, the siege event concluded at last. Whereas yesterday's encounter was resolved in merely 3 minutes, today it extended to nearly 15 minutes, an increase of almost fivefold. This disparity weighed heavily on Chiang Mai's heart, foreboding a grim outlook for tomorrow. Chapter 26. Resource Armament. A magnificent victory has been achieved, granting you 250 experience points. After a thorough search, you have acquired the following. Common resources: 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of ore, and 5,000 units of grain. Special resources: 500 units of mercury, 500 units of gems, 500 units of crystals, and 500 units of sulfur. You have also obtained 50,000 gold coins and 5,000 points. Your level has ascended to LV4, and you have earned 1 free attribute point. You may choose one skill from the following options. 1. Basic Magic. Increases attack magic damage by 5. 2. Basic Offensive Technique. Increases melee attack damage by 10. 3. Basic Reconnaissance. Allows you to gather intelligence on enemies of equal rank or lower. Your level has now risen to LV5, and you have gained another free attribute point. You may select one skill from the following. 1. Basic Wisdom. Enables the learning of level 3 magic. 2. Basic Defense. Reduces physical attack damage received by 5. 3. Basic Tactics. Increases marching speed by 10 and command effectiveness by 10. This accomplishment has directly elevated Chiang Mai's level to 5. After a brief contemplation, he opted for the skills of Basic Reconnaissance and Basic Wisdom. The rudimentary reconnaissance skill is inherently a temporary ability. Upon acquisition, the transient designation dissipates. As for the elementary wisdom skill, he believes it can establish a connection with his intermediate academic skills, intermediate enlightenment, and his capacity for learning and scholarly research. Thus, he chose it, particularly since it bears the auspicious title of wisdom. Regarding the elementary magical power, he possesses a skill book that renders it unnecessary to squander resources. More importantly, he finds it superfluous to his needs. Naturally, his magical blood has also advanced, albeit only by a single level, reaching level 5, as he does not wish to emulate Chiang Mai's experience gain amplification. Consequently, he has merely achieved the standard 5,000 experience points. He has elevated his rudimentary tactics to intermediate tactics, resulting in a doubling of effectiveness. Intermediate tactics, marching speed 20, command effect 20. The results are indeed quite satisfactory. Lord Scholar LV5, 3,385 6,200. Hero, Magical Blood Boiling Element LV5, 4,770 6,200. Thus, Chiang Mai perceives his progression as never being an issue. Even with the magical blood consistently venturing forth to vanquish foes, this round has nearly equalized the disparity, leaving him only about 1,000 experience points shy. Should he further enhance the enlightenment skill, his prowess would undoubtedly magnify. With quintupled difficulty comes quintupled reward. He mused over the prize, feeling a twinge of trepidation. He worries that should 1,000 undead descend upon him tomorrow, how would he cope? Moreover, who can predict what type of troops may arrive? What if cavalry or heavily armored soldiers were to challenge him? Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, first redeeming the sulfur workshop and crystal chamber from the point store, and subsequently learning the construction of 2 edifices. As for the remaining 3,000 points, Chiang Mai did not immediately exchange them for the necessary job transfer certificate. Instead, he opted to acquire the blueprints for both the blacksmith shop and the market, intending to construct them simultaneously. He needed to equip the magical creatures, for without proper gear, they would surely falter by tomorrow. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. The blacksmith shop would allow for the production of equipment, ensuring a self-sufficient supply in the future. But purchasing items would be even more advantageous, addressing his immediate needs. As for the market, it was essential for procuring resources. With the limited time today, he had no choice but to spend money to buy what he needed. These 2 blueprints cost a total of 1,000 points, and he chose not to touch the remaining 2,000 points, saving them for a critical moment when he intended to exchange them for magical scrolls to turn the tide in his favor. The blood of magic informed him that there would be no need to search for traces of the undead clan that afternoon. Instead, he urged the training of 2 batches of magical creatures, aiming to elevate all of them to elite status. Afterward, he would exploit the glitch, training again after midnight while resting during the day, thereby creating 1 batch of elite creatures and another batch nearing 2/3 progress. At this moment, Chiang Mai could afford no distractions and had to exert every ounce of effort. Yes, Master, Blood of Magic readily acquiesced. For him, this posed no significant challenge. Soon, Mo Shui led 100 magical creatures into the training grounds. As for production, Chiang Mai could do nothing but endure a temporary loss. However, with the compensation from today's events, it was still sufficient. He refrained from touching his gold, as he still desired to purchase equipment. Otherwise, sending the magical creatures into battle unarmed would leave them at a significant disadvantage. If my assumptions are correct, this wave of monster siege likely drew upon the forces of the nearby undead faction. Should this be the case, there is a possibility that champion level or hero units may emerge in the coming days. This news bears both promise and peril. The good news is that if he successfully navigates this monster siege, the nearby undead faction will undoubtedly be left vulnerable, providing an opportunity for Mo Shui to lead troops to eradicate this weakened threat, eliminating future dangers. The bad news is that he must survive the subsequent 5 waves of monster sieges while maintaining sufficient strength. Otherwise, his territory may be breached, leading to devastation. Or they may end up in a mutually destructive stalemate, incapable of launching any offensive. Thus, this is indeed a gamble. Of course, there is another possibility. The strength of this undead faction may far exceed Chiang Mai's expectations. Even after suffering such significant losses, they may remain undaunted. If that is the case, Chiang Mai will have no choice but to devise an alternative strategy. The blacksmith shop and market were soon completed. As expected, he was able to forge equipment and was equipped with a standard set, including a standard helmet, long sword, and long knife, among others. However, other gear required blueprints and materials for crafting. For instance, the standard set necessitated iron ore, which was rather difficult to procure. Nevertheless, Chiang Mai did not rely on the blacksmith shop but instead turned his gaze toward the market, which was divided into 2 parts, shops and trading posts. The former was an in-game shop of Lord's Epic, while the latter served as a transaction hub for the Lords. Naturally, Chiang Mai opted for the shop, where the selection was limited, predominantly comprising basic items. This, however, greatly satisfied him. Soon, he located the equipment he required. Standard set includes helmet, armor, shield, selectable weapon. Price, 100 gold coins, 10 units of wood, 10 units of ore. Without hesitation, Chiang Mai purchased 201 sets and subsequently used the remaining gold coins to recruit 18 magical creatures, bringing the total to 200. It was not that he wished to recruit more. Rather, he had other uses for those resources. All weapons were chosen for their suitability in battle, favoring long knives. And he distributed the equipment accordingly. The surplus set was naturally given to the Blood Fiend. Although he had his own gear, the long sword was not to his liking. For a hero of his violent disposition, a knife was far more appropriate than a sword. Chapter 27. Elite Level, Bloodthirsty Fiend as Dawn Broke. Chiang Mai was reviewing 100 elite units, all equipped with a complete set of standard weapons. The trained units were renamed to Bloodthirsty Fiends, inheriting the furious and ferocious power. Unit name, Bloodthirsty Fiend. Unit rank, Elite Tier 1. Health points, 30-30. Magic points, 20-20. Attack power, 10. Defense power, 14. Skills, Fortune Garden, Luck 1. Arcane Physique, Attack power 5. Defense power 5. Arcane Wisdom, Magic points 20. Magic resistance, reduces magic damage taken by 5. Elemental Resonance, for every 1 point of health lost. Gains an additional 1 point of elemental damage increase during attack. Loyal Taming, Morale Never Falters. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, upon activation, loses 1 point of health every minute, while attack power increases by 1 point. Arcane Warrior, Attack power 1, Defense power 1. Health points 10. Treasures, Standard Longsword, Attack power 2. Standard Helmet, Defense power 1. Standard Armor, Defense power 2. Standard Shield, Defense power 2. Description: no mage has ever bestowed such formidable power upon a fiend. The maximum attributes of a Tier 1 unit, combined with this entire set of standard treasures, could render even Tier 2 units ineffective. In dire situations, even elite Tier 2 foes may fall beneath their blades. Upon reaching the elite level, these 100 bloodthirsty fiends clad in robust armor emanated an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The scent of blood and the air of menace sent shivers down Chiang Mai's spine. Notably, the prefix had transformed. Once known as arcane fiends, they were now aptly named bloodthirsty fiends. Nevertheless, this is quite reasonable. The bloodthirsty fiends can only be trained through demonic blood, essentially constituting the exclusive forces of these blood-soaked warriors. Particularly noteworthy is the active skill, Blood Rage, which, despite being a one-to-one blood exchange, is effectively transformed into a twofold increase in attack power due to the elemental resonance skill. A first-tier unit possesses the strength of a second-tier entity, and when blood levels drop to a certain threshold, they can even vanquish second-tier elites. Coupled with Qin Mai's healing and blood restoration abilities, it essentially functions as an eternal motion machine. However, the increase in health points does lead to a corresponding decrease in attack power, which is, in itself, quite natural. This is primarily thanks to the standard equipment that grants an additional 5 points of defense, resulting in a formidable 14 points of defense against incoming attacks. Regrettably, there are only 4 pieces in the set. The armor consists of a full iron plate suit, which is still commendable. Alright, let's arrange for the guard duty and then take a rest. We must prepare for the monster siege this afternoon, Qin Mai declared, dispersing all the units present to allow them some well-deserved respite. After managing the situation, he too sought a brief moment of slumber. He was somewhat fatigued, having accompanied them as their lord from yesterday until this morning, occasionally casting healing spells to ensure their high-intensity efforts did not incur any injuries. It was now approximately 6 to 7 in the morning. Even though he could forego rest, standing for prolonged periods was tiresome. His physical condition had not significantly improved. He remained the same bookish individual lacking in physical prowess. Moreover, with a tough battle looming at noon, pushing himself too far could lead to adverse consequences. As he returned to rest, he opened the trading post and casually browsed through the offerings. In truth, there is little of value. Most offerings appear to be a haphazard assortment of items, and their prices are far from reasonable. It is evident that the more prominent merchants have monopolized the shelves. As for iron ore, the majority of the materials I possess are merely stones, rendering them utterly unsuitable for forging equipment. To illustrate, 1 unit of iron ore is capable of crafting a single standard piece of equipment, and if fully stocked, a minimum of 100 pieces could be produced in a day. Blacksmith Shop LV1. For each station unit, and with sufficient materials, a daily output of 10 basic treasures can be produced. With a cap of 0-100, currently available, standard helmet, 1 unit of iron ore, standard armor, 1 unit of iron ore, standard shield, 1 unit of iron ore, standard longsword, 1 unit of iron ore, standard lance, 1 unit of iron ore, standard. There are merely 3 types of armor, yet the weapons encompass a full array of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, all priced equally at 1 unit of iron ore. Subsequently, Qin Mai began to search the point shop for any resource buildings that could yield iron ore. To his surprise, he indeed discovered one. This was not classified as a special resource, but rather belonged to the ordinary resource branch of mining materials. The cost was modest, requiring only 500 points for acquisition. Qin Mai decisively procured one to study and subsequently constructed 2 within his domain. After all, construction requires time, and they also needed rest. Once they had successfully repelled this wave of monstrous siege, the spirits would be able to settle in and commence the production of iron ore. If all goes smoothly, tomorrow I shall propose another all-nighter. Though I do not aim to produce 100 items, achieving 40 would suffice. It would be commendable if Qin Mai were to recruit 10 magical beings at that time. Furthermore, to be candid, there are numerous resource-producing structures, such as the Hunter's Lodge, which yields pelts and food. The pelts can be fashioned into leather armor, robes, gloves, and other valuable equipment at the tailor's shop. Additionally, there are lumber yards that enhance wood production and mills that increase food output. Conversely, there are no derivative buildings for special resources. Should this endeavor proceed successfully, I aim to acquire blueprints for all types of resource-producing structures in their respective supply chains. Resources are paramount, while establishments like the tailor's shop and blacksmith's forge are vital for monetizing these resources. For instance, the magical beings under my command can don not only the 4 standard pieces of equipment, but also shoes, linings, and gloves. Regrettably, such items are not available in the shop. Moreover, in the future, we will require essential supplies such as cotton clothing and blankets. Although the weather is favorable now, it does not guarantee perpetual mildness. Given that I have established a market, I require a substantial quantity of materials to develop my own trade network. Otherwise, where will the gold come from? Without gold, I cannot recruit magical beings, let alone purchase various valuable goods from the indigenous populace, which also necessitates funds. With an ample supply of gold coins, one can recruit a greater number of magical creatures to operate various edifices. Fortunately for him, he initially acquired the adept domestic creature rather than other types of troops. Once he bolstered his combat strength, he would be equally capable on the battlefield as he was in the kitchen. Upon awakening, he would convert the remaining gold coins entirely into magical creatures. As time was of little consequence, gazing at the remaining 30,000 gold coins, he would have previously deemed it a fortune, but now it felt insubstantial, hardly sufficient to withstand calamity. It is noteworthy that within his magical creature workshop, there remained 459 creatures, necessitating 45,900 gold coins for their recruitment. Chapter 28, The Siege. Monsters in excess of 1,000. At noon, the Blood Mage led 100 frenzied blood creatures to the forefront, followed closely by another 100 elite magical creatures, fully equipped and boasting 2/3 of their training complete. The remaining 317 untrained and unarmed magical warriors stood guard within the territory. This time, Qin did not retreat to the Mage Tower. He intended to join the fray. Based on the patterns of monster sieges, the numbers typically escalated from 100 to 500. In this time, the minimum threshold would be at least 1,000. Although the frenzied blood creatures were present, the magical energy of the Blood Mage was insufficient to sustain such frequent spellcasting. Indeed, Qin Mai's sole responsibility was to unleash his magic. In the third wave, your overall strength is classified as Tier 1 Elite. The current wild monsters include 300 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Infantry, 300 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Pikemen, 300 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Warriors, and 100 Tier 1 Elite Skeleton Archers. It is indeed a daunting total of 1,000, and considering it is only the third day. What will happen in the remaining 4 days? Are they champion-level units? Even if they are not champion-level, a slightly greater number would still pose a significant challenge, as recruiting too many magical creatures could lead to an inability to sustain them. However, the likelihood of encountering champion-level units is minimal, as while elites can be trained, champions require not only training but also specific opportunities. In terms of attributes, champions do not surpass elites by a significant margin. They merely signify that the unit possesses the potential for promotion to hero status. As for the demonic blood, had it not been for the backlash of magical energy, it would have been a Tier 2 champion, thus possessing attributes far superior to those of Tier 1 units. Therefore, if a substantial number of champion-level units emerge in the future, it indicates that these invading monsters are not merely the undead forces of the local inhabitants, but rather those spawned by the Lord's era, which is indeed troubling news. Conversely, should hero units appear instead of champion-level ones, it can be confirmed that the surrounding undead forces have been coerced by the Lord's era. Now is not the time to contemplate such matters. Qin Mai swiftly unleashed a malevolent curse upon the enemy forces, subsequently casting a bloodthirsty enchantment and acceleration of attacks for his own troops. With the aid of his apprentice's staff, he augmented his strength by 2 points, allowing these 3 spells to endure for 12 minutes. As for the amplification and debilitation effects, they both stood at 3 points. To achieve greater efficacy, a corresponding understanding of fire and air magic was essential, for without such comprehension, enhancement was unattainable. Strength could only elevate the effects and duration of status spells, not their potency. Enter a state of frenzy and charge into the heart of the enemy. Eliminate the archers first. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of crimson energy erupted from his being, followed by the simultaneous surge of 100 bloodthirsty entities. They constituted the main force. A 1-to-10 engagement posed little challenge, yet the sheer number of adversaries was the true complication. Thus, it was imperative to neutralize the most significant threat, the skeletal archers. Although their offensive capabilities were diminished due to the malevolent curse, they still posed a considerable danger. After 2 rounds of volleys, their defenses would undoubtedly be breached, as the blood magic had previously demonstrated its effectiveness. Hence, the priority was to eradicate the skeletal archers. As for the remaining skeletal infantry, skeletal pikemen, and skeletal warriors, they would be confronted by the subsequent cohort of 417 entities. Blood magic did not demand complete annihilation, merely stalling their advance sufficed. After all, they served as the vanguard, creating an opening while inevitably drawing aggro and dispatching numerous skeletal soldiers in the process. To speak candidly, it remains uncertain whether the opposing side has become more astute or has adopted a tactical approach. The skeletal archers were positioned in the central army rather than the rear. Originally, Qin Mai had conferred with Mo Shui, suggesting an ambush that would allow for a pincer maneuver. However, Imo Shui dismissed the idea. The rationale was straightforward. He feared for Qin Mai's safety. After all, should the enemy's numbers prove overwhelming, he worried that he would lack sufficient time to resolve the conflict, resulting in a horde of monsters flooding into their territory, which would spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Mai reflected that a pincer attack might not be the wisest strategy after all, opting to proceed with their original plan. The debut of the Frenzied Blood Elites was impressively potent. Within a mere 2 minutes, their attack power surged from 13 to 15. As Imo Shui advanced to level 5 and equipped himself, his attack power soared to 32, consequently enhancing the troops' attributes from 2 to 3. A throng of elites charged forth like a pack of rabid dogs, tearing a vast rift through the ranks of skeletal soldiers. Subsequently, 417 elite creatures formed a formidable formation, led by the 100 equipped elites, as they relentlessly besieged the multitude of skeletal warriors. Fortune smiled upon them, for the addition of 100 Frenzied Blood Elites proved invaluable. Without them, this battle would have been arduous indeed. Elites are indeed distinguished, far surpassing standard troops in experience. Otherwise, their training would have been in vain. Tomorrow at dawn, another shift will yield yet another batch of elites. Once this skirmish concludes, plans for the training grounds will be expanded. If they could train 200 elite creatures at once, it would be a most fortuitous development. This battle proved to be significantly easier than yesterday's. Although the number of wild monsters had increased, the presence of 100 frenzied blood spirits brought about a qualitative change for Qin Mai's side. Furthermore, his participation in the fray alleviated the need for the demon blood to constantly monitor the timing of its spells. Were it not for the fact that the effects of this magic could not be stacked, Qin Mai could have simply used the Curse of Malediction to reduce the enemy's attack power to 0 while continuously amplifying his own bloodthirsty sorcery. As it stood, he could dispatch foes with a single strike. Alas, such overpowering occurrences were not destined to be. With the demise of the skeletal archers, the demon blood, accompanied by the frenzied blood spirits, surged forth, carving a vast void within the ranks of the skeleton soldiers. At this juncture, the tide of battle had been decisively turned. Without the ranged threat posed by the skeletal archers, Qin Mai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He harbored fears, for many a hero had perished to errant arrows, and he, a nameless novice, was no exception. With his meager defenses, even a mere reduction of 3 points in attack power from the skeletal archers could breach his defenses. However, with 417 demon energy spirits standing sentinel before him, he felt no apprehension regarding the skeletal warriors, foot soldiers, or spear-wielding skeletons encroaching upon him. As time passed gradually, the outcome of this skirmish became increasingly certain. Qin Mai casually replenished his bloodthirsty sorcery, accelerated his attacks, and cast another curse of malediction upon the adversary. Although the conclusion of the battle was imminent, he remained vigilant, for his magical energy served little purpose otherwise. Casting a glance at the health of the frenzied blood spirits and the demon blood, Qin Mai swiftly unleashed 3 healing spells, restoring their vitality to its fullest. Upon the demise of the last skeletal spear wielder, rewards naturally followed suit, once again comprising a substantial bounty of resources. Chapter 29. The Imminent Imbalance of Food. A resplendent victory has been achieved, granting you 16,500 experience points. You have scavenged and acquired common resources, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of ore, 10,000 units of grain. Special resources, 1,000 units of mercury, 1,000 units of gems, 1,000 units of crystals, 1,000 units of sulfur. Gold, 100,000. Points, 10,000. Your level has ascended to LV6. You have received 1 free attribute point. You may choose 1 skill from the following options. 1. Basic Navigation, increases maritime mobility by 50. 2. Basic Necromancy, 10 of enemy troops that perish in battle transform into your skeletal soldiers. Your level has now risen to LV7. You have gained another free attribute point. You may select 1 skill from the following choices. 1. Basic Pathfinding, reduces the terrain's impact on mobility by 10. 2. Basic Offense, increases melee attack damage by 10. 3. Basic Magic, enhances magical attack damage by 5. Very well. It seems I cannot forego the allure of basic magic. It has indeed emerged as a promising option. Upon reaching level 7, he opted for the basic magic skill. Deeming the remaining 2 skills unnecessary for his current needs, he felt a surge of magical energy within him, but thereafter, nothing transpired. As for the leftover basic magic skill book, it would have to be set aside for the time being, with future considerations of selling it or bestowing it upon another hero left for later contemplation. What troubled Chinmai was the choice of skills available at level 6. Both basic mysticism and basic soul summoning were highly desirable. The latter, in particular, held significant allure. For mastering it would enable him to amass a considerable workforce during large-scale purging operations, provided there were any living beings present. However, the pressing issue was that in his current surroundings, dominated by the undead, and with the monsters besieging the city also being undead, the summoning skill would be rendered useless. As for mysticism, it was a marked improvement over the time when heroes were invincible, as it now restored 10 of his magical energy rather than a mere 2 points daily. For someone as rich in magical energy as he was, this was indeed commendable. Yet he placed greater value on the skill's intrinsic nature. Wisdom, mysticism, and magic clearly belonged to a cohesive category. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose basic mysticism over basic soul summoning, recognizing that opportunities would abound in the future and that there was no immediate need to decide. Lord Scholar LV7, 5,685 10,000. Hero, Blood Magic Boiling Spirit LV7, 570 10,000. This time, not only did Chinmai ascend 2 levels, but even Blood Magic advanced from level 5 to 7, as experience had been overtaken by Chinmai. Furthermore, Blood Magic acquired 2 new skills, Basic Defense and Basic Resistance. Basic Defense Technique reduces physical attack damage taken by 5. Basic Resistance reduces magical debuffs and damage taken by 5. The former enhances physical defense, while the latter augments magical defense, making these skills quite commendable, particularly as they can be applied to units. Although the Basic Resistance offers only a mere 5, it simultaneously mitigates damage and counters negative magic effects, rendering it exceptionally practical. However, the 5 reduction does feel somewhat insufficient. Yet, this is not the time for such musings. The priority lies in expending the resources at hand to translate them into tangible strength. I summoned all 142 remaining magical creatures at the cost of 200 gold coins, which resulted in a 14 depletion of my total 100,000 gold coins, a rather significant loss. Subsequently, I invested 1,000 units of stone to upgrade the training ground to level 2. Training ground level 2. Ordinary units can enter for training and will evolve into elite units after a certain period. Current capacity for ordinary units, 400. Hero 02. Time has elapsed, yet the capacity for units and heroes has doubled, allowing for both joint training and individual training sessions. Following this, I naturally proceeded to procure numerous blueprints for resource and basic buildings, such as residences, as I currently possess 660 creatures, which the Mage Tower cannot accommodate. Essential structures like a tailor's shop, a lumberyard, and a mill are also necessary. After purchasing everything, I conducted a brief estimation and commenced the construction of all buildings. The accumulation of 13,000 points has transformed into 26 architectural blueprints. The initial construction did not require an exorbitant expenditure of resources. However, further upgrades are imperative. For instance, the blacksmith's workshop and the iron mine have both been elevated to level 2, resulting in a commensurate enhancement in efficiency, and they are now operating at full capacity. Among the 659 mystical creatures, 400 newly recruited magical entities have been dispatched for training, while the remaining 259, which include bloodthirsty creatures and magical beings, have been allocated to various critical structures for resource production. To amass a sufficient quantity of resources, a daily commitment of 8 hours is essential. Otherwise, the yield may diminish or even cease entirely. During this training session with the 400 magical entities, Chinmai also employed healing techniques and continued his research on these creatures. With the acquisition of basic mystical and wisdom arts, Chinmai harbored hopes of advancing the magical entities from a first-tier classification to a second-tier status. Alas, once training concludes, he will still need to invest in equipment. With 800 gold coins at his disposal, he can certainly afford to equip each magical entity with standardized gear. However, the concern lies in the likelihood that these will merely serve as transitional equipment, posing future complications. Ultimately, he resolved to outfit the remaining 459 magical entities. prioritizing survival over all else. Should 2,000 skeleton warriors arrive tomorrow, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. The sheer volume is daunting, and the prospect of facing 8,000 skeleton warriors in 2 days is utterly overwhelming. How on earth can one contend with such a force? However, there remains a glimmer of hope. If he were to transform all 659 of those magical creatures into bloodthirsty ones, there could still be a chance for victory. Yet, in the aftermath, Chinmai has already sensed an impending food crisis. Each day, a single bloodthirsty warrior consumes 9 units of sustenance. And it must be substantial fare, while the magical creatures require only 6 units daily. Nevertheless, sustaining 659 of them demands an astonishing 254 units of food each day, which is an exorbitant expense. Fortunately, recent rewards have been plentiful, coupled with the frantic cultivation of farmland and the establishment of a virtuous cycle of food production, allowing for a precarious balance to be maintained with a modicum of surplus. Chinmai estimates that unless he accelerates expansion and increases farmland under the current circumstances, he can sustain at most 700 magical creatures, not accounting for the bloodthirsty ones. This is precisely why he has opted to exchange them all for foundational architectural blueprints and resource-building schematics. Once the training of his bloodthirsty creatures is completed, and the Monster Siege event concludes, his modest territory will plunge into a state of food scarcity. Alas, I require a hero of management. The mere thought of this makes Chinmai feel overwhelmed. He is certainly not cut out for governance. Chapter 30. The might of the first tier. Another day has passed in a flurry of activity. Today marks the 11th day since Chinmai arrived in this magical realm. Upon checking the rankings, his faction's overall strength remains at the first-tier elite, having yet to ascend to champion status. However, his position has improved significantly, rising from 267th to 203rd, likely due to the presence of approximately 200 bloodthirsty creatures, all fully equipped, alongside the magical creatures. It is evident that the strength of the lords preceding him is nothing short of formidable, particularly in this recent monster siege. The top 3 on the leaderboard remain the true Dragon Son, the Demon Subduer, and the Fallen Monarch. He is utterly perplexed as to how these individuals have achieved such astonishing monster-killing speeds. A mere 0.1 seconds, he cannot even blink that quickly. As for his own ranking on the leaderboard, he is nowhere to be found. This list does not encompass all the lords, but only the top 10, with the 10th place averaging a speed of 43 seconds. Many have already perished. If this continues, he will soon find himself at the very bottom. Chinmai feels a sense of helplessness. Following 3 waves of monster sieges, only 371 lords remain. The difficulty of today's 4th wave will undoubtedly escalate, and it is conceivable that the number could dwindle to a mere 300. This is merely one event, and they have yet to encounter the native system of this magical continent. Chinmai suspects this might resemble a game of nurturing poison, for the ferocity is unparalleled. The strong grow ever stronger, while the weak become increasingly feeble. The greater the overall strength, the more formidable the wild monsters encountered during the sieges, and consequently, the rewards for their defeat are significantly enhanced. The Tier 3 wild monsters yield rewards that are entirely dissimilar to those from his Tier 1 counterparts. Now, after 3 waves of monster sieges, the top 10 on the leaderboard have evolved to Tier 3 in overall strength, particularly the first place, the true Dragon Son, who has already attained the status of a Tier 3 elite. From this, Chinmai deduced that the other party must possess at least a level 30 ranking and a Tier 3 territory. Otherwise, attaining a Tier 3 evaluation would be utterly impossible. The territory itself is a reflection of the overall assessment. He aspires to upgrade, yet he lacks the audacity. His territory's dimensions hinder his mobility, making it improbable for him to advance even to Tier 2. In fact, even a Tier 1 champion might struggle to withstand the upcoming monster siege. Who knows how much the difficulty will escalate? He harbors suspicions that this group may have some unfair advantages, or perhaps the disparity in territories is genuinely vast. Chinmai is aware that his Mage Tower territory pales in comparison to those prominent figures on the leaderboard. Initially, there might be some semblance of balance, but he is capable of discovering solutions, let alone others, who are not lacking in intellect either. Each individual has their own opportunities, and rising to prominence is a perfectly natural occurrence. One cannot claim inability simply because they perceive others as incapable. The dilapidated Mage Tower is equipped with a magical pool, albeit dried up and in need of restoration. He remains uncertain about what treasures the sacred dragoness nest and the Temple of Sin might hold. Undoubtedly, they possess valuable items. To deny that he feels envious would be disingenuous. Swift progress leads to consistent advancement. Qin Mai finds himself lagging behind. And had he not managed to break through, he would likely share the fate of those lords who have vanished from the leaderboard. He must devise a plan to restore the magical pool. While securing other resources is feasible, the elemental cores of earth, water, fire, and wind are elusive. They cannot be purchased from the points shop, nor are they available in the trading market, and the surrounding resources are currently difficult to procure, rendering the situation quite challenging. Qin Mai felt somewhat overwhelmed. According to the description of the magical energy pool, this was indeed the pivotal structure of the Mage Tower. The more esteemed divine lords surely possessed it or knew how to acquire it. However, the real dilemma lay in their willingness to disclose such information. Furthermore, he lacked the means for communication or exchange. Even if there were those willing to trade, he had no resources to offer. It was evident that an elemental core of this nature would be a rare commodity. Traveling merchants could easily turn into bandits, and given that Qin Mai's territory was isolated, with no nearby villages or establishments, any act of thievery would go unnoticed. Even if discovered, it would likely be downplayed. In summary, one must possess strength to forge their own path. Once the 400 magical energy creatures were transformed into bloodthirsty beasts, he should have the means for self-defense, perhaps. However, even at their strongest, they would only be first-tier troops. Despite enhancements in training, they could only rival second-tier units, not truly embody them. He required ample time and knowledge to elevate the magical energy creatures further. With the acquisition of the bloodthirsty beasts, Qin Mai had also gathered a considerable amount of first-tier maximum data, which, with time, could enable the magical energy creatures to ascend to second-tier status. Qin Mai did not intend to convert all the magical energy creatures into bloodthirsty beasts. He still planned to use them as foundational samples. After all, although the attributes of the magical energy creatures were inferior to those of the bloodthirsty beasts, their malleability, potential, and versatility far surpassed that of the latter. He estimated that maintaining around 1,000 bloodthirsty beasts, commanded by a bloodline leader, would suffice. Moreover, the frenzied blood creature is a subspecies derived from the demon blood creature, and it fundamentally belongs to the category of demon blood creatures. Much like the skeleton archer and skeleton warrior, despite the change in nomenclature, they remain first-tier units of the skeleton soldier. Therefore, should Qin Mai elevate the demon energy creature to the second tier, he can likewise promote the frenzied blood creature to the same tier, thereby saving considerable resources. Once this monster siege event concludes, he intends to upgrade the Mage Tower to the second tier, which will enable the enhancement of the creatures. However, it is likely to yield minimal results. The Creature Experiment Manual and Advanced Creature Experiment Manual in Qin Mai's possession are quite commendable, yet they require a second-tier territory, provided he survives this ordeal. Reaching level 10 should prove to be a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, he finds the experience growth perplexing, uncertain of the method upon which it relies. As he contemplates this, the time for today's Monster Siege event has arrived. As the countdown concludes, Qin Mai gazes at the notification that appears, feeling a surge of disbelief and frustration. Damn, hero units. Wave 4, your overall strength. First tier elite. This wave consists of 100 first tier elite skeleton heavy cavalry, 100 first tier elite skeleton armored soldiers, 100 first tier elite skeleton mages, and 1 undead hero unit. Chapter 31. Death Curse. How to combat this. Qin Mai raises his hand to cast a malevolent curse, subsequently bestowing upon his side a bloodthirsty technique and an acceleration in attack speed. The 100 skeletal cavalrymen across the battlefield charged forth. And before Qin Mai had the chance to employ his rudimentary reconnaissance skill, he discerned that the heroic figure before him held a staff in his left hand and clutched a spellbook in his right, murmuring incantations. At this sight, Qin Mai's pupils constricted. Any hopes of relying on blood magic were dashed, for he was currently engaged in combat against the skeletal cavalry with 200 frenzied blood creatures. The opposing hero was also a skeleton, clad in an elongated robe of magic, astride a skeletal steed. What should I do? Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Mai. He possessed an offensive skill, the magic arrow of fire. Without hesitation, he unleashed the magic arrow, aiming to disrupt the adversary's casting. The fiery projectile surged forth, propelled by elemental flames towards the skeletal hero. However, the magic arrow, being a single target skill, failed to make contact, merely causing a ripple to emanate from the opponent, which thwarted Qin Mai's spell, though he could not interrupt the incantation. The flickering soul fire within the opponent's eye sockets indicated a surprise at Qin Mai's swift spellcasting, particularly as it was instantaneous. A shield? I refused to be deterred. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mai cast the magic arrow once more, seizing the opportunity to employ his reconnaissance skill to probe the attributes of his foe. Hero, Celica Jasmine LV-11 class? Only a name and level were discerned, while nothing else could be uncovered. It was evident that the opponent had transcended the tier detectable by his rudimentary reconnaissance skills. Analyzing the situation, it was clear that level 10 and above constituted the second tier. Otherwise, the Mage Tower would not have mandated a Lord level of 10. Upon completing the incantation, an invisible aura dispersed among their ranks. Celica Moli has cast a weakness curse, causing a decrease of 5 points in the attacking power of the allied forces, lasting for 70 minutes. A debilitating spell, inflicting a reduction of 5 points, which exceeded even his own malevolent curse by 2 points. Qin Mai realized that this time, they might be in dire straits, as he relied heavily on this slight advantage, yet the opponent appeared to possess an even greater edge. Currently, the opponent's power seemed to be at least 60 points. Otherwise, the duration of 70 minutes would be inconceivable, as most enhancement or debilitation spells typically have a base duration of merely 10 minutes. Subsequently, the adversary began to chant another spell, revealing a weakness in their strategy, the disparity in magical prowess. While the opponent wielded strategic magic, likely a temporary ability acquired during a monster siege, they, as a conventional mage, were ill-suited to maintain the rapid casting and absence of cooldowns that Qin Mai effortlessly employed. Thus, an opportunity presented itself. I refuse to believe that your shield possesses infinite endurance. Currently, Qin Mai has 2 points of strength along with basic magical power. The magical arrow inflicts 5 points of damage, requiring 5 points of mana for each casting, and he still possesses 137 points of mana, sufficient to deal a staggering 5 points of damage. There is no need for a kill, merely shattering the shield suffices. In an instant, fiery red magical arrows erupted like a relentless barrage, allowing him to unleash a total of 27 shots. The opposing undead hero, Celica, found herself utterly challenged in her worldview, if one could even refer to her as such. Consequently, she decisively halted her spellcasting, opting instead to maneuver her skeletal steed in retreat. Alas, these magical arrows were homing. This was a revelation for Qin Mai, who had presumed them to be mere projectile spells. The effect of the magical arrows exceeded his expectations. As the first 3 arrows descended, the ripples before his adversary expanded increasingly, until the 4th arrow struck, shattering the entire shield. Qin Mai recalled that, including the 2 arrows previously cast, the shield had withstood approximately 150 points of damage, neither excessive nor insufficient. The protective arrows proved to be extraordinarily effective. Following this, the remaining 24 magical arrows fell, culminating in a piercing, otherworldly wail that was anything but human, as the opponent was reduced to mere fragments of bone. You unleashed a magical arrow, inflicting 5 points of magical damage upon Celica Moli. You have slain the undead hero, Celica Moli. The adversary was unaware of the precise state of their health bar, which was expressed in percentages after they transformed into a hero. It was evident, however, that they did not possess a staggering 756 points of life. In truth, they could not withstand many magical arrows, as the subsequent shots all missed their mark. Fortunately, the opponent was merely a novice. Otherwise, victory would have been uncertain for me. Qin Mai sighed in relief. Had a more seasoned mage been present, he might not have triumphed. Before Qin Mai could fully process the situation, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. A swirling cloud of grayish-white dust surged forth, with the epicenter being that of the fallen undead hero. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Qin Mai and the magic creatures shouted in unison, as all entities hastily withdrew. Alas, it was too late. While many magical creatures managed to escape in time, a few were caught in the aftermath, resulting in significant casualties. The frenzied magical beasts, being elite units, managed to endure the lethal onslaught. You have been afflicted by a death curse. Your health has diminished by 10. Merely grazing the edge of the attack led to a reduction of 1/10 of his life. Death curse, defense -10, morale decrease, lasting 70 minutes. This was not merely a matter of damage. His defense had also been reduced by 10 points, which posed a substantial problem. To comprehend the formidable skeleton heavy cavalry, skeleton heavy infantry, and skeleton mages, one must acknowledge that they, akin to the magical creatures under his command, are equipped. Although their gear is rudimentary and the enhancements are somewhat comparable, the quality of their equipment far surpasses the standard issue that he possesses. Consequently, these three troop types are not significantly inferior in attributes to the magical creatures, save for their superior skills. Had the reduction of 10 points in defense not occurred, the demise of the opposing undead hero would have been a foregone conclusion. Alas, there are no ifs in this realm. Nevertheless, this very circumstance has rendered the second wave of magical creatures increasingly terrifying. A diminished defense signifies greater susceptibility to damage, thus amplifying the retaliatory strikes received. The elemental resonance of the magical creatures allows for a one-to-one exchange of health for power. A single strike, should it not result in death, would yield a dramatic surge in offensive capability. The bloodthirsty magical creatures are even more fearsome, capable of doubling their attack with a single blow, effectively wagering their lives for triumph. However, there are exceptions, such as those magical creatures afflicted by the curse of death, whose health plummets to critical levels, rendering them gravely injured. As for healing, Qin Mai finds himself at a loss. His magical reserves are depleted, leaving him unable to provide any form of recuperation. Chapter 32. The Black Iron Chest. Hero, Qin Mai quietly retreated to the rear, entering a state of meditation to restore his magical energy in preparation for the forthcoming healing. The Blood Mage still possessed sufficient magical power to cast spells, yet he was entirely engulfed in battle. Grappling with the skeleton heavy cavalry and infantry while the bloodthirsty magical creature, clinging to a mere 200 health points, sought to extricate itself from their clutches and swiftly eliminate the skeleton mage. Although these skeletal mages inflict single-target attacks with relatively low damage that seldom breach defenses, resulting in a mere point of magical harm at most, they possess the ability to diminish their adversary's attack power. The duration of this effect, albeit brief at 10 seconds, can be stacked up to 3 layers, thereby reducing the attack power by 3 points. When combined with the pre-existing curse of weakness, this equates to a total reduction of 8 points of attack power. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the most formidable bloodthirsty aberration, with its modest attack power of only 42, would be unable to withstand such a depletion, leaving it at a quarter of its original strength. At this juncture, the protagonist is unable to divert focus to heal their own troops. They find themselves amidst a battlefield teeming with numerous skeletal cavalry and heavily armored skeletons. A scenario beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The 300 skeletal warriors present a greater challenge than the 1,000 faced the previous day. The situation over the last 3 days has escalated significantly, with opponents now equipped and far more formidable. As the battle has progressed, it can be stated that the majority of the aberration's vitality has been halved. However, in tandem with this, the damage inflicted has markedly increased. The original magical aberrations are now capable of trading blows with the skeletal heavy infantry, resulting in either the magical aberration cleaving the skeletal warrior in twain or vice versa. This precarious dynamic, characterized by high attack power and low defense, creates a lethal exchange. Either one party perishes or the other does. Conversely, the bloodthirsty aberration enjoys a slight advantage, as its transformed attack power is double that of the magical aberrations. Coupled with its elite status and an additional 10 points of vitality, it is unlikely to encounter a one-for-one exchange with the skeletal cavalry. Rather, it is able to endure a few more strikes. However, the skeletal heavy cavalry could not withstand the onslaught of the frenzied behemoth. With their vitality diminished, their offensive capabilities naturally surged. Although the losses were somewhat substantial, the situation was steadily progressing towards a favorable direction. At the very least, amidst numerous sacrifices, the skeletal heavy infantry and cavalry had been nearly annihilated, while the skeletal mage proved to be utterly ineffective. Despite being a mage, the magical damage inflicted was rather meager, with a greater emphasis on imposing negative statuses. Much like that undead hero, who seemingly lacked prowess in combat, a hard-fought victory has bestowed upon you an experience of 11,550 points. However, you have suffered the loss of 72 magical creatures and 13 bloodthirsty beings. After scouring the battlefield, you have acquired the following resources. Common resources: 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of ore, and 20,000 units of grain. Special resources: 2,000 units of mercury, 2,000 units of gems, 2,000 units of crystals, and units of sulfur. Additionally, you have obtained 200,000 gold coins and 20,000 points. You have received a black iron treasure chest, heroic, and your level has ascended to LV8. Furthermore, you have gained 1 attribute point to allocate freely. You now have the option to choose 1 skill from the following 3. 1. Basic tactics, 10 marching speed, 10 command effectiveness. 2. Elementary fire understanding, fire magic power 1. Magic consumption -1. 3. Intermediate magic power, increases magical attack damage by 10. After selecting intermediate magic power, Chima noted that he had lost 85 magical creatures, though the actual number was higher. Upon further inspection, he discovered that 2 magical beings were gravely injured due to a death curse, teetering on the brink of life. These unfortunate creatures were ensnared by a permanent death curse, unlike the others, who faced a duration of 70 minutes. Unless he could find a spell capable of dispelling negative conditions, their rescue seemed almost hopeless. No, it should be said that it cannot be preserved. Just a moment ago, a magical creature met its demise. Witnessing this, the magical blood hurriedly activated healing spells to stabilize the injuries, yet due to the presence of the death curse, the life force continued to diminish, unless healing was maintained indefinitely. However, sustaining such a state was not a viable solution, for the burden of the permanent death curse rendered combat virtually impossible. First, I must attend to the wounded. Once my magical energy is restored, I shall provide them with healing. As for the 2 magical creatures, I cannot abandon them. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. Chinmai contemplated taking a chance. If they possess unwavering determination, they might yet manifest into a champion-class creature, subsequently transforming into a heroic unit. Of course, this hinges upon their own resolve, which is beyond my control. The immediate priority is, naturally, to recover my magical energy. Without it, I am unable to cast the water-based healing spells. Fortunately, I need only meditate for 30 minutes to restore my full magical capacity, as this time, the depletion was somewhat prolonged. Regarding the black iron chest, it bears a heroic suffix, likely a reward for vanquishing that undead hero. The 4th wave has brought forth heroic units. It seems we can confirm that this assault on the city is comprised of wild creatures from the surrounding factions. Only 3 waves remain. It is going to be challenging. The emergence of heroic units, alongside well-equipped heavy cavalry, armored soldiers, and mage units, indicates that the remaining 3 waves of the monster siege will undoubtedly be even more formidable. In this singular battle, he suffered the loss of 88 magical creatures, leaving him with a mere 570 units. Tomorrow, the wild beasts and heroes will undoubtedly be even more formidable. How can he possibly withstand such an onslaught? It is vital to note that these magical creatures had undergone rigorous training. Though they aspired to be elite, they possessed sufficient strength. It is imperative to bolster his ranks, regardless of the cost, for survival must take precedence. Chinmai felt a sense of helplessness regarding his ambitions. Fortunately, it was not too late. This fortunate turn of events had delivered 200,000 gold coins to him, enabling the recruitment of 300 additional magical creatures to compensate for the deficit. If today S-Wave could annihilate 88 of his magical beings, tomorrow S might very well wipe out the remainder. Most critically, the hero units. Once Chinmai had restored his magical energy, he stood and cast a healing spell, fully replenishing the life force of all his magical creatures. Save for the 2 afflicted by a permanent death curse, who could only recover to 5 points of health, with the healing effects significantly diminished. You should be aware of the essence of magical blood. Now, an opportunity presents itself before you. Are you willing to seize it? Chinmai approached the 2 more powerful magical creatures, his tone gravely offering them a choice. The 2 creatures exchanged glances before weakly responding. We are willing to serve our master. Chapter 33, Level 1 Death Magic. You have opened the black iron chest, heroic, and obtained Necromancer Job Change Certificate, Basic Death Magic Book, Basic Artifact, or Card, Basic Artifact, Necromancer Robe, Basic Artifact. Skeletal Wand, indeed. This black iron chest, imbued with a heroic suffix, has proven its worth. Although it did not yield any gold or resources, the treasures within far surpass mere currency. Both the Necromancer Job Change Certificate and the Basic Death Magic Book are essential for the Necromancer's legacy. The former outlines the methods of cultivation and training, while the latter contains the knowledge of 5 Level 1 death spells. These spells are Weakening Curse, Disintegration Ray, Death Fog, Dark Decay, and Magic Arrow of Death. Notably, Chinmai observed the Magic Arrow of Death, which mirrors the description of his Fire Magic Arrow. maintaining the same damage output, albeit belonging to a different magical school. Weakening Curse reduces the enemy's troop attack power by 5 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Cost 5 mana points. Disintegration Ray reduces the enemy's troop defense power by 5 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Cost 5 mana points. Death Fog summons a dense fog. Within this fog, the enemy's death defense and attack power are reduced by 1 point. For a duration of 10 minutes, consuming 5 points of magical energy, the spell Dark Decay allows for the removal of 1 positive enhancement from an enemy unit, also at the cost of 5 magical points. Among the 5 death-related spells, aside from the Divine Arrow, all are designed to inflict debuffs upon adversaries. This is merely a fraction of the spells contained within the grimoire. Had that deathly hero unleashed them all, defeat would have been certain. Or card. Rank. Beginner. Attributes. Daily resource. 10. This beginner-level artifact, the Ore card, can only be described as somewhat lackluster. A daily yield of 10 resources would have once elicited boundless joy, but now it is merely a trivial addition, casually relegated to the resource warehouse. It accumulates automatically without the need for equipping, nor can it be equipped in any meaningful manner. However, the presence of resource-type artifacts does elicit a modicum of surprise in Chinmai. While the beginner level may be underwhelming, what of the intermediate or advanced tiers? Yet, such considerations are beyond his reach. Instead, the Necromancer's Robe and the Skeletal Wand may yet prove advantageous for himself. Necromancer's Robe. Rank. Beginner. Attributes. Summoning Effect. 5. Magical Energy. 10. Skeletal Wand. Rank. Beginner. Attributes. Strength. 2. Summoning Effect. 5. Alas, it seems hasty. These artifacts are of no use to him, outclassed by his Apprentice's Robe, which enhances both knowledge and defense. Furthermore, lacking the ability to summon, they serve little purpose to him, although 1 point of knowledge is equivalent to 10 points of magical energy for Chinmai. The significance of knowledge transcends that of magical energy. After tidying up, he took a moment to glance at the newly constructed 3 magical creature workshops, which had been completed. Subsequently, he summoned all the magical creatures within and equipped them with 212 sets of standard gear to ensure they were fully armed. Naturally, he then accessed the point shop, spending 10,000 points to exchange for 5 consumables. Each of these items possessed the same effect, augmenting knowledge by 10 points for a duration of 24 hours. And this effect is stackable. For Chinmai to survive, merely recruiting magical creatures to increase their numbers is insufficient. A powerful hero can decisively influence the outcome of a battle, while the types of troops often serve as mere adjuncts. Previously, he had to exchange consumables to boost his knowledge attributes and obtain a mage class transfer certificate, as he required a hero of the mage type. However, that is no longer necessary. He has chanced upon a necromancer transfer certificate, which is not considered a rare profession, especially since he had encountered a necromancer when he first meditated to harness magical energy. Next, he would delve into the contents of the necromancer transfer certificate titled Curse of the Bones, and then attempt to modify 2 magical creatures afflicted by the death curse, testing whether he could elevate them to champion level. Of course, even if he does not achieve champion status, he must find a way to either harmonize or eliminate the death curse residing within them. As for how to ascend to the championship level, Chinmai believes that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If he can integrate that death curse into the magical creature's essence, thereby forming a formidable power, he would not only achieve the championship level but also enhance his strength. Of course, the prerequisite is that the magical creature must endure, for this torment is unbearable for them. To accomplish these tasks by noon tomorrow, Chinmai must possess a sufficiently powerful capacity for learning, which brings to mind the necessity of augmenting his knowledge attribute. As a scholar, he ought to focus solely on enhancing his knowledge attribute. It would be foolish to increase strength instead. After utilizing 5 consumables, his knowledge attribute surged to level 67, while equipped with a primary treasure only afforded him an additional 17 points, which is indeed rather inadequate. This starkly illustrates the disparity between ordinary and rare professions, as well as the gap between lords and heroes promoted from championship-level troops. The value contained within these distinctions is vastly different. After overcoming this tribulation, he must find ways to swiftly bolster his knowledge attribute. Following the dramatic increase in his knowledge attribute, Chinmai felt as if his thoughts were accelerating, particularly in the realm of learning. It was akin to a tricycle transforming into a Lamborghini. Perhaps the surge was so immense that it lacked a gradual progression. leading to this illusion. At this juncture, there is no time for distractions. He picked up the tome titled Curse of the Bones and began to peruse its contents. A brief glance allowed him to retain the material, and upon deeper contemplation, the meanings within began to manifest continuously. I underestimated the significance of knowledge in amplifying my two innate talents. Initially, I believed it would take an entire afternoon to master the tome, Curse of the Bones. However, judging by my current progress, it appears that I may grasp its contents in no more than 2 hours. Consequently, I have resolved that if I survive this monstrous siege and accumulate sufficient points, I shall procure consumables that enhance my knowledge attribute for future endeavors. While the outside world is ablaze with fervor, I, Chinmai, find myself in a serene state, wholly immersed in my studies. Soon, I uncovered information pertaining to the death curse, akin to the bloodthirsty frenzy outlined in the Fury Warrior Training Manual. This arcane technique can be inscribed within one's body to unleash a terrifying curse upon death. The potency of the curse is proportionate to the strength of the inscriber's magical essence. Thankfully, the necromancer hero was only at level 11. Had it been any higher, complete annihilation would have been inevitable, a true harbinger of doom. Through my exploration of the death curse, I gradually devised a strategy to address this predicament and seize its benefits. Chapter 34, The Legacy of the Necromancer, Curse of the Bones, Healing. After delving into the Curse of the Bones and further examining the enigmatic death curse, night had fallen. I began to apply my knowledge in a practical manner. Alas, during this final step, I was unable to reverse the death curse within the magical creature, resulting in the simultaneous eruption of death and curse, leading to its instantaneous demise. You have observed that not all magical creatures possess the fortuity of having demonic blood to attain champion status. Thus, you may relinquish your aspirations. For I shall relieve you from this torment. Chinmai gazed at the last remaining magical creature. Master, your benevolence and compassion elicit my profound gratitude. If my demise could serve to advance your success, then let my life be the stepping stone for you. The magical creature emanated a potent aura of ashen gray and a sense of decay, yet its spirit remained remarkably resilient, devoid of any desire for death, and instead exuded an uplifting determination. Upon hearing these words, Chinmai fell into silence. I sense your loyalty. Therefore, you must embody that loyalty within your convictions. After speaking, Chinmai immersed himself in data comparison, his objective being straightforward, to identify and resolve the issues at hand. The magical creature refrained from voicing its allegiance, understanding the importance of remaining undisturbed at that moment. As time inexorably passed, Chinmai meticulously organized and synthesized all the problems, formulating a plan of resolution. Although he had previously undertaken similar efforts, the absence of concrete data rendered many aspects obscure. A glimmer of magical brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he activated his magical eye, a power he summoned independently rather than through the Lord's epic. Subsequently, the essence of magic and elements surfaced within his gaze, revealing a flow of energies. Within this magical creature, not only resided magical energy and elemental forces, but also a pervasive grayish death energy that sought to suppress its vitality. Should this death energy ultimately obliterate the magical energy and elements, it would inevitably claim the creature's life. Fortunately, this essence of death can indeed be classified as a form of elemental energy, albeit not one of the conventional elements. For instance, the meditation technique detailed in the Curse of Bones revolves around capturing this essence of death and transforming it into magical power. Thus, the crux of success lies in the manipulation of magical energy. However, prior to this, it is imperative to eliminate the 4 elemental forces earth, water, fire, and wind within the magical entity. The cyclical nature of these elements serves as the foundation for the elemental resonance skill. Presently, these 4 elements act as the vanguard against the essence of death. Indeed, the previous magical entities succumbed to a fatal curse precisely due to these elemental influences. Nevertheless, should they be expunged, the essence of death would swiftly proliferate, necessitating the containment of this force through magical power. The transformation process is proceeding remarkably well, even more smoothly than the last attempt, which can be viewed as a learning experience. Thus his innate talent is manifesting itself effectively. With a sigh of relief, as the 4 elements were excised, Chinmai successfully inscribed the arcane art of the death curse within the magical entity, allowing for the harmonious fusion of magical energy and the essence of death, thereby shifting the magical inclination from the 4 elemental forces to one that favors death. The ensuing challenge lies in whether it can endure this transition. Beyond this point, he is at the mercy of fate, hoping that a modicum of luck will favor him as promised. After a brief tidying up, Chinmai recognized that the metamorphosis of this magical entity would not be easily achieved, requiring at least 8 hours of slumber to awaken, during which it is likely to remain in a state of unconsciousness. Ultimately, the success of this endeavor hinges upon whether it can evolve into a champion-level entity during this period. Chinmai pondered that there was little he could interfere with. According to the data he had deduced, there appeared to be no issues, and the transformation process was remarkably smooth. After stretching his limbs, Chinmai chose not to depart. Instead, he retrieved a beginner's book on death magic and began to peruse its contents, striving to master all 5 first-level spells contained within as quickly as possible. He was uncertain why he had yet to encounter any second-level spells, despite his intelligence allowing him to learn third-level magic. After a moment of discontent, Chinmai dedicated himself to his studies. With a knowledge attribute soaring at 67 points, his learning efficiency was astonishingly rapid. You have learned the first-level death magic. Weakness curse, you have learned. Upon mastering the 5 death-related spells, Chinmai once again brought forth 2 manuals on magical creatures and architectural blueprints to embark on a more profound exploration. Coupled with the extensive data on magical creatures he had gathered over time, it was entirely justifiable to speak of revisiting the old to learn the new. Undoubtedly, the assistance of his 67 points in knowledge was indispensable. Perhaps due to the rarity of the professions he encountered, he often felt that conventional classes were rather inadequate. If, upon leveling up, he were to gain not just 1 point in free attributes and 1 point in knowledge, but 5 points in knowledge, many matters would become significantly simpler. Though he refrained from lamenting fate. Thus, Chinmai contemplated ways to address this shortcoming. One of your magical creatures has evolved into a champion level. Chinmai yawned, preparing to meditate to rejuvenate himself, when he suddenly noticed this notification flash before him. It had happened, in an instant, without the need for meditation. He felt a jolt of clarity. The enigmatic creature, lying languidly upon the bed, slowly roused itself, although its vitality had yet to be fully restored. An aura of death enveloped it. Creature name, enigmatic energy entity. Creature rank, first tier champion. Health, 5/5. Mana, 40/40. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 0. Skills, Fortunate Garden, Luck 1. Death curse affinity. Upon receiving an attack, it will unleash an energy curse, diminishing the attack and defense of all enemies within a 10-meter radius by 10 points, inflicting 10 points of death attribute damage. Mana Intellect, Mana 4/0, Loyal Taming, Morale never wanes. Cursed Entanglement, each attack can release a curse orb, reducing the target's attack power by 5 points. Death Energy Dissipation, daily health limit decreases by 10 points. Description, a mad creation of a certain lord, designed to infuse the essence of death into the entity's being, resulting in a creature on the brink of demise, a being even more deranged than its predecessor of champion rank. Strongly advised to be confined within Arkham Asylum, whether it's DC or Cthulhu, either suffices. Chinmai gazed at the description, feeling as though he were being targeted. Master, I have succeeded, the enigmatic energy entity proclaimed. Chapter 35, Death Curse Priest. Malevolent Entity. Your champion-level malevolent entity has successfully ascended to an heroic unit by utilizing the Necromancer class transfer certificate, acquiring the rare profession, Death Curse Priest, and has officially been renamed Malevolent Entity. Upon observing that the skilled death aura emanated from the limitations of potential, Chinmai promptly employed the Necromancer class transfer certificate. The distinction of champion-level units is remarkable, as it directly facilitated the transition into the rare profession of Death Curse Priest, albeit with a slight imbalance in attributes. This particular hero specializes as a war mage, excelling in negative states, particularly those associated with death. Hero, Malevolent Incantation Sprite LV1-0-1000. Class, Death Curse Priest. Loyalty, 100 constant. Health, 100. Magic, 50. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 0. Strength, 20. Knowledge, 0. Heroic talent, Garden Fortune, Luck 1. Curse Aura. Reduces the attack power of all enemy units on the battlefield by Strength 1 point and defense power by Strength 1 point. Death Curse Aura. Reduces the attack power of all enemy units on the battlefield by 1 point and defense power by 1 point per minute. Stacking, Strength 1. Layers, Magical Acumen. Increases strength by 10 and magic by 50 with each level. Skills. Basic Death Understanding. Death Magic Power 1. Magic Cost -1. Basic Mysticism. Level 1 Magic. Death. Despair of Death. Reduces enemy morale by 4 points. Lasts for 25 minutes. Costs 4 magic points. Death. Weaken Curse. Reduces enemy unit attack power by 6 points. Lasts for 25 minutes. Costs. For magic points. Death. Disintegration Ray. Reduces enemy unit defense power by 6 points. Lasts for 25 minutes. Costs. For magic points. See Qin Mai inhaled sharply. Although the malevolent incantation possesses neither attack nor defense power, its strength of 20 at just level 1 is astounding. Initially, the magical blood was evenly distributed among attack power, defense power, and strength, making this hero a remarkable embodiment of extremity in its essence. Whether through innate talent or cultivated skill, the sole objective remains the same: to vanquish the enemy utterly. Without digressing, under the curses of the Cursing Aura and the Death Aura, which lowly Tier 1 soldier could possibly withstand such onslaught? Coupled with spells that diminish morale and reduce both offensive and defensive capabilities, one can only imagine that no matter how many soldiers arrive tomorrow, they will be rendered utterly powerless. Excellent. I shall impart the arcane arts unto you. Through intermediate scholarship, Qin Mai bequeathed all his spells to the Dark Tongue. The Dark Tongue possessed the basic understanding of death, enabling the utilization of death-related magic arrows as a temporary primary assailant, and such formidable power would undoubtedly amplify the healing received. Additionally, he effortlessly acquired the Death Despair spell, which diminishes the morale of foes. After bestowing the magical knowledge, Qin Mai equipped the Dark Tongue with the Robe of the Undead, the Skeletal Staff, and the basic Death Grimoire. In due course, the Dark Tongue would learn the art of summoning, assisting Qin Mai in amassing troops. As a being inclined towards support, the Dark Tongue would not lead the soldiers independently, but rather allow the Blood Mage to take command. After all, the frail physique of the Dark Tongue is remarkably weak, even weaker than Qin Mai himself, being a substantial amalgamation of death and curse energies, and not belonging to the undead race, but instead a living entity. It is inevitable that such a constitution would be compromised, a likely consequence of the dissipating death aura. The Dark Tongue harbors a greater fear of decapitation tactics than Qin Mai, as even a skeletal warrior with a mere 6 points of attack could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Thus, it is imperative to equip him with primary treasures that enhance defense. Otherwise, he can only serve as a mascot, standing behind Qin Mai, who would need to protect him when necessary. The once youthful and vigorous figure has now transformed into one with sagging skin and a stooped posture, resembling someone in their 70s or 80s. Thank you, Master. With these spells, you need not personally engage in tomorrow's siege against the wild monsters. The voice of Xiaoyu rasped, as if his throat had been scorched. There is no rush for that. You should have had enough rest by now. It is the perfect time for me to impart the Bone Curse to you, allowing you to attempt to cultivate your own unique breed of magical soldiers, akin to the blood demons. Qin Mai understood that this was merely the beginning. With Xiaoyu, he had acquired a mage unit. Currently, Xiaoyu's standard attack involves unleashing a magical sphere imbued with death and curses upon the enemy. To put it succinctly, the initial results are promising, capable of reducing the opponent's attack and defense by 1 point each, while inflicting magical damage of the death attribute, with a potential for stacking up to 10 layers and future growth. However, the speed of the magical sphere leaves much to be desired. It is exceedingly slow. Therefore, Qin Mai must devise a solution to enhance its efficacy. Otherwise, the soldiers they train will likely be mere diminutive versions of Xiaoyu. For instance, he could increase the speed of the magical sphere, transform it into a beam, or even shift from single-target attacks to multi-projectile assaults. All these matters must be attributed to the tome The Curse of the Corpse. With his knowledge still at 67 points, it is imperative to swiftly conclude these tasks, especially since today marks the 5th wave of attacks, and the feral creatures that approach will undoubtedly possess greater strength. Heroic units are certainly present, and the wild beasts are undoubtedly fully equipped. You are currently elucidating the techniques of the malevolent spirits. During the explanation, Qin Mai intended to bestow upon the malevolent spirits the beginner's spellbook for elemental magic, which he desperately required. Acquiring this skill would also save him a selection opportunity. In Qin Mai's perspective, this was an essential skill, one that enhances magical damage, particularly for the malevolent spirits who primarily focus on strength. A mere 5 increase is not to be dismissed. The spell, Death Arrow, augmented by the fundamentals of death magic, inflicts a potent damage of 240 points. More significantly, it only consumes 4 points of mana. In contrast, the magical blood's damage, amounting to merely 360 points, pales in comparison. However, it is worth noting that the magical blood is at level 7, while the malevolent spirits are at level 1. The malevolent spirits, at this initial level, gain an additional 10 points in strength, with the most extreme allocation leading to no enhancements in attack power, defense, or knowledge. After reaching level 2, the damage inflicted by the malevolent spirit's death arrow will surpass that of the magical blood. This disparity is quite natural, as there exists a distinction between magical and warrior classes. The magical blood can be considered an average combat hero, proficient in close combat, while also capable of applying buffs to itself and debuffs to its foes. When it comes to venturing out alone, Emo Shui can proceed without concern, but the presence of Xie Yu necessitates substantial protection, as it lacks both offensive and defensive capabilities. With a significant reduction in the variety of units under his command, it can only serve in a supportive role. Offensive and defensive strength are paramount for leading troops. After all, this is the Lord's era, not the magic era, where magic merely acts as an auxiliary force. Chapter 36. The most comfortable battle yet, Wave 5. Your comprehensive strength. Tier 1 champion, current wild monsters. 1000 Tier 2 ghouls, undead hero unit 1. So the undead do not consume food, allowing for limitless recruitment. Although the timing of the evaluation increase remains uncertain, it is highly likely related to the emergence of Xie Yu, facing Tier 2 units as a Tier 1 champion. It is now clear that these wild monsters represent the local undead forces. If they were spawned from the Lord's era, I would have encountered Tier 1 champion wild monsters instead. For the natives, champion-level units, referred to as subordinates, are akin to quasi-heroes, with only a handful capable of being nurtured into true heroes. Their numbers are scarce, making widespread appearances improbable, thus necessitating the engagement of Tier 2 wild monsters. Must champions indeed fight against foes of a higher rank? Thankfully, with Xie Yu by my side, I would have surely faced disaster without it. With 1000 Tier 2 ghouls, how could my modest territory withstand such an onslaught? Hero, Celis Emoli LV-15 class. A grotesque entity, reminiscent of a foul abomination. Exuded a miasma of decay, evoking in Qin my an image akin to that of a butcher at a pork stall. Yet, this butcher wielded not a knife, but a staff. Unlike the previous undead hero, Sales did not charge forward. Instead, he commanded a legion of 1,000 corpses, observing Qin Mai from a distance. A throng of feeble spirits and an apprentice mage? What audacity to believe they could vanquish my sister. Sales' voice rang out, resonant and filled with disdain, as the bloated surface of his being fissured, releasing a noxious green mist. Qin Mai was taken aback to discover that this abomination was indeed kin to the skeleton he had encountered earlier. Would a specter or a death mage next emerge? He resolved to strike first, to eliminate the foe before engaging in any further dialogue. Engaging in conversation at such an opportune moment was folly. Why should he explain his intentions when it was the adversary who had instigated the conflict? Moreover, who could ascertain whether the enemy was merely stalling for time? The presence of a staff suggested that, despite its grotesque appearance, the adversary was likely a sorcerer rather than a mere melee combatant. Thus, it was plausible that this entity was attempting to divert his attention. Empowered by the infusion of magical blood, Qin Mai accelerated the attacks of the spirits, taking aim at the foe's head with a fire-infused magical arrow. The malevolent incantations grew bolder. Curses of weakness, disintegration rays, and other dark enchantments were unleashed. Coupled with his own curse aura and death aura, the offensive and defensive capabilities of the enemy's horde of corpses and their undead leader plummeted to an abysmal low. How can this be possible? Sales exclaimed incredulously. This was a prime example of killing both body and spirit. Not only was he to be slain, but his heart was also to be extracted for boiling. The demon blood led the charge, and with a surge of ferocity, a blade struck the undead, cleaving it in twain in an instant. Behind him, Qin Mai was not idle either. He unleashed a barrage of magical arrows. With limited resources for his dark incantations, he refrained from direct engagement, focusing instead on the opposing hero, Sales. The magical arrows were akin to a machine gun, incessantly firing in rapid succession. The opponent was shielded by a barrier reminiscent of the previous days, yet its strength appeared significantly augmented, likely doubled in thickness. However, fortune favored Qin Mai today. as he had ample magical energy. After enduring merely 4 magical arrows, the shield was shattered. Instinctively, Sale sought to chant a spell and retreat, but alas, he required time to cast. In stark contrast, Qin Mai's spells were instantaneous. Within mere seconds, a deluge of magical arrows riddled him with wounds, even obliterating his head. This battle was remarkably satisfying for Qin Mai. He had not launched many arrows himself. Most were conjured by the dark incantations. Without their hero's presence, the horde of undead had already been severely weakened by the multitude of negative effects from the dark spells. Though they were indeed second-tier units, they could hardly withstand a reduction of 25 points in attack power along with an additional 21 points, especially as the debilitating effects continued to escalate. Standing beside Qin Mai, the dark sorcerer persistently aimed and fired, attempting to convert his magical orbs into beams or area attacks. While the effort was commendable, it still lacked a certain finesse. However, Qin Mai did not demand too much. The offensive power of the evil words was genuinely lacking. It inflicted minimal damage even against troops. Its primary function lay in targeting heroes with precision in the future. The damage was not the focal point. Rather, it was the ability of his ordinary attacks to diminish attributes, and this effect could indeed accumulate. Therefore, the evil words were relegated to the role of a supportive hero. It was only due to Qin Mai's current lack of personnel that he allowed the evil words to accompany him into battle. As more heroes became available in the future, he would find a place to conceal himself and simply engage in basic attacks. If he wished to avoid combat, he could remain in a secure area, providing a halo that would reduce the enemy's offensive and defensive capabilities. With the halo from the evil words, he was confident in his ability to secure victory in prolonged engagements. Unexpectedly, he found himself capable of defeating foes beyond his level. How remarkable! Qin Mai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The 1,000 undead were swiftly vanquished, yet the damage was not insignificant. Upon their demise, they erupted in explosions, releasing clouds of green toxic mist. Fortunately, the wind was at his back, carrying the noxious fumes away. Compared to yesterday's death curse, this toxic mist seemed rather trivial. Not to mention the frenzied blood fiends. Even the mana fiends merely added a poisoning effect, albeit with a time constraint, allowing Qin Mai to manage his health quite easily. As for today's abominable mage, it did not exhibit the same ferocity as its predecessor. Its self-destruction was executed with a remarkable decisiveness. A resounding victory has been achieved, granting you an experience of 16,500. After thorough exploration, you have procured the following. Common resources: 30,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of ore, 30,000 units of grain. Special resources: 3,000 units of mercury, 3,000 units of gems, 3,000 units of crystal, 3,000 units of sulfur. You have also acquired 300,000 gold coins and 30,000 points. A bronze treasure chest, hero, has been bestowed upon you, and your level has ascended to LV9. You have gained 1 free attribute point and may select 1 skill from the following 3 options. 1. Intermediate Understanding of Death, Death Magic Power 1, Mana Consumption -1, 2. Basic Defense, reduces physical attack damage by 5. Chapter 37. If luck is against you, do not open the treasure chest. Qin Mai opted for intermediate mysticism and casually allocated the free attribute point to knowledge. This time, not only did Qin Mai ascend to level 9, but his magic blood also elevated to level 8, allowing him to learn the basic pathfinding skill. Basic pathfinding reduces the impact of terrain on mobility by 10. As a result, his movement costs will diminish, and acquiring basic logistics would further enhance his efficiency. Meanwhile, the Dark Tongue skill advanced 3 levels, upgrading basic understanding of death, basic mysticism, and basic magic power to intermediate levels. Intermediate understanding of death, death magic power 2, magic consumption -2. Furthermore, I am merely 600 experience points away from ascending to level 4, which is indeed a piece of good news. Currently, the power attribute of my dark incantation has reached an impressive 40 points, a truly formidable figure. It is no surprise, considering it is a hidden profession with maximum attribute allocation. My leveling efficiency is remarkable. I was initially lagging behind in vitality, yet I have now surpassed him by 1 level. In this battle, both vitality and dark incantation garnered only 10,000 experience points, whereas Qin Mai, in contrast, not only acquired 10,000 points, but also received an additional 65 experience. A Tier 2 unit yields a mere 30 experience points, which is quite scant, while a Tier 1 elite offers 20 experience points. There is no need for calculations. The three of us collectively earned 30,000 experience points, with each of the 1,000 corpses contributing 30 experience points. After a brief glance at his score, Chinmai commenced the exchange for the building blueprints he had previously been unable to complete. This time, he prioritized the blueprints for food production buildings, followed by those for timber and mineral resources, with gold reserves being the last consideration. Remarkably, after accumulating 2 rounds of points, he was indeed able to exchange for all the remaining resource production buildings he had not yet acquired. Subsequently, he diligently proceeded to study and construct them all. As for the foundational structures, he simply followed the upper and lower industrial chain to exchange for them, also acquiring blueprints for residences, wells, and other essential buildings. Prosperity brings peace to the populace. Chinmai understands the significance of these structures, which is why he ensured to exchange for all of them. In the present day, with the presence of the malevolent language, there is little cause for concern regarding the impending monster siege event. Tomorrow morning, a formidable entity known as the Blood Frenzy will emerge, and when combined with the malevolent blood and the dark incantations, it is unlikely that any significant issues will arise, provided that no Tier 3 units make an appearance. Even if such units do appear, their power will be considerably diminished under the effects of the malevolent language. Nevertheless, he currently possesses only a first-tier champion-level overall strength, and the second-tier units and heroes are at their utmost limit, making it improbable that even second-tier elite units will be available. Therefore, he remains entirely unperturbed. Although external threats seem minimal, internal concerns must also be addressed, should the activities of the following week prove equally vexatious. Neglecting to utilize this opportunity to enhance the various infrastructures within his territory may lead to a gradual accumulation of disadvantages that could ultimately jeopardize his position. Malevolent blood. He instructed, please allocate 50 training slots for the malevolent language, allowing it to train the first batch of elite creatures. Chinmai then explained to the malevolent language, do not underestimate this number. Your specialized units are likely to be of a supportive nature. Let us commence with training 50 units, and when the quantity of units increases next time, we can supplement your ranks accordingly. At present, we require frontline combat power, and while your support is indispensable, it must also adhere to a certain ratio of concession. However, if the attributes are favorable, we can subsequently allocate additional training slots for you. Both the malevolent blood and the malevolent language had no objections to Chinmai's decision. Chinmai articulated a valid point. Without a sufficient number of frenzied blood spirits, the utility of auxiliary troops becomes moot, for they cannot engage in battle. Upon returning, the blood of magic will train the troops, while you will select 50 magical spirits. After assigning tasks, Chinmai opened the bronze treasure chest. You have opened the bronze treasure chest, hero, and obtained Death Apprentice's Spellbook, Basic Treasure, Lumber Card, Basic Treasure, Gold Pack, Basic Treasure, Seed Bag, Basic Treasure, Spring Water Eye. He revealed 5 treasures. The first, the Death Apprentice's Spellbook, was rather disappointing, being merely a lower-tier tome of death magic. It seemed that the value of this bronze chest paled in comparison to the previous iron chest, as the Necromancer's Class Change Certificate and the basic Death Spellbook could easily overshadow these items. Chinmai could only conclude that his luck was lacking. Perhaps next time, he would allow Blood of Magic or Xiaoyu to open it, given their innate luck. Feeling devoid of fortune himself, he pondered whether to have a spirit with high luck serve as a mascot. However, that was a matter for another time. The study of high luck spirits required garden sprites, as this ability stemmed from them. The remaining 4 treasures were all resource-generating types. The lumber cart would increase his wood production by 10 units daily, while the gold pack provided 500 coins. The seed bag was more aligned with Chinmai's desires, generating 100 seeds each day, albeit randomly. The final spring of water, yielding an additional 10 units of sustenance daily, led Chinmai to believe that it would likely only produce clean water, rendering it rather unimpressive. After all, he had exchanged for a blueprint of a well. Once excavated, he need not worry about a lack of water. With a mere glance, he relegated it all to the resource warehouse, knowing that simply storing it would suffice for its efficacy. Even the most insignificant morsel holds value. He could hardly bear to discard it. With his points reset, he planned to accumulate resources once more, aiming to elevate all his structures to level 3 in 2 days. According to the rewards from the Monster Siege, he anticipated an additional 90,000 resources from the next 2 waves, 40,000 and 50,000 respectively. If necessary, he could exchange a bid in the point shop later. Once all structures reached level 3, he would then upgrade his territory to tier 2. Presently, he felt no urgent need to elevate the tier of his territory. Of course, even if he desired to, he was constrained by his current level of 9, requiring level 10 to meet the prerequisites. Reflecting on levels, he found himself perplexed by the rapid progress of others on the leaderboard. How had they managed to level up so swiftly? He understood that they were farming monsters, yet the method eluded him. In the early stages, once the wild creatures were vanquished, they ceased to spawn. Where did they find such a multitude of foes? It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather one of mobility and the availability of monsters. If the bloodthirsty beasts were to hunt continuously, his current level could easily reach 30. But the monsters were simply insufficient. This conundrum left Chiang Mai in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 38. The reduction of the lowest ranking currently. Resources were not a pressing concern. Thanks to a plethora of basic constructions, he was relatively self-sufficient each day. Chiang Mai gazed at his resource panel, where various creatures toiled diligently. With the assurance of formidable power granted by the malevolent incantations, many matters had become considerably easier. Common resources, food, daily output 11. 425, ore, daily output 3, 500. Lumber, daily output 3, 500. Gold, daily output 35,000. Special resources, gems, daily output 180. Crystals, daily output 180. Sulfur, daily output 180. Mercury, daily output 180. While it appeared that food could increase by over 11,000 units in a single day, the reality was that approximately 10,000 units were consumed daily. The bloodthirsty creatures required 12 units daily, and the magical creatures demanded 9 units. The consumption by Chiang Mai, alongside the blood magic and the malevolent incantations, contributed to a minor ripple in the grand scheme. It was precisely because he had extensively exchanged for blueprints of fundamental resource buildings and had upgraded them all to level 3 that he managed to maintain a surplus of over 1,000 units of food each day. Without this, relying solely on the food provided by the creatures during sieges would have led to an unsustainable situation within a few days. Indeed, the most prevalent structures in his territory were the farmlands. As for resources like gold or common materials, their quantities were originally modest. However, thanks to the percentage boosts provided by the auxiliary structures of these resource buildings, such as water wheels in the farmlands, mills, and lumber yards, he achieved such uniform outputs of 3,500. As for the special resources, there is little that can be done. The maximum output is constrained to 180 units per day. The Tier 3 special resource buildings can accommodate 30 different troop types, yielding 3 units per type daily. Currently, he possesses 2 such buildings, resulting in a daily production of 180 units of special resources. Hence, Chiang Mai deduces that his territory is steadily improving. He merely needs to endure, not daring to entertain thoughts of surpassing others, but at the very least, he is gradually growing stronger. The aspiration to stand out seems futile, especially considering the other lords whose prowess is exceedingly formidable, far beyond his reach. It is wiser to focus on improving his own circumstances. Had the disparity been smaller, Chiang Mai might have considered pursuing them, yet upon observing the leaderboard for the Monster Siege event, he abandoned that notion. The top position remains held by the true Dragon Emperor, whose average speed is a mere 0.1 seconds, completing 5 waves at the same pace, indicating that the siege poses no challenge for him. Indeed, the same applies to the top 10 participants. The danger lies solely with those in the lower tiers. After this 5th wave of the Monster Siege, his ranking has ascended to 164, now the foremost among the first-tier champions, with the next tier being the second. Although he ranks relatively high, he is on the verge of being at the bottom, as there are now only 216 lords remaining from an original 1,000. This 5th wave has not only claimed the lower-ranked lords, but also those positioned between 100 and 200. Most of those who have perished are either second-tier or first-tier champions. Had it not been for Chiang Mai's possession of the sinister incantation, the 5th wave would undoubtedly have met with a similar demise. And such an effortless victory would have been inconceivable. With a substantial surplus of gold coins and an entire afternoon at his disposal, he pondered whether to elevate the magical energy creatures to a second-tier classification. Chiang Mai reflected on his endeavors from the previous day, during which he utilized 5 consumables that augmented his knowledge by 10 points for a duration of 24 hours. This effect would not dissipate until noon today, granting him ample time to not only study magic and refine the sinister incantation, but also to delve into the intricacies of magical creatures and their workshops. His research encompassed 3 primary facets. First, the reduction of costs. Second, the expansion of scale. And third, the enhancement of tiers. While he made strides in the latter 2 areas, the reduction of costs remained a challenge. He envisioned transforming his modest workshop into a manufacturing facility, thereby significantly increasing the output of magical creatures. Presently, he produced 100 creatures weekly, yet he harbored ambitions of reaching 1,000. However, should he continue with just a small workshop, sustaining the second-tier magical energy creatures would prove impossible. After all, why could larger magical creatures not emerge from the creature workshop, but only from the manufacturing facility? To address this, Chiang Mai drew inspiration from the operational model of the magical creature manufacturing facility to expand and enhance his magical energy creature workshop into a full-fledged manufacturing plant. Regarding the tier advancement, he intended to propel the magical energy creatures to the next level, incorporating not only the ability of elemental resonance, but also an effect derived from the enhanced death curse. This data was obtained from the sinister incantation and another magical energy creature that perished due to the death curse. As for the potential dissipation of death energy, it is implausible. Chiang Mai will adeptly harness the power of death while maintaining a delicate equilibrium with elemental forces. It is noteworthy that the elemental resonance exhibited by the magical energy creatures draws inspiration from the backlash of magical blood, a technique that mitigates harm to oneself while simultaneously yielding enhancement. This, in conjunction with the arcane art of bloodthirsty frenzy, has birthed the phenomenon of elemental resonance. Presently, he is naturally focused on alleviating the adverse effects of dissipating death energy, ensuring it poses no threat to the magical energy creatures. Subsequently, he intends to modify this with the death curse, thereby crafting a novel skill akin to it. However, such an endeavor necessitates an accompanying adjustment to the elemental resonance to prevent any ensuing conflict. At this juncture, the elemental resonance encompasses only the 4 fundamental elements of earth: water, fire, and wind. Thus, it must be disentangled and restructured into a new cycle, rather than intertwining with bloodthirsty frenzy, which would otherwise clash with the emerging power of death. Although the power of death theoretically qualifies as an element, it does not belong to the same framework. Otherwise, distinctions between elementalists and necromancers would not exist. In truth, had Chiang Mai possessed a sufficient understanding of the 4 elemental domains, he could have disaggregated these elements to forge 4 entirely new skills, akin to the power of death. Regrettably, he does not. Previously, he aspired to exchange for the mage class transfer certificate, but the necessity of developing his territory delayed this once more. Thus, he must await the aftermath of the impending monster siege before proceeding with the exchange. He must first complete the conversion of the remaining foundational structures and subsequently acquire the essential consumables, specifically items that temporarily enhance knowledge attributes. He indeed wished to exchange for treasures, but regrettably, they were all high-level items, starting at 7-digit points. Rare architectural blueprints were similarly priced, beginning in the 5 digits. Not to mention the construction resources, which were even more precious. Consequently, high-end items were beyond his reach. Thus, it remained paramount to focus on foundational infrastructure. It was a pity that the trading post in the market was merely a fade. It was not just Chiang Mai who lacked resources. All lords were in short supply, making it impossible to sell valuable items at the trading post. The shop was far more reliable. Chapter 39. Tier 2 Units. Magical Creatures. Please note, a subtle change has occurred in one of your creature workshops. Your magical creature workshop has undergone a transformation, enhancing the attributes and skills of the produced magical creatures. Please name this unit and its corresponding category. You have acquired a brand new architectural blueprint, unnamed unit building. Please note, this unit building is for Tier 2 units, and you are currently unable to utilize it. Why is it that, after all my hard work refining this unit building, you now tell me I cannot recruit? Chiang Mai had originally intended to unleash a wave of chaos with the Tier 2 bloodthirsty creatures, only to be abruptly informed that they were unavailable. Wasn't he this absurd? If he had constructed the unit building from the blueprint and then found it unusable, it would be somewhat understandable. However, he found this utterly unacceptable. Yet, His refusal to accept the situation could not alter the outcome. He could only curse under his breath and rename the Tier 2 creatures to magical creatures, while the unit building was transformed into a magical creature manufacturing plant. Unit name, Arcane Sprite. Unit tier, Tier 2. Health points, 50-50. Mana points, 50-50. Attack power, 17. Defense power, 17. Skills, Lucky Garden, Luck 1. Arcane Resilience, Attack power 7. Defense power 7. Magical Acumen, Mana points 50. Elemental Shield. Can expend mana to form an elemental shield, with 1 mana point absorbing 1 point of damage. Arcane Aegis. Reduces damage taken by 5. Blood Fire Burn for every 1 point decrease in health. Attack power increases by 1. Grey Desolation. All enemies within a 10-meter radius suffer a reduction of 1 in attack and defense power per minute. Stacking up to 3 layers. Loyal Domination. Morale never falters. Description: a novel creation by a divinely ordained lord. This unique unit embodies an eccentric style, flawlessly exploiting the opportunities within the rules. Perhaps one day, we shall witness sprites rivaling the gods themselves? Chinmai gazed upon his arcane sprite, finding the description increasingly irreverent. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that the Tier 2 arcane sprite perfectly met his needs and possessed room for enhancement. At this Tier 2 stage, there were likely 2 more opportunities for augmentation. In essence, the current arcane sprite resided in the early phase of Tier 2, with subsequent stages including the mid and late phases. As for the existence of a perfected Tier 2, Grand Perfection, or half-step to Tier 3 classifications, that would depend on Chinmai's depth of knowledge. If one possesses sufficient knowledge, the necessity for extensive divisions may diminish. However, in its absence, one must endure a gradual process of refinement, leading to the emergence of further classifications. Yet, the existence of deities? Does this world truly harbor divine beings? Chinmai scrutinized the introduction with a sense of foreboding. He remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances of the magical continent, having encountered merely 4 indigenous inhabitants. Apart from the Wisdom Tree and Morlick, the remaining 2 were foes whom he had vanquished. Consequently, he found himself in the dark regarding the true nature of this magical realm's background. Previously, he could have procured information from the merchant Morlick, but alas, he lacked sufficient gold coins. As for inquiries, such endeavors seemed futile, as the other party's demeanor spoke volumes, if they were disdainful even in transactions. How could he expect them to divulge information? Had Chinmai possessed greater strength at that moment, he would have imparted a lesson about tariffs, skinning the individual financially. As long as he did not fulfill his task or complete his visit, he could exploit a bug to claim the other as a treasure within his domain. Entering Chinmai's territory and expecting to depart? A fanciful notion indeed. Master, has the 2nd tier transformation been completed? The trained blood demon eagerly gazed at Chinmai, seemingly brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Chinmai's expression darkened. No, I was deceived. It is unusable and must await the 2nd tier of the territory, for I am still 1 level short. This blood demon, it seemed, was not one to miss an opportunity for complaint. Had all been in order, Chinmai would not have idly perused books. He would have summoned them to ascend long ago, for he was not devoid of gold coins. Currently, the most abundant resource is gold. Due to the underdeveloped nature of commerce, this gold can only be utilized for recruiting troops and purchasing essential daily supplies from stores. As for further recruitment, he harbors no such intentions. Even if he were to recruit more, it would merely yield ordinary magical creatures rather than elite ones. To recruit 100 magical creatures, he would require 900 units of food and subsequently train them into frenzied magical creatures, which would escalate daily food consumption to 1,200 units. Consequently, his original surplus of food would swiftly devolve into a deficit, rendering sustenance untenable. If he truly wishes to recruit further, he must first cultivate his farmlands or discover other means to augment his food supply before proceeding with recruitment. Previously, due to a lack of combat strength, Chinmai resorted to such a desperate measure. However, with his current military capabilities secured, it would be far wiser to await the elevation of his territory to the 2nd tier before directly recruiting 2nd tier magical creatures. Wouldn't that be preferable? 2nd tier? Does that mean we could defeat the monsters after tomorrow's siege? The blood of magic expressed a hint of excitement. At present, Chinmai stands at level 9, blood of magic at level 8, and evil tongue at level 3. Although Chinmai possesses the highest level, he remains the weakest in actual combat prowess. Still merely an ordinary individual, albeit with a slightly more agile mind. His strategic command cannot truly be deemed significant. It manifests more in learning and research, making him more of an auxiliary figure than anything else, even more so than Evil Tongue. If one were to truly assess the strength of the Lord, Chiang Mai believes he would undoubtedly rank at the bottom, for not everyone would choose a profession devoid of any combat capability as he has. However, should anyone witness his current predicament, they would likely associate it with the rise of his territory, given the unique troops coupled with the nature of his profession, which could be readily comprehended. Chiang Mai had no intention of concealing this fact, for he was situated in a desolate wilderness. There were no lords present, nor even native inhabitants. Consequently, he silently lamented the so-called increase in the appearance rate of native residents. Well, it turned out to be true. He encountered 2 undead heroes, and it was likely he would meet 2 more in the next couple of days. Compared to last week, there was indeed an increase, doubled. In fact, however, these natives were anything but amicable, yet that was of little concern to Chiang Mai, for he was not particularly friendly either. Once the final wave of monsters besieging the city concluded the day after tomorrow, Chiang Mai would instruct the blood demon to lead the frenzied blood spirits in search of the ancestral home of this undead force, with the intent of annihilating them outright. As for the possibility of having a powerful backing, that was not a matter for him to ponder, given the current circumstances. It could easily be described as a deadly feud. Chiang Mai had already decimated a significant portion of their forces and heroes, and he certainly would not relent. Chapter 40. Tier 2 Elite Spider Zombies. Captured Heroes. Wave 6. Your Comprehensive Strength. Tier 1 Champion. This wave of wilderness monsters. 1000 Tier 2 Elite Spider Zombies. Undead Hero Units 1. Is the difficulty this high? I have directly escalated to Tier 2 Elites. Chiang Mai furrowed his brow, observing 1,000 spider-like corpses, with the upper halves resembling women and the lower halves resembling spiders, surging toward him. Not only had their strength increased, but their size had also grown considerably. Yesterday, the undead he encountered was merely of an ordinary human stature, but today, this arachnid corpse looms large, akin to the size of an automobile. A rare profession, perhaps? Chiang Mai gazed upon the grinding teeth of the spectral hero, which bore resemblance to the arachnid corpse, yet unlike the previous abominations and skeletons. This figure unmistakably bore the traits of femininity. Hero, Klaus Jasmine LV-18. Beyond the name, no further information could be discerned, evidently due to its second-tier status. Furthermore, this entity not only led the charge, but also possessed the ability to cast spells while in motion, a feat unattainable by the prior 2 undead heroes. This appearance suggested a dual mastery of both martial and magical arts, and more crucially, it was capable of instantaneous casting. Clearly, it had exploited the rules of the Lord's Epic, being summoned forcefully for this event, thus naturally wielding corresponding abilities, namely strategic magic. Klaus Jasmine casts Weakness Curse. Allied troops' attack power decreases by 7 points, lasting 90 minutes. Klaus. Attributes such as attack power, defense, and movement speed were all directly diminished. While the opponent was formidable, Chiang Mai was no mere pushover. He unleashed sinister incantations, enveloping the arachnid corpse with curses, a curse aura, a death curse aura, and a weakening curse. Subsequently, he enhanced his own forces with accelerated attack and bloodthirsty spells. The Blood Fiends, fueled by fervor, launched a furious charge. It was merely a mutual reduction of offense and defense, rendering both sides evenly matched. The adversary appears to possess a level 2 death magic. Yet the curse aura alone on our side yields a staggering 52 points in both offense and defense. Even though the Spider Lich is fully equipped with a basic artifact, it cannot withstand such devastation. Moreover, the Death Curse aura is also in effect, diminishing the enemy's offense and defense by 1 point each minute. Consequently, both sides have reduced their combat capabilities to a low state. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the opposing undead are at a disadvantage. The reason is straightforward. Their offense and defense do not exceed the initial 52 points. As time progresses, victory will undoubtedly elude them. Unit name, Spider Lich. Unit rank, Elite Level 2. Health points, 100-100. Attack power, 40. Defense power, 40. Skills, Undead Creature. Poisonous Toxin, Mind Magic, Fear, but cannot be healed or resurrected. Indifference, lacks morale. Spider Walk, movement speed reduced by 50. Terrain cost reduced by 50. Web, attacks reduce enemy speed upon hitting. Poisonous Blade, attacks inflict poison, reducing enemy health by 5 points per minute. Corpse Spider, Attack Power 5. Defense Power 5. Treasures, Spider Armor. Defense Power 10. Spider Bloodblade. Attack Power 10. Spider Amulet. Health points 50, with a foundational offense and defense of 35. Supplemented by 5 points from elite skills, alongside the benefits of skills and artifacts, the total rises to a formidable 40 points. If not for the advantageous talents of the curse, it would indeed be uncertain whether we could sufficiently weaken the opponent. As Chinmai gazed upon the spider-like undead hero, he sensed that this time he might capture her alive. Indeed, she was a being of the undead, yet possessed of intellect. Unlike the mere puppets of skeletons and zombies that were under mindless control, his attention fell upon the point shop, where he recalled a blueprint for a basic structure known as the prison, designed for confining captives, whether heroes or troops, with the potential for subsequent recruitment. However, Chinmai harbored no intentions of recruitment. He sought only to extract the desired intelligence regarding the magical continent from this undead hero. Despite the fact that the spider-like hero was female, Chinmai had no penchant for bonds of life and death, even if she were strikingly beautiful. His curiosity leaned more towards her internal bodily structure, specifically, the intriguing fusion of human and spider, in the absence of any rejection response. Was this phenomenon attributable to her undead nature? With a whispered incantation and the aid of demonic blood, he resolved to capture this undead hero. Once such thoughts took root in his mind, he promptly issued his orders. Yes, master, rest assured, the task will be accomplished. The gaze of the demonic blood towards the spider-like hero brimmed with malice. He harbored no fondness for the undead, akin to the disdain he felt for wolves. After all, both the undead and wolves once nearly took their lives. How could there be any affection in such a scenario? Soon, demonic blood received Chinmai's command. Its offensive and defensive capabilities diminished, yet this did not imply an inability to inflict harm. My illustrious master truly shows mercy. He wishes to capture you, an undead being. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. The blood mage narrowed his eyes, the sanguine aura enveloping him intensifying. He actively accelerated the secret technique of blood frenzy, causing his vitality to diminish at an alarming rate, while his offensive power surged correspondingly, even transcending the negative states afflicting him. The Spider Walker hero, upon hearing this, displayed a clear expression of dissatisfaction on her deathly visage, but soon succumbed to a full-scale assault. The second-tier elite Spider Walkers were utterly overwhelmed by the blood-frenzied creatures exchanging vitality for ferocity. Once all the Spider Walkers had been vanquished, a multitude of blood-frenzied creatures gathered around. Chinmai declared his intent to capture one alive, and thus it was to be. Even though the Spider Walker hero possessed formidable strength, standing at level 18, she found herself unable to contend with such a horde of creatures. Moreover, the incessant incantations inflicted upon her numerous debilitating statuses, compounded by Chinmai's healing skills deliberately siphoning her life force, alongside the relentless assault from the blood mage, rendered her resistance increasingly feeble. Ultimately, she was subdued by the overwhelming tide of blood-frenzied creatures, unable to muster even a struggle. A decisive victory. You have gained 22,000 experience points. You have captured a hero, Cross Jasmine. You have looted and obtained common resources. Special resources. 400,000 gold coins. 40,000 points. Chapter 41. Advancement Quest, Talent Ascendance. Your level has risen to LV10. You have gained 1 point of free attribute. You may choose one skill from the following 3 options. 1. Basic Resistance. Reduces magic debuffs and damage by 5. 2. Intermediate Wisdom Technique. Allows the learning of level 4 magic. 3. Basic Financial Management. Increases daily income by 125 gold coins. Upon reaching his new level, Chinmai selected the Intermediate Wisdom Technique, as the other 2 skills held little significance for him. Had the Intermediate Wisdom Technique not been available, he would have likely opted for Basic Resistance. Additionally, his blood magic also advanced, reaching level 9. Despite Chinmai possessing 22,000 experience points, both blood magic and evil speech only held a mere 13,000 normal experience each. Blood magic upgraded basic defense to intermediate defense. Intermediate defense reduces physical attack damage by 10. The increase from 5 to 10 is commendable, effectively doubling the resistance. Meanwhile, evil speech did not leap 3 levels this time, but instead gained 2 levels, advancing to level 5. Subsequently, It also learned two skills: basic wisdom technique and basic intelligence. The aforementioned rudimentary wisdom was possessed by Qin Mai, yet the emergence of basic intelligence intrigued him greatly. He pondered why it had not materialized. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of misfortune. The basic intelligence skill, which enhances the hero's magical capacity by 10, initially seemed rather formidable, as it effectively granted an additional 10th of magical prowess. Qin Mai coveted this enhancement, even in the absence of an increased magical limit. The name alone suggested its undeniable merit. However, this was not the crux of his concern. The true issue lay in the realization that his experience points were locked, rendering him incapable of leveling up, which caused a visible shift in his expression. If he could not advance in level, would he not be rendered obsolete, destined to languish in idleness and wait for death? Fortunately, the Game Lord's epic swiftly elucidated the situation for him. You have reached level 10. A promotion quest has been issued to you. Quest requirements: achieve a glorious victory or higher, 01. Slay one heroic unit, 01. Upgrade your territory to level 2, 12. Quest reward: talent ascension 1. Well, this task indeed presents a significant challenge, particularly the requirement to slay one heroic unit. Judging by the description, it seems he might need to take action himself. If not for the recent capture of the spider-walking hero, he would have been at a loss for how to fulfill this quest. As for the other two requirements, they were not insurmountable. With the aid of the dark incantations, his victories could easily be classified as overwhelming triumphs. Alas, past victories do not count. He must secure new ones to accomplish the first task. What, then, is this talent ascension? Does it enhance my abilities? Qin might cast a glance at the reward, deeming it devoid of significance. Soon after, he cast this matter aside, casually upgrading his territory to level 2. Your territory has been upgraded to level 2, was the succinct proclamation, following which the entire domain trembled, expanding outward. In essence, this signified an increase in the territorial boundaries under his command. The commotion soon subsided, and his territory's area had doubled, a rather splendid piece of news. The farmlands that extended beyond his territory were once again encompassed within its borders. Qin Mai was not a specialist. He had not meticulously designed the structures within his territory. Instead, he had planned them more intuitively and orderly, leading to several shortcomings that could only be rectified by professionals in the future. He pondered whether the elevation and level truly conferred any tangible benefits to the territory. For him, the doubling of the area was of little consequence. After all, construction beyond the territory was still permissible. Perhaps it symbolized sovereignty? He suspected that Lord's Epic would not engage in such trivialities without reason, and the territory's area must hold some significance, though he was unaware of what that might be. Thus, Qin Mai resolved to set this matter aside, as it was unlikely he could deduce the answer. Level 2, indeed. He instructed Mo Shui to notify all the creatures to transition to the magical creature manufacturing facility to transform into level 2 units. Qin Mai informed Mo Shui and Xiaoyu to handle the task, for it was unreasonable to burden himself with such trivialities. Upon glancing at the upgrade requirements for the Tier 3 territory, he found them exceedingly stringent. Territory, Mage Tower, Tier 2, Advancement, 100, 000 gold coins, 10, 000 units of ore, 10, 000 units of wood, 1, 000 units of gems, 1, 000 units of crystals, 1, 000 units of sulfur, 1, 000 units of mercury. Buildings, Mana Pool, 1-1, Magic Guild, 0-1, Library, 0-1. Requirement: Lord must reach level 20. Not only had the resource quantities increased exponentially, but there were also building prerequisites. While the Mana Pool was manageable, he pondered where he might procure the other two structures. To his surprise, he did discover a solution within the points shop. The blueprint for the Magic Guild could be acquired for 50,000 points, while the library blueprint was slightly less costly at 30,000 points. The restoration of the Mana Pool was also hindered by the need for an elemental core. Though it did not specify a requirement for quality, even a dry one would suffice. Faced with this predicament, Qin Mai felt utterly powerless, as he had no inkling of where to source such items. However, he soon resolved to set aside these vexing issues and turn his attention to the technological enhancements promised by the Monster Experiment Manual, albeit without harboring excessive optimism regarding the extent of the improvements it could offer. Enhancement of Spirit Creature's Attack Power. Spirit Creature Attack Power 1. Enhancement of Spirit Creature's Defense Power. Spirit Creature Defense Power 1. Enhancement of Spirit Creature's Health. Spirit Creature Health 10. These are 3 technological enhancements from the Beginner Spirit Creature Experiment Manual, which can be described as somewhat superfluous. Spirit Creature Magic. Luck. Learn Level 2 Natural Magic Luck Spell, Spirit Creature Spirit. Encouragement. Movement Speed 1. Spirit Creature Physique. Magic Power. Magic Points 10. Luck Spell. Upon release, grants Luck 1, lasting 10 minutes, consuming 10 points of magic power. Aside from the Luck Spell, the others are rather mundane, lacking any remarkable quality, and the increments are minimal. However, the Luck Spell is indeed exceptional, directly adding 1 point of luck. If it were the original Garden Fairy, it would likely be even more formidable, though the increase is somewhat limited. It remains uncertain whether this enhancement can be inherited by heroes in the future. Thus, he promptly began his research on the Spirit Creature Magic, Luck technology. You have commenced the research on Spirit Creature Magic. Luck. Cost. 10,000 gold coins. Duration. 48 hours. The beginner version costs 1,000 gold coins, while the advanced version naturally costs 10,000 gold coins. However, Chinmai is not particularly short on funds. Well, perhaps he lacks substantial wealth, but he does have some resources. At the very least, investing in fully enhancing the spirit creatures with available funds is not an issue, although the time required leaves Chinmai feeling somewhat helpless. He initially thought that spending money would yield immediate enhancements. Chapter 42. The Red Wind Prairie and the Origins of the Undead. How is it? Has he summoned anyone? Chinmai arrived at the prison and inquired of the sinister figure interrogating at the entrance. Although referred to as a prison, it essentially consisted of small, isolated cells. Ever since the infamous Hero Cross was captured, escape had become utterly impossible. This prison was imbued with anti-magic and debilitating effects, and unless someone from the outside intervened, escape was out of the question. It is imperative to acknowledge that our situation is far from optimistic. The sinister figure spoke gravely, and then began to recount the history of their region to Chinmai. The territory belonging to Chinmai was known as the Redwind Plain, a place that had once been the domain of the Silver Star Alliance, a collective of mages. The region had experienced some repercussions during the Orc Rebellion, but that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that this area had once been the birthplace of beast men and a flourishing ground for alien slaves. Countless inhumane experiments had been conducted here, leading to a united front by the alien deities against the Mage Alliance, ultimately transforming this region into a chaotic nexus of divine and magical energies, seldom traversed by anyone. At unpredictable intervals throughout the year, the air would turn crimson, signaling a significant upheaval of divine and magical powers, plunging the entire area into a tumultuous vortex whose eruption remained uncertain and the duration of which was equally enigmatic. The chaotic intertwining of magical and divine forces, resulting in the Crimson Storms, was attributed to the fall of a great mage and a deity, hence the name Redwind Plain, which was originally known as the Fertile Plain. Consequently, the Silver Star Alliance had deemed the area uninhabitable and withdrew, leaving behind a disarrayed remains. This disarray encompasses, but is not limited to, inaccessibility, beast-like humanoid specters, and an array of chaotic and inhospitable environments. The beast-like humanoids represent a rather awkward species. The foreign deities do not recognize them as part of their own kin, resulting in their abandonment post-conflict. The mages, too, had no intention of liberating these enslaved beings, leaving them forsaken. As time elapsed, the beast-like humanoids, deprived of sustenance, inevitably perished, with a scant few transforming into undead, thereby establishing their own dominion. The skirmishes between the gods and mages rendered the region predominantly uninhabitable. Aside from a select few areas, even the undead struggled to survive. The Dark Tongues have also uncovered how Morlik gained entry. They utilized teleportation magic to arrive here and engaged in trade with these beast-like undead. For instance, Chinmai's compendium of mystical creatures and the requisite spellbooks were exchanged with these spectral entities. Moreover, the perilous nature of the Redwind Plains was not solely due to the undead. Chinmai's interference prevented them from dictating the terms of their transactions, leaving them discontented. They initially intended to employ teleportation magic to depart once more, only to encounter Chinmai, who bound them with the edicts of the Lord Era. Lacking any benefits, they faced only peril, as even potential advantages had been thoroughly siphoned by the Mage Alliance, leaving nothing for outsiders. The Mage Tower where Chinmai resides was likely one such site affected by the tumult. However, The original occupant had long since fled. Otherwise, how could the tower remain in such pristine condition? Upon listening, Chiang Mai's complexion turned a shade of green. He realized he had been dispatched to an isolated realm. No wonder there were no indigenous inhabitants visiting, as this place was fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to demise. Who would willingly venture into such a treacherous locale? However, there was a silver lining. The surrounding beast-like undead were united under a single faction. After all, this area was rather minuscule, leaving little room for extensive development, yet they had coalesced into a formidable force. At present, this undead faction boasted 4 heroes, of which Chiang Mai had vanquished 2 and captured 1. This suggested that the impending siege would merely entail luring the last hero of the opposing faction to his doom. Chiang Mai couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. It became clear to him why resources in this realm were so scant. The non-undead creatures, such as the wolves during the novice phase, were likely manifestations of the Lord's era, and once the novice phase concluded, all wild beasts would transform into undead entities. Subtly corroborating this theory, despite the presence of only 4 heroes among the undead, it was a common occurrence. The natives were not lords. And achieving hero status was no simple feat. The emergence of 4 heroes was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, the undead troops were merely those beast-like beings resurrected through necromantic spells, devoid of sentience. After all, they were merely skeletons and zombies, 2 forms of low-level undead. Unless they were able to ascend in rank, the birth of intelligence was utterly impossible. The manifestation of intelligence among these lowly undead, such as skeletons and zombies, was indicative of their promotion to hero status. From the lips of Cross, Chiang Mai gleaned the location of the domain of the undead forces, situated within a necromancer's tomb. This necromancer's tomb could be likened to a mage tower. Of course, a necromancer could also construct a mage tower, as it is a matter of personal preference and not a necessity. Through relentless expansion, this tomb has nearly been transformed into an underground city. But how did the avatar of the wisdom tree gain entry? Chiang Mai pondered, recalling his encounter with the first indigenous person, who clearly had ulterior motives. It's obvious they were coming for me, given how blatant it is. The Red Wind Plain is quite unique, marked by the death of deities, and it serves as a place of shame for various races, including the elves. The 4 undead heroes hail from the elven lineage, and thus they formed a new clan, taking the surname Jasmine. As for the reason behind this surname, Chiang Mai was at a loss. Inquiries met with silence. I had thought that surviving the monster siege would grant me some respite, yet it appears that I am still far from at ease. With the ever-looming threat of the Red Wind catastrophe, I've been fortunate to have avoided it thus far, but should it erupt, what fate awaits me? As it stands, the Red Wind calamity does not seem poised to affect him. However, with the burgeoning forces of magic and divinity, it is only a matter of time before it encroaches upon his territory, a conclusion drawn from Cross's revelations. The Red Wind disaster is steadily eroding the last vestiges of safety within the Red Wind Plain. His domain cannot sprout legs and flee, can it? One can only find a way to resolve the calamity of the Red Wind. If it were not life-threatening, Chiang Mai might concede. But it is abundantly clear that retreat is no longer an option. This situation has utterly transformed external troubles into internal strife. Chapter 43. Rare Job Transfer Certificate. Spider Queen, you have slain a hero. Gaining 1,650 experience points. You have looted a silver treasure chest. Hero, please note, you have reached the level cap and cannot gain experience points. After Chiang Mai dispatched the spider undead hero with a magical arrow, he was taken aback by the meager spoils. Is this truly all that I have received? Chiang Mai found it hard to believe. After all, this was a hero. One would expect at least some special resources, right? Although the lack of experience points could be understood, he was not in want of them. The absence of resources was beyond comprehension. Subsequently, Chiang Mai presented the silver treasure chest to Xiaoyu, saying, "Here, you open it. You carry a modicum of luck. Perhaps you shall uncover something remarkable." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu complied and opened the chest, promptly relaying its contents to Chiang Mai. Spider Queen Job Transfer Certificate, Rare. Blueprint, Spider Abode, Rare. Treasure Blueprint, Spider Armor. Treasure Blueprint, Spider Bloodblade. Treasure Blueprint, Spider Amulet. Aside from these 5 items, there were also common and special resources, yet these 2 types paled in comparison to the blueprints and job transfer certificate he had obtained. Chiang Mai gazed at the set before him, utterly astounded. Was this some sort of jest? He had been presented with an entire ensemble. Although he was reluctant to admit his misfortune and luck, it was evident that he was ill-suited for activities such as lotteries or treasure chests. Had he allowed his subordinates to open the previous bronze chest, perhaps they might have unearthed the coveted abomination set. Queen Spider Elf Class Change Certificate. Rare, class change requirements. Female, elf race. Alas, what a waste of such a rare profession. Chinmai could not help but feel disheartened. This item had class change requirements, unlike ordinary professions which could transition freely. As for the female requirement, it was futile to hope, as his subordinates were asexual beings incapable of reproduction. The elf race, however, bore some connection to them, given that his subordinates were transformed from garden sprites. Yet, this connection was tenuous at best. The elf race was characterized by their tall and slender forms, while garden sprites resembled diminutive goblins, fond of gold and mischief, and naturally fortunate. Nevertheless, the Queen Spider Elf was a beastly humanoid created by mages who fused elves and giant spiders. With the title of Queen suggesting a role in commanding the Spider Elves, one could only wonder which mage had such peculiar inclinations, combining elves and giant spiders. While creativity is commendable, perhaps this mage ought to seek the counsel of a psychologist. The Queen of the Elven Spiders was the profession of the spider zombie hero prior to its demise. Naturally, it transformed into the undead Spider Queen thereafter. The Elven Spider Nest, on the other hand, possesses the capability to produce the Elven Spider Maid, a Tier 2 unit. However, the construction requirements are exorbitantly high and, moreover, hold little utility for Chinmai. In comparison to the Elven Spider Maid, he places greater faith in his magical creatures. There exists the potential to package and sell them as a set, particularly since they are rare, undoubtedly attracting buyers. Yet, determining a price poses a challenge. For Chinmai, this set is both precious and somewhat superfluous. The reasoning is straightforward. He lacks both elves and females. To effectively utilize the Elven Spider Maid, one must first have the Elven Spider Queen along with 3 pieces of equipment. Nonetheless, it is not entirely devoid of value. For instance, Chinmai could engage in self-study. Given that this pertains to the transformation experiment of beastly beings, he could very well internalize this knowledge and subsequently apply it to the transformation of magical creatures. Perhaps he might even succeed in creating a magical spider creature. In theory, this could yield a dual victory for Chinmai. He could sell off the unnecessary job transfer certificates, architectural blueprints, and equipment schematics in exchange for what he truly needs. In reality, however, he has already mastered the most invaluable knowledge, leaving him with only the blueprints that are of little use. It is a pity that the corpse has vanished, otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to examine its anatomical structure. Observing the spider zombie hero gradually fading away within the confines of the prison, Chinmai felt a twinge of regret. It remains uncertain when the game Lord's Epoch will abolish the mechanism for refreshing corpses, as it has cost him an undue amount of materials. Certainly, it is also possible that it may never vanish throughout one's lifetime. Were it not for the completion of his mission, Chinmai would undoubtedly refrain from slaying this spider undead hero. Not only could he study the undead race, but he could also delve into the intricacies of its modified structure, achieving multiple objectives with a single endeavor. As for the prospect of researching the living, to be frank, he lacked the audacity. His slight frame would render him vulnerable, as even a single spider leg from this formidable foe could easily spell his demise. For the sake of his own safety, it would be prudent for him to exercise caution. Tomorrow heralds the final wave of monsters besieging the city. Should the enemy's undead hero be captured alive? From the spider undead hero, Chinmai gleaned valuable intelligence regarding the impending confrontation, such as the presence of the abominable knight, which, like the spider undead, is an elite variant of undead troops, and furthermore, a rare, specialized unit. The undead hero is classified as a rare-grade profession, specifically of the undead knight type, though the precise details remain shrouded in mystery. Its power should not be underestimated. In life, this undead hero was an elven sword dancer, subsequently transformed into a centaur-like beastman. Thus, while referred to as a knight, it does not ride a steed, for its lower half is that of a horse. Moreover, it is no ordinary horse. It is said to be fused with a nightmare steed, resulting in the creation of the Abominable Knight, a unique elite undead troop of the 2nd tier. However, their numbers are limited, totaling around 100, all fully armed. Under the command of this undead knight, these 100 abominable knights possess the capability to annihilate the entire assembly of the Jasmine Elf clan's forces, making them the aces of this undead faction. Undoubtedly, A significant portion of the credit belongs to the Death Knight. It is solely under his leadership that such feats are achievable. Without his guidance, success would be utterly unattainable. In addition to the 100 malevolent undead knights, there exist various fundamental units, such as skeleton warriors and zombies. Should tomorrow herald a full-scale assault, it is highly probable that they will indeed emerge en masse. At that juncture, one would not only contend with the formidable undead knights, but also face a multitude of skeleton warriors and zombies. Preparations must be made in advance. It is not Chiang Mai who should prepare. Rather, it is the demonic blood and sinister incantations that ought to be readied. His role is limited to unleashing some spells on the battlefield or employing magical arrows to stealthily strike at enemy heroes. What else could he possibly do? Chapter 44. The Eruption of the 7th Wave of Undead. 7th Wave, your overall strength, Tier 1 Champion, current Wild Monsters, 100 Tier 2 Elite Undead Knights, 2,000 Tier 1 Skeleton Warriors, 2,000 Tier 1 Zombies, Undead Hero Unit 1. Goodness, is the quantity truly so exaggerated? What does it mean to face 3,000 undead? While I dare not say they would cover the skies, a single droplet from each could drown Chiang Mai, let alone when they engage in battle. Even if these undead lack such a feature as saliva. Through reconnaissance, Chiang Mai discerned that this group of skeleton warriors bore no treasures. Their bare attributes boasted an astonishing 24 attack and 22 defense. This is utterly preposterous, even having surpassed the novice phase. The skeleton warrior's attributes evolved from an initial 2 attack and 1 defense to 4 attack and 2 defense. To see them amplified to such terrifying levels by the Death Knight is truly alarming. From this, one can deduce that the attack and defense attributes of this Death Knight are at least 200 at the base level. Considering that the hero's offensive and defensive capabilities are amplified by 10 when applied to the Death Knight. Chiang Mai has also investigated this Death Knight, which is level 20. The remaining details are naturally beyond his grasp. Unit name, Abominable Knight. Unit tier, 2nd tier elite. Health, 200-200. Attack power, 80. Defense power, 80. Skills, Undead Creature. Plague Toxin, Mind Magic Fear. But cannot be healed or resurrected. Indifference, lacks morale. Nightmare, inflicts an additional 10 points of damage upon attack. Centaur, movement speed 10. Power Strike, inflicts an additional 10 points of damage upon attack. Charge, inflicts an additional 10 points of damage upon attack. Elite Troop, attack power 10. Defense power 10. Treasures, Nightmare Armor. Defense power 10. Nightmare Longblade. Attack power 10. Nightmare Blessing. Health 100. Nightmare Greaves. Movement speed 10. Is this truly a 2nd tier unit? It is utterly absurd. Beyond the base attack power of 80, there is an additional 30 points of damage. Who could possibly withstand this? Chiang Mai was utterly bewildered. With just these 100 abominable knights, it is no wonder they can claim the title of leader. Their health is outrageously high, and coupled with their swift movement speed. In a guerrilla scenario, no one could catch up to them. It is important to note that the peculiar creature possesses no speed enhancements. Fortunately, it is merely a cavalry unit and not a mounted archer. Otherwise, the act of kiting alone could have led to the demise of Chiang Mai. The opposing undead knight refrained from utilizing any magic, disregarding the skeletons and zombies, and charged forward with 100 malevolent corpse knights. Their speed was notably swift, but thankfully, the blood mage reacted promptly, surging forward alongside the frenzied creature. In that moment, other considerations were set aside as the dark incantation unleashed a torrent of negative statuses, forcibly suppressing the attributes of both the malevolent corpse knights and the enemy undead knight hero. At this juncture, Chiang Mai too could not afford to focus on anything else, relentlessly casting magical arrows to disrupt the undead hero. Yet, despite the blood mage's ferocity and the fury of its bloodlust, bolstered by the dark incantation's weakening effects, it remained at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. The opponent boasted an impressive 200 in attack and defense, while the 5th level dark incantation offered only 57 in strength, along with other magical reductions that prevented it from dropping below 100 points. The blood mage's attack and defense had yet to reach even 100 points, making victory seem implausible. Fortunately, Chiang Mai and the dark incantation managed to distract the undead hero while simultaneously sustaining the blood mage. As for the malevolent corpse knights, they were not nearly as formidable as their undead knight hero. Having been weakened, they found themselves encircled and attacked by the frenzied creatures. This was indeed good news. As long as the blood mage could endure, The frenzied creatures would soon eliminate all the malevolent corpse knights, skeletons, and zombies, allowing them to swiftly target the undead knight hero. A hero indeed possesses the capacity to alter the course of a battle, provided that the hero wields overwhelming prowess or decisive strength. For instance, the malevolent incantation embodies the essence of triumph, while the blood magic falls short of reaching that pinnacle. Were it not for the debilitating influence of the malevolent incantation restraining their adversary, the blood magic would have likely succumbed to the lethal strike of the undead knight hero long ago, leaving no room for evasion. Nevertheless, despite this, significant casualties have occurred, with the majority not being a direct result of the confrontation between the undead knight hero and the blood magic. Rather, a small fraction fell victim to the vile skeletal knights. The vile skeletal knights boast an attack and defense rating of 80, and even when diminished, their attributes remain formidable. Although the frenzied blood fiends have ascended to the second tier through the magical fiend manufacturing facility, they can only be considered evenly matched with the vile skeletal knights. Unless the malevolent incantation's death curse aura accumulates further layers, suppressing it would demand at least 20 minutes. Other fiends might endure such a duration. Yet the blood magic cannot withstand it. It necessitates Qin Mai's assistance to divert the attention of the undead knight hero, or else it would have been lost long ago. As for the casualties, they stem from Qin Mai's finite magical capacity to cast healing spells. His magical energy is not boundless, and even at full capacity, it cannot endure such devastation. Thus, a swift resolution is imperative. The longer the battle prolongs, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Qin Mai and his allies. Although the malevolent incantation's death curse aura accumulates over time, a mere single point of attack and defense is negligible against the enemy's undead knight hero. Once the malevolent corpse knight was vanquished, the remaining hordes of zombies and skeleton warriors, despite their numbers, posed little threat, as their offensive and defensive capabilities had been rendered null. Even 100 frenzied blood beasts could easily breach their ranks. Consequently, the several hundred remaining frenzied blood beasts naturally converged to assist the magic blood forces. This undead knight hero was rather straightforward, fixated on clashing with the solitary magic blood beast. Of course, even if the enemy sought to eliminate Qin Mai and Xiaoyu, they would first have to overcome the magic blood forces, only to subsequently contend with a multitude of frenzied blood beasts. Otherwise, breaching their defenses would prove virtually impossible. As the malevolent corpse knights fell in droves, the undead knight hero began to grow increasingly anxious, for these were his elite troops. Should they be entirely wiped out? Cultivating such a formidable army again would not be an easy endeavor. It is important to note that the Red Wind Plains offered limited habitation, highlighting the constraints of available resources. Insufficient resources render all efforts futile. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Though impatient, he contemplated strategies to turn the tide. Ultimately, he discerned that he must first eliminate the persistent beast obstructing him. Otherwise, all would be in vain. As for the lord hidden in the rear, he had recognized him as ineffectual, capable of reducing him to a mere corpse with a single strike. Yet, this beast before him proved indomitable, each time on the brink of death, erupting with formidable power to prolong its existence, only to be revived. In this back-and-forth struggle, he found himself at a disadvantage, as the malevolent corpse knights were now extinct, and numerous beasts had surged forward, recklessly launching their assault. It was highly likely that he would be exhausted to death as a result. Chapter 45. The epic scenario. It has been proven that the saying a hero is supported by 3 companions holds immense truth. Through the relentless accumulation of frenzied blood beasts, this formidable undead knight was ultimately vanquished. The remaining skeleton soldiers and zombies, stripped of their mutual offensive and defensive enhancements, became utterly ineffectual, falling prey to the onslaught of the frenzied blood beasts. An illustrious victory. You have gained 100 experience points. You lost 16 frenzied blood beasts. You scoured the area and obtained common resources, special resources, gold, 400,000 points, 40,000. You have acquired a golden chest, hero. You have completed the advancement quest, resulting in a transcendence of your lordly talent. Qin Mai restrained himself from expletives, realizing that his 120,000 experience points had not been credited, although the advancement quest had been completed. Yet, this was not the focal point. The crux lay in the fact that the demon blood, with its 74,000 experience points, had ascended directly from level 9 to level 13, whereas he himself remained ensnared at level 10. Furthermore, the malevolent incantation had risen from level 5 to level 11. This indicated that he alone was trapped at level 10. It was evident that this was due to the task determination process. First, the completion of the battle, followed by the experience being awarded, and subsequently the completion of the advancement task. However, when the experience was allocated, Chiang Mai's experience points had been locked, rendering it null and void. He had contemplated seeking out a wild creature to casually grind for experience, but regrettably, there were no wild creatures in the vicinity, leaving him unable to do so. Fortunately for Chiang Mai, experience is the most affordable commodity. He observed that 2 peculiar creatures surpassed him with a mere 7,400 experience points. However, next week's event would easily allow him to elevate his own standing. For now, he sought to ascertain the status of his lordly talents. Learning ability gains an additional 100 experience when acquiring experience. Academic research, 5 knowledge points per level. What? A mere 120,000 experience? I shall forego it. The academic research talent does not grant a single knowledge point upon leveling up. Rather, it increases knowledge by 1 point per level, currently amounting to 5 points. This is akin to a passive skill, wherein level-ups yield additional benefits. Should his level decline, his knowledge attribute would similarly diminish. Both talents had undergone a terrifying qualitative transformation. His learning and research capabilities were exceedingly formidable. It is no wonder that his scholarly profession appeared lackluster. It is simply that his talents require cultivation. One must ponder just how powerful the talents of those lords on the leaderboard, who have undergone 2 enhancements, truly are. It is highly probable that the lordly talents of others are not solely auxiliary like those of Chiang Mai. His gaze then shifted to blood magic and dark tongue. Beyond their attribute enhancements, the crucial aspect lies in the skills. Blood magic had advanced 4 levels, thus acquiring 4 new skills. Intermediate resistance reduces magic debuffs and damage taken by 10. Intermediate pathfinding mitigates the impact of terrain on mobility by 20. Basic logistics increases the hero's land mobility by 10. Intermediate logistics enhances the hero's land mobility by 20. These 4 skills have elevated all of his abilities to the intermediate level. Similarly, the dark tongue has advanced by 6 levels, acquiring 6 new skills. Intermediate wisdom allows the learning of level 4 spells. Basic soul summoning. 10 of the enemy troops that perish in battle become skeleton warriors for the player. Intermediate soul summoning. 20 of the enemy troops that perish in battle become skeleton warriors for the player. Intermediate intelligence increases the hero's magic capacity by 20. Basic archery provides a 10 damage increase for ranged troops. Intermediate archery offers a 20 damage increase for ranged troops. The Dark Tongue has learned the soul summoning technique that Qin Mu yearned for, granting him access to undead laborers. However, it soon dawned on him that the Red Wind Plains are teeming with undead creatures, devoid of any living beings. Where, then, would he summon the souls? Nevertheless, it is of little concern, as the skill must be utilized regardless. It seems that the highest tier for first and second level skills is intermediate. Are there truly no advanced skills? Despite such a significant elevation in levels, advanced skills have yet to manifest. Had they appeared, Blood Magic and the Dark Tongue would undoubtedly have prioritized selecting advanced skills immediately. Lord Scholar LV10, 017500, Demon Blood LV13, 1362-8784, Dark Language LV11, 54020600. Although the experience is limited, the issue lies in the scarcity of wild creatures to hunt. After all, this area remains relatively safe. Unfortunately, resources are insufficient. Qin Mai requested Demon Blood to assist in opening the golden treasure chest, as he found himself lacking in capability. Aside from resources and a job transfer certificate, there is one reward that he finds somewhat perplexing. Story Dungeon Scroll, Epic. Upon use, it grants access to a random story dungeon. Completing tasks will yield rewards. Duration, 24 hours. He is familiar with dungeons and stories, yet the combination of the two leaves him somewhat bewildered, reminiscent of the murder mystery games from his previous life. However, marked as epic, a classification above rare, it must indeed be a valuable item. Unlike the Spider Queen, which he cannot utilize, this item is within his grasp and offers rewards as well. He decides to wait until tomorrow to see what new activities arise before using it. Considering it spans a full 24 hours. Once employed, It would allow him to skip a day, and although his presence may not drastically alter the territory, he serves as the spiritual pillar and backbone for the creatures. Even if he is deemed incompetent, he remains their lord. Additionally, there is a job transfer certificate, also rare, known as the Nightmare Knight. Nightmare Knight Job Transfer Certificate, rare, transfer requirement, elf. This is indeed a slight improvement over the previous job transfer certificate for the elf Spider Queen. At least it requires an elf and imposes no gender restrictions. However, it remains rather useless. Chinmai could learn something from it, as it represents a beastly form. After all, with the addition of the Nightmare Knight, he now possesses experimental data on 3 types of beastly beings. The spirit creature is a mimic of the fire spirit. The elf Spider Queen is a spider person, and the Nightmare Knight is naturally a centaur. If Chinmai could procure a horse or a giant spider, he could potentially create spirit spider people and spirit centaurs. Unfortunately, he lacks these 2 resources. It is somewhat regrettable that only these 2 items have dropped, and he has not obtained the blueprints for the Undead Knights unit building or treasure. Perhaps it is not merely the malevolent blood hand at play, but rather the exceedingly precious nature of the storyline dungeon scroll, which is of epic caliber. Enough of this, Maledict, evil tongue, it is not yet time to rest. We must seize this opportunity while the undead forces are vulnerable and eradicate them to prevent future troubles. Chinmai declared. The undead forces have always been a significant concern for him, and it is imperative to press the advantage now. Yes, Master, we shall set forth immediately. The 2, accompanied by the frenzied blood spirit, made their way towards the undead tomb, as revealed by the interrogation of the Spider Walker hero. Chapter 46, Annihilating the Undead Forces. Chinmai, Maledict, and Evil Tongue raced forward. Following the recent monster siege, the surrounding wilderness was devoid of creatures, evidently all conscripted and subsequently dispatched by Chinmai. The relentless march was truly exhausting. Chinmai and Xiaoyu found themselves unable to keep pace with the main force, ultimately relying on the bloodthirsty creatures to carry them along. What other choice did they have? It was unthinkable to abandon them in their current predicament. This experience imparted a crucial lesson to Chinmai. To forge iron, one must first be strong oneself. In the future, when there are more heroes, he would prefer to remain within the confines of the Mage Tower, dedicating himself to research. In a moment of respite, he perused the points store. With 90,000 activity points at his disposal, he contemplated exchanging them for the blueprints of the Magic Guild and the library, which would require a total of 80,000 points. However, this would leave him with a mere 10,000 points, insufficient to acquire all the remaining basic structures. Thus, a decision had to be made. Ultimately, Chinmai opted for the rare blueprints of the Magic Guild and the library, converting the remaining 10,000 points into class change certificates for ordinary professions rather than rare ones. The 10 professions included noble, merchant, farmer, miner, lumberjack, chef, healer, mage, knight, and archer. The first 7 represented lifestyle professions, while the last 3 were combat-oriented. The mage would serve to complete his lineage, the knight would nurture cavalry, and the archer would develop ranged capabilities, thereby addressing the inadequacies in his territory's military strength. Consequently, he now required 10 champion-level creatures to fill this significant gap. Even now, he had only managed to acquire 2 champion-level creatures, and finding the remaining 10 would prove to be no easy task. Regarding the utilization of these class transfer certificates, the elite ones are of no avail. After all, Chinmai has perceived the disparity between ordinary and rare professions. Heroes cannot undergo the divine ascension of talents like the bestowed Lord Chinmai. Thus, a profession signifies the potential of a hero. Perhaps beyond rare professions lie epic ones. Yet such heights are beyond Chinmai's reach. Aspiring too high is not a virtue. He understands what is within his grasp and what is not. He possesses a keen self-awareness. Reflecting on his past, he is merely an ordinary individual who has toiled under the cold lamp, lacking in both grand aspirations and exceptional talents. Grounded realism remains the most prudent path for development. Master, we have arrived. The frenzied blood spirit, carrying Chinmai, gently interrupted his wandering thoughts. At this moment, the demonic blood had already dispatched a frenzied spirit to scout ahead. However, as the spirit stepped into the tomb, notifications promptly emerged. You have conquered a necromantic territory. Occupation, claim it as a sub-territory. Plunder, seize a portion of resources. Destroy, annihilate the territory and acquire all resources. Leave, do nothing. The area was devoid of inhabitants. They all ventured into scour for treasures, focusing on books, blueprints, and various artifacts. Qinmai did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he commanded the spirits to commence their search. For him, resources were of little significance. Knowledge held far greater value. As the spirits surged into the tomb, Qinmai naturally followed suit, for remaining outside would pose a considerable risk. Upon entry, I discovered an overwhelming odor that suggested a complete lack of cleanliness, accompanied by air that was thick and stagnant. The undead, being the departed themselves, require no air, nor do they possess the sensory faculties of the living, rendering such conditions inconsequential. This characteristic proves advantageous, allowing for the establishment of their domain underground, thus enhancing security. After a thorough search, I soon uncovered a plethora of books, predominantly skill tomes. Furthermore, I stumbled upon a door, a mid-tier treasure, a bidirectional teleportation portal, its destination unknown. As for other treasures, they were available, albeit of a rudimentary nature. Of particular significance were the blueprints for these basic treasures, including the 4-piece set for the Vile Corpse Knight, as well as schematics for the skeletal heavy infantry and skeletal cavalry. Unfortunately, there were no architectural blueprints to be found. This particular undead faction consisted of the indigenous. Unlike the bestowed Lord Qinmai, who could erect structures at will, their domain was painstakingly cultivated over time. After thoroughly scavenging the area, I ultimately chose to obliterate it. You have destroyed this undead territory. You have acquired common resources, 364 units of wood, 2,478 units of, or, gold, 763. Is that all? Ah, yes. I had previously looted it. Qinmai gazed upon the collapsed realm of the undead, pondering that such meager resources must have been salvaged only after dismantling every structure. Although this approach resembled an act of depleting the sea, the optimal strategy would have been to seize control. However, managing his own territory proved challenging enough. The conditions in the realm of the undead were particularly dire. It was likely that aside from the undead, other races would encounter significant issues if they resided there for an extended period. He had never contemplated developing in the direction of the undead. If the arachnid hero had not spoken falsely, it seemed that he was the sole power remaining in the entire Redwind Plains. Nevertheless, caution was paramount, and he instructed the Blood Mage to conduct further reconnaissance. Yes, master. As Qinmai surveyed the plethora of skill tomes and spell books in his inventory, a smile illuminated his face. These artifacts were undoubtedly remnants of the Seven Cities Alliance formed by the mages, even though they manifested as books. Akin to his previous elemental meditation, they transformed into a multitude of skills and spells, tactics, reconnaissance, and so forth, resulting in a considerable boon. However, they appeared to be of intermediate level, lacking any advanced texts. It was evident that advanced knowledge was deemed too crucial to be left behind. The remaining tomes likely contained only foundational knowledge for the mages, otherwise they would not have been so carelessly discarded. Once the library was established, the skill books could be stored within, allowing heroes to learn skills therein, effectively converting single-use tomes into reusable resources. Learning would require the expenditure of experience and resources. The experience would be contributed by the heroes themselves, while the resources would be charged to the territory's account, predominantly consisting of gold or special resources. The Mage Guild serves a similar purpose. One is for skills, while the other pertains to magic. Chapter 47, Settlement and New Activities. Raiders, Mage Guild LV1. Visiting heroes can learn level 1 magic here. Library LV1. Visiting heroes can learn basic skills here. Although the Mage Guild may seem somewhat superfluous for Qinmai, who possesses intermediate scholarship, it remains essential to construct, as advancing to a Tier 3 territory has strict requirements. One must simply forego upgrading. Both the Mage Guild and the library are situated on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. Such edifices cannot be erected outside, for the tomes within are of great personal significance to Qinmai. After placing the magic tomes in the Mage Guild and all skill books in the library, the day had faded into night. As for the various blueprints, Qinmai diligently studied them all, knowing he could impart this knowledge later, as oral transmission would yield similar results. At last, he turned his attention to the intermediate treasure, the bidirectional teleportation portal. He had always acquired only basic treasures, making this intermediate treasure exceedingly rare. He suspected it was exchanged by the undead forces with the merchant Morik in an attempt to escape the Redwind Plains. only to be caught off guard by the pitfalls of the Lord's era, leading to their utter annihilation. Bidirectional teleportation portal, tier, intermediate, attributes, upon activation. It connects to another bidirectional teleportation portal. It is likely that this very bidirectional teleportation portal led to the financial ruin of the undead forces. The opposing parties' intentions were straightforward. While expanding their influence, they sought to establish a fallback route within the Redwind Plains. As for the destination, Chiang Mai was at a loss. It was not inscribed within these confines. More critically, who could ascertain what lay beyond? Fortunately, the portal had not been activated, alleviating concerns of adversaries approaching from the other side. This two-way teleportation gate served as the main portal. As long as he refrained from activation, the counterpart remained dormant. Of course, should the opposing portal become damaged, his own would also remain inactive due to the loss of its coordinate anchor. He attempted to activate it, confirming that the other side was intact. Now was not the time to engage with the outside world. He needed to bide his time and cultivate his strength. At the very least, he must wait until his subordinates had secured positions among the nobility and merchants, for with his limited capabilities, he would be easily consumed by other forces. As a bestowed lord, the prominent figures on the leaderboard were formidable, capable of subduing local tyrants. Yet Chiang Mai was not among them. Given the strength of his domain and his own abilities, a mere wave could spell his demise. He was far from being a river-crossing dragon. Thus, he promptly stored the two-way teleportation gate in his inventory to ensure that no one could tamper with it. While it resided within his inventory, what could the opposition do? Once the clock struck midnight, the Monster Siege event would conclude, leaving him uncertain about the Moro's activities. The seventh wave of the Monster Siege had propelled him into the top 100 of the rankings. Indeed, this was partly owing to his ascension from a first-tier champion to a second-tier elite, unexpectedly leaping into the ranks of second-tier elites. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that the leaderboard has dwindled to only 147 participants, and his position at 93 is rather awkward. Previously, even the second-tier elites would likely have been unqualified to enter the top 100, but alas, many have perished. Currently, it appears that the top 50 rankings have remained largely unchanged, clearly indicating that their status has become firmly established, and they are beginning to expand outward. For instance, among the top 10, there are now 4 individuals of the 4th tier, and this has transpired within merely 2 weeks, which is quite astonishing. He even suspects that this group may have met their demise. Should news arise soon of the Divine Lords slaughtering deities, he would not be at all surprised. As for the leaderboard of this event, Chiang Mai glanced at it and found no unexpected contenders. Reigning supreme is the true Dragon Sun, boasting an average speed of 0.1 seconds. In response, Chiang Mai harbors no jealousy nor believes that the other possesses mere luck. One must be profoundly ill to entertain such notions. He perused the books he had just acquired today in the library while awaiting the conclusion of the day's activities. With the arrival of midnight, the notification from Lord's Era appeared as anticipated. This Monster Siege event has concluded. Any unused points in the point store will be reset to 0. Darn. Fortunately, he had spent all of them. That rascal is indeed a rascal, truly resetting everything. Chiang Mai had initially contemplated saving some for the next event, but he never expected them to be wiped out. Thankfully, he had utilized them. Rewards for the racing leaderboard are being issued. First place. As for the rewards, they have nothing to do with Chiang Mai. He cannot even enter the leaderboard, let alone receive any prizes. This leaderboard accommodates only 10 contenders, and his average speed this time is bound to exceed 10 minutes. However, that is not the focal point. The crux lies in the activities for the 3rd week. Let us fervently hope they do not introduce a similar event again. For he is truly at his wit's end. This week's activity: Raiders, conquer the territories of other lords or indigenous lands, and select plunder to earn points. Moreover, the resources acquired from this plunder will be doubled. Please note, the stronger the overall strength of the plundered territory, the more points will be obtained. This time, the Raiders event will initiate a plunder leaderboard, ranking participants based on their total acquired points. First place, 200,000 of 3 basic resources, 20,000 of 4 special resources, 5 high-level treasures, and 5 rare building blueprints. Second place, 200,000 of 3 basic resources, 20,000 of 4 special resources, 3 high-level treasures, and 3 rare building blueprints. Third place, 200,000 of 3 basic resources, 20,000 000 of 4 special resources, 2 high-level treasures, and 2 rare building blueprints. 4th to 10th place, 200,000 of 3 basic resources, 20,000 of 4 special resources, and 1 high-level treasure. Chiang Mai is left speechless. How is he supposed to manage this? Plunder? The only nearby undead force was annihilated by him in the afternoon. And even if it had survived until today, it seems it would serve little purpose. Given the comprehensive strength of the undead territory, it is perhaps inferior to his own domain. After all, the heroes and troops have all been annihilated, and resources have been exchanged away. The undead race, being devoid of needs for sustenance, can afford to exist in mere skeletal remains, whereas a normal race would have perished long ago. Participation in the forthcoming event would necessitate the use of a two-way portal. Otherwise, his chances of attending are virtually extinguished. Points, sighed Chiang Mai. He initially intended to bide his time, but circumstances compelled him to allow the blood of demons and the cursed speech to masquerade as brigands. He considered it a form of training. He could endure, yet must also strive, for without sufficient points, how could he facilitate rapid development? His aspirations were modest, at least an additional 20,000 points to exchange for the remaining foundational architectural blueprints, after which he could truly devote himself to agriculture. Chapter 48, Elite Level, Cursed Beasts. The following morning, Chiang Mai relished a rare, restful slumber, celebrating the fact that he would not need to exert himself for the upcoming week. Subsequently, he summoned all 900 magical creatures from the 9 mana factories. He intended for the blood of demons to replenish the frenzied blood creatures to 1,000. This was quite feasible, as he estimated that an additional 400 could be restored following the previous demise. As for the remainder, he would have the cursed speech train 100 of the cursed beasts, an exclusive elite unit birthed from the death curse priests and the death curse itself, akin to the frenzied blood creatures, and likewise belonging to the blood of demons. Unit name, Cursed Spirit. Unit rank, Tier 2. Health points, 30-30. Magic points, 100-100. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 15. Skills, Lucky Garden, Luck 1. Magical Constitution, Attack power 5. Defense power 5. Arcane Wisdom, Magic points 100. Elemental Shield, can consume magic points to form an elemental shield, with 1 magic point mitigating 1 point of damage. Magic Protection, reduces damage taken by 5. Blood Fury, for every 1 point lost in health. Attack power increases by 1. Desolation Aura. All enemies within 10 meters lose 1 attack power and 1 defense power per minute, stacking up to a maximum of 3 layers. Loyal Domination. Morale never falters. Vicious Curse. Inflicts splash damage upon attack and applies a curse, reducing the enemy's attack power by 2 and defense power by 2, inflicting 1 point of curse damage per second for 5 seconds. Stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Death's Embrace. Upon death, triggers a death curse explosion within 100 meters, reducing enemy attack power by 10 and defense power by 10, while additionally inflicting 100 points of death damage within 50 meters. Magic. Level 2 Nature Magic. Luck spell, the Cursed Spirit, which evolves from the Arcane Spirit, exhibits slightly lower offensive and defensive capabilities. However, the focus lies not on these attributes, but rather on the skills possessed by the adversary. This cadre of cursed spirits, akin to malevolent incantations, represents a class of mage units, with health points diminished by 20 compared to the original arcane spirits, alongside a slight reduction in attack and defense by 2 points. The effects of skills are invariably directed towards reduction. Originally, the magic orb possessed the ability to splash, transforming single target attacks into area of effect strikes. The matter of attack power is trivial. What truly matters is the diminishment of offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering it formidable. Furthermore, these effects can stack, enabling a rapid decrease in the enemy's attack and defense. Naturally, by utilizing the magical creature manufacturing facility, the first-tier frenzied blood creature can be elevated to a second-tier entity, which also updates its skills, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness. For instance, the magic physique directly enhances attack and defense by 10 points, while the magic intelligence remains unchanged at 50 points, similar to the original magical creature. Other abilities, such as Elemental Shield and Magical Protection, have not altered. The true transformations lie within the skills of Bloodthirsty Fury and Magical Warrior. Bloodthirsty Fury, upon activation, it reduces life points by 2 every minute while increasing attack power by 2. Magical Warrior, Attack power 10, defense power 10, life points 100. This renders the frenzied warrior even more ferocious. As a warrior class unit, combined with the bonus from magical warrior, it possesses a total of 150 life points. Moreover, with the second-tier elite and additional skills, its attack and defense can reach an impressive 30 points, constituting a top-tier configuration. It is precisely for this reason that they were able to withstand the 7th wave of the monster siege, though a comparison with the Undead Knight reveals a discernible gap, necessitating further effort. In addition, the luck skills of the magical creatures have been thoroughly researched, with each creature possessing this ability, even employing blood magic and dark tone. Chinmai had hoped to exploit the intermediate scholarly benefits, but unfortunately, he received a notification that this magic could not be obtained, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He speculated that this fortunate magic might be an awakening of the garden fairy blood within the sprite, a derivative of the skill known as garden luck, which is why he was unable to acquire it. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as he had entrusted all matters pertaining to luck to the sprites. It was somewhat awkward, however, that this luck spell was a single target incantation, rather than a strategic spell that could be cast directly upon his own forces. Single target spells have their merits too. The magical reserves of the sprite troops remained untapped, perfectly preserved for his own use. After thoroughly examining the sprite magic of luck, Chinmai naturally embarked on a new round of research. He opted for sprite spirit, invigoration, which could enhance the sprite's movement speed for a cost of 10,000 gold coins, with a duration requiring 48 hours as well. Once he had addressed these matters, Chinmai immersed himself in the library. Leveling up? That was inconsequential. It could wait until he advanced the Tier 2 magical sprites further, especially since there were currently no opportunities for leveling. Rating would depend on the completion of the Tier 2 elite units by magic blood and evil words. Furthermore, he needed to upgrade various foundational and resource buildings, leaving a substantial deficit in resources. In terms of resources, Chinmai was certainly unable to lend a hand. It would be absurd to have him toil in the resource buildings or venture alone through the bidirectional portals for plundering. To do so would be akin to becoming a battle god of the earthen fortress. He had a wealth of magical knowledge to acquire and various spells to master, all of which were pivotal to his rise. Rather than engaging in futile skirmishes, a task best left to magic blood and evil words. Another assistant is required, alas. I must find time to cultivate one. If one were to say that the points earned by the blood mages are abundant, it would be prudent to exchange them for a scholar's class transition certificate to nurture a magical aid. Ultimately, what I truly lack is a champion-level familiar. Otherwise, with just 10 more heroes, I would have no need to worry about the territory at all. As Chinmai perused his tomes, the thought of managing the domain made his head spin. While he could certainly engage in learning, he was reluctant to squander time on such matters. With the presence of familiars, he need not fret over loyalty issues, nor worry about his subordinates undermining him, allowing his commands to flow unimpeded. Thus, he could devote himself to the study of magic, subsequently strengthening the territory through magical means, which in turn would empower him, establishing a virtuous cycle. However, at present, this cycle was disrupted by the excessive magical energy within the territory, with the primary issue remaining food. Nevertheless, venturing out to plunder for some risk-free gains should yield better results. Yet, it is certain that he cannot depart on the first day, at least by the 3rd day. He might be ready, as he needs to train 1,000 frenzied blood familiars and 100 cursed familiars, which requires time. In this regard, the blood mages and dark sorcerers are far more adept than Chinmai. Chapter 49. Realizing resources immersed in the realm of magic. After completing his studies on the Spider Queen and Nightmare Knight, along with the requisite knowledge, it was already the following day. With a remarkable knowledge level of 61 points and the enhancement of once elevated learning abilities alongside academic research talents, progress has been remarkably swift. These two Beastman systems are infinitely more complex than the Sprite system. Sprites are merely first-tier units, had it not been for Chinmai. They might never have reached such heights in their lifetime. The Elf Spider Queen and the Nightmare Knight are rare professions, not mere units. The three belong to entirely different strata of Beastmen. Consequently, he intends to sell the Elf Spider Queen and the Nightmare Knight, primarily due to their significant limitations, which confine them to the elven race. The Nightmare Knight is likely to be priced lower, whereas the Elf Spider Queen will command a higher price. Not out of a gender bias on Chinmai's part, but because the profession of the Elf Spider Queen is bundled together, encompassing the Elf Spider unit and accompanying treasures. thereby offering a comprehensive package. However, it is anticipated that this bundled offering may prove difficult to sell, primarily because the unit is of the second tier, and potential buyers among lords have likely already ascended to the third or fourth tiers, rendering them uninterested in second-tier units. How many second-tier lords can afford such a purchase? Not every player possesses extraordinary advantages. Nonetheless, Chiang Mai has endeavored to list them on the trading market. The requirements are not exorbitant. The rare profession of the Nightmare Knight necessitates 5,000 units each of 4 special resources, while the bundled Elf Spider Queen set requires 10,000 units of each of the same 4 resources. He remains uncertain about the market conditions, yet he recognizes that he has mastered these 2 entities, and retaining them is more burdensome than beneficial. For him, recruiting the elven race is an impossibility. Thus, he can only sell them as special resources. Chiang Mai had contemplated the possibility of exchanging for the 4 elemental cores, water, fire, earth, and wind, to restore the mana pool. However, he ultimately refrained from making this choice, primarily due to his uncertainty regarding the mana pool's functionality. It might serve as a fundamental structure, yet it was not his most pressing concern. He required specialized resources to elevate the levels of his buildings. Once he received the 15,000 units of these 4 essential resources, combined with his accumulated stock, he would be able to elevate all his buildings to level 3, even those basic structures yet to be redeemed from the points shop. Consequently, between the mana pool and the opportunity for immediate gain, Chiang Mai opted for the latter. After listing his items, they were snatched up almost instantaneously. He was left in wonder at the generosity of the buyer, who transferred a total of 60,000 units of specialized resources into his warehouse. Fortunately, he had previously upgraded his resource warehouse to level 3. It appeared he had undervalued his offering, misjudging the prowess of those top-ranking players. Chiang Mai shook his head, acknowledging that while he felt he had sold at a lower price, he had nonetheless made a substantial profit. The current market in the trading hall was chaotic. With prices lacking any fixed standard, merely selling his items was a commendable feat, especially since these 2 items held no value for him anymore. In fact, should he desire them, he could independently create Nightmare Knights and Elf Spider Queens, provided he had access to the Elven race and the corresponding giant spiders and nightmares. However, without Elven subordinates, retaining these items would serve little purpose, as they could not reproduce and were virtually useless. Upon acquiring the resources, Chiang Mai promptly upgraded all his buildings to level 3, resulting in a significant depletion of resources in his warehouse. Nevertheless, it is of no concern. Wealth leads to tranquility. And in terms of enhancing the strength of his territory, Chiang Mai is notably generous. With 771 creatures at his disposal, he is poised to complete the acquisition of 1,000 bloodthirsty creatures and 100 cursed creatures by tomorrow, enabling him to embark on his journey. As for the remaining 671 creatures, they will naturally remain at home to fulfill their duties. Were it not for the excessive restrictions, he would have preferred to retain 6,000 creatures for labor. Furthermore, Chiang Mai must equip these 100 creatures with basic treasures. For instance, the bloodthirsty warriors will don standard gear, whereas the cursed creatures require a different approach. They cannot wear their gear for extended periods. Instead, the apprentice mage's attire is more suitable. While the attributes of this attire match those of standard equipment, it is considerably lighter, making it ideal for mage-class units. This represents a significant expenditure, yet Chiang Mai grits his teeth and proceeds with the purchase. Were resources more abundant, he would have equipped them with mounts. He has indeed exchanged for a stable, upgrading it to level 3, but without horses, it remains as futile as a barren field. One must possess both the infrastructure and the requisite materials, along with corresponding pastures, which are likewise empty. There are numerous similar structures, but they are not without purpose, as they can provide corresponding resource output bonuses. Otherwise, what would be the reason for constructing them? The primary objective remains the accumulation of buffs. The previously established resource structures have been elevated to level 3. And with the addition of all enhancement buildings, the daily output of ordinary resources has effectively doubled. Food, daily output 23, for 125 minerals, daily output 7. 500. Wood, daily output 7. 500. Gold, daily output 75,000. With this substantial increase, as long as the farmland continues to yield crops without issue, maintaining the 771 mystical creatures remains feasible. However, for special resources, the output remains at 180, as there are no corresponding enhancement buildings to address this limitation. Should all enhancement buildings be fully occupied by various troop types, the daily output could increase even further. Alas, due to the necessity of food, the majority of mystical creatures must be assigned to agriculture. This appears to be Chiang Mai's strategy. There are undoubtedly management challenges and hidden risks. But he is merely an amateur, not a prodigy, and must therefore navigate these difficulties as best he can, as long as he avoids catastrophic failures. Sustaining the current state is acceptable. He has now achieved a level of self-sufficiency, and as long as he does not encounter disastrous weekly events or the unpredictable annual calamity, he need not worry about potential crises. Hidden risks, as long as they do not manifest, can be postponed for resolution until he has access to professional management expertise. Subsequently, Chiang Mai immersed himself in the sea of books, continuing his studies. For what other pursuits could he engage in? He certainly cannot dedicate himself to physical training. That would be overly cumbersome. Instead, he resolved to thoroughly absorb the knowledge contained within the mage's class change certificate. Once his knowledge reaches sufficient depth, he will not hesitate to wield the blade upon himself. While others have cultivated their strength over thousands or even tens of thousands of years, Chiang Mai can transform himself into a formidable force through abundant resources. The prodigies rely on rigorous training, while the impoverished depend on mutation. For someone of Chiang Mai's affluence, the path to power lies in technology. Although magic may lack scientific grounding, it is nonetheless traceable. This represents the most suitable avenue for Chiang Mai, who has chosen to remain in seclusion to enhance his strength. Once his own faction grows formidable, acquiring anything he desires will merely be a matter of utterance. He cannot afford to relinquish his advantages only to engage in futile skirmishes. That would be imprudent. Development must exploit strengths rather than dwell on weaknesses. It is precisely by adeptly leveraging his advantages that he has managed to survive the recent Monster Siege event, even securing a place among the top 100. Chapter 50. The plundering activities against the indigenous people on the afternoon of the third day of the third week. Mo Shui and Xiaoyu, accompanied by 1,000 frenzied blood spirits and 100 malediction spirits, entered the two-way teleportation portal. However, their entrance was not reckless. They first dispatched scouts to investigate and discovered a concealed cave, surrounded by desolate mountains. According to the intelligence gathered, it appeared to be the territory of the undead race, which caused Chiang Mai considerable concern. The risks involved were exceedingly high. He instructed Mo Shui to store the two-way portal in his inventory after leaving, ensuring ease of escape if necessary, thus alleviating his worries about being besieged due to insufficient military strength. There exist two portals of bidirectional transmission. One is in the hands of Chiang Mai, while the other resides within the cave. He remains unaware of how this necromantic force acquired it, or rather, from where Morlik procured it. Chiang Mai speculates that Morlik has likely had prior dealings with this particular necromantic faction, which is why he dared to venture into the Red Wind Plains, probably to deliver this bidirectional portal. It is essential to note that the chaotic interplay of magical and divine energies can render spatial transmission inoperable, making each entry fraught with significant peril. Such knowledge was gleaned from the texts documented in the mage's vocational certification. As he observed the various ethereal beings stepping through the bidirectional portal, it extinguished once more, evidently having been absorbed into an inventory from the opposite side, thus losing its spatial coordinates and falling into silence. If this is the case for mid-tier artifacts, one wonders if high-tier artifacts might serve as cross-server portals. Nevertheless, he did not depart. Instead, he relocated it to the library, where he could peruse books while remaining vigilant. Should any unforeseen events transpire, he would be poised to retrieve it promptly. As night fell, Chiang Mai noticed a substantial increase in his points, with a remarkable rise of 314, indicating that the ethereal beings had successfully completed their initial plunder. A hero possesses only a fraction of the capabilities of a lord, not the entirety. For instance, Chiang Mai's inventory connects directly to the resource warehouse. The size of the warehouse dictates the capacity of his inventory. In contrast, heroes lack this advantage, as resources are quantified and do not occupy inventory space, leaving their storage capabilities limited. All points have been entirely exchanged for fundamental architectural blueprints, followed by a seamless process of learning, constructing, and upgrading. After all, retaining them serves no purpose. Today marks the third day of the Raider event, and with half of the event time elapsed, it is futile to think of accumulating points. as they must be cleared by next week. It is far more prudent to utilize them all. Glancing at the leaderboard, the first place, the True Dragon Sovereign, has astonishingly reached a 7-figure score, leaving one to wonder what formidable forces he has vanquished as he steadily progresses towards an 8-figure tally, causing a twitch at Chiang Mai's eye. The second place, the demon-slaying recluse, is no ordinary contender either, also boasting a 7-figure score with a rate of increase that, while slightly inferior to that of the True Dragon Sovereign, is nonetheless impressive. Yet, it is precisely this small disparity that causes their score gap to widen significantly. The leaderboard only displays the top 10, and the scores of these individuals rise incessantly and dramatically, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Chiang Mai's score has remained stagnant at 5,314. For seeking targets among the spirits requires a considerable amount of time. Encounters do not occur at random. This indicates the immense power of the lordly factions represented on the leaderboard, heroes, units, and more, to an almost unbelievable extent. Otherwise, how could they possibly sustain an unending influx of points? Moreover, it is highly probable that they have already established a stronghold in the magical continent, far surpassing the indigenous inhabitants. This event seems to be specifically targeting the natives, does it not? Chiang Mai squinted his eyes. Although he was uncertain about the vastness of this magical continent, he recognized a fundamental truth. Instigating conflict among the lords was entirely unnecessary. Any one of the top 10 lords could easily obliterate all the lesser lords that followed. Moreover, what substantial gains could the minor lords expect? While 3 weeks of development was swift, the resources they could acquire paled in comparison to those possessed by the indigenous populace. The meager wealth scraped together by the impoverished was but a trifling fraction of the riches enjoyed by the affluent. And considering that the number of lords was even fewer than the poor, with only about 100 remaining, the time spent seeking out lords could have been better utilized to amass hundreds of thousands of points. Thus, the minor lords, like Chiang Mai, found themselves in a relatively secure position, and he felt even safer, provided there were no calamities like the Red Wind disaster to disturb him. Unless unexpected visitors like Morak showed up, the indigenous people would likely remain preoccupied as well. All the lords were engaged in plunder, and it seemed that his domain was among the most stable. Chaos undoubtedly reigned elsewhere. The cumulative points on the leaderboard totaled in the tens of millions, a sum that could only be achieved through the annihilation of numerous factions. Were it not for resource buildings, the high-ranking lords would likely monopolize all resources. However, following this event, the plight of the minor lords would become more precarious. Chiang Mai felt a sense of helplessness. The indigenous people already harbored disdain for them, and now, with the added element of pillaging, their reputation had plummeted to an all-time low. Plunder was not merely about dismantling factions. It involved seizing cities, looting, and departing, leaving chaos in their wake, akin to harvesting chives. In this 4th week, should there be any further audacious maneuvers, once the adaptation period concludes, one can only imagine the misfortunes that shall befall these minor lords. Fortunately, the Red Wind Plains where Chiang Mai resides is enveloped by chaotic, magical, and divine energies, serving as a natural barrier against peril. Yet, Chiang Mai bears no disdain. Had it not been for this plundering endeavor, he would not have utilized the two-way portal. Following this event, it is likely that a considerable number of 5th-tier lords will emerge. As he gazes upon the leaderboard, he notes that the base score at the conclusion of the activity must be no less than 10 million points, a sum that appears astronomically unrealistic. A dream he would scarcely dare entertain. On the 6th day of the 3rd week, Chiang Mai's points have ceased to accumulate, yet he has expended every last one. His total points stand at 20,641, devoid of any titles on the leaderboard. Aside from resources, he has acquired numerous treasures, predominantly of the basic tier. Though one intermediate treasure caught his attention, a golden bag, an upgraded version of his previous golden pouch, which yields 750 gold coins daily. As for the rest, there is truly little of note. From the accounts of the Blood Demon, Chiang Mai learned that over the past 3 days, they had plundered a mere 5 undead factions, each averaging around 4,000 points, subject to slight fluctuations, but remaining within that range. Of course, these points are sufficient for Chiang Mai to fully redeem all the foundational building blueprints he had left unclaimed from the previous event, and he has already constructed and upgraded them. The plundered points may not be abundant, yet this does not imply a scarcity of vanquished foes. This bidirectional portal leads to a realm of the undead, where numerous spectral entities roam. Furthermore, formidable undead factions abound, and each incursion is only initiated after thorough reconnaissance. Coupled with their marching speed and the distance between their forces, successfully raiding 5 undead factions within a span of 3 days is indeed commendable. It is hardly feasible to imagine that each distinct undead faction is merely a street apart. At the very least, they are separated by hundreds of miles, and such distances are considered relatively minor. If one were to articulate the outcome, it could be described as moderate. The true gains lie in the elevation of magical blood and necromancy levels. The magical blood has ascended to level 15, while necromancy has reached level 14. One has increased by 2 levels, and the other by 3, which constitutes quite a satisfying advancement in training. Consequently, the magical blood has acquired the skills of basic counterattack and basic reconnaissance. Basic counterattack increases troop counterattack damage by 5. This can be deemed a standard skill, though the true asset is the basic reconnaissance skill, which significantly facilitates matters during combat. The 3 skills of necromancy, however, are rather peculiar, namely basic necromancy, intermediate necromancy, and basic resistance. Basic necromancy, 5 effect for death-type magic. Intermediate necromancy, 10 effect for death-type magic. These 2 skills come with prerequisites, requiring mastery of the corresponding levels of soul summoning, understanding of death, mysticism, and wisdom before they can be learned. Remarkably, this enhancement considerably strengthens necromancy's capacity to weaken death-type magic. It is estimated that, apart from death magic, other schools of magic likely require prerequisite skills as well. Unfortunately, the only mage hero under Chiang Mai's command is singular in this regard. However, with the experience gained from this endeavor, future efforts may well avoid unnecessary detours. Subsequently, Chiang Mai inquired about the location of the two-way teleportation portal, recognizing that this is not merely a one-time transaction. They would undoubtedly venture forth again in the future. The primary concern is that the portal is situated in the realm of the undead, which is decidedly inhospitable for the living. Otherwise, they contemplated seizing a territory to serve as a forward base. After all, as living beings amidst a throng of undead, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, eventually becoming targets. Thus, the plan was straightforward: to relocate the two-way teleportation portal as far away from the land of the undead as possible. Although he wished to continue, he found himself constrained by Chiang Mai's orders. Upon hearing about the plan, Chiang Mai acknowledged its validity, but noted that the timing was not yet right. While it is indeed conspicuous in the realm of the undead, it does not imply they would remain inconspicuous elsewhere. Following 6 days of plundering, the rankings have shifted dramatically, with the top 10 having all ascended to the 5th tier. The foremost, the true Dragon Emperor, has even achieved championship status at this level, while the demonic exorcist and the undead gentleman have also reached the elite 5th tier. As for the subsequent ranks, they remain at the standard 5th tier. The chasm between the upper and lower tiers is alarmingly pronounced. Chiang Mai, despite being at the 2nd tier, is still considered part of the lower echelon. However, it matters not. As long as he can lead his own modest life, that suffices. The red wind plains in which he resides hold little value, allowing him to evade the fear of untimely demise. After all, this is not merely a desolate wilderness. It bears no intrinsic worth. Once he had meticulously filled the library and the magical guild with the majority of the skill tomes and spellbooks collected from the blood magic and evil tongues, a singular thought occupied his mind. Tomorrow would likely mark the conclusion of this raid for the marauders. He had no intention of participating further. The risks were simply too great. Whether it be blood magic or evil tongue, the absence of either hero could plunge his territory into peril. Thus, knowing when to withdraw is prudent. After all, this is a feast for high lords, and they, the lesser lords, are merely entitled to the scraps. Over the course of 6 days, the event had reduced the leaderboard to a mere 94 participants, with Chiang Mai advancing a few ranks to position 89, now precariously sitting at the 5th to last place. This indicates not only the demise of lords trailing behind him, but also those ahead of him, certainly a retaliation from the natives. Contemplating this reality is indeed chilling. It is clear that this ordeal is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. With a staggering mortality rate of 90 over 3 weeks, which continues to rise, he wonders when his turn might come. Now, he finds solace in the fact that he has been placed in this resource-scarce and isolated locale. Defending the city and launching attacks, this is a conscious effort to cultivate the Lord. However, one cannot help but wonder what the activities of the 4th week will entail. Chiang Mai is aware that each event comes with abundant rewards, yet each is fraught with peril akin to nurturing a deadly poison. With only a day remaining, should I utilize the narrative instance scroll? It would be an opportune moment to clear a wave of instances. Once the decision was made, he naturally equipped himself with the blood of demons in the evil tongue, along with the spirits, and promptly activated the narrative instance scroll. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, transporting Qin Mai away, leaving the blood of demons and the evil tongue in bewilderment. Has the master forgotten to take us along? Perhaps he wishes for us to wait? The two spirits found themselves in a state of confusion. Chapter 52. Narrative Instance. The Azura Dragon King tours the Flower Capital. You have utilized the narrative instance scroll. The current narrative world. The Azura Dragon King tours the Flower Capital. Random identity assignment in progress. Current distribution. Protagonist, 97. Supporting character, 2. Extra, 1. You have obtained the identity of the protagonist. Main quest issued. Survive for 30 days. Reward. Lord Skill, Lord Summon. Lord Summon. Teleport your heroes and troops to your side. Cost, 100 mana points. Your evaluation will be based on your completion of the narrative, which will influence the final reward. By the time Qin Mai processed the situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The main quest required survival for 30 days, which indicated imminent danger. Why did he rashly engage with this? He could not shake the feeling that this endeavor might very well be a trap. However, the acquired skills are rather impressive. With this ability, he no longer fears being outnumbered. Moreover, this skill appears to transcend the limitations of a single server, functioning across multiple servers. The narrative world is somewhat absurd. What exactly does Azura Dragon King wandering in the Flower City mean? Upon closer inspection of his surroundings, memories from his previous life began to resurface. His current attire seems to suggest he is a security guard. His disheveled appearance is rather unrefined, resembling that of an ne'er-do-well. Raising his gaze to the skyscraper he is guarding, he noticed the name Shen Group emblazoned upon it. You have acquired a temporary skill, Dull-Witted Aura. You have acquired a temporary skill, Taunt Aura. Qin Mai stared in disbelief at these peculiar abilities, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Dull-Witted Aura. All individuals related to the plot will experience a reduction in intelligence when confronted with you. Taunt Aura, partial male. Certain male characters connected to the plot will inexplicably harbor animosity towards you upon encountering you. Did they forget to grant me romantic fortune and the protagonist's halo? Qin Mai sensed that matters were turning dire. Act 1. Slapping the face of the villainous suitor, Wang Xinqing. Pursuing Shen Qingqing. At this moment, Qin Mai was genuinely bewildered. Was this task mocking him? How could he slap someone's face when he might be struck down first? He finally comprehended why the main quest required surviving for 30 days. The combination of the dull-witted aura and taunt aura was truly perilous. The mocking aura renders him detestable, while the aura of diminished intellect allows one to act without the constraints of reason. If these were isolated phenomena, they might be considered extraordinary abilities. However, their combination necessitates considerable strength to master, lest they become lethal poison. Now, compelling him to confront the scoundrel directly is tantamount to courting disaster. Hence, he believes that merely surviving is sufficient. Indeed, he possesses magic, yet this world evidently resembles a modern society where violence is inconceivable. Thus, he muses in a modern society. Might I, as a mage, catch a favorable wind from this nation's endeavors? This thought seems to illuminate a potential path forward, provided he can endure this initial act. Lost in contemplation, a man and a woman approach, the woman leading the way while the man trails beside her, akin to a sycophant. They swiftly pass by Qin Mai as they prepare to enter the Shun Corporation building. Ordinarily, this would prompt the fearsome Dragon King to intervene, yet he remains impassive, observing with a tranquil demeanor. Consequently, Wang Xinqing and Shen Qingqing proceed without obstruction. However, in a surprising turn of events, Wang Xinqing, embodying the role of an eager follower, unexpectedly seizes Shen Qingqing's hand, halting her in her tracks, and fixates intently on Qin Mai, stating, "ISNT at your duty to intervene when your president is being harassed at the entrance of the group?" To which Qin Mai responds earnestly, "But I am merely a security guard without the authority to enforce the law." At this juncture, it is Wang Xinqing who finds himself bewildered, questioning, "Is something amiss with you?" Even if you lack the authority to enforce the law, a gesture of acknowledgement is still warranted, is it not? Wang Xinqing's words left Qin Mai utterly perplexed. Had the effects of the intelligence diminishing and mocking auras truly manifested? This seemed excessively reasonable, and maintaining rationality was entirely normal. Yet, the esteemed President Shen appeared unperturbed by his predicament, making Qin Mai feel somewhat uncomfortable in expressing his own sentiments. Qin Mai began to sense that something was amiss with his counterpart. He had no desire to publicly embarrass him. Yet it was evident that Wang Xinxing was inviting such a confrontation. With unwavering resolve, Wang Xinxing tossed his hand dismissively and declared, "Is this sufficient? Let us commence." "I am prepared." "Oh, please register here," Qin Mai replied, casually retrieving a registration form and a pen from the security booth. The two exchanged glances, while the entangled Shen Qingqing stood awkwardly by, resembling a mere pawn in this unfolding drama. "Are you not supposed to come over and give me a thrashing?" Wang Xinxing could no longer contain himself upon seeing the form and pen being offered. A wave of anxiety washed over him. What on earth? Why has the protagonist become so reasonable? Previously, he would have simply come over and struck me, leading to Shen Qingqing's infatuation. What has changed? System. What should I do? Is the plot deviating? Analyzing. Analysis complete. The plot remains unchanged. Please endeavor to fulfill the narrative requirements, host. Dear Wang. Physical assault is a criminal offense. If you triumph, you will find yourself in the chair of regret. If you lose, you will languish in the disinfectant room, Qin Mai said with earnest gravity. At this point, Wang Xinxing was truly at a loss for words. Wang Xinxing is not a denizen of this world. Rather, he is a time traveler who has inexplicably found himself within the pages of a mindless urban novel titled Azura Dragon King in the Flower City. This narrative revolves around the Azura Dragon King, who is characterized by his ostentatious displays and his conquests of beautiful women. Wang Xinxing has assumed the role of a minor antagonist, a mere stepping stone for the protagonist. Internally, he is cursing his fate. Yet he finds himself at a loss for words, as this turn of events is utterly unexpected. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing observes the exchange between Wang Xinxing and Qin Mai with a peculiar, barely suppressed smile, seemingly aware of Wang Xinxing's thoughts. Chapter 53. The villain's heartfelt thoughts are overheard by the female protagonist. Could you not hit me? We could then proceed to the next step. Wang Xinxing finally managed to articulate after a prolonged moment of contemplation. No way, young Master Wang. If you were to lie down and falsely accuse me, what would happen? An ordinary person might only demand monetary compensation, but your status would certainly lead to my imprisonment, Qin Mai replied with utmost seriousness, as if he had grasped the underlying implications. At present, this so-called villain appears anything but nefarious. On the contrary, he seems quite ordinary, unaffected by the tropes of diminished intelligence or ridicule, and he is persistently eager for a confrontation, hinting at some hidden agenda. Shen Qingqing, too, appears to be enjoying the spectacle, her earlier impatience seemingly forgotten. Things seem to have taken an intriguing turn, Qin Mai mused, recalling a rather popular trope from his previous life, a narrative where the villain's unguarded thoughts are overheard, subsequently leading to a dramatic reversal against the protagonist. This type of time traveler is an antagonist. It is said that they are humiliated by the protagonist, yet in reality, they not only retaliate against the protagonist, but also seize their women and treasures. Qin Mai has come to understand why he is burdened with an aura of diminished intellect and ridicule. It appears that the so-called protagonist's halo and romantic fortune have been bestowed upon this Wang Xinxing. Thus, he alone is the unfortunate one, stripped of the privileges typically granted to protagonists and instead shouldering the misfortunes. This predicament is what allows him to survive for 30 days. In essence, he is now an antagonist rather than a protagonist. The individual opposite him is the true protagonist. Following this, a series of favorable events will undoubtedly encounter various upheavals. Had it been the original Azura Dragon King, it is likely that no troubles would have arisen, but now with Qin Mai in the mix, who can say? With my significant status, would I resort to deceit? Not to mention, just Wang Xinxing's probing provocation aimed at Qin Mai, designed to unhinge him. Oh, very well. President Shun, you stand by to bear witness for me, lest I find myself at a disadvantage later. Before Wang Xinxing could finish his words, Qin Mai readily agreed and emerged from the security booth, positioning himself before Wang Xinxing. He extended his hand and lightly slapped Wang Xinxing's face. Cough. Well, you little security guard, I shall remember this incident. You can expect retribution. I will not relinquish Qingqing. Next time, I will surely not let you off the hook. Although somewhat awkward, Wang Xinxing managed to complete his words. Subsequently, he turned to leave without a backward glance. But how could Qin Mai permit him to depart? Young master, hold on. After your performance, won't you treat me to a cup of tea? After all, We must look out for each other in the days to come. As he spoke, Qin Mai swiftly followed suit. These words caused Wang Xinxing to momentarily halt, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. This scene left Qin Mai momentarily stunned as well. He pondered how one could evoke such a gleam in their gaze. Was it something he could not achieve? It seemed inappropriate to discuss it here. Casting a glance at Shen Qingqing, Qin Mai remarked. Wang Xinxing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the situation. Since Brother Xiao has spoken, I shan't withhold this cup of tea. At that moment, Wang Xinxing bore no resemblance to the sycophant he had been moments earlier. He even disregarded Shen Qingqing entirely as he departed with Qin Mai. This infuriated Shen Qingqing, who clenched her teeth in frustration, yet she felt it unwise to pursue them. In a fit of pique, she ultimately retreated into the confines of the Shen group. Within a tea room, security personnel and the young master engaged in casual conversation over tea. Young Master Wang displayed commendable acting skills. Had it been another, the charade would likely have ended far sooner. Qin Mai took a sip of tea and remarked with veiled insinuation. While others might speak ambiguously, for Wang Xinxing, it was a direct expression. Brother Xiao is here for the first time, I presume? It must be rather disconcerting. Wang Xinxing, too, spoke in vague terms, suggesting that the other was a novice. Wang Xinxing's gaze sharpened. Indeed, yet I am curious about Brother Xiao's origins. Just a mere scholar, Qin Mai replied casually. By the way, young Master Wang, do you not find our actions somewhat lacking in decorum? I wish to embrace a different way of life. As for myself, I possess no remarkable abilities. My arrival was rather abrupt, and I have inherited nothing. Consequently, I find myself utterly ignorant of everything. However, I aspire to seek the assistance of the esteemed president of the Shen Group, a young man of considerable standing, whose lineage must be extraordinary. I hope that your esteemed father might facilitate an introduction to senior officials in the nation, preferably those involved in scientific research, and I assure you, there shall be generous rewards in return. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xinxing appeared somewhat at a loss, pondering whether such a leap was excessively ambitious. The notion of the formidable Shura Dragon King engaging in research was utterly contrary to his worldview, as he had always perceived this individual as a paragon of strength. That is acceptable, but subsequent cooperation. Wang Xinxing hesitated, expressing his reservations. Rest assured, young Master Wang, as a scholar, I would never utter words that could betray trust, especially as we endeavor to create a grand enterprise together, Qin Mai asserted, clarifying that he was not a mere figure of fantasy, but rather an ordinary person. To be candid, the prospect of collaborating with a Shura Dragon King who had undergone a transformation akin to his own was rather comforting for Wang Xinxing. For who would willingly invite conflict and subjugation upon themselves? Thus, a mutually beneficial partnership seemed inevitable. With the support of the Shura Dragon King, the challenges of fulfilling the narrative as the antagonist would undoubtedly diminish. In that case, let us enjoy this collaboration, Wang Xinxing proclaimed, raising his cup of tea in place of wine and consuming it in one swift motion. Qin Mai, too, honored the gesture. Moreover, there is one additional matter to consider. Young Master Wang, you must exercise caution, for I suspect that the protagonist's aura has been equally divided between us. Qin Mai stated. Are you aware that you are the protagonist? This time, Wang Xinxing was genuinely astonished. I am aware that Wang Daxiao was once a supporting character. Yet it appears that the tides have turned, and now you find yourself in the role of the protagonist. However, one must tread carefully around the women in your vicinity. I harbor suspicions that Shen Qingqing has become privy to certain aspects of your life, perhaps even your innermost thoughts. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Under normal circumstances, she would likely harbor disdain towards you, yet prior to her departure, her demeanor was distinctly amiss, which speaks volumes. Qin Mai kindly offered this caution, all the while concealing the fact that he lacked the protagonist's halo. I shall remain vigilant, Wang Xinxing replied. Yet is it not a fortuitous circumstance to possess the protagonist's aura? A hint of confusion laced his tone. While this may hold true in other realms, is it not conceivable that the once heroic youth slaying dragons could transform into a malevolent dragon himself? Are you certain that upon assuming the mantle of the protagonist, you will not tread the same path as my former self, eventually supplanted by another who has traversed this narrative? Chapter 54. A plot replete with logical quandaries. How confident are you? Wang Xinxing's voice carried a raspy undertone. I possess no certainty, merely a hypothesis, for after all, the heavens do not rain down opportunities without effort. Thus, we must adopt a new approach, one that liberates us from the shackles of circumstance. If we could garner the support of the prevailing national forces, we would not only dictate the narrative, but also seize control of our destiny. Rather than merely acquiescing to the plot, Qin Mai's ambitious declaration stirred something within Wang Xinxing. Yet, acquiring the favor of national forces is no simple feat, particularly as we lack any bargaining chips. Wang Xinxing is indeed a rational individual. Despite enduring several beatings, he remains a young master, having absorbed various experiences through observation. Qin Mai shook his head and remarked, "The plot must have only recently commenced. Before this, you undoubtedly had your own life. I refuse to believe you were merely drifting through time. If it comes to that, you could accompany me. If you falter, I shall prevail." Wang Xinxing was genuinely moved by Qin Mai's words this time. If this were a deception, it would be even better. Having such a powerful ally would spare him from a fate of ruin, allowing him to live a life of leisure. More importantly, observing the situation, it was clear that Qin Mai was a substantial asset and a protagonist. By aligning closely with him, not only would his basic needs be met, but the organization behind him could also ascend to greater heights. It was a win-win scenario in every regard. "Very well, I shall rely on you for support henceforth," Wang Xinxing said, a hint of eagerness in his tone. This felt like a ray of hope for him. "Now, could you enlighten me about my background? I can't shake the feeling that my current identity borders on illegality." Qin Mai, noticing the other's thoughts, offered a teasing remark. He was not at all concerned that Wang Xinxing might harm him simply because they were both traversers. The reason was straightforward. Wang Xinxing clearly required his cooperation and had shown goodwill. It was unlikely that things would escalate to violence. Furthermore, considering the circumstances of the other party, Qin Mai deduced that should he perish, it is highly probable that the adversary would restart, for he had already discerned that this was not their first encounter, and that they likely bore some form of restraint upon them. Subsequently, in order to conceal his identity while posing as a security guard for the Shun group, he, after enduring this humiliation, garnered the affections of Shun Qingqing, which subsequently propelled him onto a journey of investigation through the Shun group. As for the ensuing narrative, Wang Xinxing succinctly summarized it as a tale of pretense, humiliation, and the acquisition of beautiful women. Once more, one might ponder why he chose to masquerade as a security guard when he possessed the extraordinary medical skills to mend the ailments of the upper echelons, rather than resorting to such a menial role. If all else fails, contacting the senior officials of one country through his elite mercenary organization, the Dragon King Hall, would surely be a more prudent course of action. With such reasoning, how could one of his intellect have risen to the status of a top-tier mercenary while simultaneously managing the world's most formidable mercenary organization? Surely, it would be disbanded within 3 days. In response to Qin Mai's bewilderment, Wang Xinxing was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging the validity of Qin Mai's argument. A seemingly simple matter had been convoluted into such complexity. "Esteemed one," he inquired, "have you ever contemplated that while executing your proposed strategy seems effortless, it simultaneously undermines the essence of ostentation, humiliation, and the allure of beautiful women, which constitutes the crux of the narrative? Rather than the so-called quest for vengeance on behalf of your master? Have you not realized that by the conclusion, Xiao Chun had neither avenged his master nor even discerned the cause of his demise?" Wang Xinxing kindly elucidated the rationale behind this, leaving Qin Mai momentarily speechless. While it was true that there were logical discrepancies, he remained oblivious to the narrative's demands. Well, indeed, Qin Mai shrugged his shoulders. Although it was somewhat nonsensical, it mattered little. "Since you have resolved your side of the matter, what should I do on my end? You mentioned that the transfer of the protagonist's halo allows the female lead to hear my innermost thoughts. How can I shield myself from that?" As for the harem of Xiao Chun, Wang Xinxing harbored no thoughts whatsoever. He had no interest in second-hand goods, although they remained first-hand for now. His extensive experience had naturally led to a sense of aversion. "Oh, it's fine. We needn't involve the female lead. The main plot revolves around me slapping your face. Correct? When the time comes, we can lure them out and perform without any tangible props. Didn't we already try that today? I slapped you, and you were duly slapped, with the process flowing smoothly." Qin Mai expressed no concerns. "I recalled something quite significant. There likely exists within me some element that could influence others. From your previous remarks, it appears this world is fundamentally normal, possessing basic logic. However, the antagonists, apart from yourself, still engage in some rather irrational behaviors. Therefore, when you introduce me, it would be prudent to avoid individuals who have a direct or indirect connection to the storyline, to prevent any mishaps." After advising this, Qin Mai inquired, Are you referring to a decrease in intelligence and mockery? Truly, you are astute, analyzing so much in an instant. I shall be vigilant. However, rest assured, most of the time I merely confront the wealthy second generation and petty thugs. If our plan succeeds and we gain momentum, these individuals will merely be insignificant ants. Wang Xinxing, not lacking in wisdom, naturally understood this well. Chapter 55, Rising Power. Allowing the narrative to follow my lead, why did Xinxing come to find me today? Although Chen Lu held some disdain for this distant nephew, he recognized the bond of kinship and maintained a semblance of cordiality. He had specifically introduced a person to Governor Chen, someone capable of altering the course of events. This individual was a scholar. Wang Xinxing did not rely on connections but addressed the official by name, which struck Chen Lu as somewhat peculiar, prompting him to furrow his brow. Greetings. I am a scholar, a lord from a foreign land, proficient in the arcane arts. Qin Mai introduced himself. Xinxing, I am quite busy. Your friend is indeed amusing. Yet you have matured and should discern when mischief is appropriate and when it is not, Chen Lu remarked, his expression revealing his disapproval without outright reprimanding. Wang Xinxing looked at Qin Mai with a hint of astonishment, not anticipating that Qin Mai's self-introduction would be so ludicrous. This is precisely why he recommended me to Governor Chen. After all, this meeting has the potential to revolutionize an entire era. As he spoke, Qin Mai conjured a series of magical arrows that floated in the air, emanating an aura of flames and death. This spectacle left both Wang Xinxing and Chen Lu momentarily speechless. However, they quickly regained their composure, and Qin Mai casually dissipated the magical arrows. Well, Xinxing, you have indeed made a remarkable choice this time. I am quite impressed. Yet, this does not signify. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Mai summoned a dense fog of death, abruptly enveloping the entire office in a thick mist. Both men could feel a wave of weakness wash over them. The death fog, a strategic magic of mortality, was directed at military rank, and I managed to regulate its intensity. Upon release, it was immediately dispelled by him. Yet its effects lingered without fading. Subsequently, a dark curse was cast, emanating a faint crimson glow, causing both individuals to grow increasingly feeble. This curse, a fire-type strategic magic, remained targeted at military rank. Rest assured, I have it under control. You shall recover within a maximum of 10 minutes. Given that my territory is rife with monsters, I have primarily learned military-grade magic aimed at weakening them, lacking enhancement spells. As for offensive magic, its power is too formidable. You have witnessed it before, and I dare not unleash it again, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Now, Governor Chen, I believe it is time for us to engage in a candid discussion. This statement elicited a bitter smile from Chen Lu. He felt utterly drained, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. I believe you, he replied. To be honest, this is somewhat unexpected. I am curious about how you wish to proceed. First and foremost, I require an audience with the higher-ups of a nation. While you hold significant authority, there are matters beyond your purview. It would be best to involve multiple parties, preferably through a video conference. As for the objective, are you interested in the study of magic? We could each leverage our strengths to transform this world. Certainly, I too have my stipulations. Firstly, it is essential for you to provide me with the requisite knowledge. After all, I cannot simply offer my assistance without reciprocity. The notion of mutual benefit implies that I, too, require your technological advancements. Though I do not seek any confidential information, merely the general insights will suffice. Furthermore, we must collaborate to navigate the constraints of fate, as this is of paramount importance. Should you be unable to assist, I risk being cast out from your world, and the ensuing losses would undoubtedly fall upon you. After all, the pinnacle of magic lies in the ability to attain immortality, a proposition that few could ever refuse. Qin Mai articulated a lengthy discourse, which Chen Lu was quick to absorb. He soon acquiesced, stating, "Very well, I shall reach out promptly. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Yet, with monitoring as corroboration, it should not pose a significant issue." Wang Xinxing, feeling slightly bewildered, pondered how the conversation had so swiftly veered into the realm of fate. Nonetheless, he refrained from interrupting, for Qin Mai's words provided him with a sense of assurance. At least in the future, the narrative could be substantiated by one country. Chen Lu understood that Qin Mai was undoubtedly concealing certain aspects, yet this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Should their endeavors prove successful, his achievements would be nothing short of remarkable. Perhaps, in the days to come, This camaraderie might even afford him the opportunity to sit in a presidential seat. The 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the debilitating effects of the deathly mists and malevolent curses that had befallen them dissipated. It was then that Chen Lu picked up the phone. "Secretary Song, please postpone this afternoon's meeting. I have matters to attend to. Esteemed scholar, I shall rearrange my schedule for this afternoon. I will be communicating with you, dear scholar, today." Chen Lu has also provided some explanations. As a governor, one's daily agenda is undoubtedly hectic. It is implausible to merely recline with one's legs crossed over a cup of tea. Governing a province is no trivial endeavor. "Please, do not mind if I indulge in some reading." Qin Mai pointed towards the bookshelf in the office. Over there, Chen Lu had already answered a call, speaking to himself. Yet his demeanor and gestures conveyed an understanding. Qin Mai gazed at the bookshelf and soon extracted a volume titled Chronicles of the 72 Dynasties. This historical tome is quite substantial. However, given Qin Mai's capabilities, it appeared to be quite comprehensible. At least the textual aspect posed no concern. With the Lord's era aiding in translation. National martial arts? Qin Mai mused upon encountering this term within the historical account. Previously, Wang Xinxing had mentioned that the individual he replaced, Xiao Chun, was a practitioner of the dark energy national martial arts. It seems that extraordinary powers exist in this world. Yet, they do not appear to be of high caliber. Rather, they resemble methods of training and techniques for channeling energy. If these martial arts were indeed formidable, it would likely imply that this world is not a technological society, but rather one akin to a martial arts narrative. Thus, in the grand scheme of a vast technological framework, national martial arts are probably mere relics. Consequently, Qin Mai did not dwell on them. Unless, of course, this world were to witness the emergence of chaotic phenomena such as immortal cultivation or resurgence of spiritual energy, which seems utterly improbable. However, within the narrative described by Wang Xinxing, there is a conspicuous absence of such events. It predominantly consists of ostentatious displays and face-slapping moments, as the world does not revolve around a single individual. Yet now, with Qin Mai revealing his intrinsic value, he possesses the capability to make the entire Wen Kingdom orbit around him. As for the completeness of the plot, once the Wen Kingdom intervenes, he will have the freedom to orchestrate the events as he pleases, mobilizing the entire resources of the kingdom to facilitate his performance. And he might even receive guidance from professional mentors online. If you were to naively adhere to the storyline, it would merely become a matter of survival. One must not view the task solely from the perspective of Lord's era, but rather transcend the confines of that framework and consider the world and various factors involved. Chapter 56. Cooperation established. Research commences. Boss, have you not slept at all this night? Wang Xinxing inquired as he entered the study, noticing Qin Mai engrossed in a book. His curiosity piqued. Qin Mai nodded. Indeed, I haven't rested. I spent the first half of the night preparing the token of allegiance. As I am scheduled to meet with the envoy today for further negotiations, the latter half of the night was devoted to reading. As he spoke, Qin Mai gestured towards the book in his hands. Previously, he had established contact with the governor Chen Lu and the president of the Wen Kingdom, culminating in a collaboration. And to demonstrate his sincerity, he prepared to present a token of allegiance. The envoy is expected to arrive by plane today for discussions on various matters, particularly concerning the development of magic. This so-called token of allegiance naturally refers to the elemental meditation method and the curse of possession. However, he has uncovered a terrifying reality. This world lacks elements altogether, rendering meditation impossible. However, he is unscathed. Possessing intermediate mysticism allows him to regenerate 20 of his magical energy each day, which is barely sufficient for his needs. Fortunately, this presents an opportunity, as he can collaborate with the nation of one to delve into the study of magical power, exploring this unique energy in greater depth. Undertaking such a venture alone would indeed pose considerable challenges, yet one is a nation characterized by a robust scientific framework, a vast population, and advanced technology. With such advantageous conditions supporting him, he has ample opportunity over the next 30 days to amass resources to enhance his abilities. The magic of the mystical continent is wondrous, yet it relies excessively on elemental forces, which is less than ideal. Trading a mere 24 hours for 30 days is a lucrative exchange for Qin Mai. Shall we take a look? He inquired, tossing the book Elemental Meditation towards Wang Xinxing, who instinctively caught it. Is this permissible? Wang Xinxing hesitated. What could possibly be wrong with it? Consider it a modest token of gratitude, Qin Mai replied. I practice this as well. If you can harness the elements and transform them into magical energy, you too can become a mage. He did not prefix the term with elementary, as that would be rather insulting. His knowledge of magic had reached an adequate level, albeit limited to what he had acquired from the mage class certification in the point store. Currently, he had no intention of adhering to the conventional path of mages in the mystical continent, nor would he pursue growth in accordance with the era of lords. Instead, he intended to cultivate his own path in a more unrestrained manner. Conformity cannot secure victory over others. The innate disparities are dishearteningly vast. Hence, Qin must adopt an unconventional approach to catch others off guard. It may seem that he has sacrificed his magical prowess, revealing the unique charm of his exclusive techniques. Yet his intention is not to embarrass others, but to seek personal gain, thus fostering a win-win situation. Therefore, gratitude is due to the esteemed individual. By the way, this afternoon we have a scene to perform, which is essentially about how you humiliated me yesterday, leaving me quite vexed. Subsequently, I will arrange for some ruffians to trouble you, only to be decisively defeated by you. That is the crux of the narrative, Wang Xinxing stated. Not present, but I will coincidentally call to inquire about the situation, only to be caught by you, after which you will exact your revenge on me. Specifically by collaborating with Xun Qingqing to undermine my family's latest beauty product using a potion that enhances beauty, Wang Xinxing elaborated. Qin Mai was aware of the storyline, albeit only in a general sense. Wang Xinxing had previously mentioned it in passing, but he had not taken it to heart. Do you require it? Qin Mai inquired pointedly. I do not, Wang Xinxing replied, understanding that he was in the presence of a perceptive individual who likely deduced his predicament, and perhaps the other party possessed similar concerns, leading to an unspoken understanding. Then let us disregard it and move on. I am not Xiao Chun, so where would I procure beauty potions? Qin Mai rolled his eyes and added, quickly jot down the meditation method. It must be submitted to the envoy. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinxing was momentarily taken aback and then hurriedly began to memorize it, leaving Qin Mai bewildered. Why must you memorize it? Would you mind taking a photograph of the text above? Qin Mai kindly suggested. This remark left Wang Xinxing feeling somewhat embarrassed. His rote memorization certainly could not match the swiftness of a camera, nor would it fade from memory. Forget it, Wang Xinxing said, somewhat begrudgingly, as he retrieved a high-definition camera and began to capture the images one by one. Time swiftly passed, and soon Chen Lu arrived with an envoy. This envoy was the cabinet minister, Luo Shi, a scholar whom the two had previously encountered in a video conference. Chen Lu promptly made the introductions. Qin Mai also rose to shake hands. Minister Luo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Not at all, scholar. Please have a seat, Luo Shi replied, aware that this meeting was indeed a significant occasion. Minister Luo, please take a seat as well. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You should already be acquainted with my requirements from our previous discussions. This is the elemental meditation technique. Mastery of magical power is the foundation of sorcery. And to wield such power, one must possess the corresponding meditation techniques. Additionally, here is the curse attachment, a document pertaining to military-grade fire magic, which we consider foundational for our collaboration. He then pushed forward the books containing this vital knowledge. Subsequently, Luo Shi produced a USB drive, stating, this contains essential knowledge in basic industries, agriculture, and healthcare that you will require. Both parties were aware that while the materials provided were fundamental, they were of urgent necessity for their respective endeavors. Thank you for your nation's support. This marks the commencement of a fruitful collaboration between us. However, I must remind you that due to the diverse conditions of our world, the concept of elements does not exist here. Thus, Qin Mai did not complete his thought. Yet the implication was clear. The likelihood of your ability to meditate is minimal. This caused Rosh to furrow his brow, questioning whether Qin was merely digging a pit for easy gain. Nevertheless, we can engage in a cooperative endeavor to explore the unique energy of magical power, aiming to replicate it. If I collaborate diligently with your nation, given sufficient conditions, we could produce considerable results within 7 days. However, I require additional knowledge support. Qin Mai's proposition was evident. It entailed a joint research effort with shared findings. Conversely, if he were to provide more, yet you offered insufficient benefits, the partnership would falter. Unsurprisingly, Rosh readily acquiesced. This was a favorable development. The knowledge Qin sought would not encroach upon their core secrets, but rather consist of information easily accessible online or available for purchase, rendering the cost negligible. Chapter 57. The Reversal of Magical Power. The artificial four elements, the magical elemental reactions appear to be normal, thus we shall proceed with the next phase of observation. If feasible, arrange for the first group of personnel to attempt meditation. Should it prove successful, inform Elder Luo. Qin Mai appeared somewhat fatigued, stifling a yawn as he set aside the experimental data and began reading. Over the course of 2 days, Qin Mai successfully replicated the four elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, through the reversal of magical power. However, these are not merely elemental substances. They are transformed from magical energy. As long as one can meditate and revert them back into personal magical energy, it can be regarded as a success. Concerning the derivation and transformation of elements, there is no need for concern, as Qin Mai has already resolved this issue. By leveraging the permeable nature of elements, it is sufficient to induce a continual fission of the four elemental forms, earth, water, fire, and wind. The only challenge lies in the passage of time. Through collaborative efforts over the past 2 days, he has observed that while elements and magical energy are indeed wondrous, they must adhere to the principle of energy conservation. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the elements expanding uncontrollably, threatening to transform the entire world into a realm of magic. Thus, theoretically, as long as these four artificially created elements can be transformed into magical energy through meditation, this can be deemed a success, paving the way for deeper collaboration with the Wind Kingdom. Furthermore, possessing these elements would enable him to meditate. The past few days of neglecting meditation have cost him 2 hours of sleep each day, which feels like a waste of time. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to operate continuously for 24 hours? Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Upon finishing, the secretary hastily began making phone calls. This secretary is not a woman, but a robust man, a master of subtle strength, which was a specific request from Qin Mai. Initially, Qin Lu had planned to assign a beautiful woman to him. However, for Qin Mai, that seemed impractical. What would happen in the face of danger? Who would protect whom? He has never forgotten that his primary mission is to survive for 30 days. Arrange for more personnel. I am utterly defenseless and fearful for my life. Qin Mai cared little for appearances. Life is paramount, and what value does reputation hold? Upon departing from the research institute, he boarded an exclusive vehicle, one among many that surrounded him from all directions. It could be said that his safety was assured to an extraordinary degree, particularly due to the formidable security personnel, who were all martial artists and special forces armed to the teeth. Seated beside Qin Mai was an elderly gentleman, a master of the Baodin school, whose strength was not to be underestimated, approaching the limits of human capability. Martial arts are categorized into 4 distinct levels: Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, and the harmonious integration of strength known as Baodan. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mai engaged in conversation with the elder, who responded with a warm demeanor, discussing various aspects of martial arts. However, the terminology surrounding martial arts was rather convoluted, lacking a standardized framework, and the elder's somewhat narrow perspective limited the depth of their exchange. Consequently, their dialogue devolved into a game of Tai Chi, providing Qin Mai with scant information. Realizing this, he lost interest in further conversation and turned to his reading. Although this approach may seem rather utilitarian, he was acutely aware of the limited time at his disposal, only 30 days. Had he a year, he would have gladly entertained a more extensive dialogue with the elder. Soon, they arrived at the Rose Bar, entering in a grand procession that intimidated many onlookers. It was worth noting that aside from the Baodin master, who donned a garb reminiscent of a long robe, the rest were uniformly attired in formal outfits, resembling a clandestine organization. "Hey kid, where do you come from? Don't you know this is Brother Wang's territory? You think you can stir up trouble here?" 2 brazen ruffians approached, provoking Qin Mai and seemingly intent on instigating a confrontation. In this scene, many present were taken aback, truly astonished. Qin Mai scrutinized the situation closely. It was evident that the individuals were under the influence of a diminishing intelligence aura and a mocking aura. Otherwise, how could they have approached him so promptly? A rational person in such a predicament would surely remain subdued, hesitant to speak out of turn. Only the 2 of them were restrained. After Qin Mai's command, 4 elite martial artists sprang forth, firmly pinning the 2 individuals to the ground. Subsequently, he approached and delivered a slap to each face. However, there was no indication of task completion, suggesting the absence of a crucial element. Ruffians, a white moonlight, and a hero saving a damsel? Qin Mai realized he had inadvertently derailed the narrative. The ruffians had been dealt with prematurely, yet the hero's intervention was absent. Seal off the Rose Bar. It is evidently entangled with illicit activities. Moreover, let us investigate the enigmatic Brother Wang behind this group and uproot the entire operation, Qin Mai decisively declared. A hero saving a damsel? He had effectively sealed the venue, rendering any rescue unnecessary. As he departed, he noticed a stunning woman emerging from a luxurious sports car. Her countenance tinged with sorrow. She intended to enter the bar for a drink, but discovered it was closed, leaving her with no choice but to leave in resignation. While driving away, Qin Mai, considering the circumstances, surmised the reasons for the incomplete mission, although the heroic rescue had not transpired. The loss of the Rose Bar as a venue naturally led to an unfulfilled outcome. However, he did not expect a high completion rate. Mr. Scholar, someone has successfully meditated, and magical energy has been birthed within them. On the return journey, a piece of good news resonated through the communication device equipped by Qin Mai. Magic and sorcery are intricately connected. However, if artificial elements are employed, the clarity of the situation becomes obscured. Therefore, meticulous experimentation is essential to obtain precise data. Qin Mai felt a sense of relief. The forthcoming endeavors would be facilitated by various resources. As for the era of information, that is beyond his capabilities. Even in this electric age, it is merely a half measure, reliant on magic to bridge the gaps. Did he truly believe he could single-handedly uphold an entire epic? Chapter 58. The Magic Experiment on the Right Track, Cursed Possession. In the laboratory, Qin Mai, Chen Lu, and Luo Shi, along with a video connection to high-ranking officials in one country, observed a researcher unleashing a curse upon a monkey. The vivid crimson glow of the magic descended upon the creature with incredible swiftness, rendering the monkey visibly weakened. This spectacle ignited excitement among both those present and those watching via video. It marked a significant step forward, accomplished in just 3 days. Mr. President, I believe our collaboration can advance further, Qin Mai stated. The president of one country beamed with delight. Indeed, I shall instruct the Treasury to allocate 1 trillion in research funding for your discretion, scholar. Your Excellency, I am not referring to funds. Rather, I seek knowledge. To me, your currency and even the entire financial system are not but worthless paper and code, devoid of any significance. What I require this time is a comprehensive understanding of the first and second reforms, rather than so-called research funding. I hope Your Excellency can comprehend this. Funding? What use is it? It merely serves as a distraction. Furthermore, the other party is simply making empty gestures if they remain silent. Will the Research Institute refuse to grant funding? That is utterly implausible. The recent success in artificial elements holds little technical significance for Qin Mai. Yet it represents an exceedingly vital advancement for a nation like one, which, lacking any elements, seeks to propel its society through magic. On the other side of the video, the president of one exchanged looks with his cabinet, swiftly reaching a consensus. Of course, there is no issue, esteemed scholar, but we require your genuine sincerity, particularly regarding your magical system. Everyone is discussing transactions. Only a fool would speak of camaraderie. Very well, I shall entrust the training and development of mages to your country. But do keep in mind that I cannot guarantee complete compatibility. Qin Mai contemplated briefly, ready to utilize the inheritance within the mage certification as a bargaining chip. Before mastering it, this knowledge was immensely valuable to him. But once acquired, the certification itself would be of worth. As for the knowledge it contained, it would have become his own, thus repurposing it for profit could be seen as a resourceful endeavor. After all, just because he relinquished it does not mean he could no longer utilize it. Esteemed scholar, we represent 2 distinct scientific paradigms, encompassing, but not limited to, weapons, medical advancements, materials, and so forth. The president of Wen's implication was unmistakably clear. It was insufficient. Qin Mai discerned that the knowledge at hand was indeed insufficient. Though this wisdom may have been rendered obsolete by the passage of time, when integrated with the magical system, it could yield a remarkable qualitative leap for him and his domain. Furthermore, incorporating a warrior class would seamlessly align with the martial artists of his country. This is my baseline. After all, for this nation, these 2 professions hold significance equal to the knowledge required for the first and second reforms. Both parties, as buyers and sellers, inevitably engage in haggling that results in exorbitant demands and subsequent concessions. After a thorough exchange, Qin Mai ultimately offered the spells of Weakening Curse and Disintegration Ray as supplementary conditions, thereby acquiring sufficient knowledge. However, he was cunning. Neither the warrior nor the magic included secret arts, only the corresponding training and growth methods. The magical aspect was particularly disheartening. To achieve a military-grade level, one would need the formidable power of a grand mage capable of perishing alongside a deity. Otherwise, such aspirations would remain unattainable. His ability to elevate magic to a military standard was inherently tied to the rules of the Lord's epic. Qin Mai also speculated that perhaps his counterpart had retained some reservations within the knowledge he sought. One should harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against deceit. Caution is paramount, especially as he finds himself under another's roof, a situation born of necessity. The martial prowess of the national warriors is formidable, with the Master of Elixirs possessing the strength of a Tier 2 hero unit, equating to a level of 20. While their attributes may not be particularly high, their skills and talents are indeed abundant. Even to a certain extent, one can be exempt from magic. For instance, the weakening curse indeed reduces the opponent's attack power. Yet the opponent's skills can inflict damage directly, bypassing the attribute of attack power altogether. Although he is but flesh and blood, the master of alchemical cultivation can evade bullets. While there are certain techniques and limitations involved, his reflexes are undeniably formidable. Naturally, one cannot hope to withstand bullets, while magical blood might endure. The master of alchemical cultivation cannot, due to his relatively low physical attributes. Moreover, martial artists of national arts tend to experience a decline in vitality in their later years, unless they can cultivate their strength to a harmonious state, thereby locking their vitality and becoming a master of alchemical cultivation. Yet, how many can truly succeed in this endeavor? Currently, there are only 7 recorded masters of alchemical cultivation. However, should magic flourish, it may well advance the national arts further. Although the Kingdom of Wen possesses few masters of alchemical cultivation, it boasts numerous practitioners of the 3 schools of transformation, darkness, and illumination, many of whom are vigorous and youthful. Naturally, the knowledge that Qin Mai seeks includes the national arts, yet due to the constraints of time, it is highly likely that it has not been optimized like modern national arts. Furthermore, it may encompass some schools of national arts that have long been abandoned. Those that are documented will certainly not be shared, as there are traditions to uphold, and causing a commotion would be undesirable. Nevertheless, Qin Mai remains indifferent. While the national arts indeed exceed his expectations, they are merely an embellishment for him. After concluding the negotiations, Qin Mai breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently continuing to preside over the research on magical power while simultaneously self-studying various forms of knowledge. The initial and subsequent promises of the era of reform necessitate a span of 3 days for the assimilation of knowledge to be conferred upon Qin Mai. After all, the organization and synthesis of information require time. Consequently, Qin Mai refrained from delivering the legacies of both the mage and the warrior. Nevertheless, to demonstrate his sincerity, he bestowed upon them the spell known as the disintegration ray. From this pivotal moment, the most substantial gain transcended mere dungeon rewards or the skill dubbed Lord Summon. Rather, it was the essence of an entire civilization, even if it had been deemed obsolete, containing an accumulation that ordinary individuals could scarcely achieve. Furthermore, collaborating with the Wen Nation to explore the nature of magical energy would enable Qin Mai to delve deeper into the enigmatic essence of mana, thereby enhancing his ability to modify the spirit creatures. He even aspired to touch upon concepts such as belief and soul, aiming for champion-level transformations. While a magical civilization alone might falter, the integration of hypnosis, psychological suggestion, and the Lord's era from technological civilization instilled in him a profound sense of possibility. Particularly, the records and training related to these mental aspects found within national martial arts provided him with further insight. With sufficient champion-level spirit creatures, his dominion would soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 59. Integrated Circuit Magic and Intelligent Information Magic. In a flurry, Qin Mai hastily departed from the banquet, scarcely taking 3 minutes. Some individuals had yet to muster the audacity to provoke him when his bodyguards swiftly subdued them. Wang Xinxing wore an expression of bemusement, while someone else suffered a loss of face, the head of the Shun group in the city. In a typical narrative, today would not only mark the grand birthday celebration of the venerable patriarch of the Shin family, but it would also serve as the occasion for arranging an engagement for Shin Qingqing. Originally, it was intended to be a union between him and Shin Qingqing, only to be thwarted by the abrupt intervention of Xiaochen. However, this time, the plot has encountered significant discrepancies, as Wang Xinxing has allied himself with Qin Mai. The formerly servile antagonist has shed his role, resulting in the absence of such an arrangement. The Shun family indeed harbored aspirations of a matrimonial alliance with the Wang family. Yet Wang Xinxing, being the sole heir, dismissed this notion, prioritizing his own family's interests, thus leaving the matter unresolved. Nonetheless, he possesses the agency to alter the storyline. The missions assigned to Qin Mai and Wang Xinxing remain immutable. Both have encountered flaws in their tasks. The narrative has undeniably deviated from its original course. Yet they are compelled to perform their roles with an air of awkwardness. Fortunately, Qin Mai is rather unembarrassed, and Wang Xinxing has long since acclimated to such circumstances, making their completion of the tasks relatively straightforward. From that point onward, Wang Xinxing has maintained a respectful distance from the so-called narrative system that has ensnared him. Even though the plot remains ostensibly intact, consequently, he has come to acknowledge the phenomenon of the protagonist's halo shifting, which is hardly a favorable development, indicating that the narrative system has no intention of relinquishing its hold on him. It seeks not only to have him play the villain, humiliating the protagonist, but now also aims to transform him into a mere puppet. Qin Mai, however, is not one to disregard favors, recognizing the substantial assistance rendered to him. He is inclined to reciprocate, while such matters may not be widely disseminated, as the primary overseer of the research facility. It is a trivial task to integrate an individual into their ranks, rendering it a mere formality. It appears that the nation of One has also begun to perceive the extraordinary nature of Wang Xinxing. However, with Qin Mai currently present, they have chosen to remain passive, albeit discreet investigations have commenced. As for the identity of Qin Mai, it has long been unveiled as Xiao Chun. A top-tier mercenary like Xiao Chun is indeed a prominent figure on various national lists, thus he is well known. Luoxi has also made inquiries, considering whether it might be possible to entice the Dragon King's Hall from Heizhou. Regarding this matter, Qin Mai does not mind putting on a good show. For despite the flattering words surrounding the Dragon King's Hall, it remains merely an illicit organization, with most of its assets derived from nefarious sources. While it can be utilized, it would require considerable effort. The challenge lies in the fact that he lacks Xiao Chen's memories and is entirely unaware of how to make contact. Even a casual remark could inadvertently reveal his true identity. The integrated circuit magic is a specific form of enchantment devised by Qin Mai, inspired by magical scrolls and modern electrical circuits. This magic manifests as intricate patterns upon his body, enabling him to unleash spells instantaneously. However, its limitations are evident, as its power remains fixed, akin to that of magical scrolls. In this environment, Qin Mai's dual talents for learning and academic research have been brought to their zenith. With abundant resources and personnel at his disposal, his progress in the study of magical energy has been nothing short of meteoric. Regrettably, time is exceedingly constrained. He must not only conduct research but also divert his attention to learning, leaving him somewhat fatigued, even with the ability to meditate for rejuvenation. Is there any variation in the output and input power of the magical energy? After donning a white work uniform, Qin Mai casually inquired as he dressed. The foremost assurance rests upon the operation of magical forces. The enchantment of integrated circuits is merely the inception of our endeavor. Our true aspiration lies in the realm of intelligent magical information. In contrast to the singular nature of an integrated circuit board, Qin Mai envisions a more multifaceted approach to intelligent magic, akin to the distinction between a motherboard and a computer. Upon the proposal of this initiative, Qin Mai garnered unanimous approval from the upper echelons of One Nation and assembled a cadre of experts in computer science and programming to assist in this transformative venture. The rationale is simple. Should this intelligent magic come to fruition, it would signify a profound metamorphosis for the entire One Nation. By constructing a corresponding magical system program, one could replicate, alter, and perform calculations on the operational procedures of magic, enabling an individual to master a spell while allowing others to learn through the replication of the intelligent magic framework. This can be regarded as a rudimentary form of academic skill. Not only does One Nation stand to benefit from this, but Qin Mai himself requires it as well. By embedding this intelligent magic within the essence of magical creatures, akin to the inscription method of the death curse, these beings too would acquire the ability to wield magic. Simply mastering a level 1 air-based healing spell would suffice to transform the entire landscape. Moreover, with the prospect of more advanced spells in the future, all magical creatures could become concealed sorcerers, capable of unexpectedly unleashing a magical arrow or administering healing to allies in critical moments. This marks the inaugural intersection of magic and technology, heralding the convergence of spell scroll techniques with computer technology. At present, The progress is indeed quite promising. At least in terms of hardware, it has been successfully completed. What remains is the development on the software front. If the intelligent magic can be perfected within the remaining time, Chinmai will effectively have pioneered a new school of magic. This intelligent system, independent of death, fire, wind, and elemental forces, is purely a technological achievement. Once the programming is perfected, it may even lead to features such as automatic meditation and the spontaneous activation of spells in the future. This is not merely a possibility, but rather a highly probable outcome. Chapter 60. The reveal. My time is running out during these days. Chinmai had the experience of assisting a certain retired deputy, who happened to have a beautiful granddaughter. Unfortunately, this deputy does not wield as much power as Chinmai, nor does he possess the absurd medical skills of his predecessor, Xiaoqin, which resulted in his hospitalization. Had Chinmai not held a prominent position, his influence might have been considerably less. It was due to one of Chinmai's remarks that certain individuals, who were meant to intersect with him, ended up incarcerated. Notably, a certain queen of the underworld, who was once part of Xiaoqin's harem and had connections with him, has now found herself imprisoned due to the completion of the anti-crime process. This has caused a disruption in the narrative, leaving only the option for her to awkwardly accompany Chinmai in a stilted performance. Should there be future scenes, it would require her involvement once more. As for Wang Xinqing, he has entirely disregarded the plot system. This troublesome entity merely offers reminders of narrative points, but ignoring it is just as feasible. It is precisely due to the shift of the protagonist's halo that he finds himself surrounded by an unending stream of romantic pursuits, all of which are initiated by the female lead. Each of them possesses the uncanny ability to overhear his innermost thoughts, rendering him exasperated to the point of fleeing alongside Chinmai, where they spend their days in meditation and study. As for Chinmai's intelligence-diminishing aura and mocking presence, they seem to have little effect on those around him. One might ponder how a narrative centered on ostentation, face-slapping, and romantic conquest could possibly intertwine with a group of researchers. While one might encounter provocateurs or wealthy heirs in a red-light district or upscale club, the realm of scientific inquiry bears no such intersections, lacking any narrative synergy. In truth, Chinmai has long since transcended the so-called storyline of the Azura Dragon King frolicking in the capital of pleasure. As for task rewards, one should not harbor any illusions. Securing a baseline skill would be a stroke of luck, given the lackluster completion of his narrative arc, which could be described as so perfunctory that it barely qualifies as such. It is no wonder that it is referred to as a narrative world. No unconventional maneuvers are permitted. Nonetheless, Chinmai harbors no grand illusions. Achieving a flawless execution of all plot lines is an impossibility for him. Unlike Xiaoqin, he does not enjoy the privileges of a central character. To adhere strictly to the script would likely lead to his untimely demise in a filthy gutter. Magic is indeed formidable, yet it is not omnipotent. Rather, collaboration with the One Nation proves to be the most advantageous course. The preliminary framework for intelligent magic has been established. The subsequent steps involve enhancing and augmenting magical power, which must be expedited. Chinmai spoke with conviction. Indeed, esteemed scholar, though might this endeavor be progressing a tad too swiftly? A researcher remarked with a hint of exasperation. They have all become mages, relying on meditation to substitute sleep and restore their energy. However, compared to Chinmai, they are still vastly inferior. His capabilities in both learning and research are astonishingly exceptional. This is, of course, entirely reasonable. His talents in learning and academic research have undergone a profound enhancement, achieving at least five-fold improvement. Consequently, the researchers in the lab are unable to keep pace with Chinmai's logical reasoning. Yet, there exists a limitation. This only pertains to learning and research. In other areas, they truly fall short. Time is slipping away. I can already sense the world's and fate's rejection of me. In merely 7 days, I will be cast out of this realm. Should we fail to refine the intelligent magic within this period, based on your current progress, it may take at least 5 to 10 years to achieve perfection. I imagine this may not seem excessively long for one country, yet for the variables at play, it is more than sufficient. Once this information is leaked, the consequences are, as you can surmise, dire. Upon hearing Chinmai's words, all the researchers present were taken aback, astonished by this unforeseen turn of events. They did not contest his statement. What he spoke was indeed a reality. With the dual gifts from the Lord's era, akin to rules, coupled with an impressive knowledge score of 61, he could indeed bypass their 510 years of toil. In this regard, sheer numbers do not equate to solutions. 1,000 individuals with lower intelligence combined may yield an IQ far exceeding that of an average person. Yet this does not imply that this collective intelligence can be fully realized. Each individual remains just that, an individual. Chiang Mai's intelligence may be deemed average, yet he possesses an innate talent for leadership, which has propelled him to his current achievements. A research supervisor gritted his teeth as he declared that he would immediately request additional personnel from above, insisting that the intelligent magic project must be perfected within 7 days. The entire research endeavor was spearheaded by Chiang Mai, while he could independently refine the prototype into a finished product with relative ease. The same could not be said for his colleagues. In his absence, the necessary human, material, and financial resources would multiply exponentially to achieve success. No one believed that Chiang Mai was deceiving them to secure additional funding. This intelligent magic project had garnered significant attention from the upper echelons of one state. After all, not everyone possesses sufficient talent, and the advent of intelligent magic could effectively bridge the gap between individuals' innate abilities. Moreover, not all senior officials in one state could endure another 5 to 10 years, both in terms of lifespan and political career. Should they retire, the warmth of their connections would dissipate, making it uncertain whether the fruits of their magical endeavors would benefit them. Thus, the support for this project was remarkably high. Furthermore, the expenditures were not substantial. The primary cost lay in the maintenance and upkeep of equipment, while material requirements were minimal. Consequently, what was needed most was manpower rather than resources. Very well, for the next 7 days, rest will be a luxury. Should the need arise, meditation is permitted. But it must be rotated. As long as we can endure, we shall push ourselves to the limits. Chiang Mai established the tone for the upcoming week. He had memorized all the documentation pertaining to the first and second eras of reform. However, his understanding was superficial, relying predominantly on rote memorization. Electronic devices are hardly treasures, as they cannot even display their names, let alone be stored in an inventory. Thus, one can only commit their contents to memory. The volume of information is indeed substantial, nearly overwhelming Chiang Mai. This implies that he not only acquired the discarded relics of the previous 2 eras, but also secured a core element of the third era, computing and information technology. This is the essence of intelligent magic. Otherwise, how could he have promptly focused on this initiative? After all, it is a project that yields multiple benefits, and resorting to cunning is a necessity for survival. However, the higher echelons of one state are not naive. Chiang Mai succeeded only after investing the legacies of both the archer and knight, along with all his death magic. Chapter 61. Return. Unit Upgrade Scroll, Champion Level. You have completed the main quest and acquired the Lord skill, Lord Summon. You have completed the storyline quest and received an evaluation, F-. Chiang Mai gazed at the evaluation, momentarily at a loss for words. The assessment can only be described as utterly objective. It is termed a storyline dungeon for a reason, with the primary focus being the narrative. Yet, his experience with the storyline was nothing short of abysmal, transforming the trope of a hero's rise with charm and beauty into a tale of scientific advancement. Nevertheless, he did not emerge empty-handed, possessing a wealth of memories alongside perfected intelligent magic. In the final 7 days, when State paid a significant price to ensure that Chiang Mai completed the project before his departure. Based on your evaluation, you may choose one from the following 10 rewards. 1. 4 types of common resources, totaling 100,000 units. 2. 4 types of special resources, totaling 10,000 units. 3. 1 million gold coins. 4. 1 random rare building blueprint. 5. 1 random rare class promotion certificate. 6. 1 random high-level treasure. 7. 1 random lord skill. 8. 1 random hero recruitment scroll. 9. 1 champion level unit enhancement scroll. 10. 1 profession expansion scroll. Chiang Mai gazed at the rewards, feeling a strong inclination towards each option from 4 to 10, particularly the high-level treasure, a reward exclusive to the event leaderboard. Furthermore, the rare class promotion certificate and the profession expansion scroll piqued his interest, yet he could only select one. He swiftly dismissed the resources and gold coins, followed by the hero recruitment scroll and the rare building blueprint. After contemplating the Lord's skills for a moment, he ultimately decided against them as well. The allure of the high-level treasure was undeniable, yet he reluctantly set it aside too. As for the rare class promotion certificate, he mused that had he the opportunity to choose two, he would have selected it alongside the profession expansion scroll to secure a new role. Unfortunately, he was limited to a single choice. In the end, he was left with the champion-level unit enhancement scroll and the profession expansion scroll. The latter would allow him to embark on a new career path, enhancing either his learning and research capabilities or his self-preservation skills. However, the unit upgrade scroll, champion level, stands apart. It seems that among all rewards, it may not even rival resources or gold, yet for Chinmai, it is akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. In this regard, it far surpasses the random hero recruitment scroll and the random rare profession transfer certificate. This means that Chinmai now faces two choices, himself or his territory. Opting for himself equates to choosing the profession expansion scroll, while selecting the territory leads to the unit upgrade scroll, champion level. One must recognize their own position in life. Ultimately, Chinmai chose the unit upgrade scroll, champion level. For him, the path he embarked upon was never one of individual might. Moreover, he possesses the Lord's summon skill, which allows him to call upon allies when needed. The consumption of this skill is fixed, with no cooldown period. More importantly, there are no limits on how many heroes and units he can summon. Belief, soul, and spirit. It was indeed a book, the foundation of eternity. Chinmai retrieved the unit upgrade scroll, champion level, from his inventory, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Soon, he solemnly placed it into his inventory, not the resource warehouse, for this item is the key to his ascendance and must be safeguarded at all costs. Upon returning, he gazed at the creatures working outside the mage tower. Whether they were the arcane spirits, blood frenzy spirits, or cursed spirits, they exhibited no hierarchy, all serving Chinmai. Next, I will conduct a re-evaluation of the intelligent magic before applying it to myself. Then, he sought a means to embed the magical creatures, thereby constructing a distinctive, intelligent magical system. This presented a considerable challenge. Chinmai was essentially modifying the templates from the magical creature manufacturing facility, which added to the complexity. Unless he meticulously crafted each creature individually, a comprehensive overhaul would be necessary, given the extensive implications of this intelligent magic. However, if he were to construct it for himself, the task would become significantly simpler, as this was a form of magic he had personally conceived. While it may be termed magic, it resembled more of a biological modification of the body through magical energy, albeit not overtly so. It could be regarded as a magical procedure. The magical energy flowed incessantly within him, forming intricate patterns intended to emulate the carriers of magical scrolls and integrated circuits. In the next phase, Chinmai began programming his magical energy with the same force, translating vast amounts of it into specialized codes, thereby creating various modules. For instance, features such as automatic meditation, spontaneous magical shield deployment, and magical impact were established. Magic is the application of magical energy. Starting from scratch is indeed challenging, yet having data simplifies the process considerably. You have learned an unknown magic. Please name it yourself. Chinmai decisively renamed it to Level 1 Intelligent Magic, Magic Net. With the Magic Net, I remain in a perpetual meditative state, capable of functioning around the clock and converting magical energy continuously. Subsequently, only updates to the meditation method would be required. Regrettably, the automatic defense and attack systems still require further refinement. However, the functionalities of rapid spellcasting and magical transmission are entirely without issue. The term Magic Net is not merely a reference to the way this intelligent magic permeates his entire being, but also reflects his aspiration to integrate all magical creatures into this magical network. After completing his studies on the Magic Net, Chinmai proceeded to delve into belief, soul, and spirit. Today marks the final day of the Raider activities. He plans to assess tomorrow's events before making further decisions. As for incorporating magical creatures into the Magic Net, this endeavor is still in its infancy, akin to creating a new folder. The immediate priority is to successfully elevate one champion-level magical creature to assist him in managing his territory. Chapter 62. The Governor, the Shadow, Magical Creatures with Steadfast Belief. A powerful soul and a stable spirit. The renowned mentalist Waziki Shuade gazed at the last page of belief, soul, and spirit. The 12 words inscribed alongside the peculiar name of a certain mental master struck Chinmai as somewhat odd. While the book undoubtedly contains valuable insights, it primarily discusses 3 distinct types of magic: belief magic, soul magic, and spirit magic. However, it merely expounds on their theoretical frameworks and applications, as well as methods to awaken latent potential within the depths of the mind. This awakening of potential is the key to elevating a unit to champion status. Yet, The success rate is rather low due to inherent individual differences, thus leaving only one viable approach. True implementation relies heavily on the counterpart's belief, soul, and spirit. The individual differences seemingly do not exist among the lords. When it comes to the troops bestowed upon them, they are fundamentally identical. Others may be oblivious, but such is the nature of his magical creatures. It is only through subsequent interactions and experiences that diversity emerges. The adage that a single grain of rice nurtures 100 different people embodies this principle. The author of this tome likely never anticipated the existence of something as unscientific as the Epic of Lords. Beyond this, it is crucial to note the presence of 3 unique forms of magic. Although no pertinent spells have been documented, I find myself delving into specific realms. If circumstances permit, my magical network could be substantially enhanced and expanded. It could even evolve into a genuine magical internet, which would certainly be fascinating. Were it not for the constraints of time, had Chianmai the opportunity to linger for another decade or so before re-emerging, he would undoubtedly dominate the entire magical continent. One must not underestimate those seemingly inconsequential talents and skills he possesses, which, though lacking in combat prowess, complement one another harmoniously. After meticulously transcribing the concepts of belief, soul, and spirit and thoroughly reviewing them multiple times to ensure nothing was overlooked, Chianmai then surveyed his surroundings. Selecting a magical creature and utilizing the troop enhancement scroll, champion level, on it. A creature under your command has evolved into a champion tier. The champion tier creature has successfully utilized a noble promotion certificate to ascend to the esteemed status of a hero unit, acquiring the rare profession of overseer, and has been officially renamed Black Hand. Black Hand, having encountered the greatness of my master, I express my gratitude for your compassion and mercy. I shall ensure that your will is executed throughout the entire territory, Black Hand fervently declared. As a hero specializing in internal affairs, Black Hand possesses commendable combat prowess. Having been transformed from a magical creature. Hero, Black Hand. Creature LV1-0-1000. Class, Governor. Loyalty, 100 constant. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 5. Strength, 0. Knowledge, 10. Heroic talents. Garden Fortune, Luck 1. Arcane Physique. Increases attack and defense by 5 points per level. Magical Acumen. Increases knowledge by 10 points per level. Dominion Management. Increases the yield of managed territories by 10 per level. Skills, Basic Diplomacy. Basic Finance. Basic Leadership. Basic Logistics. Basic Diplomacy. Increases the likelihood of neutral forces joining. Monsters that flee have a 10 chance to join your army. And the cost of surrender is reduced by 10. Basic Finance. Daily income increases by 125 gold. Basic Leadership. Increases troop morale by 1 point. Magic. Level 1 Magic. Air. Atmospheric Insight. Reveals the location of nearby treasures. Consumes 2 mana. Earth. Geosight. Reveals the location of nearby resources. Consumes 2 mana. Although skills such as Bloodburn and Elemental Shield from the era of arcane creatures have been lost, every aspect from talents to skills and even magic is impeccable in Chianmai's eyes, all of which are directed towards an auxiliary purpose. If the troops were trained by the Shadow Hand, it is highly likely that they would resemble auxiliary forces, significantly alleviating Chianmai's managerial burdens. Indeed, Chianmai could now comfortably assume the role of a hands-off administrator. Very well, I entrust the territory to you. Should you find yourself with spare time, you may accompany me to level up, as gaining experience is equally vital for you. I shall now impart some management insights to you. Once you have absorbed this knowledge, remember to reorganize the territory accordingly, construct what is necessary and dismantle what is redundant. I believe that once you become the governor, you will have the authority to manage the entire region. Additionally, you can train your specialized troops at the training grounds to assist you in your governance. After offering this counsel, Chianmai began to elucidate the management knowledge contained within the Noble Class Advancement Certificate. Although he possessed the theoretical understanding, his lack of interest had prevented him from applying it in practice, rendering his knowledge somewhat abstract. Nevertheless, while it may seem merely theoretical to him, it holds invaluable experience for the Shadow Hand, enabling a swifter grasp of management principles and the intricacies of internal and external affairs. You are currently imparting skills to the Shadow Hand Enigma. Unbeknownst to them, the clock swiftly approached midnight of the 4th week. The activities of the Marauders began to conclude, but regrettably, this bore little significance for Chianmai, as his total score fell far short of even the top 10, rendering it inconsequential to him. Shinmai pondered that the Lord's ranking at the forefront of the leaderboard had likely traversed countless times through epic rewards akin to dungeon rolls, and their completion rates must be exceedingly high. Otherwise, their rapid rise would be implausible. However, he did not lament his lower completion rate. After all, the cumulative rewards paled in comparison to the singular tome that could elevate his troops to champion status, faith, soul, and spirit. Instead, the focus lay upon the magical network and a wealth of modern knowledge. Following the reorganization and management of the territory by the regent, Black Hand, Shinmai intended to initiate the first era of reform, aiming to transition at least into the steam and industrial age. At that juncture, the integration of magic would render cold weapons obsolete. Magical firearms, alchemical tanks, and even the optimization of grain varieties and food storage would progress in tandem. However, such advancements necessitated a plethora of specialized personnel, with the prerequisite being champion-level exceptional beings. Thus, before all else, Shinmai must first master this technology, otherwise, the development of the territory would face severe disruption. Consequently, the primary focus of development remained on Shinmai, rather than the regent, Black Hand. Chapter 63, New Activity, Angel Investor. On the first day of the fourth week, at midnight, the notification from Lord's Epic arrived as expected. The recent plundering event has concluded, and any unused points in the point store have been reset to 0. Rewards for the leaderboard are currently being distributed. This week's event is Angel Investors. With each fluctuation in the investor's earnings, you will concurrently gain or lose corresponding points. Investment resources will be uniformly returned after market closure. The more you invest, the greater your potential earnings, though there is also a risk of significant losses. Please be aware that investors cannot interfere with the world of the invested parties, so you can invest with confidence. Additionally, note that as market opening approaches, the resources you can invest will be limited. The Angel Investor event will rank participants based on the final earnings achieved. First place, 500,000 of 3 basic resources, 50,000 of 4 special resources, 10 advanced treasures, and 10 rare building blueprints. Second place, 500,000 of 3 basic resources, 50,000 of 4 special resources, 6 advanced treasures, and 6 rare building blueprints. Third place, 500,000 of 3 basic resources, 50,000 of 4 special resources, 4 advanced treasures, and 4 rare building blueprints. 410th place, 500,000 of 3 basic resources, 50,000 of 4 special resources, and 2 advanced treasures. The rewards seem increasingly outrageous. 500,000 of basic resources along with 50,000 of special resources, with advanced treasures and rare building blueprints doubled. However, this only heightens Shinmai's uncertainty, as he is still in an adaptation phase. Is Lord's era truly so benevolent? This sensation resembles that of savoring a final meal. However, this time it does not pertain to combat prowess. It seems to possess a certain potential for competition. Shinmai discerned that this endeavor relies entirely on vision, or perhaps luck. Initiating investment extraction. Extraction completed. The investment scenario is Do Tianxiong. How disappointing. Shinmai felt disheartened. Could you not have altered Tianxiong to Zhangxiong? Such a minor difference has completely skewed the narrative. Please select your investor. A lengthy list appeared, encompassing all individuals and entities within the investment scenario. How does one proceed with this investment? The individuals on the leaderboard were ranked from the most formidable to the least powerful, and soon, investments began to flow, predominantly favoring those at the top of the rankings. Naturally, some opted for potential stocks, such as certain prodigies. If all else fails, one might as well give it a try. After all, it is merely a gamble. Shinmai promptly activated the filtering process. First, there were geniuses turned into failures, followed by a childhood friend with an extraordinary background who remained steadfast, or perhaps a half-sibling. Additionally, there might be an enigmatic grandfather residing within a ring or some other peculiar artifact, enduring ridicule and humiliation during the transformation from genius to failure. Lastly, a crucial point is the presence of a fiancé from a prominent sect who is on the verge of annulment or has recently completed such a process. The character design could be further enhanced by the inclusion of a time traveler, ideally equipped with a golden finger or a system. He indeed wished to select a protagonist endowed with a heroic aura, capable of defying the ages or achieving eternal glory as the destined child of fate. Unfortunately, he was constrained and could only choose certain criteria for screening, for this was an investment endeavor, not a mere act of generosity. After choosing a series of rather lackluster options, such as those with a reputation for being underwhelming, those involved in annulments, and those with an accompanying elderly figure, he initiated a vague search and filtering process. Fong Miao, body refinement level 1, risk, low, to his astonishment. Such a candidate truly existed. Qin Mai had anticipated an empty result, but was pleasantly surprised to find otherwise. Regrettably, detailed information could not be accessed unless an investment was made. The more prominent figures on the list carried a significantly higher risk. Should they falter, it would lead to complete financial ruin. Perhaps he should opt for this Fong Miao. After all, it was indeed rare to find someone meeting such a multitude of his criteria, clearly possessing the makings of a protagonist. Thus, he resolved to invest a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins into him. You have chosen to invest in Fong Miao with an investment of 100,000 gold coins. Further investments are permitted before market close. Qin Mai was the first and only investor in Fong Miao, for he was merely an anonymous figure with a meager power level of body refinement level 1, naturally attracting little attention. Other lords must have also utilized the search and filtering functions to select individuals they deemed promising. However, each lord was permitted to invest in only one individual, unable to make subsequent investments or withdraw their funds, limited to either increasing their investment or refraining from additional contributions. Fong Miao found herself abruptly jilted, as the notification read, "Your investment return, -0.01. Your remaining total return, -0.01. Qin Mai, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. If the returns are negative, does that mean I will lose money? The treachery of human nature. It was only then that Qin Mai grasped the situation. However, another notification swiftly appeared. Fong Miao took the initiative to end the marriage, proclaiming 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the youth and poverty. Your investment return, 0.1. Your remaining total return, 0.09. This plot seems somewhat familiar. Could it be that it is not a mere imitation of a certain Emperor Yin? Observing the recognizable storyline and phrases, Qin Mai felt a tinge of confusion. Although he had chosen the conditions himself, the unfolding of events was indeed disconcerting. After all, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Fong Miao established a 3-year agreement. Your investment return, 0.1. Your remaining total return, 0.2. Is this the moment when the old alchemist makes his entrance? Oh, but this counterfeit investment realm may not necessarily feature the old alchemist. Who knows what kind of elder might appear instead? Fong Miao diligently practiced in the back mountains, where a spirit named Elder Fu emerged from her ring, revealing the truth about her faltering strength and inability to progress. Your investment return, 1. Your remaining total return, 1. 2. It appears the passage of time is not uniform. While only mere minutes have elapsed for me, the other party has already encountered the old alchemist. Oh, my mistake. He is called Elder Fu. If this venture does not yield substantial gains, it would be a grave waste of such a splendid narrative. After 2 minutes of observation, Qin Mai ceased his attention, wary of utilizing his points, opting instead to wait until the market closed, as the fluctuations in profit would dictate his course of action. This recent turn of events had transformed his losses into gains, affirming that his gamble had paid off. Naturally, should any investors succumb, their accounts would be promptly frozen. As for the multiplier of profits, it would reflect the oscillations experienced before their demise, never diminishing into negatives. Thus, even in the unfortunate event of Fong Miao's passing, Qin Mai's 100,000 gold coins would yield a return of 120,000 coins. Chapter 64. The investor who initiated a turnaround in life. Qin Mai glanced at the earnings leaderboard, noticing that the top investor, Ming Tiandi, had achieved returns of 100, a feat not easily attained given the number of participants. The reason for such high returns was evident. The individual appeared to be unparalleled in the realm. Despite the current surge, should calamity strike, a precipitous decline could ensue, potentially leading to financial ruin. The investment risk was exceedingly high, which justified the substantial increase. Unlike Qin Mai's investment in Fong Miao, which had only risen to 2.3. However, Fong Miao had already begun to exhibit the qualities of a protagonist. Qin Mai subsequently increased his investment by allocating 10,000 in basic resources and 1,000 in rare resources. This was due to Feng Miao's actions increasingly resembling those of a certain Flame Emperor. To elaborate, while the Flame Emperor was engaged in alchemy, he was delving into talisman crafting. Now, he had embarked on a path of resurgence, having cultivated the Suju, a legendary technique that purportedly allows for continuous growth through the refinement of extraordinary waters, embarking on a journey as both a martial artist and talisman master. Particularly when the other party is a time traveler, inherently possessing a soul far more robust than the average individual and endowed with both water and with dual spiritual roots. It is only natural that they are overwhelmingly powerful. They have already embarked on a journey of ostentation and face-slapping in his small county town. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it seems the Emperor of the Underworld may soon meet his downfall. If investors were able to influence the investment realm, that would be one thing, but as it stands, with no means of interference, Qin Mai is almost certain that this character, Miao, is merely a counterfeit version of the Flame Emperor, and it is likely that this time he will be dubbed the Cold Emperor. It appears that my fortunes are about to change. Upon contemplating this, Qin Mai could not help but feel a surge of elation. 10 exquisite treasures coupled with 10 rare architectural blueprints, not to mention the gold and resources he has invested. Setting aside other considerations, if he can achieve consistent growth, even without ranking, it would elevate his territory significantly. Qin Mai is not one to gamble, nor is he driven by greed. Instead, he exhibits an impressive degree of prudence, should the risks become too great, even in the face of immense potential gains. He would decisively withdraw if his life were in jeopardy, commonly referred to as cowardice. However, he quickly diverted his attention. While this endeavor is indeed thrilling, no one can predict what the coming days may bring. Nevertheless, with a low-risk evaluation, losses are unlikely, and even in the event of a setback, they would not be substantial. Unless, of course, Qin Mai inadvertently backed a protagonist of the broken engagement or useless character narrative, in which case similar figures would not yield significant profits. Casting a glance outside the Mage Tower, he noticed that the Dark Hand had already begun to reorganize the layout of the entire territory. Previously, Qin Mai had merely placed things wherever there was available space, resulting in a rather chaotic arrangement. Upon the ascendance of the Shadow Hand, a comprehensive reorganization of the entire territory commenced. This included the delineation of zones for agriculture, industry, and residential areas, alongside the fortification of roads through cement reconstruction. Even the Mage Tower underwent meticulous reconfiguration, thereby optimizing spatial utilization. Furthermore, there was a systematic rearrangement of resource production in the upstream and downstream industrial chains. In merely one morning, the entire territory was orchestrated with remarkable order. The Blood Mages and the practitioners of dark speech were dispatched to explore the Red Wind Plains and tasked with mapping the corresponding terrains. Additionally, through the academic knowledge imparted by Qin Mai, they were educated in the arts of earth and atmospheric perception, enabling them to seek out any remnants of treasures or resources during their explorations. Although the living space of the Red Wind Plains seemed somewhat limited for the previous undead faction, it proved ample for their contingent of 3,000 magical creatures within the Mage Tower, particularly as they constituted the sole power in the region. The increase in magical creatures was a straightforward consequence of the third week's arrival, marking the recruitment of creatures from the 9 magical creature manufacturing facilities, replenishing their ranks to 3,000. A substantial number remained, and thanks to Qin Mai's enhancements, each manufacturing facility could yield 1,000 magical creatures. It is important to note that this recruitment was orchestrated by the Shadow Hand, who calculated that complete development would still be sustainable, with a surplus remaining. Hence, the recruitment proceeded accordingly, as exceeding the territory's capacity would not bode well. Moreover, it is imperative that human effort be exerted, for the dark blood and sinister incantations have claimed 1,000 frenzied creatures and 100 cursed ones, effectively siphoning off nearly half of the existing beings. Consequently, the remaining 1,900 creatures are left to toil diligently. Observing this scene, the territory has finally found its rhythm, allowing Qin Mai to divert his worries elsewhere. He need only delve into the clandestine creation of champion-level units. He has already endeavored to further enhance the magical creatures to champion status. Yet he has encountered a dilemma. The lack of sufficient stimuli prevents any breakthrough at this level. Thus, even with further modifications, He remains unable to transcend the barrier that confines their latent potential. This predicament has ensnared Qin Mai in a technological impasse. But where can he procure creatures on the brink of death? Qin Mai is acutely aware that his influence in this realm has rendered him invincible. The wild beasts have been thoroughly eradicated, and unless calamity were to befall him, the emergence of dying creatures is virtually impossible. He has also experimented with battle-hardened creatures, but alas, the results were less than satisfactory. Generally, it is the fear of death that prevails. Perhaps fervor or loyalty could transcend this mental barrier. Is it the creatures themselves or their beastly nature that inhibits this? The loyalty of these beings resembles an innate mental brand, akin to instinct. Therefore, when it comes to emotional stimuli, it is indeed insufficient. Such sensations are akin to mundane occurrences, incapable of stirring any significant ripples. One must devise a means to elevate morale. Undoubtedly, there exists corresponding magic for this purpose. Previously, the Magic Guild should have possessed tomes of such spells. With a solution at hand, Qin Mai promptly set forth. He had not studied the magical texts and spells stored within the guild, as he was engrossed in mastering the mage's legacy. To him, magic held little significance, and its study would merely squander his time. His learning was not facilitated by the mere notification of Lord's Era, but rather through genuine engagement with the arcane arts. To fully comprehend it all would require at least a month of diligent effort. These texts were originally bequeathed by the mages of the Silver Star Alliance, and their quantity was considerable. Chapter 65. The Plea from a Fallen Deity. My lord, there is news. Black Hand rapped lightly on the door before speaking. Qin Mai, engrossed in an experiment to artificially enhance a champion-grade magical creature, lifted his head in perplexity. He had previously stated that he should not be disturbed unless it was of paramount importance. What news could warrant such an interruption? What news? He inquired, his hands remaining in motion. The blood of demons has located the site of the deity's fall. We may have an opportunity to eradicate the Red Wind calamity. Black Hand replied respectfully. This revelation caused Qin Mai's brow to furrow. Are you certain? If I am not mistaken, the area where the deity and the Grand Mage perished is undoubtedly enveloped in an overwhelming concentration of magical and divine energies. How could they possibly gain entry? Such a site would be situated in the most perilous core region. The blood of demons and the cursed tongue would never be able to infiltrate it. How could they find anything there? The deity was not entirely extinguished. A remnant of its soul lingered, albeit unable to depart from the calamity of the Red Wind. Yet, it pledged to bestow upon us certain advantages. From the feedback of the demon blood, it was evident that the deity's condition was precarious, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Upon hearing this, Qin Mai's brow furrowed deeper, sensing malice in the air. He proceeded to mend the magical creature and then reposition it, administering a healing spell before stating, "Surely, you can discern the underlying issues here. Nonetheless, let me recount the origins of this deity. Indeed, my master, the entity resembles a half-goat man, self-identifying as Pan, the god of shepherds, hunters, and farmers, who also claims the title of the god of the forest. It conveyed that if we were willing to extract its divine essence from the realm of the Red Wind and offer our veneration, it would bestow upon us blessings." Qin Mai shook his head. "I do not believe in deities. What about you, Black Hand?" "My master, I share your skepticism, yet this presents an opportunity. Whether we vanquish it as a wild creature or confine it within a prison, the glory would belong to you." Black Hand's intentions were indeed sinister, with an evident desire for the entity's essence. However, one must acknowledge the inherent risks. We have all witnessed the terror of the Red Wind calamity, and no creature could traverse its domain unscathed. Qin Mai pinpointed the crux of the matter. The notion was enticing, and the potential rewards substantial, should we succeed. It could very well grant them the means to wreak havoc in the region. Indeed, the risks are considerable. I harbor suspicions that this half-goat deity may require blood sacrifices rather than mere offerings of faith. The Shadow Hand has candidly stated, this is undoubtedly an opportunity. It suffices to lead 1,000 frenzied blood creatures with the essence of demonic blood. The implication of the Shadow Hand's words is clear: to wager the demonic blood along with these 1,000 frenzied blood creatures, ensuring immense profits should they triumph, while the losses, if they fail, would not be catastrophic. This is not a conflict between the Shadow Hand and the demonic blood. Rather, it is a strategic decision made in the interest of territorial gains. However, given the involvement of hero units, consultation with Qin Mai, the rightful lord of their territory, is imperative. Moreover, Chiang Mai is currently engaged in the research of artificially created champion-level creatures. Should he succeed, they will undoubtedly have no shortage of hero units in the future, which is why the Shadow Hand deems this endeavor worthwhile. Nonetheless, Chiang Mai promptly rejected this proposition. For in his eyes, the status and value of the demonic blood and the frenzied blood creatures far surpass that of an obscure half-goat deity. No, let this matter rest. Chiang Mai decisively voted against it. There exists another method, albeit one that carries a significant risk of entrapment in the Red Wind Plains should it fail. The Shadow Hand remarked, "Are you suggesting a bidirectional portal?" Chiang Mai instantly comprehended the Shadow Hand's implication. This would not only allow for offensive maneuvers, but also provide a strategic retreat, thereby minimizing threats to the lowest possible level. However, it must be acknowledged that there are risks involved. It cannot be claimed that there are no potential dangers. In this way, even the bidirectional portal would incur no loss. The only variable lies in the calamity of the Red Wind. His estimated survival time does not necessarily reflect the true intensity of the disaster at the core, which remains uncontrollable. Chiang Mai's intellect may align with that of an average individual, yet it does not imply a lack of acumen. Very well. Let us proceed with this strategy. Entrap the Red Wind Plain? We have been ensnared from the very beginning, for the outside world is perilous. Naturally, Chiang Mai endorsed this notion. In the eyes of the Shadow Hand, a bidirectional portal holds more value than the blood of demons, as it serves as a gateway to the outside realm. However, to Chiang Mai, while the external world does indeed possess considerable worth, it is fraught with significant danger. He has always maintained that risk and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. The greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. Within the Red Wind Plain, there exists merely a fallen deity and a deceased archmage, yet outside, there are living threats. It is evident which poses a greater danger. The current state of the Red Wind serves as our protection rather than a constraint, unless we truly find ourselves hindered. The value of the Red Wind Plain far surpasses that of the outside world. Yes, my master, I shall execute your will, the Shadow Hand declared before departing from Chiang Mai's laboratory to arrange subsequent matters. Meanwhile, Chiang Mai continued to ponder. Deities? Truly, the virtuous do not venture forth, and those who arrive are seldom benevolent. The half-goat god Pan, a name that rang a bell for Chiang Mai, reminiscent of a similar deity from a past life. Yet he quickly cast such thoughts aside and immersed himself in his experiments. As for following him to explore, how absurd. His slight frame would surely be a hindrance. Only a combat-oriented hero unit like the Demon Blood should engage in battle, while he need not complicate matters by joining the fray. As a lord, there is no necessity for him to micromanage every detail. It suffices to adeptly utilize talent and heed counsel. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in diligently nurturing hero units? Each field has its specialization, and that is the essence of proper development. It is illogical for a logistical researcher to venture to the front lines to confront monsters. He might as well have taken up the role of a mage or elemental master rather than a scholar. Chapter 66. Artifact. The divine essence of demonic energy. Chiang Mai was somewhat taken aback by the rapidity of events, surprised that it had transpired so swiftly. However, he soon realized that a day had already passed, and the internal and external collaboration was indeed efficient. This is the divine essence of pain, the Dark Hand said, presenting the essence to Chiang Mai. At first glance, it appeared entirely ordinary, imbued with vitality and nature, evoking the sensation of a spring outing, enveloping one in a certain joy. Yet, Chiang Mai restrained such thoughts. For him, this was not a pleasant feeling. Comfortable, yes, but akin to being seduced. Divine essence of arcane power. Tier. Artifact. Attributes. Attack power. 50. Defense power. 50. Strength. 50. Knowledge. 50. Harvest yields from agriculture, gathering, and hunting. 100. Weekly production of half-goat warriors doubled. Recruitment cost for half-goat warriors halved. Daily magic limit. 1. Life limit. -1. Daily chance of inducing grotesque mutations among troops within the territory, upon possession. All heroes and troops within the territory benefit from attribute enhancements, except for the last two entries. The rest are truly terrifying, particularly the doubling of harvests. Has this taken effect? Chiang Mai gazed hesitantly at his suddenly inflated attributes. Indeed, master, it activates upon retrieval. The entire territory experiences its effects. Even if it is merely placed in the inventory or resource depot, Black Hand replied with resignation. Chiang Mai's expression darkened. This half-goat deity was genuinely insidious, daring to deceive him. He had not anticipated that it would activate the moment it was acquired. Throw it away, Qin Mai declared emphatically. The item was undoubtedly valuable. Yet it was a trap. Just the daily reduction of life limit indicated that the intention behind it was a sacrificial offering. It cannot be discarded. It appears to have already bound us. Black Hand spoke cautiously, aware that this predicament was ultimately his responsibility. If he had not suggested it, they would not have been ensnared by this artifact. Qin Mai let out a sigh. Divinities are indeed divinities. This time, I have provided a safety net for you. But in the future, you must understand that there is no need to provoke such entities unnecessarily. He took the divinized divine essence and tossed it into the activities of the angel investors, as if it were an investment. In the next moment, the divine and magical powers that influenced the entire territory vanished instantaneously, and the enhancements they provided disappeared without a trace. Qin Mai rolled his eyes at this. What is there to fear? When the time comes, I will list it in the trading hall. If someone wishes to purchase it, I shall gift it to them. If no one buys it, I will simply keep it listed. If they have the capability, let them negotiate with the Lord's epic. If all else fails, I can always sell it in the shop for a bit of gold. This time, the Black Hand was utterly bewildered. He truly did not anticipate such an approach. His ingrained mindset instilled a sense of reverence towards the Lord's epic, which clouded his judgment. However, Qin Mai was different. He was a man of pure intentions, simply wishing to survive and thrive. If rules could be exploited, he would do so. If not, he would adhere to them when advantageous and seek loopholes when it was not. He instructed the blood demon and the evil tongue to find pain, telling him that if he desired the divine essence, he should come to see him. Otherwise, he should prepare for a grim fate. Qin Mai spoke with a hint of displeasure. Just a meeting will suffice. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure that scoundrel finds himself imprisoned first. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mai decided to exercise caution, for his life remained paramount. Once imprisoned, he would have the blood demon beat him half to death, while the evil tongue applied all manner of debuffs before summoning me to meet him. The confines of the prison still evoke a sense of insecurity. Thus, it is imperative to render the adversary incapacitated. Recognizing one's own limitations is essential when possessing inadequate strength. To calculate against oneself is to harbor malice, and malice equates to enmity, which in turn signifies danger that must be evaded. Therefore, to preclude others from plotting against oneself, one must incapacitate them to the point where they can no longer contrive against oneself. Yes, master. The enforcer harbored no objections to Qin Mai's command, contemplating how to execute it with even greater severity. After the enforcer departed, Qin Mai exhaled a heavy sigh. I am merely a scholar, powerless and unarmed. Why must I be subjected to such duress? Reflecting on the day he achieved his degree, he recalls the glory that once surrounded him. And now, to preserve his life, he dares not venture outside, confined to the pages of books in the pursuit of knowledge. Fortunately, having endured 9 years of obligation and 10 years of rigorous study, this predicament is not insurmountable. The first peculiar water? It has directly granted me a profit increase of 10. It seems I am on the brink of a true resurgence. Qin Mai gazed at the newly refreshed notification. Previously, the increments were merely 0, 1, or 0, 2, but this time, an increase of 1 is remarkably conspicuous. Feng Miao has created a unique and evolving divine ability, foresees dragon soaring. Your investment yield stands at 0, 1, with your total remaining earnings at 9, 4. Furthermore, Feng Miao has triumphed in the Talisman Master Conference, resulting in an investment yield of 0, 1 and a total remaining earnings of 9, 5. In the realm of investments, time flows swiftly, and Feng Miao has begun to unleash his potential after acquiring the mysterious and chilling waters of the abyssal realm. However, not all is profit. Losses also ensue. For instance, he finds himself pursued by the Shadow Temple due to the aging remnants of a Yuan Ing soul talisman in his possession. This world, akin to battle through the heavens, is one of cultivation, with realms that include body refinement, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuan Ing, spirit transformation, tribulation crossing, and ascension. The Emperor of the Underworld stands at the pinnacle of the ascension realm, merely a step away from transcending. Alas, it seems he is lacking something vital, thus remaining ensnared at the peak of ascension. The 3-year pact appears to be nearing its conclusion. Qin Mai suddenly recalls this matter. Presently, it is highly probable that he will soon break through to the foundation establishment stage, after which he shall revel in vindication, followed by a transition to a new realm for further advancement. This is merely the beginning. not the end. After the 3-year agreement, he may contemplate further investments. Qin Mai muses whether to insert his sole mid-level treasure, the bidirectional teleportation portal, into the venture, as it promises substantial returns. He has considered other treasures, however. He remains wary of potential retaliations should his profits become excessively lucrative. While investors cannot interfere in investment ventures, as the house, one can certainly engage in the Lord's era. Moreover, the notion that Feng Miao is the protagonist exists solely in Qin Mai's mind, devoid of any substantial evidence. He can afford the loss of this two-way portal. Yet he shall only place a substantial bet once the situation clarifies before the market closes. Chapter 67. The Bud of Divinity, the Flesh Apostles. Initially, there was deception, followed by threats, and then a semblance of reassurance. Upon returning, he was promptly confined within a prison, only to be ruthlessly beaten by the demonic blood. Amongst the entire territory, their life points were the lowest. It was not a matter of who would perish first. This half-goat deity exhibited remarkable resilience, enduring a brutal beating without uttering a sound, only to later realize he had been rendered unconscious. As night enveloped the land, he gradually regained consciousness, yet found himself utterly powerless, devoid of any semblance of strength. This was not merely due to the prison's constraints, but also because the two sinister auras had fully accumulated around him. Hero, Sprout of Divinity, LV9, Class, Flesh Apostle, Attributes, Health, 100, Divine Power, 0, Magic Power, 675, Attack Power, 90, 0, Defense Power, 90, 0, Strength, 90, Knowledge, 45, Talents, Body Mimicry, capable of imitating all living beings and objects encountered, Ancient Godling, immune to poisoning, fear, confusion, bleeding, and other adverse conditions, Soul and Divine Endowment. Increases attack power, defense power, strength, and knowledge by 10, 10, 10, and 5 respectively at each level. Flesh Sublimation. Gains an additional talent for every 10 levels while enhancing existing talents. Seed of Origin. Skills acquired at each level are at least advanced. Legacy of Pan. Affinity with all things increased by 100. Attaining rank 1 in the presence of a half-man, half-goat. Divine Belief. Each time a life form venerates its original divine essence, an additional 10 points will be added to the daily limit of divine power. Arcane Secrets. Randomly acquires 1 spell at each level. Skills. Advanced Wisdom, Advanced Mysticism, Advanced Intelligence, Advanced Magic Power, Advanced Fire Element Comprehension, Advanced Earth Element Comprehension, Advanced Water Element Comprehension, Advanced Earth Gas Comprehension, Advanced Elemental Comprehension, Advanced Nature Comprehension, Advanced Offense, Advanced Defense, Advanced Resistance. Magic. Omitted. Qin Mai gazed at this entity, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this not a tad absurd? Fortunately, it is only at level 9. Were it to reach level 10, not only would an additional talent be bestowed, but all talents would also undergo a profound enhancement. One can only imagine the terrifying implications of such an elevation. Furthermore, the skills are all of a high caliber, inherently endowed with 4 advanced skills, supplemented by 1 advanced skill at each level, a truly lavish arsenal. Thus, it is a blessing that it remains at level 9, even at its mightiest. It is but a first-tier entity, utterly powerless to resist once ensnared within a prison. This prison is of level 3, and only those of the 3rd tier stand a chance at a successful escape. Otherwise, a first-tier being, regardless of possessing 10,000 attributes and talents, remains utterly incapable of resistance. It appears that the joint assault by divine beings on the Silver Star Alliance of your harbors greater mysteries, certainly extending beyond mere animosity towards beastmen. Are you the divinely appointed lord of this territory? The entity known as the Seed of Divinity still bears the visage of pain. Its wounds long since healed, yet the detrimental effects persist, with the defense and attack attributes in parentheses indicating its current state. The regenerative capabilities of this being are remarkably formidable, despite the absence of talents and skills to signify such prowess. It had previously endured a thrashing from the demonic blood and, in merely an afternoon, has returned to its former self. Qin Mai surmises that the vocation of this flesh-and-blood apostle must surely surpass the realm of rare professions, most likely being of epic caliber, on par with the narrative quest scroll he once encountered. Otherwise, the explanation for such formidable innate talents would remain elusive. Upon our initial meeting, I surmised that the being known as the Seed of Divinity must have originated from the half-goat deity Pain, the Archmage of the Silver Star Alliance, and some ancient god. Chiang Mai initiated the encounter with a formidable presence, swiftly dismissing any notions that the other party could deceive him by invoking the identity of the half-goat deity, Pan. The half-goat deity had long since fallen, leaving behind merely a semblance of a creature masquerading as a god. The seed of divinity had underestimated the Lord's epic. Otherwise, a different native might have indeed fallen prey to its facade. This indicated that the opponent possessed considerable intelligence, befitting a bestowed lord. However, I am intrigued. How did you discern this? The seed of divinity's form began to writhe incessantly, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. It lacked discernible limbs or features, resembling a colossal blob of putty that filled the entire prison cell. Chiang Mai regarded this grotesque manifestation with a peculiar expression. I observed with my own eyes. How else could I perceive it? Your low rank merely rendered you susceptible to basic reconnaissance techniques. With such talent, had you reached level 10, I doubt I would have seen through your guise. Ha ha ha. So you have imprisoned me for a purpose, perhaps to assist you in shedding your magical corruption? The seed of divinity cackled. Oh, it seems that the divine essence is not connected to you in any meaningful way. Otherwise, you would know that the rumors of your divine essence being resolved by the blood mages are indeed true. Chiang Mai interjected, cutting off the creature's words. I am far more curious about your origins. Why do you call yourself the seed of divinity, and what is the significance of being a flesh apostle? Compared to the so-called divine essence, Chiang Mai found little interest. As it presented merely a trap, he was ill-equipped to explore with his current strength, leaving him no choice but to defer the matter to the Lord's epic for assistance in navigating this conundrum. Conversely, the seed of the divine intrigued him greatly. Upon hearing Chiang Mai's words, the seed of the divine was momentarily taken aback. It had once ensnared the spectral forces of the Red Wind Plains. Yet this group of spirits seemed to possess some inkling of the truth, thus thwarting its attempts. However, during a subsequent patrol of the Red Wind Plains, it discovered that the spectral forces had been annihilated by a bestowed lord, which sparked a new notion within it. As for the assertion that one cannot depart from the calamity of the Red Wind, that was surely a deception. If departure were indeed impossible, then where would it currently reside? I encountered an intriguing bestowed lord. Since you wish to know, I wouldn't mind divulging a few details. The vast form of the seed of the divine began to contract. This time, it did not transform into the visage of the half-goat god, Pan, but instead morphed into a middle-aged man clad in a robe of sorcery. Chiang Mai realized that this must be the grand sorcerer rumored to have perished alongside the half-goat god, Pan. My existence stems from a cataclysm. The seed of the divine intoned solemnly. Chapter 68, The Gospel of Symbiosis. So, you are essentially a reincarnation of some dread ancient deity, intertwined with the essence of the half-goat god, Pan, and that grand sorcerer of the Silver Star Alliance? In times past, the Silver Star Alliance had established a connection with a deity of flesh and blood from the void. It referred to itself as an ancient god, a direct translation, the precise implications of which remain unclear. Initially, the Silver Star Alliance believed that the entity bore benevolent intentions, and indeed, it appeared to be the case. However, the benevolence of the other party proved unbearable, tainted and distorted by a horrifying corruption that coursed through their very flesh. As the Silver Star Alliance continued their investigations, this corruption and distortion intensified, ultimately unsettling the higher echelons and undermining the divine powers of the gods. This culminated in the extermination campaign. It was not merely an action against the Silver Star Alliance by the gods, but rather a joint effort with the mages of the Silver Star Alliance to enact a devastating purge. In the end, the deity in a corporeal form perished, taking with it the half-goat god and the chief counselor of the Silver Star Alliance. Subsequently, a cycle of 3 energies emerged, resulting in the calamity known as the Red Wind, prompting the Silver Star Alliance to retreat. Yet, neither the gods nor the Silver Star Alliance anticipated that although the adversary had seemingly perished, it had not been entirely vanquished. The potent vitality of flesh, coupled with the bizarre corruption and distortion, allowed for a resurrection. Utilizing the divine essence and power of the half-goat god Pan and the immense magical energy of the counselor to forge a monstrous amalgamation, the bud of divinity. Chiang Mai speculated that this might have been the ancient gods' design, deliberately orchestrating their demise to harness their magic and divine power. Now, the bud of divinity possessed the formidable strength of all 3, embodying an endless potential. Indeed, esteemed Lord of the Gift, do you wish to recruit me? Your subordinates are undoubtedly remarkable, yet with my assistance, ascending to your throne could become an attainable reality. The bud of divinity spoke with a hint of seduction. Hero, the bud of divinity offers its surrender and expresses a willingness to serve you. Do you accept? Oh, I do not wish to. Chinmai decisively rejected the notion, perceiving it as a mere ruse. What utility could such a traitor possibly possess? Should he be released? There was a distinct possibility he might betray him on the spot. However, I find myself contemplating. You are currently my captive. Does that not render you my possession? Chinmai pondered a particular matter. If that were indeed the case, could he not cast the bud of the divine into the investment pool? He had already attempted to introduce the blood of demons, malevolent incantations, and the Black Hand, all to no avail. Yet the monster manual and the blueprints of monsters could be incorporated, although he had refrained from doing so. Conversely, this peculiar bud of the divine, he wondered, might it be feasible? The entity appeared to embody life, yet in truth, it did not, particularly with the innate ability to metamorphose into an object. Perhaps it could be so? The bud of the divine seemed unable to fathom Chinmai's intentions. Nevertheless, Chinmai's eyes glinted with intrigue. This oddity warranted a trial. As for research, better to forego that. It was evidently a perilous object. Moreover, he had yet to complete the artificial champion-level monster at hand. Thus, it would be wiser to deceive the entity into transforming into an object, subsequently placing it directly into the investment pool for examination. Should it succeed in entering the investment pool, it would subsequently be eligible for trade in the marketplace and shops. Might you alter your life form to assume the shape of an object or treasure? If successful, I shall accept your surrender and allow you to serve under me. Chinmai contemplated taking a gamble. If it could change, he would gain access to the investment pool. If not, he would incur no loss. Simply allowing the entity to remain confined within the prison. As for fulfilling promises, he has indeed honored his word. His subordinates are not at fault. For now, they remain in Lord's era, and once he has amassed sufficient strength, he may release them. He is a man of his word. Though he has not specified the timeline or the process, should he meet an untimely demise, it would not diminish the loyalty bestowed upon him, nor would their acquaintance be in vain. The seed of divinity is not a fool. It is well aware that Chinmai's words carry ulterior motives. Yet one must bow their head when under a roof. He truly did not anticipate being constrained by a mere prison. And one cannot help but remark on the peculiar nature of these bestowed lords. Very well, may I inquire what sort of item my esteemed lord requires? The seed of divinity concealed its emotions remarkably well, adopting a tone of reverence. A book. I have a penchant for literature, Chinmai replied nonchalantly. As you wish. My lord, the seed of divinity responded, its form beginning to collapse and ultimately transforming into a book. The gospel of flesh, level, advanced, attributes upon possession. May coexist with the heroic seed of divinity, acquiring all talents, skills. In magic, daily life value limit -10. Chinmai was genuinely surprised that the seed of divinity could metamorphose into the gospel of flesh. Though it seemed to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. Essentially, it was a symbiosis. The benefits were evident. While effective, it did incur a daily reduction in life value. Were it not for Lord's game, he might have fallen victim to the seed of divinity's usurpation. Chinmai, with a composed demeanor, extended his hand into the prison cell. He could sense the overall writhing sensation of the book. However, just as the seed of divinity believed that Chinmai intended to retrieve it from its confinement, he decisively cast it into the investment pool. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I need such a bizarre object? Chinmai scoffed. He was well aware that the seed of divinity sought to escape its prison, hence its feigned compliance. While it exhibited a degree of intelligence, its social acumen was profoundly lacking. Merely playing on emotions with a few words and attempting to shirk responsibility would not convince Chinmai. For him, this was utterly unremarkable. Instead, he perceived it as innately rebellious and adept at manipulation. Being a pragmatic individual, Chinmai was not inclined to take risks. The seed of divinity resembled a lottery ticket. There was a possibility of striking it rich, yet he felt that, given his luck, it was far wiser to remain grounded and avoid gambling. Should he venture in, undergo the investment, and then emerge, would the gospel of flesh and the demonically infused divinity become even more terrifying? Chinmai pondered, recognizing that this hot potato was indeed perilous. Correspondingly, its value was substantial. Although both items had their pitfalls, it did not negate their worth. In fact, their value was considerable. It was essential to note that one was a divine artifact while the other was of high grade, sufficiently indicating their significance. Retaining such items might not necessarily lead to disaster, yet they could equally lead to one's ruin. Perhaps this was a short-sighted approach. But the prerequisite for reaping long-term benefits was survival. Otherwise, no matter how great the future gains, what significance would they hold if one were dead? Chapter 69. If the prices rise further, the warehouse may soon be insufficient. The divine seed has been addressed, yet the red wind calamity poses a significant dilemma. Chiang Mai is acutely aware that while the divine seed and the red wind calamity originate from the same source, they are distinctly different entities. Thus, the temporary resolution of the divine seed does not imply a similar resolution for the red wind calamity. More importantly, the level of the divine seed is exceedingly low, and its method of advancement remains unclear. He has gleaned from salvaged tomes and various intelligence sources that at least a century has elapsed since the events of yore. Under normal circumstances, such a slow progression is implausible. Consequently, there is reason to suspect that it has encountered a bottleneck. The divine seed, being a native entity, would find itself unimpeded in its growth should it yield to Chiang Mai, enabling it to evolve akin to entities such as blood demons and curses, leveling up through combat. However, that is not the case now, seemingly linked to its non-existent divine power, as it possesses a fragment of the demigod Pan, the goat-human deity. Of course, these matters bear little relevance to him at present, for he has successfully dealt with the issue at hand, relying on the current event of the Lord's epic. Chiang Mai has effortlessly resolved this predicament. Luck plays a role here. Had the divine seed not possessed such a unique nature, he would have been unable to leverage it. Merely attributing it to fortunate circumstances, particularly in matters concerning belief, soul, and the mental realm, such as the aspect of insufficient energy, to intervene artificially requires sufficient magical power. With Chiang Mai's meager magical energy, he cannot even stir a ripple. The ascension of Mo Shui and Xiaoyu to champion level is not merely a result of Chiang Mai's magical enhancements. That was merely a nudge. Their advancement is fundamentally self-generated, stemming from within, rather than being a product of Chiang Mai's enchantments. If it were as simple as that, champions would be ubiquitous. Thus, to breach this barrier from the outside necessitates a significant external influence, which Chiang Mai currently lacks, hindering his in-depth research. Moreover, even if the barrier were breached, extensive subsequent interventions would be required. The restoration of the magical pool must be prioritized. Chiang Mai feels somewhat helpless, as there has been no news regarding the 4 elemental cores. With the magical pool, he would obtain sufficient energy to facilitate various experimental inquiries. If all else fails, he might trade resources for a batch. Chiang Mai can only place his hopes on the trading post. Lacking adequate intelligence is indeed troublesome. However, a scarcity of resources is preferable to the loss of life. Compared to previous events, this one has been notably gentler, resulting in fewer lords disappearing from the leaderboard. Nonetheless, some have indeed vanished, and currently, 5 of the top 10 are at the 5th-tier champion level. Their rapid advancement remains a mystery. The tier of comprehensive strength corresponds to the tier of territory, while the subsequent ratings pertain to the evaluations within that tier. Presently, Chiang Mai is at the 2nd-tier champion level, and unless he elevates his territory to the 3rd tier, further progression is unattainable. Must I also upgrade? Chiang Mai sighed as he observed his stagnant level of 10. Well, I shall address it during the next event. For now, there are no opportunities for advancement. The vicinity of the Mage Tower had long been purged of monsters by the blood of demons, transforming the area into a safe zone, where daily patrols revealed no trace of wild creatures. The source of these creatures was the undead forces, which had been eradicated, and consequently, the spawning of monsters ceased. Unless a teleportation portal were to be discovered, venturing outside was out of the question. Of course, if Chiang Mai possessed sufficient strength, he could escape the Red Wind Plains through the Red Wind Calamity, yet that option seemed less appealing than awaiting the next event. Fan Miao has completed the 3-year agreement. Your investment return is 1, and your total remaining profit is 13. Fan Miao is being pursued by the Tianlong sect. Your investment return is -0, 1, and your total remaining profit is 12. 9. Fan Miao. Chiang Mai noted that Fan Miao had astonishingly completed the 3-year agreement, subsequently becoming a target of pursuit, resulting in an increase of 1 point in gains, followed by a decrease of 0.1 points. At this moment, Fan Miao had ascended to the foundational stage of cultivation and had allied with a female cultivator of the Golden Core stage, presumably the protagonist. It was likely through her support that he had evaded the pursuit of the Tianlong sect, preparing to join the prestigious Kanglan Sword sect. Given the current returns, steady and calculated progress had already yielded substantial profits. Chiang Mai speculated that future increases would become increasingly formidable, although he remained outside the rankings. He held faith in Fan Miao, who had impressively surged from an initial return of 0.1 to consistent increments of 1, a testament to a remarkable turnaround. Within 3 years, the foundation has indeed been laid with remarkable speed. His fiancée, once hailed as a genius and nurtured meticulously by the Tianlan sect, has only reached the 5th level of qi refinement, rendering her no match for Feng Miao in combat. Thus, even if Feng Miao were to perish now, Qin Mai would not suffer losses. Rather, he would stand to gain substantially. An investment of 100,000 gold coins has multiplied 13-fold, which is nothing short of windfall. Should this trend continue, it may necessitate an early expansion of the resource warehouse. Qin Mai did not invest solely in gold. He also allocated regular and special resources. With the current rate at 13 times, and only the second day into a 5-day trading period, it is almost certain that further increases will follow. Moreover, on the eve of closure, Qin Mai would undoubtedly make additional investments. Such a tangible opportunity is not one to relinquish. Remaining unfazed by the fluctuations of fortune and misfortune, he recognizes that his cultivation and maintaining composure is still lacking. Dispelling the fantasies swirling in his mind, he acknowledges that the gains are not yet secured, and the outcome remains uncertain. Thus, it is premature to celebrate. After all, those who ascend to great heights often encounter the harshest falls. With Feng Miao's value soaring among investors, a sudden decline would certainly spell significant losses for Qin Mai. Yet, if these assets were to vanish, he would not grieve excessively. Although they are of high caliber, their absence would not be catastrophic. One must be willing to part with certain things to gain others. Chapter 70. The limitations of investment and the acceleration of the plot. On the 3rd day of the 4th week, Qin Mai uncovered a troubling revelation. Investment issues had arisen. From this day forth, in order to invest in treasures, one must possess items of at least intermediate quality. Entry-level treasures can no longer be used for investment purposes. If it pertains to resources, the baseline for ordinary resources in gold is 100,000, while for special resources, it is 50,000. Any investment below these thresholds will not be accepted. At this juncture, Qin Mai recalled one of the initial considerations. As time progresses, the availability of resources for investment becomes constrained. In other words, one must either place a bet from the outset or possess substantial capital to bide their time. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Mai surveyed his resources. With a resolute determination, he decided to invest an additional 100,000 gold coins, along with 100,000 in ordinary resources and 50,000 in special resources. His motivation was clear. Within the span of a single evening, Feng Miao's earnings had surged to 19, while the majority of other investors on the leaderboard had experienced declines, with some even facing outright freezes, indicative of their demise. There might be complications. Qin Mai speculated whether this emperor of the underworld had begun eliminating others in pursuit of ascension. Feng Miao has refined the earth core divine essence, achieving a high-grade golden dan. Your investment yield is 3, bringing your total investment yield to 21. Is this the golden dan? Qin Mai perused the intelligence from the previous night, noting how Feng Miao had flaunted his prowess within the Kanglan sword sect, ultimately becoming a true disciple and positioning himself as a contender for the sect's foremost position. However, after achieving the golden dan, Feng Miao did not remain at the Kanglan sword sect. Instead, he ventured out for experience. His objective was straightforward: to accompany Elder Fu in search of the. Although he had concurrently mastered the techniques of the Kanglan sword sect, the infinitely evolving Shujuan remained his core focus. His entry into the Kanglan sword sect was merely a means to facilitate the evolution of Shujuan. Currently, Shuju has ascended to the rank of mid-tier mystical techniques. Albeit slightly weakened, yet it possesses immense potential. One cannot help but wonder who will be unfortunate enough to become a stepping stone for Feng Miao. Frankly speaking, Feng Miao has offended a considerable number of individuals throughout his journey, a testament to his struggle for survival. Had he not crossed paths with adversaries, he would not have attained his current golden core stage prowess. Each encounter has been a battle for resources, techniques, and even life itself. While it may appear as mere showmanship, without the benefits and resources gained through these dramatic confrontations, he would scarcely endure the 3-year agreement. As an investor, Qin Mai naturally aligns himself with Feng Miao. However, their approaches to life differ significantly. Qin Mai adheres to a principle of prioritizing life itself, making the act of striving quite a daunting task. After all, this matter pertains to one's safety. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Has another prompt appeared? Qin Mai realizes that the flow of time seems to have altered once more, as if artificially accelerated. Is time the catalyst? First, there were investment restrictions. Now a hastening of time, Chinmai speculates that the ensuing situation will become increasingly clear. Or perhaps it is not merely time, but rather the narrative itself? This notion is not unfounded, considering that even the name of the investment venture resembles a narrative. Even in a reality-based world, there exists a certain guiding influence. In truth, neither the upper nor lower tiers can rival the dominion of Lord's era. From the outset, it seems that this so-called investment is nothing more than an elaborate scheme. Had Chinmai not traversed dimensions and engaged in audacious maneuvers, he would most likely have chosen the Lord of the Underworld, and indeed, that is the case. At least 30 individuals have opted for the Lord of the Underworld. Should the Lord's fortunes plummet into the negative, the likelihood of total loss becomes exceedingly high. Conversely, investing in more stable ventures, even those that are frozen or halted, still yields some returns, with losses being minimal. Chinmai's approach is akin to seizing an unexpected opportunity. He initially intended to wager a modest sum of 100,000 gold coins to test the waters. Winning would be inconsequential, while losing would merely affect his ability to recruit troops. Thus, he felt emboldened to proceed in this manner, especially given the sudden surge today that prompted him to increase his stake. Originally, he had planned to amplify his investment on the 6th day. However, upon discovering the restrictions on additional investments, he had no choice but to act sooner, albeit cautiously, refraining from risking his entire fortune. He prefers to earn modestly rather than expose himself to excessive risk, as he is merely from a humble background and cannot afford to compete with the magnates. Should he gamble his entire net worth, he might find himself destitute. For now, he is willing to accept the loss. This 6th day marks the suspension of trading, with results to be announced at midnight on the 7th day, and his expectations are modest. A 100-fold return will suffice. Thereafter, Chinmai swiftly set this matter aside. As it pertains to a future 3 days from now, with time to contemplate, he would rather delve into the study of artificial champion-grade creatures. A technological bottleneck has emerged, primarily due to insufficient energy, a critical issue that necessitates his intervention. Previously, he exchanged 1,000 special resources for a single elemental core, which he placed on the trading market. However, there has been no response, indicating a clear failure. This left Chinmai somewhat perplexed. Given that this avenue seemed temporarily impassable, he resolved to seek alternative solutions, for it would be unreasonable to stubbornly pursue a fruitless path, while lesser projects might be dismissed. This matter directly pertains to the strength of his territory, and thus, he could not simply abandon it. Therefore, he must explore a different approach. If external methods prove ineffective, he would endeavor to innovate from within, striving to modify the essence of the creatures themselves, to weaken their defenses or enhance the probability of autonomous breakthroughs. As long as his resolve remains unshaken, there are always more solutions than obstacles. Chinmai believed that with the augmentation from his 2 significant talents, he could undoubtedly discover new methodologies. Should he succeed, the integration of internal and external strategies might yield a superior method for creating artificial champion-grade creatures. Observing the thriving state of his territory brought Chinmai immense comfort, as at least his safety was somewhat assured. If he could master the Red Wind Calamity, transforming it into an impenetrable barrier for his domain, it would be a remarkable achievement. The Red Wind Calamity is exceedingly formidable. Even the strongest natives dare not venture into its core regions. Merely contemplating it suffices. It is not something currently within my reach. Chinmai understood well that if a solution existed, it would not be left for him to claim. The Silver Star Alliance had already harnessed it, and he had witnessed the extent of those mages' madness within the experimental manual. Chapter 71. Investment concluded. The evangelist and the transdimensional portal Feng Miao absorbed the divine water of myriad deities, elevating the Shujue to the pinnacle of heavenly tribulations, thus achieving the zenith of the Mahayana. Your investment yield is 1, bringing your total returns to 80. Feng Miao vanquished the Emperor of the Underworld, securing an additional investment yield of 10, raising your total returns to 90. Feng Miao then absorbed the essence of immortality, achieving transcendence, which garnered another yield of 10, culminating in total returns of 100. The current investment activity has concluded, resulting in a total yield of 100, with the settlement in progress. First place is assured. The Emperor of the Underworld has indeed proven to be a pitfall. Chinmai gazed at the leaderboard of angel investors, noting that the top 3 were marked with asterisks. He anticipated a surge of excitement, yet was met with an unexpected tranquility. As the mid to late stages unfolded, Feng Miao allied with numerous individuals to counterattack the Yin Temple, frequently disrupting its operations, which caused the Emperor of the Underworld's returns to plummet. ultimately displacing him from the rankings. Qinmai estimated that the losses must have commenced at a staggering -100. Suffice it to say, it would result in a total loss of capital. Should the investments have been substantial, it might even lead to ruin. With 200,000 gold coins, 110,000 ordinary resources, and 51,000 special resources, this venture has indeed yielded prosperity. Furthermore, there exists an artifact-level magical essence of divinity, an advanced tome of blood and flesh, and a medium-level bidirectional portal. It is imperative to prioritize the expansion of the resource warehouse. You have expanded the resource warehouse consumption, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of ore. You have expanded the resource warehouse consumption, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of ore. Resource warehouse LV6, used for storing various materials, expansion, 1,000,000 units of ore, 1,000,000 units of wood. Settlement completed. 20 million gold coins. Ordinary resources, 11 million each. Special resources, 1 million each. Qinmai decisively tapped once more, consuming 1 million wood and ore to elevate the resource warehouse to LV7. Upgrading the warehouse was undoubtedly a wise investment. Please select a method for treasure return. Demonic energy infused divine fragment. Enhancement, fusion, flesh and blood gospel, transformation. Enhancement, bidirectional portal, quantity, enhancement. Qinmai examined the options for treasure return, each presenting two choices. The first option for the demonic energy infused divine fragment would enhance its existing attributes, while the latter would fuse 3 distinct powers contained within the divine fragment, thus transforming it into an entirely new treasure. The enhancement for the flesh and blood gospel operates similarly, yet the transformation aspect left Qinmai somewhat perplexed. However, he was certain that enhancement was not the optimal choice, as this item, despite appearing to be the flesh and blood gospel, was, in essence, a seed of divinity. The bidirectional portal presented a more intriguing prospect. Should Qinmai opt for quantity, he would receive 500 pairs of bidirectional portals, totaling 1,000 portals. Fusion, transformation, enhancement. Qinmai directly selected according to his needs. You have obtained Evangelist, Epic Class Change Certificate, Transdimensional Teleportation Portal. This is somewhat outrageous. Qinmai gazed at the 3 items in his inventory, feeling a mix of astonishment, particularly at the blood and flesh Evangelion, which astonishingly transformed into a class change certificate. And an epic one at that. Evangelist, level, artifact, attributes, attack power, 100, defense power, 100, strength, 100, knowledge, 100, harvest and agriculture, gathering, and hunting, 500. Weekly production of troops doubled, recruitment cost of troops halved, daily maximum magic points, 5, daily maximum health points, 5, moral within territory, 5, when held by the evangelist. All heroes and troops within the territory benefit from attribute enhancements. When held by the evangelist, a faith conduit will form towards the Lord within the territory, with each believer accumulating faith points for the Lord. When held by the evangelist during an expedition, a blessing of the gospel effect will arise, increasing all attributes of allied troops by 10, enhancing beneficial effects by 10, and diminishing detrimental effects by 10. When held by the evangelist during an expedition, a heretic extermination effect will manifest, decreasing all attributes of enemy troops by 10, enhancing detrimental effects by 10, and diminishing beneficial effects by 10. When held by the evangelist, a growth trait can be acquired, currently inactive, incredible, an artifact, truly an artifact, and moreover, a growth artifact that synergizes with the evangelist. To speak candidly, Qinmai felt a twinge of excitement, yet he quickly regained his composure. How should one articulate this? It simply did not suit him. His role was in logistics. Although the evangelical bishop was an epic profession, the reality was that after acquiring it, he would be ensconced within the mage tower, clinging to life. Wouldn't that be a squander of such a divine artifact and vocation? If he were to encounter something that could ensure his survival, he would undoubtedly reserve it for himself, but the evangelical bishop did not seem to fit that description. Transdimensional portal, rank, divine artifact, attributes. Upon providing the corresponding coordinates and activation, it can open a transdimensional portal for interdimensional or local transport. Interdimensional transport, permanently activated. requires 1,000,000 units of common resources and 100,000 units of special resources. Temporarily activated, consumes 100 units of common resources and 10 units of special resources per second. Local transport, permanently activated, requires 100,000 units of common resources and 10,000 units of special resources. Temporarily activated, consumes 10 units of common resources and 1 unit of special resources per second. In that moment, Chiang Mai could hardly fathom that this bidirectional portal had transformed into a transdimensional passage. Permanent activation was straightforward. It entailed a one-time purchase, after which it would only lead to the designated area. Temporary activation was akin to leasing. One merely needed to pay the rent. However, while the rent was calculated monthly, this transdimensional passage was billed by the second. These matters could be addressed later. Black Hand, please expedite the planning of how I should utilize my 36,100,000 points. Chiang Mai suddenly realized that today marked the 6th day of the 4th week, and if he did not utilize his resources by tomorrow, they would be reset. Master, I have already devised a plan for you. Shall I assist you in the exchange? Or would you prefer to handle it yourself? Black Hand spoke respectfully, having experienced a similar downfall alongside Chiang Mai, and he was genuinely encountering the prospect of sudden wealth for the first time. You should proceed with the exchange. Strive to enhance the territory all at once. This opportunity for wealth may not present itself again unless I experience another stroke of extraordinary luck, Chiang Mai stated calmly. Acutely aware that his current fortune stemmed solely from a fortunate encounter with a certain mountain bandit known as the Flame Emperor. Consequently, he became increasingly cautious and entrusted all his points to Black Hand to develop the territory. Once the territory grew stronger, many matters would become significantly easier to manage. Yes, Master, I assure you I will complete the task. Chiang Mai remained composed, while Black Hand was filled with excitement. In addition, Chiang Mai had yet to select 10 high-grade treasures and 10 rare architectural blueprints, which could indeed be chosen at his discretion. Chapter 72, Divine Artifacts, Horn of Harvest, Ring of Mages, Source of Magic. Chiang Mai swiftly completed his selections, with 8 of the blueprints being for buildings that derived special resources, aimed at augmenting the production of these unique assets. This was essential, for despite possessing tens of millions of special resources, their practical utilization still felt insufficient. The remaining 2 blueprints included one for elemental fertile soil, which could be regarded as an upgraded agricultural structure, capable of increasing production by 10 and reducing growth time by 10, while also offering a chance to transform cultivated crops into superior variants. Regarding the final architectural blueprint, Chiang Mai opted for the design known as the Floating City. Constructing a colossal airborne metropolis as a subordinate territory would undoubtedly demand a substantial expenditure of resources. He had already assimilated the knowledge from the previous 9 rare architectural blueprints and subsequently instructed the Black Hand to reorganize the territorial planning. He retained the blueprint for the Floating City, as he intended to study it independently. It encompassed a plethora of intricate elements, including magical pools and magic furnaces among various creations. Upon mastering this knowledge, he could entirely transform his domain into a floating city rather than merely establishing a new subordinate territory. He harbored no interest in managing a subordinate territory. By converting his domain into a floating city, he could effectively utilize the temporal spatial teleportation pathways to create a mobile territory, allowing him to disengage from their games and abscond with his domain at will. After selecting the architectural blueprint, Chiang Mai naturally turned his attention to the advanced treasures. Memories surged within his mind as he gazed upon these somewhat familiar artifacts, prompting a degree of internal conflict. The crystal cloak, gem ring, mercury flask, sulfur ring, magic necklace, magic ring, magic cloak, magic amulet, magic charm, and magic sphere, all 10 treasures in his recollection could potentially combine to form the harvest horn, the mage's ring, and the source of magic. However, the issue lay in the fact that this Lord's era was not a complete rendition of Heroes of Might and Magic. He was uncertain whether the combination of treasures existed within this context. If they did, it would be his triumph, yet if they did not, the outcome would be less favorable. Ultimately, Chiang Mai gritted his teeth and made the exchange. The reasons are quite simple. Even if they cannot be combined, they are still usable. For instance, resource treasures can be given to the Black Hand, while the subsequent magical sets can be utilized by oneself or for sinister incantations. You have gathered the components for the artifact, Horn of Harvest. Would you like to combine them? Yes, no. You have gathered the components for the artifact. Ring of the Mage. Would you like to combine them? Yes, no. You have gathered the components for the artifact, Fountain of Arcane Power. Would you like to combine them? Yes, no. Naturally, Qin Mai opted to combine them all, for they are artifacts. It appears that the classification of treasures ranges from basic to advanced, culminating in artifacts. Meanwhile, professions and structures are categorized as common, rare, and epic. Horn of Harvest. Level. Artifact. Attributes. Provides 10,000 units of common resources daily based on territory level. Provides 1,000 units of special resources daily based on territory level. Increases the output quantity of all resources within the territory by 100 based on territory level. Enhances the efficiency of all resource outputs within the territory by 100 based on territory level. The attributes of the Horn of Harvest may not be as extensive as those of the Evangelist. Yet its effects are remarkably straightforward, exhibiting considerable potential for growth. It merely needs to be placed in the resource warehouse to take effect. Ring of the Mage. Level. Artifact. Attributes. Magic time increase 100. Magic effect increase 100. Magic damage increase 100. Magic consumption decrease 100, in comparison to the Horn of Abundance. The Ring of the Mage may not appear particularly astounding. However, its 4 attributes encompass time, effect, damage, and energy consumption. Qin Mai glanced at it, feeling quite tempted. Yet upon reflection, it seemed ill-suited for his use, likely destined for mages in the future. If employed, it would instantly transform him into a stationary mage. A reduction of 100 in consumption would eliminate the expenditure of magic points, and merely stacking strength would suffice. Qin Mai contemplated the idea of nurturing a turret mage. As for the Dark Tongue, it remained a preliminary option, yet his proficiency in that area was somewhat askew, making it less appropriate for him at present, nonetheless. He could allow its use for now. Source of Magic. Level. Artifact. Attributes. Maximum magic points increase. Knowledge 1,000 points. Internal storage. Territory level 10,000 points of magic. Restored daily at dawn. Generates a magical shield with a defense value of holders level 1,000 points. Restored daily at dawn. Upon depletion. The magical shield will unleash indiscriminate magical damage of holders level 1,000. Holder's daily maximum magic points permanently increased by 10, in contrast to the Ring of the Mage. The Source of Magic is far more suitable for Qin Mai, with a magical value limit of 61,000, complemented by a reserve of 20,000. It seems I have acquired the energy of an artificially created champion-level spirit. Qin Mai currently possesses 61 points of knowledge, which, under the enhancement of the magic spring, has reached 61,000, rendering his original magical value negligible. With such an immense capacity, it is conceivable that, should he equip this magic spring, it could potentially serve as the energy source for a floating city. Such audacity is indeed remarkable. Artifacts are artifacts. Merely these 3 have disrupted the balance. Perhaps the lords ranking at the forefront have long possessed artifacts. Otherwise, how could they have risen so swiftly? His victory was merely a stroke of luck, while the other lords relied on their strength. Thus, he speculates that these lords undoubtedly possess between 5 to 10 artifacts, for their ascendance could not have occurred so rapidly otherwise. The top 3 lords in the ranking remain unchanged, directly advancing from 5th-tier champions to 6th-tier champions. Clearly, these 3 have not opted for the Underworld Emperor. Although they did not make the rankings this time, it is certain they have profited, perhaps even more than he has. The rationale is straightforward. While their gains may not match Qin Mai's, their investments are significantly greater, ensuring their returns are likewise substantial. As for the remaining 7, there have been shifts, but these changes are confined to these 7. With no newcomers breaching the top 10, their positions remaining remarkably stable. Consequently, they have all ascended to the 6th tier, indicating that everyone has benefited. TSK, only 1 day remains in the adaptation period. One wonders how many will remain on the leaderboard after this week. Qin Mai heaved a sigh, contemplating that the current 1,000 lords were truly insufficient to wreak havoc. At the very least, there should be 100,000 lords. The urgency for artificial champion-level creatures was not pressing, as the technical bottleneck had been dissolved. Once he completed the Book of Gospel, he would be able to transition and forge a creature hero endowed with an epic profession. Chapter 73, The End of the Adjustment Period. The indigenous people who broke free from their chains, 30-day adjustment period concluded. Lord's Era has been updated as follows. 1. Removal of monster drop resources and treasure mechanisms. 2. Removal of wild troop nests. 3. Removal of rule constraints on indigenous people. 4. Removal of rule constraints on the health. Attack power. In defense of wild monsters and indigenous people. 5. Removal of rules regarding the disappearance of corpses upon death. 6. Removal of direct access to non-affiliated item attributes. 7. Weekly events transformed into limited time, long-term, and special activities with points no longer resetting at the end of events. 8. Opening of the server chat channel. In the early hours of the 4th week, Chiang Mai gazed at the updates, realizing that matters had escalated significantly. The first point rendered it impossible for all lords to acquire resources from monster drops. If they desired such resources, they would need to either seize them or produce them themselves. Previously, it was highly unlikely that deities or powerful indigenous heroes would lay hands on the lords, but now that was no longer the case. Furthermore, the notion that one could simply repair a monster to eliminate it had become obsolete, greatly diminishing the efficacy of kite tactics. Instead of immediately checking the chat channel, Chiang Mai opted to investigate the events. Currently, the activities are non-existent, seemingly indicating that the previous 3 events were merely orchestrated to expedite the growth of the lords, preparing them to withstand the impending calamity that will unfold after the 30-day acclimatization period. The chat channel is eerily silent, devoid of any lord speaking. It is understandable, given the limited number of participants, all of whom are observing cautiously, making it improbable for chaotic outbursts or nonsensical dialogues to occur. Undoubtedly, tonight will descend into turmoil. Although Chiang Mai feels an array of sensations in the Red Wind Plains. Oh no, he does feel something. He perceives a radiant light piercing through the distant horizon in the night, as if a deity has intervened. Moments later, a dragon's roar reverberates through the sky, heralding a fierce conflict. In addition, there are intense battles among the undead, demons, and others. The true dragon's son? Surely, the adversary does not possess the Dragon King's divine artifact. As for the remaining cursed armor or the Ghost King's cloak, or perhaps the Angelic Alliance, Chiang Mai stands atop the Mage Tower, observing from afar. His position remains relatively secure. Perhaps some are aware of the Celestial Lord and territory within the Red Wind Plains. Yet to them, it poses little threat. Moreover, should they dare to intrude, they might find themselves ensnared by the Red Wind catastrophe. Furthermore, once the Red Wind disaster erupts, it is certain that Chiang Mai's territory will not endure. The adversary undergoes indescribable transformations. Chiang Mai not only utilizes magical power to breach that barrier, but also engages in the most ferocious alterations through the Book of Gospel, which may likely result in adverse effects akin to magical backlash and the dissipation of deathly energy. However, it matters not. This endeavor transcends mere transformation of magical creatures, representing a further enhancement of magical entities. Should success be attained, he would acquire superior techniques. Initially, the subsequent research on magical entities was to focus on the intelligent magic network. However, with the advent of the Book of Gospel, the network may now be advanced. These two pursuits align harmoniously, and it appears that Chiang Mai shall not lack for time in the future, for time has already run out, and he is perpetually ensnared in peril. More crucially, he must also level up, as all the requisite conditions for the elevation of the Mage Tower territory, aside from his own level, have been met. Furthermore, the magical heroes under his command must also progress in their levels. My lord, as the territory flourishes, might we contemplate utilizing the transdimensional portal to depart from the Red Wind Plains and commence leveling up? Remaining confined here may lead us to lose our advantageous position, Black Hand remarked, a hint of fatigue evident in his demeanor. Since the day before yesterday, Black Hand had not rested, tirelessly working on redeeming points at the shop and orchestrating various affairs within the territory. The influence of the territory has burgeoned to unprecedented levels, culminating in the construction of 21 magical creature manufacturing facilities and the recruitment of 30,000 magical entities. Otherwise, the existing structures would have proven insufficient. All points have been converted into a plethora of architectural blueprints and assorted treasures, resources, and the expansion of pre-existing constructions, elevating them all to level 5. With some buildings even experiencing further enhancements. At present, not only can 30,000 magical creatures be sustained, but there is also a surplus of food, particularly after Chiang Mai exchanged for the elemental fertile soil along with the harvest horn. The enhancement of various productivity buildings has yielded remarkable results. It is conceivable that even a 5th-tier lord in their territory may not possess as abundant production resources as Chiang Mai. There is no need for haste. It is prudent to wait until the gospel bishop is inaugurated before proceeding together. Qin did not decline, but rather deferred the matter. As you wish, my lord. In response to Qin Mai's command, the Black Hand complied without hesitation. Soon, a multitude of tentacles began to writhe upon the creature lying on the surgical table, seemingly indicating a desire to awaken. A creature under your command has evolved into a champion tier. Species name, Arcane Sprite. Species rank, second tier. Champion health points, 100 mana points, 50 attack power, 60 defense power, 60 skills. Lucky Garden, Luck 1, Arcane Body, attack power 50, defense power 50, health points 50, Arcane Wisdom, mana points 50, Loyal Taming, morale never falters, Elemental Shield, can expend mana points to form an elemental shield. With 1 mana point mitigating 1 point of damage. Arcane Sanctuary, reduces damage taken by 5, Blood Fury, for every 1 point of health lost. Attack power increases by 1, Grey Desolation. All enemies within a 10-meter radius suffer a reduction of 1 in attack and defense power per minute. Stacking up to 3 layers, Loyal Taming. Morale never falters, Gospel Blessing. Health points recover by 1 per second. Immune to poison, fear, confusion, bleeding, and other negative states, flesh and blood calamity. Unpredictable mutations occur randomly each day, reducing the maximum health points by 10. Description. Once, a mad lord fashioned a dying creature from death and curses. This time, the madness escalates, utilizing a phenomenon called gospel, which is, in truth, a grotesque horror of flesh and blood. Even after purification, I do not wish to recommend a visit to the asylum. Are you interested in bringing about the end of the world? No, I am not at all. I am merely an unassuming scholar, utterly disinterested in the notion of world annihilation. Qin Mai remarked sarcastically, feeling that the introduction had become increasingly frivolous. Oh, this champion-level creature also appears rather unseemly, seemingly transforming into a form reminiscent of some sort of tentacled monster. Chapter 74, Gospel Bishop, Apocalypse Creature. Your champion-level creature has successfully ascended to an epic class, becoming a hero unit through the Gospel Bishop Promotion Certificate, and has officially been renamed Apocalypse Creature. Hero, Apocalypse Creature LV1, 1000. Class, Gospel Bishop. Loyalty, 100 constant. Attributes, Health, 100. Magic, 100. Attack power, 10. Defense, 10. Strength, 10. Knowledge, 10. Talents, Garden Luck, Luck 1. Arcane Body, immunity to poison, fear, confusion, bleeding, and other negative states. Divine Surge, reduces all damage by 10, regenerating 10 health per level. Gospel Recitation, increases attack power, defense, strength, and knowledge by 10 points per level. Gospel Sublimation, gains an additional talent for every 10 levels and enhances existing talents. Gospel Legacy, skills acquired at each level are at least advanced. Gospel Grant, Master 1 inherited gospel per level. Unable to learn any magic other than gospel. Divine Faith, establishes a life connection, allowing the bearer to share 50 of the damage taken, once bound. It cannot be undone. 01. Skills, Advanced Defense, Advanced Resistance, Advanced Mysticism, Magic, Level 1 Gospel, Blood and Flesh Armor, provides an armor layer constructed of flesh and blood to allies, granting 10 damage reduction for 10 minutes. Consuming 10 magic points. Magic Arrow, inflicts, strength 10, 10 damage, consuming 5 magic points. Ah, the magic arrow truly is a staple. It seems to be everywhere. Qin Mai could not help but voice his thoughts. The gospel magic possessed by Tianqi was not something he could acquire through academic study. Nor could Tianqi engage in mutual learning as Qin Mai did. The very visage of Tianqi was indeed difficult to articulate. His entire form resembled a multitude of tentacles cascading downwards, with a body ensconced within, leaving only a head visible, limbs intermingled among the tentacles, presenting an appearance that was quite convenient. Those tentacles exhibited extraordinary dexterity, rivaling that of normal fingers. Master, I can sense a transformative change. Tianqi's tone was imbued with a fervor surpassing that of other mystical beings. This sensation was akin to encountering an overly devoted admirer, sending a shiver down Qin Mai's spine. That's splendid. Take this and utilize it well. I shall entrust my safety to you henceforth. Qin Mai handed the book Gospel Spreader to Tianqi. Tianqi extended 2 long tentacles to receive it, and in the next moment, an invisible enhancement manifested immediately. The 100 boost to all four-dimensional attributes took effect instantaneously, benefiting not only Chiang Mai but all troops and heroes who received corresponding enhancements. With an epic class and a complementary divine artifact, it would be a travesty if this were not formidable. The Apocalypse Spirit has bound you with sacred faith, establishing a life link between you and the Apocalypse Spirit. When you suffer damage, the Apocalypse Faith will absorb 50 of the harm. The Apocalypse Spirit has activated the Faith channel through the Evangelist, who will provide you with faith points. Upon reaching 100 faith points, you will receive 1 free attribute point. As these 2 notifications appeared, Chiang Mai realized that his safety was assured. Essentially, if he were to encounter an attack, only half of the damage would be inflicted upon him, significantly reducing it. The conversion of faith points into free attribute points was indeed an unexpected delight. Upon inspecting the final attribute of the Evangelist, he discovered it had also emerged. The Evangelist, upon holding, provides each believer with a 100 faith point, with a chance to unveil new attributes, significantly enhance a single attribute, or slightly elevate all attributes. It must be said, this was truly astonishing. No wonder it was a divine artifact derived from divine essence. It appeared that even among such artifacts, distinctions existed. The combination of the Evangelist and the Evangelical Bishop could undoubtedly render the Apocalypse a formidable force. My master, I shall ensure your name instills terror in the hearts of all beings on this continent. The Apocalypse fervently declared. Chiang Mai, however, wore a bewildered expression, sensing something peculiar about the Apocalypse. Ahem, well, I prefer not to draw too much attention. He politely declined, understanding that excessive prominence was not necessarily advantageous. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous within the Mage Tower, not desiring all creatures to tremble at his name. Rest assured, all will prostrate at your feet. The divine are but embellishments in your grasp. The Apocalypse seemingly failed to grasp the essence of Chiang Mai's intentions, instead conjuring up a bizarre interpretation of his words. This left Chiang Mai feeling somewhat disconcerted. More crucially, the Shadow Hand, the blood of demons, and the evil tongue expressed their agreement. No, I don't wish for that. I simply desire to live my days in peace, without aspirations of annihilating the world or ending up in an asylum. Chiang Mai experienced a peculiar illusion that he did not want to stand against the world, yet his subordinates were rallying him to do just that. All right, fine. You all strive diligently, and perhaps I shall reach such a level. Observing this, Chiang Mai felt hesitant to voice any objections, recognizing that the Apocalypse was likely a fanatic, even more fervent than the blood of demons. After all, it was not his burden to bear. He merely wished to drift through life. If he were to counter their fervor, he might very well find himself rendered speechless by the Apocalypse. Moreover, it would be impolite to dismiss their goodwill. Ultimately, he would contribute neither labor nor effort and could simply await developments. Master, shall we commence the leveling plan? The Shadow Hand seized this moment to reiterate the previous proposal. At that juncture, Chiang Mai naturally refrained from dissent, readily acquiescing. However, he pondered, but the interdimensional teleportation portal requires coordinates. Where shall we obtain them? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Since acquiring the portal, he had been preoccupied, neglecting to examine it closely. The artifact had merely been left untouched in the resource warehouse. However, he had granted permissions to the Shadow Hand, who should have discerned the necessary details by now. Rest assured, Master, we have retained the coordinates from the last excursion to the land of the undead. We can teleport directly there. The Black Hand was undoubtedly prepared. Otherwise, the suggestion would not have been proposed. With that in mind, let's mobilize our personnel, finalize the arrangements, and then set forth with ample provisions, aiming for the second tier. Chiang Mai stated decisively. This journey would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. Otherwise, the resources for opening the transcendent teleportation portal would not be deemed resources at all. Yes, my master. As Friday approached, Chapter 75, Leveling Up? Just enjoy tea and books. You have destroyed this undead territory. You have gained. This is somewhat different from my expectations. Chiang Mai sat in the opulent alchemical carriage, sipping tea and perusing a book, flanked by the 2 peculiar beings, Apocalypse and the Black Hand, while Evil Tongue sat beside him. This alchemical carriage was a high-grade treasure, valued at 300,000 points in the points shop. The Black Hand had specifically exchanged it for Chiang Mai's travels as part of the leveling plan. Had the budget allowed, the Black Hand would have opted for an even more expensive mobile fortress. As for the blood magic, it involved engaging numerous frenzied blood creatures in battle, with Apocalypse and Evil Tongue occasionally casting a spell or 2. Danger? What danger could there be? On the contrary, experience and resources surged exponentially, and they even managed to seize a wealth of treasures, spellbooks, and skills. After a month of hardship, Qin Mai had finally turned his abysmal talent around, thanks to his scholar profession. Now, the territory began to yield benefits to him as its lord. While he may not compare to the top 3 lords on the leaderboard, he at least possessed a measure of self-defense. Do you have any commands, master? It seems that Tianqi misunderstood Qin Mai's words. The difficulty is considerable, master. There are significant conflicts, yet they can be resolved within a month at most. However, we are severely lacking in manpower and heroes. This time, I have exchanged a substantial amount of points for class change certificates. If possible, I need you to create more champion-level spirits to generate additional hero units. Heish articulated the challenges. Indeed, there are 30,000 spirits in the territory, but this is merely the foundation. What is required is a core force, specifically hero units. Qin Mai has now mastered the artificial creation of champion-level spirits, thus this plan can be put into action. However, mass production is currently unattainable. It must be personally handled by Qin Mai. In addition, we require a considerable number of laborers to free up more workforce. This task must fall to Xiaoyu, and it must be conducted away from this land of the undead. After some contemplation, Heish added a further point. The implication was clear. Xiaoyu's necromancy would be essential to summon enough skeleton soldiers to serve as laborers. Buildings such as lumber yards and quarries do not necessarily require spirits. Mindless skeletons can serve as substitutes. They are tireless and can operate continuously, 24 hours a day. Throughout the year, should they sustain damage, it matters little. In the face of necromancy, they are exceedingly inexpensive. Of course, it is not obligatory to use only skeletons, corpses, phantoms, or even alien slaves would suffice. Heish is not particular, as long as they are not Qin Mai's authentic spirits. Specifically, I leave the matter to your discretion. I am indifferent to the process, only the outcome matters to me. As you know, I aspire to strengthen our forces, which necessitates ample resources for research and sufficient military might to ensure the safety of our entire territory. We now possess the capital to surpass other lords, and we must seize this opportunity. Furthermore, one must exercise utmost caution, for prudence prevents grave errors. In his eyes, the entire magical realm is an adversary. Be they gods or heroes, even those lords previously regarded as covert allies are deemed foes. He requires no allies, as they may betray him. I comprehend, my master. The capabilities of the Shadow Hand are indeed formidable, for their vocation is that of a governor. In matters of domestic and foreign affairs, as well as management, they far surpass the inexperienced Qin Mai, especially now, bolstered by the 100 knowledge bestowed by the Herald of the Apocalypse, which has facilitated smoother operations. Qin Mai has also reaped the benefits of this profound knowledge. Since its acquisition, his learning and research have transcended mere acceleration and reached celestial heights. Within just 2 days of embarking on this journey, he has already executed several updates and iterations of the Level 1 Intelligent Magic Network. And he has integrated insights from the Book of Gospel to refine the next phase of transformation for the spirits multiple times. He is confident in evolving them into Tier 3 units, and even progressing to subsequent Tier 4 and Tier 5 units poses no insurmountable challenge. However, beyond that, it is not a lack of confidence that restrains him, but rather an insufficiency of data to substantiate any grand proclamations. Thus, his primary concern should be to avoid excessively modifying the magical creatures. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to an unforeseen escalation, rendering him unable to recruit them and forcing him to undertake the arduous task of further modifications himself. Not long ago, he had announced in the chat channel his intent to acquire the 4 elemental cores of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, it seemed that everyone was preoccupied, as no one responded until now. Who possesses the 4 elemental cores? I am willing to exchange special resources for them. True Dragon's Son, I have quite a few in my possession. How many do you require? To think that the top player would inquire so boldly about the quantity. How audacious. I shall begin with 1 of each to test the waters. Just list them in the trading market. I will purchase them immediately if the price is right. True Dragon's Son, I offer my grace, presenting either a high-level treasure or a rare architectural blueprint. Upon reading this, Qin Mai nearly choked. It was evident that this top player viewed him as an easy mark. I cannot afford it. Farewell. Subsequently, Qin Mai promptly closed the chat channel. From the earlier inquiry regarding quantity, it was clear that these were not particularly rare items. but rather resources that were either scarce in his vicinity or exclusively found in certain locations. He was not in a hurry to restore the mana pool, for with the mana spring at his disposal, he could easily substitute himself as the mana pool. Moreover, even if he were to repair it, could a level 1 mana pool truly compare to a mana spring? The latter was a divine artifact, while the mana pool was merely a rare structure. Perhaps even a level 10 mana pool would not measure up to the mana spring. Thus, the price proposed by the other party was completely unacceptable to Chiang Mai, leading to a swift conclusion without further negotiation. Subsequently, he opened the trading post and noticed an intriguing fire elemental core listed for a staggering price of 10,000 units of mercury. Without hesitation, Chiang Mai secured the purchase, for he was amply supplied with ordinary and special resources. However, treasures and architectural blueprints were irreplaceable and fundamental. Following the acquisition of the first fire elemental core, 3 additional elemental cores appeared in the trading post, albeit at a higher price. The Dragon Sovereign sought to deceive Chiang Mai, while other lords aimed to capitalize on the situation. A blatant overestimation would surely leave them with unsold wares. Chiang Mai promptly purchased one of each, favoring the more economical options. "Master, I have captured something intriguing," exclaimed Blood Demon, rushing in with palpable excitement. Chiang Mai, lost in meditation, opened his eyes, slightly exasperated. Recently, Blood Demon's bloodthirst had intensified, seemingly awakening a combative instinct within him. The Guardian, Apocalypse, cast a disapproving glare at Blood Demon, indicating displeasure at the latter's rudeness. Yet, as Chiang Mai remained silent, Apocalypse refrained from further comment. "What is it? What could possibly excite you so much?" "Show me," Chiang Mai said, somewhat resigned. However, recognizing Blood Demon's earnest intent, he decided to take a look. He noted that Blood Demon seemed to be evolving in the direction of Li Kuei, perhaps resembling an elder brother eager to confront an adversary. The opponent's abilities have all been allocated to combat skills rather than intellect. In the realm of battle, they excel not through cunning but sheer prowess. This illustrates that even within the realm of knowledge, distinctions exist. Chiang Mai's intellectual pursuits are directed towards learning and research, while the Black Hand focuses on domestic and foreign affairs management. Tianchi appears to be steeped in religious knowledge and fervent belief, dabbling in dark incantations and blood magic. During their advancements, neither invested in knowledge. One concentrated entirely on strength and augmenting magical power, while the other balanced offense and defense. Reflecting on this seems somewhat absurd. As this unfolded, a wave of blood magic summoned a frenzied creature, which seized a cave dweller and dragged it into the fray. Witnessing this, Chiang Mai felt a chill run down his spine, for the cave dweller, lacking hair, was subjected to the creature's relentless grip on its loose scalp. The force was considerable, nearly tearing the unfortunate being's scalp away. Hero, X's Floatgrass LV-31 class. Upon reconnaissance, Chiang Mai's eyes widened in astonishment. How could a level 31 being be captured alive? Blood Magico, he himself is now level 21. In addition, Chiang Mai stands at level 19, with the Dark Incantation at level 20, while the Black Hand and Tianchi are both at level 9. During this interval, Chiang Mai has acquired skills in Intermediate Reconnaissance, Basic Intelligence, Intermediate Intelligence, and foundational understandings of the fire, water, earth, and wind elements, followed by the primary elemental comprehension and basic nature understanding as prerequisites for the 4 elements understanding. Intermediate Reconnaissance technique, capable of probing enemy information beyond its own tier. As for the comprehension of the 4 elemental forces, it remains at a rudimentary level, hence its power is rated at 1, with a consumption of -1. In contrast, elemental comprehension and natural understanding yield 1 enhancement effect and 1 reduction in consumption, respectively. Undoubtedly, the truly formidable force should be the Apocalypse. With a foundation built on advanced skills, combined with the exclusive gospel magic, achieving just 1 more level would grant the opportunity for a talent enhancement and an additional talent. As for his peculiar entity, it adheres to conventional standards, as the disparity in professions is evident. Chiang Mai's plight is even more dire. His attributes are woefully inadequate. Although the professions of Blood Mage, Dark Speech, and Shadow Hand may not possess the epic status of Apocalypse, they are nonetheless rare. Whereas Chiang Mai's Scholar is a commonplace vocation. "What do you mean bringing me Blood Mage as a non-undead hero unit?" Chiang Mai quipped. This remark was not directed at the Blood Mage, but rather at the cave-dwelling hero, Exus. "Then let's eliminate it," the Blood Mage sneered. aware that despite his brutish demeanor, he was not foolish and recognized Qin Mai's subtle jabs. Wait, esteemed Lord of Providence, Exus Floater sends his regards. Though Exus, as a cave dweller, lacked eyes, he could perceive his surroundings through magical sight. He sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Qin Mai, born of intense magical energy. Despite his own weakness, the peculiar entities surrounding him were not to be trifled with, particularly one cloaked in a long robe, cradling a crystal. However, the peculiar entity he currently faced, even if it were a great one, did not possess such an outrageous presence. Well, that's enough questions. Blood of the demon, send him on his way. Just look at this one's name. It exudes a rebellious spirit. He is surely reluctant to cooperate with my experiment. Nevertheless, I hold no objection to a corpse. Qin Mai spoke with a tone of gentleness. However, Exus felt a tremor run through his body, cursing inwardly, damn. How has this Lord of Providence succumbed to the madness of a mage? It is well known that the Silver Star Alliance was besieged for this very reason. And although there are still scattered beastmen, they have retreated underground, away from the light, unlike the audacity displayed before him. Wait a moment, esteemed Lord of Providence. I believe I still possess sufficient value. Exus's heart tightened, and he quickly added, Blood of the demon, serve tea. Mr. Floating Grass, please have a seat. If you have value, you should have mentioned it sooner. I almost misinterpreted the situation. Qin Mai's expression changed with remarkable swiftness. Exus felt speechless. If he had possessed eyes, he would have rolled them right then and there. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly sensed a low, ominous chant accompanied by a murderous intent, along with the faintest hint of death and curses in the air. No, esteemed Lord of Providence. I believe I am quite content kneeling. Exus understood that the other party was merely being courteous, and if he were to take that at face value, he would soon find himself in a grave. Very well. I did not expect you to have such peculiar tastes. Qin Mai found the situation somewhat amusing and continued to inquire. Now, do tell me, what value do you possess? I am the envoy of the underworld faction of Blackhorn City, here to negotiate a collaboration with Ghost Corp City. I believe, esteemed Lord TNC, that you might. Before Eeks could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qin Mai. Are you implying that, aside from these wretched undead, there exists another underground city in the vicinity? Qin Mai's expression turned inquisitive. Alas, Eeks felt a sudden tightening in his chest, realizing that the other party's intentions appeared far more peculiar than he had anticipated. Initially, he intended to deceive the other party into confronting the undead head-on, but it seemed he had inadvertently complicated matters. Yes, indeed, Great Lord Tianxi, Eeks replied, steeling himself. That is splendid news. I presume Mr. Futsao is quite familiar with this underground city. For instance, aside from Blackhorn City, what other towns might exist in your realm? Qin Mai continued. As for me, I must confess my ignorance regarding matters of governance and command. I would prefer that a professional engage in dialogue with you. I hope, Mr. Futsao, that you do not take offense, for otherwise you may find yourself as my very first specimen of a cave dweller. Qin Mai spoke kindly. Devoid of any empathy for cave dwellers, such sentiments required either a semblance of resemblance or, at the very least, a degree of charm or beauty. In the absence of both, Qin Mai felt no obligation to extend his compassion. In the course of discussions facilitated by the professional, Blackhand, and the blade of demonic blood, the cave dweller Eeks Futsao candidly divulged all intelligence pertaining to the underground world. He indeed contemplated retorting, yet his abilities did not permit such bravado, particularly with a certain apocalyptic figure contemplating skinning him for the purpose of crafting a fur coat for Qin Mai. This conviction only solidified his belief that none among them seemed to possess a sound mind. After all, which household resorts to skinning during an interrogation without at least posing a question first? Master, did you hear that? What are your instructions? The dark hand inquired with utmost respect. Qin Mai waved his hand dismissively. You decide. If worst comes to worst, we can always flee. My levels are adequate. Regarding this leveling journey, he honestly viewed it as a mere excursion. At present, were the peculiar beings under his command to unite their strengths, they would likely overpower even a Tier 4 hero unit, and while Tier 5 might pose a challenge, a group assault would not be insurmountable. Slaying foes of higher tiers is commonplace. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the substantial resources Qin Mai had invested. It is worth noting that prior to their departure, Qin Mai had bestowed upon them elemental shields and magical protections, skills they had lost upon becoming heroes. Regrettably, these were not innate talents, but rather skills akin to bloodthirsty frenzy and death curse, special abilities that could not be upgraded. Of course, the inability to upgrade refers specifically to not being able to select from the 3 options post-upgrade in the Lord's era and does not imply that Qin Mai cannot further enhance them. Moreover, regarding treasures, it is essential to acknowledge that a substantial portion of the 36 million points had been converted into high-level artifacts to equip them. Examples include the Staff of Malediction, ceremonial robes, the Blade of Blood Magic, armor, and even the apocalyptic robes, among others. Regrettably, none of these could be combined to form a divine artifact. Qin Mai, in contrast, possessed only a singular source of magical energy along with a cerulean headband. It was not that the Black Hand was unwilling to exchange it. Rather, Qin Mai had no intention of doing so, perceiving the item as a waste. Were it not for his necessity of the magical source, he would have considered gifting it to Tianqi. His blood-flesh parasite was reusable, if sufficient quantities were released. It could leave the enemy devoid of flesh, resulting in instantaneous demise. Engaging in violence and conflict was ill-suited for Qin Mai. Thus, the only course was to venture into the underground world, where we sought the modest assistance of some subterranean races. With Qin Mai expressing no opposition, the Black Hand promptly issued the command. This declaration stirred a sense of unease within Ix. Did the phrase modest assistance imply corpses? Under Ix's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a concealed teleportation stone. This artifact resembled an unassuming grave, capable of transporting individuals to a designated area upon activation. Akin to the teleportation portal Qin Mai had previously encountered. The distinction lay in the fact that this device directly transported individuals, while Qin Mai's portal required one to traverse it on foot. In a flash of light, all the spirits were whisked away. The underground world was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any source of illumination, which proved inhospitable for the spirits. The sudden encroachment of darkness incited a sense of urgency and restlessness among them. Silence, bellowed the blood mage, quelling the spirits' fidgeting. Subsequently, the Black Hand produced a mid-tier artifact, the Enlightenment Lamp. The function of this treasure was straightforward, augmenting vision by 10 points. However, the crux of the matter was that this light was genuinely bright, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. The Shadow Hand directly suspended it upon the alchemical chariot, transforming it into a source of illumination. Lead the way, he instructed. We shall forego Blackhorn City and instead venture to a city of lesser strength, preferably one inhabited by the cave dwellers. The figure of X looked back at him, a hint of bitterness in his expression. Esteemed sir, we cave dwellers possess no cities. Our kind is far too weak, often relegated to the status of slaves. Our standing is comparable to that of lesser creatures, and if one were to compare, a farmer from the human race could easily slay a cave dweller with but a pitchfork. Ah, what a pity, the Shadow Hand mused. Let us then seek a city of similar stature. He remained unmoved by the plight of the cave dwellers, even considering them a commendable race. Were it not for their superior skeletal soldiers, he might have chosen them for labor. Nevertheless, the cave dwellers were indeed engaged in such toil. As for X, having attained the status of a hero, he had ostensibly escaped the depths of despair. However, due to the inherent weaknesses of his race and the absence of a sufficiently powerful vocation, he remained considerably weaker than the average hero, garnering little respect within Blackhorn City. Otherwise, would he be dispatched to the surface to converse with the undead? For a race like the cave dwellers, who had long adapted to the underground's absence of light, ascending to the surface was nothing short of an affront and a torment. Alas, when one resides under a roof, one must bow their head. Now captured, it was likely that non-compliance would result in a fate most dire. Yes, please proceed northward, where a gathering of gray dwarves exists, numbering around 10,000. After utilizing his perceptive faculties to identify his surroundings, X pointed towards the north. A dead comrade is preferable to a living ascetic. After all, the gray dwarves are hardly amiable beings. Driven from their kin, they have taken refuge in the subterranean world, gradually evolving into a new species. Although they share the dwarves' adeptness in weapon crafting, their disposition is malevolent, cunning, and exceedingly cruel, reveling in the torment of living beings, particularly their dwarven relatives. It could be said that all creatures of the underground realm, including the cave dwellers, are embodiments of wickedness. Do we truly believe in X's benevolence? His life is merely a pawn in the hands of Qin Mai, which accounts for his submissive demeanor. How else could one rise to heroism and align with a faction in such a harsh environment, if not by virtue of cunning? If he harbored any true compassion, he would have long initiated the liberation of his kin rather than collude with other subterranean species to oppress his own kind. Thus, It becomes evident that the divisions within the underground world are determined more by strength than by race. The Black Hand directed the troops' advance, maintaining a wary stance towards X's words. Once the requisite skeleton soldiers were amassed, he intended to dismantle the creature, leaving it as a specimen for Chiang Mai's experiments. Chiang Mai exhibited considerable interest in the cave dwellers' perceptive organs. Should he unravel their mysteries, it would be immensely beneficial for the spirits, as it represents a form of magical perception. Indeed, one could navigate the darkness without relying on sight, relying solely on perception to sustain daily life, showcasing significant potential. Chapter 78. The Acquisition of Skeleton Warriors. You have destroyed this underground domain. You have obtained Dark Incantation. You summoned 4,017 skeleton warriors from the bones of your fallen enemies to join your territory, with an army of 10,000 gray dwarfs. A 20 boost from intermediate necromancy, coupled with an additional 20 enhancement from superior artifacts, the remains of the slain enemies could summon 4,000 skeleton warriors, a rather commendable ratio. However, the quantity remains insufficient. At least 30,000 skeletons are required, and currently, there are merely a tenth of that. X has sensed the life force of numerous gray dwarves extinguishing, only to be replaced by the aura of the undead, all under the dominion of this bestowed lord. At that moment, he comprehended the trivial matter the bestowed lord had alluded to. They were conjuring the undead. Moreover, they were doing so with a delight in slaughter, which made X's feel that he was still not malevolent enough. It was indeed a misunderstanding on X's part regarding Chiang Mai. It was not that he was unwilling to directly subjugate the undead, but rather that those acquired were not as effective as those he had personally vanquished. X's, where shall we proceed next? The hand was quite pleased with the additional 4,000 skeleton warriors, leading to a more favorable attitude towards X's. However, a positive demeanor did not imply leniency. It merely facilitated X's acceptance of what lay ahead. Continuing northward, there was a nest of harpies, which were not subservient to the Bloodhoof city. If X's hesitated, his unspoken words conveying that venturing forth would indeed offend Bloodhoof city. What of their numbers? The Black Hand's complexion appeared untroubled as he remarked on Bloodhoof city. If they possessed the capability to pursue to the Red Wind Plains, it would be a different matter. Otherwise, with their access to a transdimensional teleportation portal, capturing them would be a futile endeavor, regardless of their formidable strength. There were approximately 30,000 of them. Yet their equipment was far superior to that of the diminutive gray beings they had previously vanquished. X explained cautiously that the gray beings they had dispatched were merely a species lacking support, devoid of even a single hero, and thus were considerably weaker. In contrast, those capable of leading their kin into alliances and residing externally undoubtedly had multiple heroes serving Bloodhoof City, heroes of notable prowess, for how else could they command such privileges? In the subterranean realm, order was inherently fragile, with the survival of the fittest prevailing. Let us set forth, declared the Black Hand, indifferent to such matters. If they could eliminate the harpies, the number of skeleton soldiers would swell to 18,000, nearing one-third of the desired total. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. This time, the apocalypse would have to join the fray, for defeating 30,000 of them would not be an expedient task. From X's revelations, the Black Hand gleaned further intelligence, including the possibility of a hero residing within the Harpy's lair, one whose strength rivaled his own. Chiang Mai remained oblivious to the external circumstances, with no inclination to seek knowledge. In any case, should danger arise, there would be others to facilitate his escape. If even the magical creatures could not bear him away, then he would stand little chance in combat, making flight a futile endeavor. He could only perceive that the group was advancing. However, their destination remained a mystery to him. The subterranean world was shrouded in darkness, and beyond the illuminating reach of the guiding lantern, visibility was nearly non-existent, unless he utilized the Eye of Magic. Clarity was an unattainable luxury. Yet, employing the eye would merely reveal the currents of magic and elemental forces, rather than the ordinary scenery. At present, his attention was drawn to the chat channel, where the true Dragon Sovereign appeared to have identified some issue and was communicating with the fallen monarch and the demon-slaying ascetic regarding a meeting. It seemed plausible that this true Dragon Sovereign was indeed the emperor of the feudal dynasty to which he once belonged. Even if not, there was a significant likelihood that he held the title of prince or duke. The fallen monarch, an erudite individual, displayed a tone that suggested a burgeoning disdain for the deeply entrenched imperial authority following his rise in power, which seemed to irk the lofty true Dragon Sovereign. As for the demon-slaying ascetic, Chiang Mai found him somewhat inscrutable. Analyzing from the name, he might be an outsider, yet his discourse did not reflect this. The prospect of a meeting among the top 3 on the leaderboard felt portentous, as though something significant was about to unfold. Chiang Mai was beset by an ominous premonition. The likelihood of forming an alliance appeared slim. The necessity of utilizing the chat channel for communication indicated a vast geographical separation among the 3 parties. Unless they were willing to establish mutual teleportation portals or similar means, the endeavor seemed futile. After all, a multitude of indigenous magical forces lay between them, rendering trade or reinforcement an exceedingly arduous task. However, placing portals and teleportation stones would essentially grant the opponent a direct passage, which few would desire. More importantly, the dialogue lacked any semblance of an alliance with the demons, instead cloaked in ambiguity, evoking an unsettling sensation. From previous skirmishes, it is evident that the top 10 lords in the leaderboard possess significant power within the magical realm, with the top 3 capable of contending against deities. This underscores their formidable strength, yet the necessity for face-to-face communication indicates the nature of highly classified information. It is possible that they may uncover certain secrets of the magical continent. This notion piqued Chiang Mai's curiosity, however. He was reluctant to engage due to the considerable risks involved. Although he possessed a transdimensional teleportation channel, enabling his participation, his own strength was insufficient, leaving the outcome uncertain should he venture forth. One must harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet it is prudent to remain vigilant against potential threats. Moreover, even if he were to gain knowledge of the matter, its significance would be limited. With his transdimensional teleportation channel at his disposal, he had avenues for both offense and retreat, granting him the freedom to traverse the vast world at will. The Red Wind Plains, with its Red Wind calamity serving as a barrier, presented a double-edged sword, yet it had yet to pose a threat to Chiang Mai. While he had previously hesitated, circumstances had shifted. Now, with the presence of the apocalypse, he had tested its ability to disregard the Red Wind calamity, as both phenomena originated from the same source. In due course, he would have the apocalypse train specialized entities, subsequently stabilizing the coordinates within the depths of danger. Chiang Mai could then utilize the transdimensional teleportation channel to explore, for as an artifact, it transcended the spatial influence of the Red Wind, capable of achieving feats that even bidirectional portals could not, making it swifter than the transdimensional teleportation channel itself. He is protected by a shield provided by the source of magical power, which can sustain him for an hour at the very least. Once he masters the Red Wind calamity and transforms it into a protective layer for his territory, the security will be significantly enhanced, potentially extending to the defense of future floating cities, a truly advantageous twofold outcome. Once progress is made in the research of the Red Wind calamity, or if it becomes unfeasible, he plans to commence his studies on the floating city. At that point, he intends to utilize the transcendent teleportation portal to escape with his territory, leaving pursuers in his wake. Chapter 79. Level 20 Advancement Quest. You have reached level 20, and an advancement quest is now issued to you. Quest requirements. Your hero units must reach 5, 4, 5. Destroy 5 forces with a strength evaluation of Tier 2, 0, 5. Elevate your territory to Tier 3, 2, 3, and achieve a count of 10, 0, 0, 0 elite troops. 1, 110, 0, 0, 0. Quest rewards. Talent Enhancement 1. Profession Slot 1. Reaching level 20 has drastically increased the difficulty of advancement. These Tier 3 lords are formidable adversaries. Chiang Mai gazes at the advancement quest, noting the numbers of heroes, displays of power, territory tier, and elite ratings, pondering the potential challenges of future level 30 advancement quests. Fortunately, the current task is not overly daunting. The primary challenge lies in destroying 5 forces, which must be of Tier 2 evaluation. Previously, the Grey Dwarf Gathering Place could only be deemed a Tier 1 evaluation, while the Harpy Lair barely scratches the surface with a Tier 1 champion rating. The evaluation of a faction transcends merely the heroes and their troops. While they hold significant importance, a faction cannot be solely defined by these elements. My lord, have you received an advancement task? The entity known as the Apocalypse silently approached, its tentacles writhing beneath it. Chiang Mai nodded, acknowledging that during the recent campaign to eradicate the Harpy Nest, Apocalypse had indeed played a crucial role. Without its assistance, victory would not have been so effortlessly attained. Yes, I have received it. The difficulty is not high. It merely requires the destruction of 5 factions rated at level 2, which poses a bit of a challenge. Chiang Mai replied, Factions rated at level 2 are, in truth, not particularly formidable. To illustrate, the Harpy Nest alone possesses the strength of a level 3 faction. However, even so, a curse from the malevolent tongue significantly weakened them, rendering them unable to take flight. Coupled with Apocalypse's gruesome parasitic invasion, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Beneath the skin of each harpy writhed tendrils that incessantly devoured their flesh, inflicting excruciating pain while siphoning their life force, resulting in additional damage. In the absence of regulations, these harpies, unlike the undead, were certainly capable of feeling pain and maintaining morale. 5. Perhaps that is not too daunting a task, Blackhand interjected as he entered, having previously arranged for his subordinates to scour the harpy nest. Within, numerous bones of other races lay scattered, all captured to serve as breeding tools, interspersed with a variety of treasures. This time, there were indeed survivors. A harpy hero stationed at the nest had been captured. Currently, the harpy finds itself entangled with the cave dwellers, a situation marked by a distinct lack of harmony. In comparison to the more perceptive cavemen, this harpy appears decidedly more savage, resulting in it enduring a considerable amount of punishment before it finally acquiesced. The overseer paid little mind to this harpy hero, merely awaiting its arrival at Chiang Mai's laboratory. After all, what purpose would it serve to keep it around for potential recruitment? From the outset, the entire premise was clear. There was no need for subjugation, as the entire troop was comprised of these beastly humanoids. Naturally, the presence of elves would be even more advantageous. If an elven contingent were encountered, both heroes and non-heroes alike could readily be taken captive. Given that a mage's infatuation with elves could only be described as fervent, Chiang Mai, however, harbored no such intentions, for he had yet to behold an elf. And he was not inclined towards any form of racial prejudice, whether elf or caveman. All could find their way to the laboratory. While it was not particularly arduous, it was time-consuming. If he wished to expedite the process, venturing to the land of the undead would prove more fruitful. Although the subterranean world was teeming with life, it lacked a coherent structure. Chiang Mai understood that unless he intended to assault the grand cities within the underworld, locations such as gathering spots, nests, or tribes would hardly warrant evaluation. Conversely, the various undead cities in the land of the dead, despite being inhabited by a horde of specters, had achieved sufficient order, owing to the habits formed during their lifetimes, to merit a second-tier assessment. There was no rush. He would first gather the skeletal soldiers. For his advancement task was of little consequence. His primary goal in leveling up was to fulfill the conditions for territory elevation. Chiang Mai resolutely declined. He may tackle his advanced tasks gradually. Despite his elevated level, he remains merely a vessel of magical prowess devoid of any combat strength. Advancing will indeed enhance his lordly talents once more, yet it holds little significance at present, as he is not within his territory but rather outside of it. Waiting until the end to complete the task is inconsequential. In fact, it would be more advantageous to fulfill it after elevating the territory to level 3, once all other conditions have been met, making the completion even easier. Yes, my lord. By the way, we recently discovered 4 elemental cores in the Harpy's lair, a substantial number totaling 30 after inventory. Additionally, we stumbled upon a mysterious bidirectional teleportation portal leading to an unknown destination. Naturally, Blackhand had no objections to Chiang Mai's decisions and proceeded to report on some of the spoils. The gains from the Harpy's lair far exceeded those from the previous gathering at the Grey Dwarf's Enclave, particularly regarding treasures and resources. Interrogate the Harpy about the origins of these elemental cores and inquire about the teleportation portal as well, Chiang Mai casually remarked. There was no need for him to voice this. Blackhand was already taking action, merely reiterating the command for emphasis. Yes, my lord. In the future, you may directly decide the process for such matters. I am solely interested in the outcome. I am indifferent to how things transpire, as external affairs can be approached with boldness unless they pertain to the personnel of our territory, in which case my opinion need not be solicited. Chiang Mai understood a vital principle. Recognizing one's limitations necessitates the delegation of authority and the employment of capable individuals. To insist on personal involvement despite one's inadequacies would only lead to detrimental consequences. I understand, Master. Additionally, my advanced task requires 1 more hero unit and the establishment of 10,000 elite forces. Please make the necessary arrangements. Chiang Mai is concerned that if the Black Hand is indeed inflexible and only allocates 1 hero unit and 10,000 elite forces, it would lead to an awkward situation. Therefore, I shall add this note to prevent any future inconvenience. Chapter 80. Time-limited event. Dragon's blood in a remote town. A female lord named Moriel consumed the divine dragon's blood from a vial, transforming herself into a colossal dragon and relentlessly pursuing her ambitions. However, all dragons vehemently opposed the emergence of such an aberration, even those who had succumbed to the fate of being undead bone dragons. This event will reward participants with points for slaying dragonkind, continuing until Moriel meets her demise, retreats, or the dragons concede. Upon the commencement of the event, defeating dragons may yield dragon blood, dragon bones, and other unique materials. Incorporating these materials into under-construction edifices will grant properties or effects associated with dragons. Participants will receive a treasure chest upon every successful dragon kill, with the quality of the chest determined by the strength of the dragon. A leaderboard will be established for this time-limited event, ranking players based on the total points acquired. Rewards include: first place, high-grade treasure, dragon's blood vial; second place, high-grade treasure, dragon's heart; third place, high-grade treasure, dragon's head; 410th place. Select one high-grade treasure: dragon tooth crown, dragon eye ring, dragon bone greaves, dragon eye ring, crimson dragon sword, dragon shield, dragon armor, dragon wing cloak, or dragon tooth necklace. Chiang Mai suddenly recognized the event's rather sinister nature, particularly regarding the first-place prize of the dragon's blood vial, which had caused significant issues for its previous owner. While he did not have a strong recollection of what the dragon's heart entailed, he was well aware of the treasures ranked 4th through 10th, as collecting 9 of them would allow one to forge the divine power of the Dragon King, with a guaranteed outcome of artifact-level quality. One might consider joining the fray, yet it is prudent not to harbor excessive expectations. Chiang Mai understands that this time, achieving a ranking is a distant hope. The previous success was merely serendipitous, while this occasion demands genuine prowess. Moreover, given its association with dragons, it is likely that the illustrious dragon sovereign, ranked first, will monopolize the spoils. The territory in question is the sacred dragon's nest, undoubtedly the epicenter of dragonkind. Furthermore, the dragon blood vial possesses the remarkable ability to transform one's race. Consuming it could grant one the status of a dragon, and it may even be reusable. The strength of the dragons remains a topic of debate. Yet acquiring dragon corpses is not out of the question. The prior regulation that dictated the disappearance of corpses post-mortem has been lifted, allowing for negotiations with other lords regarding procurement. While he may abstain from participation, he could allocate some resources for purchases. It is anticipated that apart from territories of the undead, few would seek to acquire corpses. Dragon Sovereign, in this limited time event, I beseech you all not to contend for the top spot, granting me a favor. Should any fortunate soul ascend the ranks, those willing to part with the dragon heart, dragon crown, and other dragon treasures may contact me. I promise generous rewards. Lord of the Undead, I require dragon corpses. Should the price be fair, I am willing to list them in the trading post. These 2 messages piqued Chiang Mai's interest, which is quite reasonable, as one pertains to dragons, while the other seeks corpses to summon the undead. At the very least, they are of bone dragon caliber, if profit is to be discussed. These 2 are likely to reap the greatest rewards. Seeking to acquire dragon corpses, unique varieties preferred, with modest quantity needs, primarily for collection. Please list directly in the trading post. Thank you. Chiang Mai also posted a message regarding the acquisition, specifically seeking corpses. The surviving lords are indeed formidable individuals, tempered by the trials of survival. Even Chiang Mai has risen through his own efforts, leaving no doubt about his capabilities. However, the availability of dragon corpses for procurement remains uncertain. For the lords, any additional profit is welcomed, and no one would disdain an abundance of resources. After all, for lords who do not align with undead forces, the utility of dragon corpses is limited, often relegated to mere sustenance. Of course, there may be other purposes, but there are certainly those willing to engage in the trade. Master, shall we participate in the new event? Defeating the dragon race could yield dragon blood, bones, and other rare materials. Black Hand inquired respectfully. Chiang Mai shook his head. We will partake if the opportunity arises. If not, then it is of no consequence. This event is time-limited, and who can say how long that lord, transformed from human to dragon, will endure? Chiang Mai was quite aware of which activities he could engage in and which he could not. Although his territory strength has indeed expanded significantly, it does not imply that he can act recklessly. Moreover, Chiang Mai is not one to recklessly throw himself into danger. If the circumstances are favorable, he may act. but he would prefer to take advantage of the chaos rather than confront a dragon head-on. In other words, he favors the weak over the strong. However, we cannot simply let this go. We have acquired a pair of two-way portals. After all, you can use them to level up, using this as a means of communication. If you encounter any opportunities, seize them, Chinmai suggested. Should they wish to return later, they could utilize the time-space teleportation channel for further passage. He may choose not to level up himself, yet it is imperative for the extraordinary heroes under his command to undergo training. Otherwise, how can they safeguard Chinmai? The scholar profession inherently does not enhance any combat prowess, and further training would yield no significant improvement. It would be wiser to wait until he has advanced his research on the extraordinary beings before embarking on leveling up. At that point, a cadre of high-level extraordinary heroes and formidable extraordinary troops will aid him in his ascension, rendering the experience far more pleasant than in recent days. There is even the potential to gain a 10-level increase in a single battle. After all, once the heroes attain higher levels, they shall no longer engage with the weaker indigenous inhabitants. The stronger they become, the more experience they will accumulate. Moreover, my advancement tasks rely heavily on your full support. By then, another hero will require your guidance. Chinmai observed the destruction of 5 second-tier strongholds before he spoke. For him, leveling up is not the crux of becoming stronger. It is the pursuit of knowledge and research that truly matters. After all, he cannot be deemed a conventional lord. Rather, he has achieved his current strength through unconventional means. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chinmai acknowledged the considerable challenge of transitioning from second to third tier. Even with the support of the magical source, such an undertaking is fundamentally a technical transformation, not merely a matter of abundance. Unit name, Spirit Creature. Unit rank, Level 3. Health points, 200-200. Magic points, 100-100. Attack power, 40. Defense power, 40. Skills, Fortunate Garden. Luck Level 1. Magical Constitution. Attack power 10. Defense power 10. Magical Intelligence. Magic points 100. Elemental Shield. Magic points may be expended to form an elemental shield. With 1 point of magic mitigating 2 points of damage. Magical Sanctuary. Reduces damage taken by 7. Blood Fury. For every 3 points of health lost. Attack power increases by 3. Desolation Aura. Enemies within a 20-meter radius suffer a reduction of 2 in both attack and defense power per minute. Stacking up to 5 layers. Flesh and Blood Gospel. Health points cap at 100. Regeneration of 10. When using tentacles for parasitic consumption. Gains 10 of damage dealt as health recovery. Arcane Network. Capable of casting level 1 magic through the magical net. Loyal Taming. Morale never falters. Spells, Fortune Spell. Description, TSK. A new creature with tentacles. Truly shameless. You are becoming increasingly terse with the descriptions. Short is fine, but do not rush. Chinmai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It is entirely commonplace for the third-tier magical creatures to possess an additional pair of tentacles. These tentacles, gracefully cascading from the creature's posterior shoulders, draw inspiration from the tentacles associated with the apocalyptic gospel magic. They can be manipulated by the creature itself, exhibiting formidable piercing and armor-breaking capabilities akin to the sanguine tendrils summoned by the apocalypse. Moreover, these appendages possess the ability to siphon the flesh and blood of adversaries, thereby nourishing the creature. However, the crux of the matter lies in the remarkable agility of these tentacles, enabling them to function as auxiliary limbs. It is worth noting that the creatures may require a period of adaptation, particularly those that have evolved from second-tier magical beings to third-tier magical spirits through the manufacturing process. In terms of attributes, they still pale in comparison to the malevolent knight of the undead. Nonetheless, my primary focus is on the diversity of skills. Furthermore, the malevolent knight is equipped with a unique artifact. Chinmai finds himself pressed for time, as both the bloodthirsty creatures and the cursed creatures under his command necessitate corresponding exclusive artifacts. Typically, the creation of such artifacts demands the collaboration of blacksmiths, tailors, and various other sectors of the supply chain, necessitating extensive research. This is particularly true for his self-created troops. It is evident that the market does not offer the requisite exclusive artifacts, and it is highly likely that Chinmai must personally intervene in their creation. Once he has completed the transformation of his troops, his next endeavor will naturally be to elevate his territory. Your territory has been upgraded to level 3, territory, Mage Tower, grade 3, requirements for advancement, 1, 000, 000 gold, 100,000 units of minerals, 100,000 units of timber, 10,000 units of gems, 10,000 units of crystals, 10,000 units of sulfur, 10,000 units of mercury. Buildings, magical walls. Alchemy Tower, heroes, must possess 10 heroes, requirement. Lord must reach level 30. The matter of resources is negotiable. Yet the acquisition of the magical walls and alchemy tower poses a dilemma for Qin Mai. As the sole lord of the Mage Tower territory, he finds himself in a predicament. Previous lords couldn't endure and lost their positions. He perused the point shop, but found no blueprints for the requisite buildings, which further compounded his frustration. Qin Mai vaguely recalls that in the game Heroes of Might and Magic, there existed a wisdom wall, but no magical wall. However, based on the nomenclature, it seems to pertain to external defensive structures. Alas, it appears he must endure a prolonged period of stagnation. He speculates that the differing territories might entail varying conditions for advancement. Upon reaching level 3, the territory's expanse has become rather astonishing. The increase from level 1 to level 2 merely doubled the area, yet this expansion seems to have multiplied by 100-fold. It has not only encompassed all previously outlying structures, but even extended into realms beyond his normal field of vision. Alas, this situation necessitates an urgent resolution to the Red Wind Calamity. Otherwise, should he ascend to level 4, the calamity may very well envelop his territory. Indeed, the distance from the Red Wind catastrophe is considerable. However, according to this unscientific expansion, even if the 4th tier proves insufficient, the 5th tier will inevitably be encompassed. He is unwilling to gamble on whether this calamity will affect his territory. It seems that the study of magic must be postponed for the time being. When the moment arrives, he shall ask Apocalypse to guide him into the very heart of the Red Wind catastrophe for investigation. Although it poses certain dangers, with a source of magical energy coupled with Apocalypse's capacity to share damage and the existence of a temporal teleportation passage for a swift retreat, there is a measure of security. Yet, not at this moment. Neither Apocalypse nor the Blood of Magic are available, as they are engaged in training elite entities for Qin Mai at the training grounds, where he requires a deployment of 10,000. Fortunately, after a significant sweep of the underground world, he has acquired 50,000 skeleton soldiers, thereby liberating all the elite entities. Qin Mai regards these elite entities as technical positions. After all, they were previously cultivated as assistants to mages, and to make them laborers would be a gross misallocation of their abilities. While the mindless skeleton soldiers are perfectly suited for such tasks, the soul summoning technique is indeed a masterful means of recruiting labor. After upgrading his territory, Qin Mai naturally proceeded to restore the magical pool. Following the successful restoration, he could distinctly feel the surrounding environment's magical energy beginning to surge. Magic Pool Level 1. Expansion. 2 units each of Earth Element Core, Water Element Core, Fire Element Core, and Wind Element Core, 100 units of, or 10 units of gemstones, 10 units of crystals, 10 units of sulfur, 10 units of mercury. Heroes within the territory gain 1,000 experience points daily. Heroes within the territory recover 10 magic points daily. All efficiency within the territory is increased by 10. All output within the territory is increased by 10. Can serve as an energy source for magical buildings, producing 1,000 magic points daily. Remaining, it appears that this magic pool is indeed one of the most prestigious structures among rare edifices, which explains its status as the core of the Mage Tower. For Qin Mai, this is merely a manifestation within the realm of Lord's Epic. The true potential of the magic pool lies in its ability to autonomously convert elements, saturating the environment with an abundance of magical energy. While this may spell disaster for other beings, this world is inherently magical, and all creatures can be classified as magical beings. One could aptly describe the situation as being akin to a fish in water, and Qin Mai has naturally adapted exceptionally well. Subsequently, he decisively ascended 2 levels. It was not due to a lack of desire for further advancement, but rather a scarcity of elemental cores. Resources are not the issue. The true challenge lies in the elemental cores, which increase in requirement in a sequential manner. Level 4 demands for units of each elemental core. He simply does not possess enough. The level 3 magic pool now yields 3,000 experience points daily, enhances magic recovery to 30 points per day, and increases both efficiency and output to 30. While the stored magic has reached an astonishing 100,000 points. It is evident that the primary function of the mana pool lies in its role as the core of energy, while the remaining 4 functions are merely supplementary. After enjoying a rare moment of tranquility for 2 days, Chiang Mai took a deep breath and emerged from his meditation. The abundant magical energy radiating from the mana pool rendered his meditative experience exceptionally comfortable, requiring little effort to convert elements. He could simply condense them directly. It appears that he had swiftly procured a dragon corpse from the trading market, accumulating a considerable number of them in his warehouse, ranging from black dragons to fairy dragons, and from green dragons to purple dragons. Indeed, a remarkable variety. Notably, these dragons were all of the 5th tier, leading Chiang Mai to speculate that a significant portion of them were listed by the demon exorcist in the trading market, with the remainder belonging to other lords. This so-called limited time event is truly inaccessible without sufficient strength. Only those ranked in the top 10 stand a chance, while others are left without hope. As the baseline is composed entirely of 5th tier dragons, who could possibly compete? Chiang Mai's 3rd tier magical creature could barely contend with a 4th tier unit, while those proficient in hunting 5th tier beings do so with relative ease. The Dragon Emperor commands dragon-type units, which lack the loyalty-locking capabilities of skeletons or magical creatures. To appease his subordinates, the Dragon Emperor would not sell dragon corpses. Conversely, the territory of the Lord of the Undead is composed of undead beings. Would it not be more advantageous to retain them for personal use rather than exchange them for resources? Thus, only the demon exorcist, ranked 3rd, possesses the capacity to list a substantial number of dragon corpses, albeit at a steep price. Chiang Mai could only afford to purchase 3 to 5 of each type of dragon corpse, primarily focusing on variety rather than quantity. After all, for Chiang Mai, the subject was merely sufficient for experimentation. He stretched his limbs, preparing to resume the research left unfinished the previous day. The cave dweller, Ikuz, truly found himself in a most unfortunate predicament, having caught the attention of Chiang Mai due to his sensory system. From prior dissections, it was evident that the creature was not devoid of vision. Rather, he possessed a magical sensory organ akin to infrared detection, rendering him immune to various adverse conditions such as blindness and dazzling light. Chiang Mai aspired to transplant this immunity and sensory system into the magical beings known as Jingguai. These creatures, inherently beast-like humanoids, were products of magical biology and exhibited remarkable compatibility with magical energy. Thus, should Chiang Mai choose to act, successful transplantation was within reach. However, the cave dweller offered more than just this singular value. There lay deeper potential as well. Although the cave dweller's plight was unfortunate, he was not without a patron deity, the god of the cave dwellers, who, despite his lackluster support, had failed to shield the majority of his kin. Presently, the earth-related attributes of the cave dweller showed immense promise, exhibiting a notable resistance to negative effects and damage from earth magic, alongside a slight affinity for it, albeit modest. This was something Chiang Mai had meticulously uncovered through multiple dissections. "You madman, lunatic," Ikuz incessantly cursed, only to be struck on the nape by a tentacle of the frenzied blood Jingguai. Yet, Ikuz paid no heed to the excruciating pain behind him, appearing somewhat on the verge of mental collapse. Perhaps the relentless dissections by Chiang Mai over the past few days had worn him down significantly. At this moment, Ikuz began to comprehend why the deities had once united to launch an assault on the Silver Star Alliance. It was due to the fact that these mages were utterly deranged. He had encountered sane mages before, yet here he was, bound and subjected to 2 days of relentless torment, alongside the occasional skinning. Even more absurdly, they had presented their own brains and skulls to inquire about his feelings. Was this the behavior of a rational being? Consequently, Ikuz found himself worrying whether this seemingly feeble Lord of Grace might transform him into a beastly creature. Although mages tended to favor elves in their experiments with beastly forms, it did not imply they would shy away from utilizing other species. The peculiarities among mages varied significantly. "Calm down. Your agitation is detrimental to my ability to examine your sensory organs," advised Chiang Mai, with notable kindness. He had contemplated employing anesthesia, but he lacked sufficient materials. Under normal circumstances, anesthetic substances would only be produced after the first and second era reforms within his territory, augmented by the industrialization of magic, as otherwise, manually crafted anesthetics would prove ineffective on magical beings. Chiang Mai had also considered the possibility of using magic for anesthesia. However, that was not feasible. This was about prying open a skull, not merely giving a haircut. as the intense pain would abruptly awaken the subject from any induced slumber. Fortunately, magic offered its own conveniences. At the very least, the recovery process was swift, involving several healing spells that ensured no scars would remain. Although Chinmai spoke calmly, his actions were anything but. With deft precision, he secured X onto the operating table, fastening handcuffs and leg irons, binding him tightly with coarse rope, and even pressing down on him to prevent any erratic movements. The implication was clear: preparations were complete. Whether X was ready was of no concern. What truly mattered was that Chinmai was prepared. "Just bear with it for now," Chinmai remarked. "Once conditions permit, I shall ensure you receive anesthesia for the dissection." With that, he produced a wad of cloth and stuffed it into X's mouth, thoughtfully binding it with strips of fabric. X's agitation was palpable, nearly leading him to curse Chinmai's ancestors in a fit of rage. Yet, Chinmai was unperturbed by the verbal onslaught. After all, it was merely lip service. What concerned him was that X's fervor had previously resulted in an unfortunate incident where a tremor in Chinmai's hand had severed a neural connection, nearly leaving X partially paralyzed. Fortunately, timely intervention had averted disaster, or subsequent experiments would have been jeopardized. Since that incident, Chinmai had arranged for a formidable assistant to restrain X, preventing any movements that could disrupt his surgical precision. Alas, with inadequate conditions, you must endure for now. I promise to provide you with an impeccable environment for dissection in the future. By the way, did you feel a sudden darkness? I just severed your near-infrared magical sensory organ, he continued, conversing with X while cautiously probing his nerves. Indeed, X experienced a moment of blackness, both physiologically and psychologically. Were it not for the gag, he would undoubtedly have expressed a few choice words reminiscent of a caveman's crude vernacular. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your mouth is sealed. Yet, judging by your movements, it appears you have lost consciousness momentarily, and the situation is progressing smoothly." Chinmai noticed that Ix was trembling, and based on their interactions, he could glean the answer from the other's body language. The intensity of Ix's shuddering indicated that indeed, he had momentarily blacked out. "Do not worry too much. Once I complete this task, I shall grant you a few days of respite. As a scholar, I value principles such as propriety, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, and trustworthiness. I will not continuously exploit you, for such actions would lead to dire consequences." Chapter 83, Advancement Complete. New career field. One of your subordinates has evolved into a champion-level creature. After glancing at the notification from Lord S. Era, Chinmai chose to disregard it, knowing that arrangements would be made behind the scenes. Soon, he received another notification. Your champion-level creature has successfully promoted to a hero unit using the Farmer Job Transfer Certificate, acquiring the rare profession, Magic Plant Druid, and has officially been renamed Agricultural Spirit. Ah, this. A farmer transformed into a druid. Doesn't that seem like quite a leap? Chinmai was genuinely taken aback this time. However, it appeared that this druid specialized in magical plants, which, in a sense, related to agriculture. As for the attributes, Chinmai took a glance and noted that although it was a druid, its focus was entirely on agricultural enhancement, lacking any combat-related talents or skills. All abilities were aimed at increasing agricultural yields, improving efficiency, and even researching new agricultural products, in conjunction with the fertile elements of the earth. Agriculture can transform ordinary crops into magical harvests. However, cultivation requires both time and investment. It would be wise to take a moment to impart some skills to others. Chinmai possesses theoretical knowledge, yet true practice must rely on the efforts of the farmers themselves. Presently, his advancement task is reduced to merely assembling 1,000 elite troops, as he has accomplished most of the other objectives, though this endeavor still demands time. After all, 1,000 is not a trivial number. Training necessitates time, unlike recruitment, which can be executed with a mere click of the finger. He harbors a deep curiosity regarding the recruitment system in Lord's Epic, as it appears akin to conjuring something from nothing. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Chinmai has indeed spent his gold coins on this endeavor, which he earned through his own labor, thus creating a fair exchange. Lost in thought, he received a notification that he had completed his advancement task. 3 days had nearly passed, marking merely the beginning, as he would require approximately 2,000 elite troops. You have completed the advancement task. Your lordly aptitude has undergone a transformation, and you have gained an additional career slot. Learning ability. Gain an extra 200 experience when acquiring knowledge. Academic research. 10 knowledge per level. Ah, this. I believe I shall no longer need to venture forth to level up. Simply remaining at home and consuming the magic pool's 3,000 experience shall suffice. This day alone yields 9,450 experience points. Though battling monsters may yield greater efficiency, the safety of staying indoors is undeniably appealing. More importantly, I can continue to seek further enhancements. How splendid it is that the magic pool and I are a perfect match. Academic research has indeed doubled, escalating from a mere 5 points to 10. This surge has propelled his innate knowledge attribute to an impressive 200 points. And coupled with the evangelist's 100% boost, it has soared to 400 points, an exhilarating prospect. At this juncture, what I lack most is not power, but rather skill, which is decidedly inadequate. Qin Mai's grasp of magic is commendable, yet his application of it leaves much to be desired, likely falling short of even a novice spellcaster. Nevertheless, he is unperturbed. The intelligent magic network has equipped him with the means to safeguard his existence, while the more perilous tasks of conflict can be delegated to his subordinates. First, he must address the calamity of the Red Wind, resolving one issue at a time. Although he has assumed a more hands-off managerial role, relying on unseen forces to handle the affairs of his territory, he finds that his own responsibilities have not diminished. In fact, they have proliferated alongside his burgeoning strength. Subsequently, he informs Tianqi of their impending departure. Tianqi serves as both the principal force and his chosen bodyguard, a recognition of his own combat limitations. Despite the relative safety of the Red Wind Plains, it is prudent to have protection in tow. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation akin to Kennedy in an open-top car. My lord, do you intend to venture into the very heart of the Red Wind calamity? Is that not exceedingly perilous? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for another opportunity? Tianqi arrives in a flurry of concern. With you by my side, what do I have to fear? Qin Mai replies with a light chuckle. While he may doubt his own prowess, he possesses unwavering faith in Tianqi's strength and the capabilities of his loyal evangelist creatures. Unit name, Gospel Sprite. Unit tier, Tier 3. Health points, 500-400. Mana points, 200-200. Attack power, 50. Defense power, 50. Skills, Fortunate Garden. Luck 1. Arcane Form. Attack power 20. Defense power 20. Damage reduction 10. Magical Wisdom. Mana points 200. Elemental Shield. Consumes mana to form an elemental shield. With 1 point of mana mitigating 2 points of damage, Arcane Sanctuary reduces damage taken by 7, Blood Boil, for every 3 points of health lost. Attack power increases by 3, Grey Desolation. Within a 20-meter radius, all enemies experience a decrease of -2 in attack and defense power per minute. Stacking up to 5 layers, Fleshly Blessing. Health point cap at 300, regeneration of 50, Devout Apostle, links to a target, absorbing 10 of the damage inflicted on them. Proclamation of the Gospel. When using tentacle attacks, an additional 50 damage is dealt, and 10 of that damage is restored as health. If the tentacle is parasitic upon the enemy's demise, 50 of the damage dealt is restored as health. Intelligent Magic Network can release level 1 spells through the Magic Network. Loyal Taming. Morale never falters. Magic. Fortune spell with formidable attributes and skills. Coupled with the link effect, although there are currently only 100 Gospel Sprites, the presence of the Apocalypse ensures that as long as these Gospel Sprites remain unvanquished, they shall not perish even if the magical shields produced by the source of magic within Qin Mai are exhausted alongside their own Magic Network shields. If only an additional shield technique could be added, it would be perfect. Of course, there exists an elemental shield, but it is solely for personal use and cannot be bestowed upon Qin Mai. The extraordinary beings under Qin Mai's command do not adhere to attribute-based enhancements. Rather, they are skill-oriented, culminating in a formidable and distinct cadre of elite entities through the accumulation of various skills. It is not that Qin Mai is unwilling to enhance attributes. Rather, the inherent limitations of the extraordinary beings make it less valuable to focus on attributes compared to skill enhancement. Moreover, with the presence of this magical energy constitution, neglecting skill development would indeed be a squandered opportunity. Each gospel extraordinary being, akin to the Apocalypse, dons a flowing black robe with writhing tentacles beneath. However, the number of tentacles is limited to merely 12, which is indeed modest. Unlike the Apocalypse, which is densely covered in tentacles, the gospel beings stand out with a significantly greater count compared to typical extraordinary beings, which usually possess only 2. Furthermore, the tentacles of gospel extraordinary beings are considerably more robust and powerful than those of their counterparts. As specialization is key, a thicker build is quite natural for their kind. One cannot help but ponder how formidable they truly are in battle, especially considering Chiang Mai's encounters with the bloodthirsty and cursed extraordinary beings. As exceptional entities trained in epic professions, they are likely to be even more formidable. Chapter 84. The core of the Red Wind Catastrophe. Crimson energy flows through the air, resembling a tangible manifestation of wind. This is the Red Wind Catastrophe, a scarlet entity forged from the amalgamation of divine power, magical energy, and the might of the ancient gods. Currently, it exhibits formidable corrosive capabilities. As the red wind sweeps through, those with insufficient strength are eroded into crimson crystals. As for the original land, it has long since transformed into a crimson crystal. It remains uncertain whether it can be harnessed as a source of energy. At this moment, Chiang Mai is enveloped by two robust layers of magical shields, designed to withstand the calamity of the red wind. The first layer is his own, while the second is derived from a source of magical power. The consumption is considerable, however, he estimates it can endure for approximately 3 hours. Given the substantial reserves of magic he currently possesses, he relies on the magical shield to isolate himself from the red wind disaster. Yet the celestial beings, the heralds and the gospel spirits, remain completely unscathed, perceiving it merely as an ordinary breeze. Each gospel spirit has established a life link with Chiang Mai, enabling them to collectively bear the brunt of the damage. With this assurance, even if his magical shield were to falter, he would still be able to survive amidst the red wind catastrophe. Based on the prior descriptions from the Blood Magi regarding their acquisition of divine realms, Chiang Mai and the heralds swiftly arrive at the core's depths. Here, a vast basin has formed, sprawling with an abundance of crimson crystals. In contrast to the fragile crystals found at the periphery, the red crystals at the center are remarkably resilient. They seem to have evolved into a new form of energy, imbued with magical, divine, and the ancient powers of the primordial gods. Kneeling down to observe intently, Chiang Mai, through the eye of magic, discerns that this entire basin is essentially a colossal energy reservoir. The entirety of the red wind disaster emanates from this very location. Were it not for his source of magical energy, it is indeed questionable whether he could have reached this point. Chiang Mai notices his magical power gradually dissipating, consumed by an entirely new energy. As Chiang Mai ventured deeper, he soon discovered a flickering flame, its hue akin to a deep crimson, rather feeble in appearance. Supported by the surrounding red crystals, it would have been easily overlooked had it not been for his magical eye. The crimson flame exuded an alluring beauty. Yet within Chiang Mai's perception, it resembled a tempest, continuously emanating an ominous crimson power. Curiously, this was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Why had the ancient sorcerers not taken it? Furthermore, the divine bud and divine essence remained here, surely not without reason. He did not believe he was merely stumbling upon a hidden treasure. He had arrived here through the source of magical energy and could not fathom that the deities and the sorcerers of the Silver Star Alliance had not returned for further investigation. Thus, either they had not discovered it over the years, or there was a barrier preventing even the gods and sorcerers from delving deeper. Whichever the case, it indicated that this entity was not to be trifled with, much like the divine bud. As he approached the flame, his magical energy surged dramatically, suggesting that this novel energy was decidedly unfriendly towards magic. Not only magic, but likely elemental forces and divine power as well. Apocalypse, what is your perspective? Chiang Mai inquired, having gathered considerable data. After a moment of silence, Apocalypse replied, Master, this flame is exceedingly perilous, or rather, it may not even be flame in the traditional sense, but rather a convergence of energy. While its fiery appearance remains a mystery, it is highly probable that even the original divine bud could not disturb it. If possible, it would be wise to keep your distance, for I sense that this flame is growing in strength. Regarding the words of the Apocalypse, Chiang Mai also concurred. This phenomenon is indeed perilous. He was aware of its burgeoning nature, and the red wind plane was originally not referred to by that name. The outermost layer is composed of a red wind, followed by a central red crystal, leading to the core where a scarlet crystal resides. These elements undeniably attest to the expansion of the scarlet flames. It is evident that this is the very heart of the red wind calamity. The seed of the divine should possess knowledge of this, yet the blood of demons did not encounter it during their last visit, clearly having been deceived by the seed of the divine. At this moment, Chiang Mai found himself in a quandary. His objective was not to eradicate the red wind disaster, but rather to harness its power, transforming it into his own shield. Furthermore, he understood that a complete remedy was currently unattainable. although the scarlet flames appeared weak. Should he dare to provoke them, they could manifest as a statue of scarlet crystal. Regrettably, reconnaissance techniques were ineffectual against this entity, only capable of surveying foes. Unless it were to become his possession or be stored in his inventory, which would still not alter its peril, it is likely that even the seed of the divine could not approach it. This flame is undoubtedly the true remnant of ancient gods, divine beings, and grand sorcerers. The seed of the divine is at most mere scraps. Otherwise, why would the seed of the divine feel the need to deceive Chiang Mai? Moreover, Chiang Mai speculated that the seed of the divine lingered here for the sake of this scarlet flame. Otherwise, who would choose to remain in such a remote and desolate place? With the abilities of the seed of the divine, mingling among the half-sheep people to garner faith would be far more advantageous than associating with Chiang Mai. It is inescapable. One should comprehend that whether through the expansion of this scarlet flame or our territorial growth, conflicts are inevitable. Therefore, we must seize the initiative, otherwise, when the calamitous red wind strikes annually, it will be too late. Chiang Mai shook his head and remarked that if such a disaster were to erupt during the novice phase, he would not be overly concerned. This crimson flame, though formidable, cannot surpass the era of the lords. However, the situation is different now. He has not only surpassed the novice phase, but has also moved beyond the adaptation period. Consequently, should the red wind catastrophe occur, it would undoubtedly spell disaster, a colossal loss. Currently, the circumstances have escalated beyond Chiang Mai's capabilities. If he could harness this new energy and further exploit the red wind disaster, at least issues regarding defense would not pose significant challenges. The difficulty is indeed present, yet he has encountered sufficient obstacles already. He can afford a few more. I hope academic research can provide some assistance. After all, it is a talent that has been refined twice. In terms of research, mere learning ability proves insufficient. Rather, the talent for academic study is more fitting. The item inventory reveals that this crimson crystal is, unexpectedly, an elemental core. However, the nature of the crimson element aligns with the elemental cores he utilizes to enhance the magic pool's level. Both are aggregations of elements, albeit this one possesses a higher concentration. Presumably, the red crystal found in the center is the standard elemental core. Notably, the various classes such as mages and elementalists do not mention the crimson element in their vocational inheritance, confirming that it is indeed a newly emerged element. Chiang Mai had exchanged a substantial number of job transfer certificates and had naturally studied each one meticulously. With his current knowledge attributes, retaining information at a glance was a trivial matter. He was well versed in an array of peculiar elements, such as the elements of death, life, and even the composite natural elements, all of which were grounded in reality. Most of these elements were natural, and even the composite natural elements were formed through a specific intertwining of earth, water, fire, and wind in various proportions. Typically, such composite elements manifested only in specific regions. From the current observations, the scarlet element appeared to be a composite element. However, it was not of a natural origin but rather derived from a blend of magical power, divine energy, and the unknown forces of ancient gods. Unlike natural elements, which were generally benign, the scarlet element exuded a suffocating peril. Although elements permeated the world, they posed no threat to individuals unless approached in a specific manner. Even the death element was harmless under normal circumstances. Yet, the scarlet element radiated a palpable danger. And even after forming an elemental core, it emitted a strong radiation. Exposure to this radiation would gradually lead to crystallization of the body, a condition Chiang Mai referred to as the scarlet disease. He refrained from explaining how he acquired this knowledge, having endured a significant injury to his own hand, which still throbbed painfully. Given that it was an element, he pondered the audacious notion of whether it could be transformed into magical power. Chiang Mai gazed at the scarlet elemental core, meticulously isolated from the surroundings, contemplating this bold idea. However, while he felt emboldened in thought, he lacked the courage to act. The scarlet element and magical power were fundamentally incompatible. He vividly recalled the scene where magical power had been obliterated. To truly harness the transformative power of meditation, one is more likely to encounter mishaps rather than successfully mastering its inherent magic. Chiang Mai has long accepted the reality that he is not the protagonist. Thus, he refrains from taking action unless he possesses sufficient confidence. After all, this endeavor stems from the divine spark of self-destruction and is theoretically connected to that scarlet flame. Regrettably, repeated examinations reveal no significant correlation. The Book of Gospels appears to align more closely with the corporeal realm, while the scarlet flame pertains to the realm of energy, representing entirely divergent developmental paths. Consequently, there is a lack of documented knowledge on the matter. As a result, Qin Mai must gradually explore this on his own. However, he has made some progress, aided by his enhanced academic research capabilities acquired through 2 rounds of sublimation, ensuring that he has not yet encountered any technical bottlenecks. Master, the elite unit has completed its training, reported Black Hand from outside the laboratory. Regarding the acquisition of dragon corpses at the trading hall, Qin Mai had also tasked Black Hand with that responsibility. I understand. Are you preparing to venture out for leveling up? Have all arrangements been made? Qin Mai inquired without leaving the laboratory. Everything is in order, Master, but it seems your research may be somewhat inconvenient, Black Hand hesitantly responded. Qin Mai reassured him that it was not a significant issue. The presence of scarlet elements within the laboratory rendered it unsuitable for the existence of spirits, necessitating this particular procedure. Otherwise, Qin Mai could simply observe the progress himself. After sealing the scarlet elements and the scarlet element core, Qin Mai meticulously tidied the laboratory, ensuring no trace of the scarlet elements remained before departing. After all, the transdimensional teleportation portal rested in his hands, a responsibility too great to entrust to others. Is the assembly complete? He inquired, casually shutting the laboratory door and sealing it with magic to prevent any oversight. Although he only intended to be gone for a few minutes, caution was paramount. The assembly is ready, awaiting your command, Master, replied the Black Hand with a tone of reverence. What command? Since you are prepared, let us proceed swiftly. My experiment can wait. But the calamity of the Red Wind does not, and who knows when it may erupt. Qin Mai had no inclination for formalities. There was no need for such trivial rituals with the spirits. Soon, a multitude of spirits formed an orderly line. The number was modest, totaling 10,000 spirits, comprising 9,000 frenzied blood spirits and 1,000 maledict spirits. The remaining spirits, such as the gospel spirits and others, remained behind, particularly the gospel spirits, who served as the strongest military assurance of their territory and would not depart. As for the Black Hand steward spirits and the agricultural spirits of Nongshang, they were ill-suited for battle. The former managed internal and external affairs, while the latter focused on agricultural arrangements. Thus they too would not accompany the expedition. Consequently, only the frenzied blood spirits and maledict spirits were available to march forth. After a brief glance, Qin Mai confirmed the coordinates and promptly activated the time-space transmission portal, sending away all the heroic spirits along with 10,000 elite beings. Having accomplished this, he hurriedly made his way to the laboratory, relieved of the subsequent tasks as the steward spirits were present. The more he delved into the crimson element, the more he felt a sense of foreboding regarding the impending calamity it posed. If not resolved swiftly, the repercussions would be unfathomable. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mai remarked on the completion of his task. At that moment, he found himself not within his territory, but in a secluded corner of the underground world, which he had transformed into a temporary laboratory. It was not that he preferred to conduct experiments away from his domain. Rather, 7 days prior, a mishap occurred during his experimentation with a high-concentration core of the crimson element that nearly resulted in the entire Mage Tower being contaminated. This incident taught him a crucial lesson. Such perilous endeavors were best kept at a distance from his territory, accompanied by a dozen spirit beings, 3 of whom were stationed at the bidirectional portal to relay messages regarding the blood magic. The remainder was tasked with ensuring Qin Mai's safety and attending to his daily needs. The advantage of a smaller contingent was clear. Qin Mai could swiftly utilize the time-space transmission portal to escape with both himself and the experimental data. An excessive number of companions would inevitably introduce delays. Over the course of 7 days, Qin Mai's efforts bore fruit, yielding significant advancements in his research on the crimson element, even successfully deriving a formula for the conversion of magical energy. It is a specialized meditation technique derived from elemental meditation, which Qin Mai has aptly named the Crimson Meditation Beta version. This method remains in the experimental stage, based on both theoretical data and practical trials. Employing the Crimson Meditation for contemplation of the crimson element transforms it into crimson magical energy, an innovative form of energy that surpasses traditional magical power in both quality and applicability. However, Qin Mai harbors a degree of trepidation regarding its use, as it is still merely theoretical and untested in actual practice. There exists a 10 likelihood of estimation errors. Moreover, Qin Mai's objective is not the core of the crimson element, but rather the very source of crimson itself, the crimson flame. He may be cautious, but he is not foolish. If he is to pursue something, he aims for the best. While risks are inherent, they do not pose a threat to him, and thus he naturally opts for the superior choice. His research into the core of the crimson element primarily seeks a method to obtain the crimson flame. This breakthrough would simplify the reforms within his territory significantly. With energy concerns resolved, many challenges would become trivial. Consequently, not only would the energy dilemma be addressed, but the crimson calamity would also cease to expand due to the disappearance of the crimson flame. The annual crimson calamity is instigated by the crimson element's facilitation of large-scale decay and assimilation of the elements in the air, a process directly induced by the relentless absorption of the crimson flame. Thus, as long as Qin Mai has absorbed the scarlet flame, he need not fear the calamity of the red wind in the short term. However, the existing scarlet elements and the core of the scarlet elements will not vanish. They will require at least several millennia of elemental erosion before they disappear. According to Qin Mai's estimation, this scarlet flame is undoubtedly of artifact caliber, its origin shared with the buds of divinity and divine essence, perhaps even surpassing the potency of both. Such power should never be underestimated. Qin Mai has witnessed the might of artifacts and epics, each capable of altering the dynamics of a territory or even facilitating its ascendance. Who could possibly deem such treasures excessive? However, upon reflection, it seems that under the influence of the Lord's era, this phenomenon appears somewhat excessive, with at least 10 artifacts among the top 10 on the leaderboard. Otherwise, their rapid rise would be inexplicable. Yet, this is quite reasonable, as the names of their territories suggest extraordinary significance, far beyond his modest mage tower. Qin Mai even speculates that the professions of these lords might be of epic tier, unlike his own, which is merely ordinary. The thought of professions triggers a realization. He recalls that during his previous advancement task, a profession slot was added for him. This leads him to contemplate the possibility of becoming a mage. However, after some consideration, he abandons the idea. The mage profession offers little utility for his non-combative inclinations. He yearns for a profession that enhances his survival or augments his capacity for learning and research. After all, the ability to survive is always of paramount importance, and the pursuit of knowledge and research is essential for the development of his territory, ensuring his life remains safeguarded. Thus, the mage was summarily dismissed by him. And as for ordinary professions, unless they truly resonate with oneself, a new profession must at least be of rare caliber. As for epic classes, one might as well dream on, for fortune is not a constant companion. Take, for instance, the recent Dragon's Blood event. His faction was utterly sidelined, merely acquiring a few dragon carcasses. In truth, Qin Mai had hoped to select the vacant profession of scholar, yet Lord's era would not permit it. Had it been allowed, the synergy of two academic pursuits would undoubtedly have proven formidable. Among the ordinary professions, he found himself particularly drawn to the scholar's aptitude. The talents of other professions simply did not align with him. Suitability is paramount, far more than raw combat power. The scholar's strength could be deemed the lowest of all classes, yet this does not impede its ability to shine brightly in Qin Mai's hands, achieving a value comparable to that of epic professions. Without the scholar class, he would struggle to muster such a formidable team. With the data collected, the laboratory here could be sealed away. What needed to be removed should not be left behind, awaiting future high-risk experiments to wreak havoc. Conducting experiments within the territory is relatively safe. However, the territory itself is precarious due to its limited equipment and safeguards. For instance, this recent Crimson research could result in catastrophic failure, potentially obliterating half the territory. Thus, for now, they must temporarily unleash their chaos upon the underworld. The destruction of the underworld bears no consequence to Qin Mai. After all, should the underworld vanish, he still possesses the realm of the undead. Besides, the underworld is vast. It will not miss the small portion that Qin Mai might obliterate. Fortunately, there was no explosion. Otherwise, the next time Qin Mai conducted a hazardous experiment, he would have to find a new location. It's rather unseemly to repeatedly exploit the same source. TSK. I can't shake the feeling that I've become increasingly unscrupulous of late. Since embarking on this path, Qin Mai has been engaging in actions that serve his own interests at the expense of others. Furthermore, whether it is merely an illusion or not, I seem to be growing ever more indifferent towards various external matters. Chapter 87. The Chaos Heralded by the Wisdom Tree. Upon returning to his domain, Qin Mai initiated a new research project. Notably, this endeavor was not focused on the dragon corpse, but rather on the harpy hero, X's, whom he had captured earlier. The value derived from the caveman's body had been nearly exhausted. To place him once more upon the operating table would transform the act into mere torment rather than dissection. Chiang Mai lacked the leisure to engage in such endeavors. His curiosity was instead piqued by the harpy. The dragon corpse could wait, as he was not pressed for time. After all, it was already deceased, and a little more delay would not matter. However, should the harpy perish, its worth would diminish significantly. As for the crimson flames, he dared not approach them without the company of Chanchi. Life is singular and should be navigated with caution. A weakling like him should always be accompanied by a bodyguard in such treacherous locales. In truth, he could choose not to research the harpy and instead focus on the floating city. Yet, the current investigation held little significance, as it would only commence after he had resolved the Red Wind disaster or confirmed its insolubility. The inability to address the Red Wind calamity naturally implied a need for retreat with a stagnant territory. The only option left was to transform it into a floating city for escape. If the issue is resolved, there will naturally be no lingering worries. The advancement of the spirit creatures can be put on hold. The fourth-tier units pose little challenge. Beyond this, the emergence of champion units and hero units is imminent. With the establishment of the mana pool, a streamlined process has already taken shape. Absent any interference from Chiang Mai, it would likely take about 10 days for a champion-level spirit to be born from a standard spirit creature. Subsequently, designated spirit creatures would facilitate their class transition according to the directives of the Black Hand, and they would seamlessly assume their respective duties without requiring Chiang Mai's concern. My lord, the wisdom tree has appeared not far from here, reported a diligent spirit attendant in haste. Chiang Mai found this occurrence rather peculiar. Why would the wisdom tree manifest at this moment? What was the situation? He chose to inquire further before making any move. Approximately 10 minutes ago, about 3 kilometers from the territory, the entity's projection began to materialize. A spirit creature ventured forth to investigate, and the wisdom tree claimed to have met you before. My lord, the attendant succinctly recounted the events. This revelation furrowed Chiang Mai's brow in contemplation. What could be the intent behind this? Have the gospel spirit accompany me to meet the wisdom tree and ascertain its true nature. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to investigate. It was evident that the wisdom tree had come with a purpose. He recalled the wisdom tree fondly, regarding it as a benefactor, though he sensed that this benevolence might harbor ulterior motives. On second thought, there is no need for the gospel spirit. I shall take the magic spirit instead. Suddenly, Chiang Mai realized that the gospel spirits were imbued with the power of ancient deities, which might be discerned by the other party. In this world, there seems to be a profound taboo surrounding ancient gods. If he were to bring them along, and their true nature were to be uncovered, it would spell disaster for Chiang Mai. He was no true dragon prince capable of confronting divine beings. Yes, master. The attendant spirit promptly descended to make arrangements. Soon after, Chiang Mai set out with 1,000 magical spirits. Although the distance was merely around 3 kilometers, the overwhelming momentum exceeded even the expectations of the wise tree. Long time no see, young mage, the wise tree greeted him with a benevolent smile. However, the matter of the other's benevolence would remain unmentioned. I wonder what brings the sage here? This humble abode seems inadequate to accommodate such a distinguished figure. Chiang Mai began to probe for information, fully aware that the other party likely sought to exploit him. Otherwise, they would not have arrived so abruptly, for the Red Wind Plains were hardly a benign place. You are indeed amusing, young mage. I merely passed by and wanted to visit an old friend, the wise tree replied with a hint of nostalgia, seemingly sincere. Yet, Chiang Mai did not trust even a single punctuation mark of the statement. That is splendid. However, my affairs within this territory keep me quite occupied. So I shall take my leave after this meeting. With a slight bow, Chiang Mai prepared to depart. The other party was merely playing tricks, and Chiang Mai had no time to squander. While perhaps Black Hand might engage in idle chatter, he would not. His ability to converse amicably with others is already commendable. He has long ceased to concern himself with social niceties. Since you, little mage, are preoccupied with your affairs, I shall be brief. You are aware that Moriel has consumed the blood of a dragon and transformed into a colossal dragon, are you not? The wise tree is not foolish. It has discerned Chiang Mai's impatience and recognizes that further appeals to sentiment would be inappropriate. Indeed, I am aware, but I shall not involve myself in this matter. Nor is it within my purview. Chiang Mai stated expressionlessly that if the wise tree intends to use this situation to sow discord, it would be a futile endeavor. No. I merely came to offer a reminder. This affair is nearing its conclusion, as Moriel is preparing to wed the one who claims to be the true dragon's son. The Lord of Grace, the wise tree remarked. This is indeed a prudent strategy. The dragon clan dares to act against Moriel due to her weakness. Yet they would certainly refrain from challenging the true dragon's son. Thus, the event is indeed approaching its end. Chiang Mai cast a glance at the leaderboard. The true dragon's son had amassed an impressive score, ranking first and additionally acquiring a dragon hero unit, whose profession is certainly extraordinary. Well, I understand. Is there anything else? Chiang Mai felt neither jealousy nor resentment regarding this matter. He acknowledged the strength of others and would do the same were he in their position. It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. In our continent, the power of deities translates to a lord level of 6, while 7 is the pinnacle of the magical realm. To attain level 7, one must either dominate the entire continent or depart from it. Which option do you think the true dragon's son would choose? The wise tree appears to articulate facts, yet it subtly instigates against Chiang Mai. However, Chiang Mai's focus does not lie in the content of the discourse. Rather, he has uncovered a significant revelation, that is to say, during the last conflict with the deities. It was indeed the deities who suffered defeat. Indeed, the deities lost. Otherwise, the true dragon emperor would have perished long ago. The wise tree does not conceal this and states plainly that since the adaptation period ended, you have been nearly annihilated by the true dragon emperor and the fallen monarch. I have my suspicions. Regarding Chiang Mai's emphasis, the wise tree finds itself at a loss for words. The current discussion should revolve around the imminent threat posed by the true dragon emperor rather than the matter of their near demise. Chapter 88. Forge a sword that instills terror in the world. Thank you for your information. It now appears that Moriel is merely a pretext. The true motive seems to be your desire to unite all possible factions to eliminate the true dragon emperor. The dragon clan is merely the beginning. The subsequent focus should be persuading the various races to rally behind the heavenly gift lord. Chiang Mai is no fool. The indigenous people have already been decimated by the top 10 lords on the leaderboard. Upon realizing the inadequacy of their hard power, it is natural to resort to strategies of division, allure, and suppression. The immediate goal is to neutralize the greatest threat, and thereafter, the strategy will naturally continue to involve division and suppression. The idea is commendable. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the understanding that success is contingent upon voluntary participation. Otherwise, it is futile. It is likely that the lords in the top 10 may harbor intentions, but for someone like Chiang Mai, merely the residual energy from their skirmishes could prove fatal, let alone engaging in direct confrontation. It appears you hold great confidence in that true dragon's son, though I wonder how much confidence you actually possess. The wise tree inquired calmly. I possess not the slightest confidence. The true dragon's son is indeed quite domineering. However, do you truly believe that this impoverished and remote place can yield any resources? Chiang Mai chuckled softly. If one were to speak of resources, there are indeed some, such as the grass covering the ground. Besides, if he cannot provoke me, can he not simply avoid me? The wise tree's decision to seek him out indicates that the plan has at least succeeded in part, or perhaps has managed to win over a significant number of lords. Otherwise, he would not bother with someone as insignificant as myself. Should I choose to follow him, success would bring no benefit, while failure could cost me my life. The existence of the true dragon's son has no bearing on me. It only affects the lords within the top 10 rankings, and as a mere third-tier lord, I am entirely disconnected from it. The fierce battles among beasts pay no heed to the ants at their feet. If these ants keep their distance, they may survive. But should they venture too close, they are merely courting death. Since you have made your decision, I shall offer no further counsel. Your current power should suffice without my assistance in providing a transfer certificate. Upon concluding, the wise tree's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. You have gained 2,150 experience points. Do not be deceived by his calm demeanor. Internally, he was in a state of turmoil. The outside world is far too chaotic. Previously, the true dragon's son summoned the other 9 individuals. Could it be that he intended a beheading operation? No wonder it did not come to fruition. Yet this assembly of deities is indeed rather feeble. With such limited strength, how dare they confront the true dragon's son and his ilk? How cold it has become. And this abysmal server is utterly unacceptable. Is it true that at level 7, one can only have a single entity? Chiang Mai felt as if a storm was brewing, sensing the ominous winds of change. Currently, he found himself in a secluded corner. shielded by natural barriers and his own meager strength, coupled with the remoteness of his surroundings, which rendered him inconspicuous to others. However, should he rise to prominence and establish his dominion, his presence would undoubtedly become glaringly conspicuous. I must grow stronger, otherwise, I may find myself without even a moment to escape when the time comes. Resistance? Such thoughts were futile. This group was remarkably absurd. Having developed to the pinnacle of the world within a mere month, an achievement that was inexplicable without the aid of cheats. At this juncture, it appeared unlikely that the Dragon's Blood limited-time event would conclude anytime soon. If it were merely a simple event, it would have ended by now. But given the current circumstances, it was evidently far more complex. Moreover, why would the Tree of Wisdom seek me out? Qin Mai remained discreet. His only notable appearance was during the Angel Investor event. It seems that the lords have already forged alliances with the indigenous people. The indigenous populace indeed harbored animosity towards the lords, yet this did not preclude the possibility of altering their perceptions, nor did it imply that they would not support the lords. If circumstances permitted, there were various means to undermine the lord's authority. Upon returning to his territory, Qin Mai refrained from studying the harpy, as such inquiries were no longer urgent. Instead, he focused on perfecting the Crimson Meditation, a unique transformation formula. Initially, he had not entertained such ideas, but now he found himself caught off guard by the unfolding events. The intelligence regarding the wisdom tree may indeed be interspersed with certain embellishments, yet its veracity is undeniable. Moreover, even if it were fabricated, it is prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. Within the confines of the laboratory, Qin Mai furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Why can I not divide myself into 100 beings for this task? The depths of his helplessness were profound. Absent a significant crisis, he could afford to be leisurely, but when faced with such weighty matters, he would wish to stretch a single minute into an entire day. Alas, this is an impossibility, otherwise he would meticulously allocate his time. Confronted by a cadre of lords reminiscent of protagonists from exhilarating tales, he pondered how to combat them. The indigenous populace could scarcely withstand the onslaught, and yet, wait, if brute force proves ineffective, one might resort to undermining their foundation. Qin Mai's gaze fell upon the Crimson Elemental Core. This novel energy source exhibited formidable prowess against both magical and other elemental forces. Should he succeed in harnessing it, he would essentially possess a weapon of mass destruction. Anyone who dared provoke him would face immediate obliteration. The extent of the damage is secondary. The crux lies in the fact that once the crimson energy is unleashed, it will initiate a process of decay and assimilation of magic and elements, transforming them into crimson essence. Analyzing the data at hand, it appears that it may also affect divine power. The crimson element radiates intensely, precipitating a decline in elemental concentration, thereby potentially leading the entirety of the magical continent to regress from high to medium and even to low magic levels. This would spell disaster for magical beings. And within the crimson essence, the majority of life forms would find it impossible to survive. Lacking sufficient strength, he must conjure something that would instill terror throughout the world in order to intimidate his foes. Regardless of the difficulties, it is imperative to create such a deterrent. Possessing a sword and not wielding it is a wholly different matter. I require a sword that instills fear in both lords and natives alike. Advancing my territory through conventional monster slaying and leveling is insufficient, much like his initial approach. Therefore, it is imperative to devise a means to transcend the confines of the existing framework in order to perceive the grander scheme. However, Qin Mai's actions will undoubtedly plunge the entire territory into financial ruin. Yet, it is of little consequence, for enduring poverty is preferable to an untimely demise. Firstly, the creation of a vessel is essential. Alchemy, elemental studies, magical theory, and enchantment are required, along with the discipline of metallurgy, modern materials science, physics, and mathematics. With his resolve firmly established, Qin Mai commenced his endeavors, embarking on an in-depth study and exploration of the pertinent disciplines. Crafting this earth-shattering sword is no trivial task, especially since he must undertake it alone. Despite possessing the talents for learning and academic research, the endeavor remains formidable. Chapter 89, the blade known as Crimson Incursion, Magical Scroll. Crimson Incursion, Magic Level 4, Effect. Inflicts 10,000 points of crimson damage within a radius of 1,000 meters, creating a permanent area of energy decay consisting of elemental, magical, and divine forces. Boiling water and preparing stones, though the water has yet to reach a boil. The stones are already at hand. Qin Mai gazed at the preliminary version of the sword, Crimson Incursion, in his grasp. Rather than employing a high-concentration crimson elemental core, he utilized a standard concentration core, which was only the size of a fist, thus not fully realizing its potential. This was what he instructed the gospel apparition to excavate from the catastrophe of the Crimson Wind. While he could not enter himself, the gospel apparition was capable. The primary concern was the overwhelming radiation from this unique composite element, known as crimson. Initially, he intended to handle the concentrated substance directly. However, upon contemplating the potential explosion, he realized he might not escape unscathed. Thus, he opted for a more cautious approach to its creation. It was peculiar that what resembled stone would be classified as a magical scroll, yet given the context of a magical continent, it was understandable. After all, one could hardly label it as a nuclear weapon. He dedicated nearly a week to perfecting and manufacturing the Crimson Incursion, although it was proclaimed to have a radius of 1,000 meters. Analyzing the formula computed by Qin Mai suggested that believing in its malevolence could lead to the onset of crimson disease. The explosion would not only inflict crimson damage but also unleash intense radiation, followed by regional energy decay, a decay that could expand. Without effective management, the initially declared radius of 1,000 meters could extend to 10,000 meters within a year. For Qin Mai, it was imperative to impose sufficient deterrence so that other lords or indigenous inhabitants would think twice before encroaching upon his domain. Otherwise, today the wisdom tree might seek to manipulate him for its own ends, while tomorrow the true Dragon Emperor might aspire for unification. Each of these figures was formidable, and as a weaker entity, how could he ensure his own safety without resorting to ruthlessness? Moreover, this strategy was fundamentally about undermining the opposition. The question remained, how would this be deployed? The power had been acknowledged by the Lord's epic, but this was merely a preliminary version. A radius of 1,000 meters was trivial. In his calculations, it was designed to encompass 100 kilometers. When detonated, it would undoubtedly leave the entire faction severely diminished. In the context of modernization, 100 miles may not seem extensive, yet for a realm reminiscent of the medieval magical lands, it is sufficiently vast. He is not irrationally intent on annihilating every faction within his reach. Rather, he seeks to target the political and economic epicenters of those who provoke him. Furthermore, it is not as though he can only strike once. The essence lies in deterrence, not in the actual act of aggression. Should conflict arise, Qin Mai would find no advantage as he too inhabits this world, unless he intends to delve into the Crimson element. But if that were his plan, deploying such a formidable force as the Crimson Incursion would likely fail to instill fear, instead inviting collective opposition. At that juncture, he would have disregarded the overall environment, rendering himself an outlier. Thus, the method of deployment presents a conundrum. One cannot simply instruct his subordinate creatures to carry a Crimson Incursion through a transdimensional portal for self-detonation. However, while the creatures may be unsuitable, the skeletal soldiers are indeed viable. Qin Mai suddenly realized this crucial detail. He is reluctant to sacrifice his creatures, yet he is willing to expend the skeletal soldiers, as they come at no cost. The transcendent transdimensional portal is indeed a marvel. Otherwise, he would have to devise various systems for launching and counteracting. Qin Mai found himself quite pleased, albeit the approach was rudimentary. Yet soon enough, he recognized a significant flaw in his otherwise splendid plan. It was he himself who posed the greatest risk. He possesses the capability to create a crimson onslaught with a devastating radius of up to 100 kilometers, inflicting countless points of crimson damage. However, the magical continent is an extraordinary realm governed by individual prowess, where even lords such as the true Dragon Emperor are formidable beings in their own right. Should they choose to disregard martial ethics and eliminate him, what would become of him? While he indeed has a wellspring of magical protection, the inherent flaws within him render him ill-equipped to confront such threats. This is the necessary sacrifice he has made in pursuing collective strength. One must understand that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Qin Mai does not regret his initial choices. Had he opted to become a mage or an elemental manipulator, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly be more formidable, yet he would likely have perished during the first monster siege. Without engaging in the pursuit of knowledge and research, how could the formidable weapon of the Forbidden Tongue have emerged? He would have surely been crushed by the vile necromancer knights. After all, those who truly embrace combat professions prioritize leveling up over scholarly pursuits. Unless, of course, his demise could yield consequences more terrifying than the Crimson Onslaught itself. consequences capable of dragging the entire world into oblivion. With respect to his survival, Qin Mai is resolute. How else could he endure? Can he truly rely on the compassion of lords like the true Dragon Emperor, or gamble on the hope that the natives might spare him? The most powerful lord in this realm, suspected to be the reigning emperor, reveals his tyrannical nature through his words in the chat channels. In the eyes of such a figure, he and his fellow lords might merely appear as treasonous rebels, whom he would be eager to eliminate if not for the entanglement caused by the natives and the top 10 lords on the leaderboard. Despite possessing the Crimson Onslaught, to alter the current state of affairs, he must first transform himself. In the past, one could afford to disregard their own strength. However, the present circumstances dictate otherwise. Although he claims to be a mere minor character, inconsequential within the vast expanse of the magical continent S server, it does not escape his notice that chaos is beginning to unfurl across the realm. It is imperative to possess sufficient power for self-preservation. Were it not for the significant disparity in strength between his heroes and those in the elite tier, Qin Mai would not resort to such extremes. Ultimately, he finds himself compelled to resort to the Crimson Flame. Furthermore, this entity holds immense value. Should it be disclosed, it would surely spell disaster. Surrendering it willingly is out of the question, thus he must devise a means to seize it. With the experience gained from crafting the Crimson Incursion, Qin Mai intends to attempt to extract the Crimson Flame, especially since he has already created a suitable vessel. Without this container, the creation of the Crimson Incursion would be unattainable, rendering it a comprehensive process. Chapter 90. The Source of Crimson. The following day, Qin Mai equipped himself with a specially designed storage vessel and 100 gospel sprites, utilizing a time-space transmission portal to arrive at the heart of the Red Wind Calamity, the vast basin that harbors the Crimson Flame. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, as he had been directly transported. Observing the flickering crimson flames, Qin Mai cautiously instructed the gospel sprites to assist him in gathering them. Caution is warranted. Should a sprite perish, he could have the apocalypse train another, but if Qin Mai were to fall, it would be the end of all. However, Qin Mai had made thorough preparations. Based on his estimations, the modified container could hold the Crimson Flame for approximately 10 seconds to a minute. The significant variation in time was due to Qin Mai's uncertainty regarding the intensity of the Crimson Flame, which left him with no choice but to make an educated guess. One hand was poised to collect the Crimson Flame, while the other was prepared for a trans-dimensional teleportation portal. Should anything go awry, Qin Mai would swiftly make his escape. For caution is the mother of safety. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. After all, he had been preparing for this moment for an extended period. As long as the data remained accurate, unforeseen complications were unlikely. With utmost care, he accepted the container handed to him by the Gospel Spirit and decisively stored it in his inventory. Source of Crimson, the essence of Crimson elements. With the source of Crimson secured, the calamity of the Crimson Wind should no longer manifest. However, the pervasive Crimson elements would not vanish swiftly, particularly since they had already crystallized. It would take at least a millennium for them to dissipate, and for the time being, they would only slowly fade away. It was quite possible that Qin Mai might not witness any signs of their decline within his lifetime. Without the source of Crimson, the Crimson elements would be neutralized and annihilated by the surrounding elements, significantly diminishing their decay and assimilation abilities, much like losing a steadfast anchor. Upon returning to the laboratory, Qin Mai carefully extracted the source of Crimson, which continued to shimmer like flames within the transparent container. Did the source of Crimson begin to deactivate? No. It was entering a dormant state, perhaps due to the lack of an energetic environment. The container crafted by Qin Mai was designed to isolate energy. Previously, he had anticipated two potential outcomes upon the Crimson source entering the vessel. The first possibility involved a rejection reaction, wherein the vessel would endure for a mere 10 seconds to a minute. The second scenario, which had now unfolded, was indeed unexpected for Qin Mai. The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim, and while he had braced himself for a setback, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself reaping an unexpected reward. This is what one might call a delightful surprise. Indeed, the extraordinary realm is profoundly influenced by its overarching environment. Even the so-called Crimson Source is not immune to such effects. Having detached from its energetic milieu, the Crimson Source not only entered a dormant state, significantly curtailing its activity, but it also began to diminish in radiation. In approximately 10 minutes, it may completely vanish. Nevertheless, Qin Mai maintained his vigilance. After all, the nature of this entity remained uncertain, and the data at his disposal was limited. However, this marked a promising beginning. The Crimson meditation formula could be further developed, ideally. It would be advantageous to transition to harnessing the Crimson element, as this would compensate for his deficiencies in power. Empowering oneself is undeniably a fortuitous endeavor, particularly since the Crimson source is the origin of the Crimson element. Mastering this Crimson source equates to acquiring a wholly new elemental force. However, modifications would be necessary before proceeding. Qin Mai could not rashly engage with the Crimson source. Further research and refinement were imperative. In the grand scheme of things, the Crimson source is immensely powerful. However, it has now detached itself from its larger environment and entered a state of dormancy. Qin Mai must intervene artificially to further transform it to suit his own needs. Indeed, it is about making the Crimson source adapt to him rather than the other way around. If he were to adapt to the Crimson source, then who would be the master? The combination of the Lord's innate talent and academic research with his own knowledge attributes and learning capabilities is undeniably formidable, enabling one individual to achieve groundbreaking discoveries. It would be naive to think that Qin Mai could succeed solely through his own efforts. It is, after all, the almost rule-like enhancement of his Lord's talent that makes such accomplishments feasible. Otherwise, how could he possibly place such importance on his two lordly talents? Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat channel. True Dragon Son, in 10 days, all lords shall gather in the holy city to discuss the barbarian threat. Those who fail to attend shall be deemed traitors, and their heads shall roll, along with the annihilation of their 9 clans. This proclamation was rather domineering. It appeared preparations were underway for a declaration of war against the magical continent. One might surmise that an assault on the 7th tier was imminent. But why go through such theatrics? Why not simply take action directly? Qin Mai understood that the true Dragon Son was indeed preparing to rally a force. However, the number of participants was uncertain. The lords were few in number, with only 71 remaining, yet each possessed remarkable strength. Qin Mai himself ranked 46th. A position influenced by his 3rd-tier territory. Had it been 4th tier, he would have ascended even higher. Nevertheless, this did not concern him, for he was not one to covet vanity. 10 days is ample time. The Crimson source and the Crimson invasion beckon. It is precisely the moment to unsheath my sword and demonstrate to this true Dragon Emperor and the indigenous people that though I may reside in a secluded corner, I am not to be trifled with. In the past, Qin Mai would have refrained from seeking the limelight, but now, if I do not exhibit some prowess, I risk becoming mere cannon fodder. A single decisive strike is preferable to a flurry of blows. Resolving matters in a singular, comprehensive manner aligns with my principles, eschewing unnecessary delays. However, the immediate priority is to ensure that I possess a deterrent force akin to that of the Crimson invasion. Should I fall, I shall drag the entire world down with me. Otherwise, harboring such a significant weakness would render me a mere jest. The two elements are interdependent, each essential to the other. 10 days is sufficient for Qin Mai to yield results. Yet, for prudence's sake, I shall utilize the vast array of temporary consumables that enhance knowledge attributes, previously acquired during the angel investor's activities. If not now, then when? These consumables will not reproduce. Their purpose is to be employed. With heightened knowledge attributes, my research efficiency will naturally escalate, allowing me to fully utilize the 10 days without haste. Chapter 91. Talent. The Crimson Ancestor. I nearly faltered, but fortunately, my Crimson meditation remains intact. Otherwise, I would truly have perished. With a tinge of trepidation in his voice, Qin Mai had devoted an immense amount of time to the transformation and amalgamation of the Crimson source. He even employed the flesh and blood techniques from the Book of Gospel, cultivating a unique medium of fusion and transformation using his own essence, thereby enabling the interference of energy through flesh and blood, which ultimately allowed it to fully integrate within his being. Consequently, he acquired a lordly talent. Crimson Progenitor, Crimson Element Rank 1, Territory Crimson Element Adaptability 1. This signified that he had become a humanoid embodiment of the Crimson element, a transformation that not only affected him, but also his domain. And this was merely the preliminary version, with potential for further enhancement. While the integration had been achieved, the development of his abilities relied on his own efforts. Of course, the formation of a lordly talent bore its advantages, as it could subsequently evolve into a transcendent gift. However, there was a slight drawback. He found himself bereft of a considerable array of skills and magic. The essence of the Crimson Progenitor had fundamentally transformed his elemental magical power into crimson magic. And due to the inherent rejection of elements, divine power, and magical forces by the Crimson itself, all skills and spells related to elements had vanished. For instance, his understanding of basic fire and nature had dissipated. Yet, arcane arts and wisdom techniques remained intact, leaving Qin Mai somewhat perplexed. Although his skills had disappeared, he was not without compensation. He had attained an expert-level understanding of crimson elements and expert-level mastery of crimson proficiency. Expert-level Scarlet Understanding, Scarlet Magic Power 4. Consumption -4. Expert-level Scarlet Mastery, 20 effective Scarlet Magic. Meanwhile, his magic panel was reduced to just 2 remaining spells, apart from his intelligent magic, the Magic Web. He was left with the Scarlet Magic, Magic Arrow. Ah, indeed, this is a spell available across all disciplines. Level 1 Scarlet Magic, Magic Arrow. Inflicts Power Scarlet Level 14. 14 damage, consumption. 1 point of magic value, with the attribute of Scarlet Level. A formula was added even to the Magic Arrow. Although his level remains at 1, it is capable of growth, though it has vanished from Lord's era. I still remember how to cast magic. Qin Mai pondered for a moment and attempted to release a healing spell through magic. The scarlet energy surged forth, transforming into a flowing ocean of red, instantly forming a colossal red crystal. Even his body became adorned with these red crystals. However, soon thereafter, scarlet stripes emerged upon his skin, absorbing all those red crystals. The differing elemental properties resulted in varied effects from the same spell, which left him perplexed. Qin Mai found himself in a quandary. Healing magic, which typically utilizes magic power and water elements, had transformed for him. Now, as a scarlet ancestor and due to the unique properties of the scarlet element, healing had become a funeral rite. Yet, there was an advantage. He could effortlessly command the entirety of the scarlet element, ensuring a constant supply of materials for future scarlet invasions, allowing him to achieve any desired concentration with ease. Moreover, if one were to enhance the crimson resistance of the subordinates, it would be entirely feasible to employ crimson crystal products, which serve as formidable instruments of magic. One must not adopt a singular perspective in such matters. Rather, a multifaceted approach is essential. You have mastered level 5 Crimson Magic. Crimson Frenzy inflicts damage of 500 tier power and leaves a permanent area of energy decay. Consumption, 100 mana points. The self-destructive magic I wield has been transformed into an area damage spell by you. This technique mirrors Qin Mai's self-detonation skill. Naturally, it can be interrupted and emits a formidable aura akin to his Crimson Incursion. However, self-detonation involves a rather complicated process. It only triggers upon his demise, otherwise requiring multiple permissions and thresholds to activate, as it pertains directly to one's own life. One would not resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely compelled. Furthermore, his self-detonation is significantly more potent than typical variants, given that he is the progenitor of Crimson, particularly when paired with the source of magical energy. While the explosive force may not rival the Crimson Incursion he generates, the after effects would undoubtedly be sufficient to afflict the entire continent. The true objective has never been mere power. Rather, it lies in the subsequent radiation and decay assimilation, which are the core elements. Otherwise, could one truly outmatch those formidable lords who dominate the power rankings? It is imperative that they understand that should they provoke me, they might escape unscathed. Yet the world itself would languish, rendering all, including lords, deities, and indigenous peoples, as if they were living in a hellish existence. Radiation and decay assimilation extend beyond mere generations. They can persist for millennia and even proactively spread and expand, which is indeed alarming. Without appropriate governance methods, the demise of Qin Mai could lead to the entire Crimson Society corrupting and eroding the magical continent. The inevitable outcome would transform the magical realm into a Crimson continent. More critically, Qin Mai's death would result in the simultaneous disappearance of the source of Crimson, significantly diminishing the prospects of developing a new civilization from the Crimson. Unless another individual emerges, possessing the same remarkable learning capabilities and academic prowess bestowed by the era of lords, akin to fundamental rules of study and research, the situation remains dire. Furthermore, the presence of the Book of Gospel, the source of Crimson, and the Crimson meditation formula is essential. Otherwise, resolving the issue is not a matter of short-term solutions. If the Crimson is not addressed in its early stages, its spread would become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, theoretically, Qin Mai has become a ticking time bomb capable of impacting the entire world at any moment. This remains a theory, as the existence of the era of lords raises questions about the preparedness of other lords. Fortunately, Qin Mai does not genuinely intend to meet his demise. His aim is merely to establish authority and act as a deterrent. Should he act recklessly, he risks provoking desperate reactions. His primary intention is self-preservation, not to engage in actions that are ill-advised. While safeguards are in place, the challenge remains. How to select the sacrificial example? Qin Mai contemplates this matter. As the imminent deadline for the true dragon son approaches, he has forged his own sword and even transformed himself into a grand sword. Yet this sword must be drawn from its sheath, revealing its might to all. Otherwise, how can a blade confined within its scabbard demonstrate its power? One must find an unfortunate soul to obliterate, ensuring that everyone acknowledges the formidable weapon he wields. Should conflict arise, his modest territory would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. With such a devastating weapon in hand, anyone who dares to provoke him would think twice. Alas, the thought of this opportunity squandered is disheartening. If those 10 days had been devoted to other pursuits, perhaps his domain could have ascended to greater heights. Qin Mai muttered under his breath, had it not been for the exigencies of the situation, he would not have so hastily turned his attention to these matters. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining. At least he has acquired the means of self-preservation, one that does not lead to self-destruction. After all, the Scarlet is exceptionally formidable, especially as he stands as the progenitor of the Scarlet, possessing an unparalleled advantage in the realm of Scarlet magic. The limitations of this world are somewhat stifling, with the highest magic level capped at 5. Could there be a possibility of merging realms in the future? As Qin Mai diligently crafted the Scarlet incursion, his imagination soared. If realms could indeed merge, might there be cross-server battles? After all, the 6th tier is the apex. To attain the 7th tier would require the entirety of the magical continent, and it seems implausible that progress would halt at the 7th tier. Qin Mai mused that it is merely a matter of timing for retribution. The nefarious actions taken in the first month clearly indicate that the Lord's era is no trivial affair. Otherwise, why would they intentionally incite conflict between Lords and the indigenous people? Now, only a handful of Lords remain, which serves as a testament to the brutality of the situation. Magic Scroll, Crimson Invasion, Magic Level, Forbidden Spell, Effect. Inflicts 10,000 points of crimson damage within a radius of 100 kilometers, creating a permanent elemental damage zone characterized by the decay of magical and divine energies, with the potential for expansion. The latest incarnation of the Crimson Invasion is classified as a forbidden spell, indicating it surpasses the 5th level of magic. After all, the highest magic level on the continent is 5th, with anything beyond that categorized as forbidden, while the damage remains unchanged. The range has expanded and possesses the capacity for further extension, although it is said to have a radius of 100 kilometers. Its ultimate reach could potentially extend to 10,000 kilometers over time. Chapter 92. The Gathering of Lords for the First Time. Weak creatures. Humph. How could His Majesty extend an invitation to such feeble beings? A dragon Anne, adorned in extraordinary attire and equipped with intermediate treasures, stands not as a hero but rather as an elite combat unit of 5th tier caliber. The Dragon Man then observes the working skeleton soldiers, his disdain growing increasingly palpable. However, he adeptly restrains himself from engaging in any inappropriate actions. The decree from His Majesty commands attention. One should hasten to receive it. The voice of the Dragon Man naturally caught the attention of Qin Mai. Peering down from the Mage Tower, he noted that this Dragon Man resembled a lizard man. Yet in both strength and lineage, he far surpassed mere lizard folk, exuding a subtle yet formidable pressure. Unit name, Dragonman Imperial Guard, unit tier. To be unable to discern even the types of troops, the prowess of this true dragon son far exceeds my imagination. As for how the other party managed to teleport into the Red Wind Plain or why they were aware of his territory, Qin Mai did not dwell on such matters. Perhaps it was due to a special artifact, or perhaps the Moloch or the Wisdom Tree had deliberately divulged information. This, in a way, served as a warning from the other party, signifying that they were aware of his domain and could strike at will. Qin Mai ambled forth, gesturing for the other spirits not to follow. He understood that should the situation spiral out of control, it would be difficult for him to retreat with his entourage. I never anticipated that the true dragon son would make such a grand gesture to visit my Red Wind Plain. It must have come at a considerable cost. Qin Mai jested. The dragon guard fixed its gaze upon Qin Mai, seemingly taken aback. It had not expected such immense magical power to emanate from him, leaving it somewhat skeptical. Such a trivial teleportation magic is hardly worth mentioning. You should kneel and accept the decree, the dragon guard huffed dismissively. This left Qin Mai feeling somewhat out of place. A Western dragon, uttering idioms and insisting on kneeling to accept a decree. Clearly, he had been well trained by the true dragon's son. "If I refuse to accept your decree, what will you do?" Chiang Mai retorted with a hint of mockery, genuinely unafraid. Where was he? The Red Wind Plain, the area most saturated with scarlet hues. As the progenitor of Scarlet, he wielded the power to command it. Even if he were unfamiliar with the terrain, he was confident in his ability to vanquish such an entity. "Those who defy the decree shall be executed without mercy." The dragon guard's tone was laden with threat. Chiang Mai blinked, realizing that the true dragon's son did not intend to invite them to discuss the so-called joint campaign against the barbarian, but rather sought to eliminate those who refused to submit. The dragon man's expression darkened. To him, Chiang Mai was merely a lowly insect, audacious enough to speak in his presence. He swiftly drew his weapon, poised to eliminate Chiang Mai. However, he soon regained his composure. While killing was indeed simple, the repercussions would be considerable, especially since the true dragon's son aimed to win the hearts of the people. Any violent action would be perceived as a trap by the other bestowed lords. "Humph, treacherous rebel, let us go and seek his majesty's judgment," the dragon man declared, preparing to escort Chiang Mai away. Yet, Chiang Mai, engulfed in a crimson aura, effortlessly repelled the dragon man. He noted the dragon man's lack of emotional intelligence, perhaps a consequence of his overwhelming pride. "Treacherous rebel? Judgment? How amusing. Your master has yet to unify the realm, yet you already consider yourself the sovereign of all. Do you not fear a collective uprising against you? Enough, let us depart. I shall not stoop to argue with one so intellectually challenged." The dragon man's face turned a shade of iron, initially intending to teach Chiang Mai a lesson. However, he was startled to discover that his hand, which had just made contact with Chiang Mai, was covered in a vast expanse of crimson crystals, something he had entirely overlooked. Given Chiang Mai's peculiar nature, he ultimately suppressed his indignation and tore open a teleportation scroll, transporting them away. In the next moment, they found themselves within a grand hall, which could only be described as resplendent and magnificent. Numerous individuals have arrived, yet the majority of the early attendees comprise these minor lords, with none from the top 10 of the rankings present. Chiang Mai has found his designated seat, seemingly assigned according to the leaderboard positions. After settling in, maidservants began to serve various fruits and delicacies. These attendants are not of the military class, but rather indigenous people, likely subdued by the true dragon son of heaven. Chiang Mai refrained from partaking, uncertain of any potential poison. Time passed swiftly, and soon all lords outside the top 10 had gathered, as the formidable military forces summoned would compel attendance, regardless of desire. The countenances of those summoned were understandably grim, as none relished coercion. After approximately half an hour of waiting, the remaining lords finally made their tardy entrance. The Lord of the Dead appeared pallid, exuding an aura of the undead, as if his very essence had transformed into that of a specter. In contrast, the demon exorcist maintained an air of serene elegance, reminiscent of an ethereal Taoist sage. However, Chiang Mai could subtly discern a disquieting force lurking within him, akin to a cunning malevolence. Undead, demons, TSK, these two are indeed formidable, having forsaken their humanity. Chiang Mai mused, having acquired considerable knowledge to make such distinctions. Regrettably, the adversary's levels were too elevated for his reconnaissance skills to unveil any further details. Ultimately, the grand host of the occasion made his entrance, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe and emanating an aura of imperial authority. The true dragon son of heaven strode in with commanding presence before taking his seat at the head of the assembly. A herald announced the commencement of the audience. Before the true dragon son could utter a word, the fallen noble let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! I never imagined that in this foreign realm I would encounter such a gaggle of eunuchs." This remark was not merely a jab at the attendant, but was intended to undermine the true dragon son's authority. The true dragon son, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, revealed nothing of his thoughts and calmly stated, "I have summoned you all today to discuss our collective efforts against the barbarian hordes." His statement bore merit. However, the reclusive practitioner of the Tao interjected, asserting, "As one who has transcended worldly affairs, I find it unseemly to engage in such mundane matters." This was a clear indication that he wished to remain uninvolved. The practitioner's detachment from worldly matters made it even less appropriate for someone of my modest accomplishments to partake in such discussions. The fallen noble cleverly echoed the reclusive practitioner's sentiments, and together they effectively excused themselves from the discourse. With this precedent established, the remaining lords, each with their own justifications, promptly distanced themselves from the conversation. The reasoning was straightforward. If the true dragon's son aspired to ascend to the 7th tier, why should they not harbor similar ambitions? Why should they willingly adorn him with the garments of success? Should he indeed achieve that lofty status, what would become of them? Given his domineering demeanor, it was evident he would not spare them. Since you each have your own predicaments, I shall not detain you any longer. Depart swiftly, declared the true dragon's son, causing the fallen noble and the reclusive practitioner to exchange glances, their expressions shifting subtly. His tone suggested he regarded them as subordinates, as if he truly believed himself invincible in this world. The remaining individuals, I presume, are loyal subjects devoted to the realm. I, the true Dragon Emperor, have chosen to disregard these 9 and instead focus my attention on the other lords. It is they who constitute my true objective. However, Qin Mai unexpectedly interrupted the true Dragon Emperor, stating, "Well, I shall not participate." This proclamation was rather jarring, particularly as it interrupted the emperor, drawing the gaze of all upon him. Expressions of perplexity adorned the faces of those present. After all, Qin Mai was but a level 20 minor lord, his profession, talents, and skills transparent and unimpressive to the higher-ranking lords, save for a marginally elevated knowledge attribute. Such matters of state? Could it be he harbored treasonous intentions? A flicker of ire crossed the true Dragon Emperor's eyes. What audacity possessed this insignificant figure to countermand him? The immense pressure of the dragons might bore down upon Qin Mai, leaving him somewhat breathless. I am neither your subordinate nor your subject. You have neither sheltered nor supported me. Why should your crusade against the barbarians concern me? Qin Mai spread his hands, asserting that he had reaped no benefits yet was expected to exert himself in their cause. Such a notion was utterly unreasonable. In that moment, the remaining lords stirred restlessly. None wished to be subjugated. Indeed, this young man speaks with reason, proclaimed the fallen monarch, quickly voicing his support, though it was merely vocal and devoid of further action. Soon thereafter, the likes of the Demon Slayer and others echoed his sentiments. At this juncture, with someone stepping forward to challenge the emperor, they naturally rallied in favor of the true Dragon Emperor, for what ultimately transpired with Qin Mai bore no consequence to them. Regardless, it is merely for amusement, not a true display of power. Chapter 93. I am not threatening you. I am threatening everyone. The sovereign, devoid of both father and ruler, commanded, "Seize him and execute him with the rod." The true Dragon Emperor understood that the situation could no longer persist. Since there was a bird willing to stick its neck out, an example must be made to deter the others. Several members of the Dragon Guard entered with synchronized steps, poised to take action. The fallen gentleman and the Demon Slayer exchanged glances, both preparing to intervene. If he succeeded in making an example of someone, the remaining lords would undoubtedly refrain from rebellion. However, before they could voice their intentions, Qin Mai produced a crimson crystal known as the Crimson Incursion. Do you know? I have crafted a sword capable of instilling terror throughout the entire magical continent. As he spoke, Qin Mai began to activate the Crimson Incursion. Tendrils of crimson energy began to emanate, causing the eyes of all present to widen in alarm. They were unaware of its nature, yet they could sense the inherent danger it posed. You see, if I were to unsheath this sword, perhaps you could evade its wrath. But the magical continent would not be so fortunate. Qin Mai's tone was casual, yet the others were filled with trepidation. The true Dragon Emperor, the fallen gentleman, and the Demon Slayer all wore expressions of grave concern. What they had initially dismissed as madness now revealed itself as a formidable weapon. Are you threatening me? The true Dragon Emperor's anger was palpable. Yet, Qin Mai shook his head. No, 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 do not misunderstand. Upon hearing this, everyone assumed that Qin Mai had relented. I am threatening everyone, except for the Lord present, as well as the indigenous forces and divine entities behind you. When the time comes, do not be surprised if you can maintain even a 4th-tier territory, let alone a 7th-tier one. That would indeed be an impressive feat for you. Do you all understand? As Qin Mai concluded his statement, the expressions of all present grew grim, for it was evident that their adversary had come fully prepared. In the next moment, the true dragon's son moved with remarkable swiftness, his hands swiftly seizing Qin Mai's throat with the slightest movement. Even a magical shield sourced from a wellspring of power could be rendered ineffective against his grip. At this juncture, his palm had transformed into a dragon's claw, imbued with the power to shatter magic, enabling him to pierce through the magical defenses with ease. Yet, if you were to perish, how would the sword ever be drawn? The true dragon's son spoke with a tone of arrogance. Indeed, that is why I have transformed myself into a sheath for the sword. Why not attempt to kill me? Qin Mai replied with disdain. As crimson energy began to surge within him, red patterns spreading across his skin. A scarlet aura emanated from Qin Mai. Though this manifestation was not as intense as the previous crimson invasion, it contained a far more terrifying effect within. The true dragon's son found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that Qin Mai would be so ruthless, seemingly prepared to drag him down to death. Others might be unaware of the origins of the Scarlet Wind Plains, but as the foremost lord, with numerous indigenous allies, he was well aware of its origins and recognized the sheer terror of Qin Mai's self-detonation. At this juncture, he found himself in a precarious situation, akin to riding a tiger. Under normal circumstances, had it not been for Qin Mai, he would have successfully subdued all the lords ranked beyond the 10th position by now, subsequently devising strategies to eliminate them one by one. However, due to this unforeseen complication, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had never anticipated that a level 20 lord, particularly one of the scholarly vocation, could disrupt his plans. He harbored no genuine fear of the true dragon's son bringing about his demise, for he was acutely aware of the latter's hesitance to act against him. Ultimately, the true dragon's son relinquished his pursuit of Qin Mai, his earlier ire dissipating entirely. My young brother possesses remarkable strength. The campaign against the barbarian horde cannot be coerced. But I must inquire if this sword is for sale. At this moment, the true dragon's son had elevated Qin Mai to a position within the top 10 of the rankings, thus rendering coercion futile. After all, this was a volatile situation. Should he dare to act, both the fallen monarch and the demon slayer would undoubtedly intervene. With the assistance of my young brother's divine sword, the barbarian horde pales in comparison. The true dragon's son's swift change of demeanor was entirely expected. Otherwise, how could one reign as emperor? Relying solely on tyranny would not suffice to resolve such matters. In light of this, I shall take my leave. Farewell, esteemed colleagues. Qin Mai declared, turning to depart. The remaining individuals, their spirits dampened, each employed teleportation magic to exit. However, this privilege was confined to those few ranked within the top 10, as Qin Mai's actions had profoundly unsettled them. That sword indeed posed a genuine threat, compelling them to devise a means of acquiring it. As for the others, how many possessed the ability to teleport? Such magic was of the 5th level, not readily accessible to all. If one cannot escape, then one must simply await misfortune. What other course of action is there? Qin Mai finds himself in a predicament. Had he not intervened, he too would be suffering from ill fate. Do they truly believe that figures such as the fallen gentleman and the demon conjurer would come to the aid of these lords? It is highly improbable. They would likely relish the demise of the remaining lords, for each additional lord brings forth further uncertainty. Take Qin Mai, for instance. Who could have anticipated that he would devise such a formidable weapon? Regrettably, his intention to serve as a deterrent fell short, and he could not showcase the might of his crimson assault. Had he done so, he might have swayed a greater number to his cause. He has proclaimed his existence to the entire magical continent. From this moment forth, maintaining a low profile has become an impossibility. The floating city project demands vast resources, and thus, selling the crimson assault to procure them seems prudent. Other lords will undoubtedly aspire to acquire the corresponding technology, yet they are unlikely to harbor excessive optimism. If such inventions were truly so easily crafted, the Silver Star Alliance would have already possessed them, rather than waiting for Qin Mai to develop them. Beyond the lords, indigenous factions will surely seek to purchase from him. Otherwise, how would they manage? To wield deterrence effectively, it must be universally possessed. For only then will individuals refrain from recklessly deploying it. Otherwise, the world could descend into a nuclear winter. There may even be a need to establish non-proliferation treaties. The leveling plan is suspended. Everyone may take their rest, while the Black Hand remains, Qin Mai declared. Yes, master. The myriad of spirit creatures responded without dissent, and subsequently, they dispersed in various directions. The Black Hand gestured for the Blood Mage and his companions to confine the captive within the dungeon, before inquiring, Master, has something significant occurred? Indeed, recently, the Black Hand advised, refraining from commenting on Qin Mai's actions, primarily concerned for his safety. What has transpired is in the past. It matters not to me. The pressing question is, what shall we do next? Qin Mai, unperturbed by the previous events, redirected the conversation towards future plans. After all, the internal and external affairs of the territory were under the management of the Black Hand, and he himself was not adept in such matters. However, prior to that, we require a merchant. I presume there have been several champion-level creatures born recently? There are two, and the third should emerge shortly. I shall take care of this task. Qin Mai delegated, relieved of the burden of concern. I shall ensure your satisfaction, Master, the Black Hand replied with respect, recognizing this as merely his duty, as he was born to manage. Chapter 94. Desiring to test the sword? Then I shall indulge you. Two champion-level creatures had emerged. One transformed into a benefactor using a merchant's class transfer certificate, while the other became a beast tamer through the shepherd profession. Both possessed relevant attributes, and upon inspection, Qin Mai noted they were rare professions, one as a merchant and the other overseeing a ranch, which was quite commendable. The matter of the sword being besieged by Crimson forces began to gain momentum, yet Qin Mai lacked external channels of information and was fundamentally unaware of the happenings beyond. However, he was indifferent to such knowledge, as there were both skeptics and mockers, while only the higher echelons of various factions stirred beneath the surface. Those who have never encountered it regard it with indifference, while those who have truly witnessed it ponder how to seize it for themselves. Meanwhile, the very source of it all, the territory of Qin Mai and the Hongfeng Plain, remains in serene tranquility, entirely unaffected. It is only natural to consider this. A person daring enough to transform themselves into a bomb would not provoke another who seeks a stable life. Why compel someone to act desperately against their own interests? 5 days swiftly passed, during which Qin Mai devoted himself to researching the crimson power within him. As the progenitor of crimson, he found the study to be relatively straightforward. For instance, his crimson affliction could serve as a form of armor. Through the teachings documented in the Book of Gospel, Qin Mai could undergo a certain degree of crimson transformation, albeit with limited efficacy. Presently, he could merely manifest a layer of crimson crystals upon his skin, which he transmuted into a spell known as crimson armor, possessing decent strength and potential for future enhancement. He discovered that crimson magic exists in 3 forms. The first is the magical arrows and crimson tempest, representing the traditional energy form, as most elemental magic embodies this shape, utilizing magical power to create wondrous effects. The second form is the crystalline state, epitomized by the crimson affliction and the crimson crystals he conjured, a unique manifestation of crimson. The final form is the flesh and blood state, the most enigmatic of all. Typically, neither crimson nor other elements would involve flesh. This peculiar form arose only after Qin Mai merged with the source of crimson through the Book of Gospel, facilitating his transformation. This also serves as the origin of the magical scarlet armor, enabling Qin Mai to continuously transform his body between flesh and scarlet crystal. He even contemplates whether he can incorporate the first form, that is, the energy form, due to the existence of this state. This is one of his current research directions, though it poses considerable challenges. After all, the transformation of scarlet elements into scarlet magic is akin to ordinary magic, both of which are stored within the mind. Even with the interference of the latter two forms, their existence within the physical body is merely transient. However, there are solutions, such as warriors and archers, who, despite not being magic-based professions, utilize magic to refine their bodies and enhance their strength. This method of cultivation is typically employed by indigenous heroes, while lords or those who have allied with lords advance through monster slaying. Such a method requires diligent effort and is contingent upon one's innate talent. Reflecting on this, he dismissed it. Compared to the warrior class cultivation methods, it holds some minor advantages, yet those advantages do not compel Qin Mai to pursue it. The disparity in energy levels across the world is not something easily bridged. Then, considering the warrior class cultivation methods of the magical continent, Qin Mai also relinquished the thought, deeming it too troublesome. It is far more prudent to wait until he has delved deeper into his studies and research before undergoing self-modification. While others toil for a decade, he could simply lie on the operating table and achieve a transformation that could rival 10 years of arduous training. In Qin Mai's understanding, cultivation is merely a matter of energy in the body, perhaps with the addition of spirit or soul elements. It is not an insurmountable problem to resolve. From the very beginning, he demonstrated that should he choose to engage in the conventional path of monster hunting and leveling up or training, the certainty of his demise would be exceedingly grim. Master, a wizard from the Silver Star Alliance has come to visit. Lord Blackhand is currently entertaining him, and I have come to inform you. A servant spirit reported outside Qin Mai's laboratory. I understand. It is merely about the Crimson Invasion. Inform Blackhand to handle it. If it proves to be beyond his capabilities, we shall simply hurl a dozen or so instances of the Crimson Invasion at the Silver Star Alliance. Qin Mai replied casually. As for wizards, while those from other factions might possess benevolent inclinations, there is no need for courtesy towards the wizards of the Silver Star Alliance. Yes, master. The old wizard squinted as he engaged in conversation with Black Hand, his expression inscrutable, yet the young man beside him exhibited a palpable impatience, his disdain evident in his gaze towards the servant spirit. However, in deference to the old wizard's presence, he refrained from overt displays of his irritation. The servant spirit approached Black Hand directly, conveying Qin Mai's message in hushed tones. Apologies, my master is unavailable. It appears this matter shall be left for me to discuss with you. Black Hand gestured for the servant spirit to withdraw. And what is your stance on this, Mr. Black Hand? The old wizard's tone carried a hint of displeasure. In his eyes, Qin Mai's actions were an affront, compelling him to converse with a mere spirit. It is well known that beast people in the Silver Star Alliance are regarded as slaves and playthings. The Silver Star Alliance seeks the technology for the Crimson Frenzy, which is certainly acceptable. However, the issue lies in your exceedingly low offer, Black Hand stated directly. And what amount do you desire? The old wizard inquired, his voice strained. The Black Hand chuckled, although I am unaware of the reason why the Silver Star Alliance arrived first. Nor do I concern myself with the individuals who may be instigating you from behind. I present a straightforward offer, 2/3 of the Silver Star Alliance's wealth, including land and shops. Upon hearing this, the old mage could hardly contain his laughter. A mere creature, a wild mage with nothing but a mage tower, dares to demand 2/3 of the Silver Star Alliance's riches? Please, esteemed mage, do not leave just yet, interjected the Black Hand abruptly. This caused a stir within the old mage's mind. It seems they are indeed afraid. How significant can a wild mage, leading creatures, truly be? In their eyes, Qin Mai's strength paled in comparison to that of the true Dragon Emperor or the Lord of the Dead. Despite rumors of the formidable weapon in the opponent's possession, they believed that a mere threat would suffice to subdue him. What? Do you wish to beg for mercy? The old mage said, his expression impassive. My master has stated that if I can handle the situation, I shall. If not, it will merely serve as a gift to the Silver Star Alliance. I presume the esteemed mage is unaware of what my master possesses? The Black Hand's words caused a sharp intake of breath from the old mage, as he recognized that it likely pertained to some artifact created from the calamity of the Red Wind Plains. Hence, he began to suspect that he might have been deceived by someone within the Alliance, realizing there was undoubtedly something unknown to him at play. I sincerely apologize, but my master requires an object to establish his authority, and the Silver Star Alliance has fortuitously presented itself. I hope, esteemed mage, that you possess another residence apart from the headquarters of the Silver Star Alliance. Otherwise, you may find yourself wandering the streets. The Black Hand's tone bore a hint of regret. The old mage felt a surge of trepidation, judging by the tone. It seemed the headquarters of the Silver Star Alliance had been annihilated. Not long ago, they had endured the oppressive might of the true Dragon's Son. Although they had not perished, they had certainly paid a hefty price to quell the matter. A skeletal soldier cradled a crimson crystal orb, which emanated a debilitating aura that threatened to extinguish his magical essence. Wait a moment, this is negotiable. At that instant, the old mage realized that not only had he been ensnared, but the Silver Star Alliance had also been ensnared in this web of deceit. Someone had deliberately concealed the truth and manipulated him into offending Qin Mai, ultimately positioning him as a mere example for Qin Mai to assert his dominance, while simultaneously undermining the strength of the indigenous forces and providing a glimpse into the terrifying nature of the sword crafted by Qin Mai. I apologize, esteemed mage, but there is no room for negotiation now. You should be contemplating the search for a new abode, rather than advising me. The voice of the shadowy figure was imbued with an unsettling calm. A portal consumed the skeletal soldier, vanishing into the ether. Through this fleeting yet familiar scene, the old mage understood that on the other side lay the headquarters of the Silver Star Alliance. Chapter 95. Is my sword sharp? Spatial fluctuations? The speaker of the Silver Star Alliance paused from his administrative duties, a look of confusion crossing his face. It is important to note that this is Silver City, the very heart of the Silver Star Alliance, where a magical array exists to negate spatial movement. It is utterly impossible for anyone to unleash spatial teleportation within Silver City. Certainly, this was his line of thought. There are no absolute truths in this world. Qin Mai's transdimensional portal could connect entire realms, let alone his magical array. Moreover, besides Qin Mai, others such as the true Dragon's Son and the fallen monarch were also capable of such feats. Before he could dispatch someone to investigate, an unsettling sensation washed over him. In the next moment, a familiar yet alien surge erupted once more, causing the magical energies and elements throughout Silver City to descend into chaos. The calamity of the Red Wind had arrived. The Speaker of the Council was both astonished and enraged. Following the crimson tide that engulfed the city, countless elements and magical forces underwent decay and assimilation, forming a colossal expansion. A terrifying radiation erupted instantaneously. The Speaker's expression darkened as he swiftly utilized a flight spell to extricate himself from the Scarlet Domain. Silver City was doomed. The core explosion zone had transformed into a crimson crystal, and this crystallization continued to spread. Whether living beings or inanimate objects, they were all tainted upon contact. After enduring the turmoil, Silver City had lost half of its grandeur. The Speaker's countenance was grim. He was no fool and realized he had been ensnared in a trap. It was inconceivable that an attack on Silver City would come without provocation. He was indeed aware that he had sent someone to the Redwind Plains to procure this so-called sword. However, his intent was not to acquire a mere weapon, but rather the associated technology. In his eyes, the adversary was merely a rogue mage. Should they be willing to cooperate, he would not hesitate to offer them a position within the outer ranks of the Silver Star Alliance. It is worth noting that membership in the Silver Star Alliance required not only magical prowess but also a noble lineage, commonly referred to as aristocracy. Otherwise, any mage could easily join, which would undermine the legitimacy of their Silver Star Alliance. Thus, within the Silver Star Alliance, numerous factions coexist, not forming a cohesive unit. Before their relocation from the Redwind Plains, the Alliance indeed fostered a vibrant academic atmosphere. However, since their departure, a plethora of external forces have infiltrated, altering many circumstances. At this moment, the council leader's mind was racing. This was a significant matter that could potentially lead to his ousting from the council. Therefore, his immediate course of action was to shift the blame and seek a scapegoat. Was he truly expected to rescue someone? Yet, even before implementing his plans, he sensed an unsettling shift within his own magical essence, accompanied by an irritating tickle in his nostrils. Upon inspection, he discovered his hands stained with blood. This was dire. He realized that the sword was exceedingly treacherous. The council leader could feel his thoughts coalescing into a thick fog, as if his mind was a mere mass of incoherence. The magic within him began to decay into a scarlet element. His cognitive processes became rigid, unable to function, as the very essence of his mental energy. The reservoir of his magic began to crystallize into this crimson form. This sword was particularly effective against magical beings on the magical continent. The more powerful the hero or unit, the greater the devastation inflicted upon them due to their vast reserves of magic. The Scarlet Invasion would not cause widespread destruction like an explosive, for this sword primarily targeted energy. Were it to exist in a world devoid of magic, it would likely result in nothing more than a fleeting display of fireworks, scarcely audible. Much like the source of crimson, it exhibits remarkable strength within an environment rich in energy, yet once severed from that energy, it succumbs to a dormant state. This illustrates the distinction between energy and humanity. As the crimson continues to decay, assimilating vast amounts of elements and magical power to expand, the entire city of silver is transformed, drenched in crimson and metamorphosed into a city of crystal, emanating a radiating aura that sends shivers through all magical beings. Observers from distant factions find themselves gripped by trepidation. The magnitude of this sword is indeed terrifying. The Silver Star Alliance is no ordinary faction. Prior to the emergence of the true Dragon Sovereign and other lords, it could be regarded as the preeminent force across the magical continent. Moreover, as the headquarters of the Silver Star Alliance, the city boasts a significantly formidable presence. Yet, what transpired? It was first crippled by the true Dragon Sovereign and subsequently annihilated by Qin Mai's sword, leaving behind merely a few stray cats. However, having others test the sword is a silver lining, as it may silence those within their ranks who regard it with disdain. For them, the decline of the Silver Star Alliance evokes a sense of melancholy. Yet it also serves as a testament that their factions are more than capable of dividing such a colossal entity. Therefore, esteemed mage, we bid you farewell. The Dark Hand has issued an eviction order. Beads of sweat have begun to form on the forehead of the elder mage. And though the haughty youth beside him remains unaware of the unfolding events, he senses a shift in the atmosphere. Otherwise, his mentor would not bear such an expression. The old sorcerer trembled, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet the vivid memories of that crimson eruption stifled his words. He was utterly convinced that Silver City had perished. It was unfathomable that the adversaries had so brazenly laid waste to it. a feat even the true Dragon Emperor had hesitated to attempt, merely exacting a heavy toll instead. As a political nucleus, the intricate web of connections involved was far too extensive. With pressing matters at hand, I cannot afford to see you off. Bring the guests to a close, he commanded. The tone of Black Hand was gentle, yet his words concealed an unmistakable dissatisfaction towards the old sorcerer. The dismissal was overtly clear, yet the old mage lingered, as if believing that without the Silver Star Alliance, he still held some significance. For fierce beings entered, their intentions equally transparent. If you two do not depart, you will be forcibly ejected. The old sorcerer soon regained his composure. Within Silver City resided princes and princesses from various kingdoms, as well as the progeny of numerous nobles who sought education there. Indeed, many of the realm's aristocrats had previously held positions within its walls. By annihilating Silver City, they had declared enmity against the entire magical continent. Indeed, you speak rightly. However, how many swords can these kingdoms and noble territories withstand? Black Hand remained unperturbed. Political suppression or resource sanctions? Did they truly believe that those kingdoms would avenge the Silver Star Alliance? It was possible they had long harbored grievances against Silver Star, and retribution was a mere illusion. They might even take joy in furthering its downfall. Moreover, why would they provoke a force capable of obliterating the Silver Star Alliance with a single stroke, unable to even contend with the Silver Star Alliance? To gamble one's authority and life for their sake is an act of utter folly, deserving of a swift demise, either self-inflicted or at the hands of one's subordinates. Upon hearing Black Hand's words, the elder mage nearly choked, and as he attempted to retort, he and the young mage were promptly subdued by two frenzied blood fiends. Even now, you cannot comprehend your position, Black Hand scoffed. Toss them out, he added. The old fool is accustomed to his elevated status, presuming I would heed his every word. Release me. 30 years hence, fortunes will reverse. Do not underestimate a youth. The young mage, pinned to the ground, strained with bulging veins. This declaration momentarily stunned even Black Hand, though he quickly regained his composure. Slaughter them. Annihilate both the elder and the youth, dismember them into countless pieces, incinerate their remains. And then have Apocalypse, bearing the Book of Gospel, offer a benediction. Overhearing this, the two mages were aghast. Had they not been about to be cast out? How had the situation taken such a drastic turn? In swift succession, each was struck down by the blood fiends, their heads severed from their bodies. Two carried the heads, while two dragged the corpses away. Alas, Black Hand mused, this is the first time I have encountered such brazen defiance within the enemy's stronghold. They leave me no choice but to eliminate them. Anyone with a modicum of foresight would remain silent at such a juncture, lest they risk facing the reversal of fortunes in the years to come. Chapter 96. Selling swords is inferior to selling services. Ah, how delightful it is to see you again. Lord Emoshwe, the last time we met, you were merely a spirit. Now, you have ascended to the status of a hero. Truly, it is a cause for celebration. Morik Copperbeard, the dwarf, arrived in the territory of Chienmai with a caravan. Upon encountering the patrolling Emoshwe, he spoke with warmth, entirely devoid of the previous disdain and impatience. Emoshwe, however, merely cast a glance before replying. Ah, it is indeed Mr. Morik. It has been quite some time. At this juncture, their positions had reversed. In terms of both strength and status, Emoshwe far surpassed Morik. Furthermore, he harbored lingering displeasure over Morik's earlier demeanor. Nevertheless, as Morik had come bearing resources, Emoshwe felt compelled to maintain a professional demeanor. Yet Morik, being a seasoned merchant, was adeptly shrewd and paid little heed to Emoshwe's attitude. He leaned closer and produced a pouch of coins, which he pressed into Emoshwe's hands, saying, "A small token of my appreciation, Lord Emoshwe." A small token? What do you mean by that? Emoshwe rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested. For beings like them, gold, beauty, and food held no value. They were beast-like entities, not conventional creatures. Moreover, there was no economic system within the territory. Whatever they desired could simply be requested from the material warehouse. Generally, anything not related to artifacts could be easily acquired. Just a token, he remarked. It is merely a trivial matter. I seek the esteemed Lord of Blood's assistance in recommending me to the Lord, considering we are, after all, old acquaintances. Upon witnessing the acceptance of the purse, Morik spoke without hesitation. My master is occupied. For matters of importance, consult the Black Hand, as he oversees affairs while I am not involved. Although Lord Blood accepted the gift, he had no intention of fulfilling the request. Should he dare to escort Morik to seek out Chienmai, The only outcome would be a swift and brutal defeat at the hands of the heavenly enlightenment, leaving him gasping for breath. Unless the Black Hand, this governing official, had urgent business to report, no one would dare disturb Qin Mai during his experiments. The internal social structure of the peculiar beings revolves around Qin Mai as the central figure. They collaborate earnestly towards a common goal. Yet this does not imply deep emotional bonds. Should any of them commit an egregious act, they would not hesitate to treat him as an enemy, allowing only a fleeting respite before Qin Mai would render judgment. Beastmen are, by nature, not typical magical creatures. Morik found himself momentarily taken aback. How could one accept a gift without any intention of action? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as doing so would only reveal his lack of insight. As a representative of the dwarven race, he, too, yearned for the sword of crimson assault. Its power was well known to all, and lacking one would inevitably place one at a disadvantage. Yet, the price was undoubtedly steep. Nonetheless, acquiring even one would resolve many issues. Regarding the Silver Star Alliance's initial interest in acquiring the production methods of the Crimson Incursion, I have heard whispers of it. Yet the details of what transpired remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, 2 mages sent for the acquisition perished, and the headquarters of the Silver Star Alliance, the City of Silver, transformed into the City of Red Crystals. It is evident that those arrogant noble mages met their demise along with their hubris. The Silver Star Alliance derogatorily refers to those mages who did not align with them as wild mages. In light of this, the nobles of various kingdoms clamored for the downfall of Qin Mai, although their outcries were merely whispers, discreetly expressed and not overtly displayed. Have you seen the Mage Tower? Just walk in and mention you're looking for the Black Hand, muttered Mo Shui, and then a thought struck him. Take this along with you, when the time comes. Hand it over to a steward spirit, and let them conveniently deposit it in the supply warehouse. Carrying it while patrolling can be a bit cumbersome. With that, Mo Shui extended the money pouch filled with Morik's coins towards the other party. This act sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Morik's forehead. What did this imply? Was it inappropriate? Morik's mind raced with countless thoughts, sensing that Mo Shui was cautioning him against any clever tricks. Otherwise, why would he suggest confiscating the bribe? What inconvenience could there be? It was not as if the route was out of the way. After handing over the pouch, Mo Shui resumed his patrol with the frenzied spirit in tow. For the blood demon, monetary possessions hold no significance. The contents of the purse are of little use to it. The spirits are communal property, or rather, all belong to Qin Mai as personal belongings. If someone were to bribe him, placing those goods in the storage would pose no issue for the blood demon. The Black Hand would not intervene. In fact, they would welcome the opportunity to collect more, as they do not require any services in return. They are well versed in the intricacies of human relations. Yet these relationships are predicated upon Qin Mai's interests. If matters concerning his benefits arise, while gifts may be accepted, actions are merely to be contemplated. They are not concerned about being exposed or losing reputation within their territory. Such matters are trivial to the spirits. The territorial system established by Qin Mai is an inimitable structure. Molik observed the retreating figure of the blood demon, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Ultimately, he had no choice but to head toward the Mage Tower. The advancement of his clan outweighed personal honor or dishonor. In this day and age, possessing a scarlet incursion as a sword of advantage is essential, lest one be relegated to a position of weakness. Upon arriving at the Mage Tower, he found himself somewhat underestimating Qin Mai, the bestowed lord. The last time he visited, Qin was destitute, yet now his rapid ascension in power was beyond his expectations. This realization filled Molik with regret. Had he supported Qin back then, it is possible that their dwarven clan might have acquired the method for creating the Scarlet Incursion. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Furthermore, his previous attitude towards Qin may now cast a shadow of negativity. The bestowed lord is merely a collection of anomalies. Molik felt a tinge of bitterness within. Ever since the emergence of the gifted lords, the entire realm of magic had transformed. The true dragon sovereign wielded immense power and was exceedingly tyrannical, while the fallen monarch possessed enigmatic abilities as a being of the undead. The demon slayer, though appearing benevolent, harbored a malevolent heart and commanded an army comprised of fiends and demons. Moreover, the remaining gifted lords were hardly virtuous. Take, for instance, this one who, without ostentation, had obliterated Silver City. One could only wonder what other monstrous entities were lurking among the gifted lords, poised to instill fear in the native inhabitants. Molik expressed his gratitude to the enigmatic Black Hand, hoping that future dealings would continue. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had not been subjected to any special treatment. However, the price was indeed steep, albeit still within the realms of what his dwarven kin could endure. Mr. Morlick, the Crimson Gem has been acquired outright. However, subsequent services can only be paid annually, the Black Hand stated abruptly. This left Morlick puzzled. Services? What services? This item was created from the Red Wind Calamity. Without appropriate maintenance and care, any external disturbances could lead to internal instability, the catastrophic consequences of which Silver City had likely already demonstrated to Mr. Morlick. Furthermore, there must be a specialized preservation mechanism to prevent energy depletion. While energy loss may not be the gravest concern, the real threat lies in the trickle of energy that could incite the Crimson Plague among living beings. Presently, aside from within our own territory, no other factions possess the requisite expertise to manage such a risk. Moreover, should Mr. Morlick opt for a one-time purchase of a decade's worth of services, our Scarlet Series armaments will be offered to you at a generous discount of 5% throughout these 10 years. Furthermore, each year, you shall receive a complimentary batch of innovative weaponry. Mr. Morlick, I trust you do not wish to witness the dwarves falling victim to others wielding our scarlet armaments on the battlefield. Black Hand's words instilled a sense of trepidation within Morlick. Surely, no merchant could be as duplicitous as this. So, not only must one purchase services, but there is also an expectation to continue procuring weaponry? Is it your ambition to become the preeminent arms dealer across the entire realm of magic? If I am to buy, it will indeed be for 10 years. Yet I wonder how many resources that would entail. Morlick bit his lip, realizing that the other party had him firmly in their grasp. No wonder the cost for the Scarlet Invasion was so minimal, for the true calculations lay ahead. Chapter 97. Rare Profession, Sprite Master. You have successfully utilized the Sprite Master Job Transfer Certificate. Acquiring the rare profession, Sprite Master. You have obtained the lordly talents, Sprite Leader, Sprite Commander. Sprite Trainer. You have acquired the lordly skill, Basic Leadership. Please note, your profession slots are now full. Chinmai employed the rare profession certificate for Sprite Master to fill his vacant profession slot, thereby obtaining 3 talents and 1 skill. Originally, there were 3 skills available, but the remaining 2, Scouting and Wisdom, were already possessed by Chinmai. Thus he did not acquire them anew. Spirit Leader. All spirits under command gain a 1 morale boost and a 5 increase in health. Spirit Commander. All spirits under command receive a 5 enhancement in attack power and a 5 boost in defense. Spirit Trainer. The recruitment capacity for spirits under command increases by 5, and recruitment costs decrease by 5. If this profession were assigned to another individual, it might pale in comparison to even the most ordinary of professions. While common professions possess but a single lordly talent, it is improbable that all advantages would be concentrated on a first-tier unit, such as spirits. However, in the hands of Chinmai, it undoubtedly becomes a formidable vocation. Though it may not rival the epic professions, it is certainly among the most fitting roles. Both units and heroes benefit from the enhancements provided by his lordly talent. And when the time comes for advancement, the effects will be further magnified. This certificate for the Spirit Master's promotion was a thoughtful gift from the Dwarven clan, reflecting their understanding of Chinmai's psyche, albeit not accounting for his character. Gifts can be accepted, but the significance of the matter must be weighed. The trade in Crimson Series weaponry within his territory has reached a fever pitch, with nearly every faction placing orders. Fortunately, he had previously imparted the requisite skills to the Enlightenment and Gospel spirits. Otherwise, maintaining sufficient stock would have been uncertain. As for the concern that future adversaries might wield Crimson Series armaments against him, this is not a realm governed by technology. They would employ Crimson power to combat the Crimson Ancestor. What folly is that? Moreover, these are merely the discarded funds from Chinmai, not his active weaponry. At this juncture, the territory has amassed a substantial wealth through the trade of Crimson-themed weaponry. Coupled with Chinmai's artificial creation of champion-grade spirits, a plethora of heroic units has emerged, prompting the Black Hand to initiate a modern reform across the entire domain. Currently, there are signs of progress, particularly with the assistance of various specialized heroes, where magic intertwines with technology, resulting in an eccentric territory. Moreover, due to Chinmai's unique lordly trait of Crimson Ancestor, the territory exhibits a remarkable adaptability to Crimson elements, rendering it impervious to their disturbances and unaffected by the Crimson Plague. Thus, any actions taken are notably effective. The territorial reform is projected to reach completion within approximately a month, and subsequent developments pose little concern. Chiang Mai, having perused the territory report provided by the Black Hand, understands the timeline. Do not inquire as to how he deduced the 1-month estimate. Such information was explicitly stated within the report. While the notion of a mere month may seem implausible, it is, in fact, quite reasonable. The execution and efficiency of the spirits far surpass that of humans. Devoid of the myriad complications that often accompany human endeavors, such as intrigue and power struggles. As a result, directives from above are carried out seamlessly below, eliminating any intermediary seeking profit. Additionally, with a multitude of specialized heroic units leading the charge in the crystallization of 2 distinct eras of civilization, rapid progress is assured. The endeavors concerning the floating city and dragon-type spirits must be prioritized, focusing on the transformation of both Crimson and Intelligent Series spirits. A pause is warranted for a thorough re-evaluation. Henceforth, the emphasis shall be on intelligent magic, supplemented by Crimson magic. The floating city represents a significant undertaking, necessitating considerable resources, which must be accumulated. The dragon-like creatures are indeed a result of the dragon corpses housed within their material repository. These remains, rather resilient to decay, have been preserved through freezing, alleviating any concerns regarding deterioration. However, the realm of magic presents a certain degree of complexity. Having fused with the Crimson source, he has become the Crimson ancestor, rendering all elements, save for the Crimson, as insulators. Consequently, the magic operating within the realm of intelligent sorcery naturally harnesses Crimson energy. Yet, elemental magic proves unsuitable for the Crimson arts, necessitating a transformation of the ethereal beings to endow them with a corresponding affinity for Crimson. The enhancement of 1 point of Crimson elemental adaptability, granted by the lordly talent of the Crimson ancestor, falls woefully short of Chiang Mai's transformative aspirations. Thus, a shift in strategy is imperative. To commence with the transformation of dragon-like beings, it is essential to possess sufficient physical prowess and magical capacity to undergo the Crimson alteration. Armed with the knowledge of flesh and blood documented in the Book of Gospel, the task of transformation poses little challenge. However, the abundance of dragon remains complicates the endeavor, as achieving a flawless amalgamation of all draconic virtues is the true dilemma. Additionally, there remains the matter of the magical city walls and alchemical towers required for territorial elevation, both of which have yet to yield any information. Concerns regarding heroes, levels, and resources are alleviated, as these matters are deftly managed by unseen hands. Presently, he need only aspire to be a competent recluse. Thus, theoretically speaking, he is merely in need of these 2 edifices, though their procurement proves elusive, particularly amidst the resources offered by the indigenous factions. He harbored a desire to inquire about the promotion status from Tier 3 to Tier 4 among other lords. Yet he found himself utterly fruitless in his quest. Such matters are shrouded in personal privacy. After all, each lord governs a unique territory, and the buildings required for promotion undoubtedly vary. It is implausible that such information would be divulged to fellow lords. However, the Dragon Emperor did hint at a possibility. By utilizing a dungeon scroll to enter a dungeon, one could select a special architectural blueprint upon achieving an S-rank evaluation. This indicates that the Magic City Wall and the Alchemical Tower are categorized as special buildings rather than rare ones, which left Chiang Mai perplexed. How could there exist a category of special buildings? Although a potential solution to the quandary emerged, it was fraught with challenges. The dungeon scrolls are of epic quality, and one must at least unlock a gold-tier hero chest to have a chance of obtaining them. Where, then, could he procure such a treasure chest? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled that the Dragon's Blood event had yet to conclude. If he were to slay a dragon now, not only could he obtain materials, but he could also acquire treasure chests. Purchasing such items was out of the question, whether it be a gold-tier hero chest or a dungeon scroll. These coveted items are typically only possessed by lords, who are unlikely to part with them. For instance, when lords seek to acquire Crimson Invasion, they typically offer ordinary and special resources, often supplemented by a few low-tier or mid-tier treasures. Architectural blueprints and treasure blueprints are virtually non-existent in such transactions. Chiang Mai, with his peculiar inclination to select only the spirit creature unit, stands in stark contrast to other lords, whose armies boast a diverse array of units, thus creating a substantial demand that does not allow for the same selective approach as Chiang Mai's. Only the indigenous forces can provide the blueprints. which are treasures for the lords, yet the indigenous people can merely transcribe these designs. Perhaps they could send me some dragon race hero units. While the lords might not be able to manage this, the natives could attempt it. The Black Hand, in response to the external bounty on dragon blood from the dragon race, was tasked with acquiring living dragon hero units. Once procured, they would be dispatched for the purpose of treasure hunting, with the corpses subsequently stored in the resource warehouse. Chiang Mai informed the Black Hand of his needs. Understanding that Chiang Mai sought the contents of the treasure chest, the Black Hand promptly set about fulfilling this request. With wealth at hand, why engage in manual labor when others can be enlisted? This approach significantly mitigates risk. Chiang Mai was untroubled by the prospect of offending the dragon race. They would not dare to confront the true dragon sovereign and other lords, so why would they target him? Should he encounter difficulties, the consequences would be far more severe than provoking the true dragon sovereign. He would not hesitate to bring the entire world down with him. If Chiang Mai were to obtain another dungeon scroll, it would undoubtedly yield considerable profit. The rationale was simple. His interdimensional teleportation channel could traverse realms, allowing him to treat this dungeon world as a refuge. Should a dire predicament arise or an insurmountable threat emerge, once his floating city was completed, he could simply evacuate his territory from this magical continent server. Chapter 98. Bubble Commerce Targeting the Nobility, my lord. The Elven Queen has offered a generous bounty for you to rescind the bounty on the dragon race hero units. I believe this presents a splendid opportunity. The Black Hand remarked. Chiang Mai furrowed his brow. A splendid opportunity? Are you suggesting that they send me 10,000 elves as experimental subjects? No. Let us simply raise the elves in captivity. Thereafter, you shall have as many experimental subjects as you desire, Black Hand elaborated. However, one must acknowledge that the elves are under the guardianship of their divine entity. It is not merely a matter of your will. Chiang Mai, engrossed in dissecting the dragon's carcass, remarked nonchalantly, if the price is right, cancellation is not out of the question. To have the elven princess pledge herself as your disciple. The interlocutor, whose appearance left much to be desired, harbored lofty aspirations. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Chiang Mai interjected. Becoming entwined with the royal lineage inevitably brings with it a plethora of political entanglements, and such intentions are far from benign. They are willing to present a divine artifact as a token of apprenticeship, and should you gain the allegiance of the elven princess, we could undoubtedly meddle in the internal affairs of the elven clan, potentially even usurping the elven queen and achieving dominance over the elves, Black Hand elucidated. Yet, what use would I have for the elven princess? I have no inclination to retain her as a mere plaything. In my estimation, the elven princess holds neither experimental nor political value that could rival that of a golden tier hero's treasure chest, unless a wisdom tree is on the table. It is a non-starter. Indeed, my master, I shall engage in dialogue with the elven clan. However, I foresee considerable challenges. According to our intelligence, the wisdom tree is a deity, indicating that it is also of the 6th tier and not a god of the elven race. Unless the elven deity intervenes, it is highly improbable that we could procure it. Black Hand tactfully suggested that Chiang Mai reconsider his ambitions, asserting that pursuing the bounty on dragon heroes would prove far more pragmatic. I understand. Is there any recent news regarding the bounty? Chiang Mai inquired, having discerned the implications from the words of the Black Hand. Nothing of significance, the Black Hand replied. After all, the Dragon Clan is a formidable race, inherently positioned at a high echelon, making their extermination rather challenging, especially when it involves heroic units. However, intelligence from other regions indicates that some have been tempted. With the recent advent of the Crimson Series armaments, the market in his territory has flourished, and various intelligence channels have consequently been established by the Black Hand, rendering news less obscured than before. Very well, I comprehend. If there is nothing further, I shall attend to my affairs, Chiang Mai remarked nonchalantly. His territory was thriving, and reforms were steadily progressing. For instance, cement roads had been implemented, alongside the gradual establishment of electrical and hydraulic infrastructures. One could imagine that with a cadre of high-attribute magical beings engaged in construction, the pace of development would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary laborers. Numerous factories now stood erect, transforming resources extracted from resource buildings into various processed materials, enabling the territory to not only trade in armaments but also to produce an array of luxury goods. Chiang Mai was astute. He understood that real estate and finance were the most lucrative ventures. Regrettably, these fields did not flourish in the realm of magic, compelling him to focus on the concept of luxury goods instead. If a certain noble were to wield a glass cup shimmering with patterns akin to crystal, adorned in exquisitely smooth silk robes crafted by a master designer, and arrived in a colossal, steel-like mechanical contraption, how would the rival nobles react upon witnessing such opulence? Certainly, the driving force lies in the innate desire for comparison and vanity. Chiang Mai capitalizes on his advantages derived from arms trafficking to vigorously promote consumerism. In his pursuit of profit, he is undoubtedly prepared to employ ruthless tactics. Furthermore, is it truly feasible to replicate the sophistication of modern society's products? Take, for instance, a glass cup. The process involves not only the art of firing, but also shaping and design. Otherwise, one may possess a mere ordinary glass cup, while others display striking, visually impactful pieces with gradient hues, rendering the former utterly insignificant and perhaps even a source of mockery. Thus, Chiang Mai initially adopted an elite strategy. Recognizing that the impoverished possess limited wealth, his objective is to extract profits from the affluent. This is merely the foundational approach. He can even intertwine elements of magic and various themes to produce an array of extravagant items. The goal is not to attain perfection, but simply to cater to the noble's inclination for comparison and their vanity. While the income from luxury goods pales in comparison to arms trading, which yields substantial profits, it still represents a viable revenue stream. Chiang Mai cannot afford to relinquish this opportunity, especially considering it offers long-term financial benefits. Once a prevailing trend is established, coupled with brand recognition, the production of luxury goods may cease, transitioning instead to a model of licensing, collecting annual franchise fees. It is only in the initial phase that he will engage in tangible production. As capital accumulates, it would be impractical to have the spirits actively involved in such endeavors. Undoubtedly, these assertions are predicated on the formidable strength of Chiang Mai's territory. Without sufficient prowess, such luxurious commodities would scarcely find a market. After all, this realm is a land of magic, not a mundane society, where forceful acquisition is all too common. The prior actions of the Silver Star Alliance serve as a testament to this reality. His methods of generating wealth have certainly caught the eye of lords such as the True Dragon Son and the Fallen Monarch, who have openly expressed their desire to involve themselves in the discussions. These lords harbor ulterior motives. Their intentions are not to collaborate genuinely, but to exploit the situation for their own gain, while casting Chiang Mai aside. They speak one way but are unwilling to relinquish any actual benefits. Does this truly signify cooperation? When Chiang Mai suggested a membership fee of 3 instant scrolls annually in the chat channel, they all descended into haggling. Naturally, Chiang Mai chose to disregard their antics. Should they join now, it would no longer be a matter of Chiang Mai reaping the rewards while they merely sip from the broth. It would be a shared feast. Yet, none are willing to contribute, rendering any further discourse futile. They desire advantages without a corresponding sacrifice. Why should Chiang Mai facilitate their profit? If the annual fee of 3 instant scrolls